Chapter 1. The Escaping Scion Princess. If you were to embark on a one-way journey through time and inadvertently transform into a girl, would you entertain a bold notion? Perhaps to let it all go. However, a certain white-haired lowly traversing through time and space only wishes to exclaim, "Forget this damn time travel and this absurd transformation." She longs to return home. Time travel may be acceptable, and transformation could also be manageable. But can she truly navigate the world of Dragon Ball as a mere wage slave? Her home planet obliterated, reduced to fireworks, is not the end of her woes, as enemies relentlessly pursue her. This is utterly absurd. Princess Bellies, you cannot escape. Keek. A sinister laugh echoes from behind, as if swallowing several elders of the Soul Palace. Here they come, once again. Behold, the quintessential villainous cackle. Would such laughter belong to a hero? The white-haired lowly merely twitched her lips. At present, she is akin to a little white rabbit being chased by a big bad wolf. Weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless. I am not a princess, nor am I named Bellies. You have mistaken me for someone else. The white-haired lowly retorted loudly. Ha, mistaken? How could the mighty Jinyu ever mistake someone? The laughter returned, belonging to a purple humanoid creature who identified himself as Jinyu, sporting two long black horns atop his head. He wore a grimace, raising his right hand to fling a purple energy blast. The only white-haired scion from planet Vegeta, specifically requested for attention by Lord Frieza. I would never mistake you. The white-haired lowly swiftly dodged, the energy blast whizzing past her ear. Upon hearing Jinyu's sarcastic tone, had it not been for her years of experience as a wage slave after graduating university, she might have erupted in fury. So what if she has white hair? Does it feed you? It's not like she chose to have white hair. It is innate. What could she do about it? Just because she has white hair, does that mean she is a super scion? Please, are super scions so cheap? Frieza, what did your ancestors tell you? Beware the golden-haired warrior. The emphasis lies on golden hair, not white. As a frail and helpless white-haired lowly, she is certainly not a muscular Barbie. Where is the resemblance to a super scion? If you think there is, I can change it at any moment. Boom! A resounding explosion sent clouds of smoke billowing. The purple energy blast hurled by Jinyu struck a mountain thousands of meters away, obliterating it entirely in a cataclysmic explosion. The energy continuously released formed a massive mushroom cloud rising from the ground. The shockwaves spread outwards in all directions. Oh no! The white-haired lowly crossed her arms, forming a barrier of energy to shield against the oncoming storm of explosions. Even so, the force of the shockwave still hindered her flight speed. Now you cannot escape. Jinyu seized the opportunity, accelerating to soar over the white-haired lowly, then descending slowly before her. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Jinyu loomed over the girl. Meeting Jinyu's gaze, the white-haired lowless muscles tensed, and she spat fiercely. What do you want? I've told you, I don't know you, nor do I know anything about scions. Jinyu retrieved a photograph from the folds of his battle suit, waving it in front of the white-haired lowly, sneering. At this point, do you still wish to argue? A combat power nearing 60,000. Had it not been for the king's orders, I would have genuinely considered recruiting you into my Jinyu force. The scouter displayed a reading close to 60,000, startling Jinyu. He had never seen Bellies before. The Scion Princess had always maintained a low profile, with a combat power barely reaching 2,000 or 3,000. However, as the only white-haired scion among her kind, she stood out like a beacon on a black canvas, thus attracting the attention of Lord Frieza. The photograph Jinyu held depicted Bellies in her most recent form. Before the scions were annihilated, Frieza had demanded that this rare scion princess be brought back. Is there a recording device on the spaceship? Looking at the photograph, Bellies furrowed her brow. Perhaps she was captured before leaving the planet, yet she distinctly remembered dismantling the tracking device. How would you find me? At this juncture, arguing was futile. This question amounted to an acknowledgement of her identity. As for the princess of the scion race, if you must know, I will enlighten you. There have always been 2 tracking devices aboard your spaceship, a gift from the king. The one you dismantled was merely the visible tracking system. However, since you removed the obvious tracker, I was the one dispatched to capture you. Had it been anyone else, I'm certain you would have easily dispatched them. Reflecting upon it now, the king truly is brilliant. He is indeed the sovereign of the universe, Jinyu mused. The outcome remains uncertain. Do not assume victory is yours, Bellies declared, taking a combat stance. 60,000 combat power certainly provides a modicum of struggle. Jinyu, unfazed by the Scion Princess' desperate resistance, adjusted the scouter on his eye. Do you know what my combat power is? Jinyu widened his stance, slightly balling his fists, and confidently pointed to himself with his thumb. exuding self-assurance. I, the captain of the Jinyu force, the foremost warrior under the cosmic emperor Frisia, possess a combat power exceeding 100,000. What do you think? Is despair beginning to set in? Bellies remained unmoved, while Jinyu stroked his chin, chuckling. How about this? He'll stand still and allow you a minute to attack me. What do you say? Bellies was taken aback, incredulously asking, are you certain? Is there truly someone so foolish as to allow her a free shot? Am I incapable of wielding my weapon? I speak only the truth. If you cannot land a hit, then you are the little dog. Jinyu crossed his arms and, upon finishing, enveloped himself in a layer of energy. With a combat power around 60,000, she wouldn't even be able to scratch him. Do not regret this, Captain Jinyu. Bliss energy gradually surged. Indeed, this is only the extent of your power, but it is certainly far superior to those self-proclaimed elite warriors among the wild monkeys. Observing the final reading on the scouter, Jinyu sighed in relief, patting his chest. Come now, let me see the skills of the Scion Princess that Lord Frisia has taken such a keen interest in. Belly slowly raised her hands, resting them against her forehead. What is this technique? A look of confusion appeared on Jinyu's face, yet he remained unconcerned. In the face of absolute power, any method would be rendered moot. You are far too overconfident. You will suffer for it, Jinyu. Belly shouted fiercely. The hands before her forehead emitted a blinding light, and she radiated a fierce white glow, like a burning sun unleashing terrifying energy. Solar flare. The blinding light shot towards Jinyu's widened eyes. In an instant, Jinyu was blinded, followed by an unbearable burning sensation in his eyes. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Jinyu's face contorted, his hands desperately covering his eyes, which had been penetrated by the intense light. His head felt heavy, the pain in his eyes linking to his nerves, making him feel as though his skull might split open. Damn it, cursed monkey, damn Scion. Jinyu removed one hand from his eyes, aiming forward and unleashing energy blasts. He had completely disregarded the task of capturing Bellies. All he wanted now was to eliminate the despicable Scion monkey. This time, he would hold nothing back. Suddenly, a sense of lethal danger surged within him. In a split second, Jinyu twisted his body, evading the original position. Section 2. Shoo! The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed. My leg, my right thigh. A searing pain shot through the root of his thigh, transmitted through the nerve straight to his brain. Combining with the agony in his eyes, beads of cold sweat began to form on Jinyu's wrinkled purple forehead. Oh! Jinyu roared, his furious voice resonating through the sky, his energy exploding outward in layers, a terrifying energy cyclone forming around him, tearing apart everything in the vicinity. Several kilometers away, leaning against a massive rock, Bellies gasped heavily for breath. The solar flare had disrupted Jinyu's vision, allowing her to strike with an energy slash. This was one of the strategies she devised to combat Jinyu. Yet, ultimately, it fell short. The energy slash failed to sever Jinyu's head, who managed to evade, merely losing a right leg. However, this was anticipated. With Jinyu's combat power exceeding 100,000, he was not from an era where power levels could balloon beyond measure. Even a difference of 1 or 2,000 in combat power represented a chasm. Bellies took a deep breath, mentally simulating her strength compared to Jinyu's. The advantage is mine. I merely need to be wary of Jinyu's body-switching technique. I can win. Bellies possesses an ultimate trump card, a formidable ability that is a key factor in the recognition of Scions as a warrior race, boasting a power level of around 10,000. Transform. Upon transformation, a Scion's base combat power multiplies tenfold. Utilizing an artificial moon significantly diminishes the effectiveness of the transformation, however. Even in this state, she wields a combat power of 3 to 400,000, more than sufficient to eliminate Jinyu. Her reluctance to transform previously stemmed from a lack of opportunity. And furthermore, the increase in size post-transformation posed a safety risk when confronting Jinyu. With Jinyu possessing the ability to swap bodies, Bellies had to remain cautious. At present, Jinyu is in a compromised state, having lost a leg, and is nearly blind, unable to sense ki, making his defeat an uncomplicated task. Jinyu, I am not like those foolish Scions who perish in vain. I am composed, and will not grant you any chance to turn the tide. A smirk graced Bliss' lips as she slowly raised her right hand, cradling an incompletely formed artificial moon in her palm. Bellies furrowed her brow, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the sky. In an instant, a breathtaking sight unfolded before her eyes. A colossal wave of energy pierced through the clouds, descending at a steep angle. It drew closer to the ground with alarming speed, landing far from Bliss' position, leaving her no time to pursue or intercept it. Bellies fell into a contemplative silence. With a decisive squeeze of her right hand, the artificial moon disintegrated into powder. Curse you, Jinyu. You lack honor. As the energy wave struck the horizon, a thick cloud of smoke rose, obscuring the sky. The destructive force unleashed by the explosion, imbued with terrifying energy, swiftly radiated outward. The ground buckled at a visible pace, the area of collapse expanding rapidly. The planet entered a countdown to destruction. Bellies found herself unable to take any remedial action. The energy released from the planet's annihilation engulfed her body and consciousness entirely. In the final moments before her awareness faded, she vaguely perceived a sound. Ding! Energy replenishment acquired loading chat group. Chapter 2. The God of Destruction and the Death Notice issued by the chat group. In the vast expanse of the universe, a planet on the brink of demise. The unending warfare defines this planet's existence, with flames of conflict rising ceaselessly. A deity descends quietly. Her arrival marks the final punctuation for this irreparable planet. The God of Destruction, a divine being tasked with obliterating planets to maintain cosmic balance. This is the mission bestowed upon her by the universe. Destruction, her emotionless tone, accompanied by a slightly juvenile voice, resonated throughout every corner of the planet. The living beings inhabiting this world paused in their endeavors. Even those embroiled in the fiercest of battles momentarily withdrew from the clamor of war. In unison, they raised their gazes to the heavens. The shattered atmosphere glowed with a purple hue, creating a stunning aurora in the sky. Before long, the earth itself transformed into a shade of violet. A layer of purple mist enveloped all living beings, instilling an inescapable sense of dread. Have we angered the divine? One quivering individual uttered this poignant question. Perhaps it was the last testament of life on this planet. The ground began to crumble, and the sky dimmed rapidly. All that could be seen was the purple energy consuming everything in its vicinity, wearing down, disintegrating, until it finally dissolved into nothingness. In mere seconds, no trace of the planet remained. This line of work is truly unappealing. In the cosmos, the girl gazed upon the planet's demise. Her snow-white hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, and her attire, reminiscent of an Egyptian pharaoh, imparted an air of solemnity. Slowly, she lowered her hand, the purple destructive energy in her palm rapidly fading. It is time to depart. With a soft sigh, the girl's figure vanished into the cosmos, the realm of destruction. At the edge of the universe, a unique space. The girl lay languidly on the grass, her body sprawled in a star shape. She was no longer clad in pharaoh-esque garments, but instead wore a light-colored, strapless pleated dress. Her appearance was relaxed, exuding a neighborly charm. 20 years, the girl counted on her fingers. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball world, she bore the name Bellies for 2 decades as a princess of the Scion race. 5 years prior, she transitioned from a candidate for the God of Destruction to an official God of Destruction, and since then, her appearance had remained unchanged. The shift in gender before and after her journey was of little concern to her. Or rather, it had never been a significant issue. When you traverse to a world where you know your planet will explode in a few years, putting your life at risk, would gender still matter? In a perilous world where one could effortlessly obliterate a planet with a mere wave of the hand, gender pales in comparison to power. I wonder if Jinyu is still alive. Even after all this time, Bellies vividly recalled Jinyu's tendency to throw a tantrum when faced with defeat. However, if Jinyu had not destroyed the planet, the chat group likely would not have awakened. She would not have arrived in this universe, nor become a candidate for the God of Destruction, ultimately evolving into the new God of Destruction by chance. The chat group's system had saved Belliss' life in the final moments of the planet's explosion, transporting her to the current universe, yet it had remained in a perpetual loading state since. Who knows when this will come to an end? Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Chat group, loading successful. Bellies. Bellies sprang upright, her heart racing. What did she just hear? Section 3. The chat group, previously idle, is set to commence work today. Once again, the mechanical voice resonated in her mind. Ding, inviting members. Ding, Elder Spot has joined the chat group. Ding, the unfortunate priestess has joined the chat group. Ding, I am not a spider, has joined the chat group. After 3 consecutive notifications, Bellies took note of the chat group's activity, briefly exploring its functions before her gaze shifted to the newly added members. Well, those are peculiar names. Within the chat group, apart from herself, 3 avatars were illuminated. Bellies sent a message into the chat group. World's first princess. Hey, is anyone there? If so, please respond. I am the group leader, Bellies. My nickname seems rather odd too. Bellies was about to greet the group when her message took a strange turn. Was she truly the world's foremost princess? It seemed that, in this realm, she indeed held the title of princess. After a prolonged silence, no one responded. Ding, the age spot has perished. Bellies. The sudden influx of messages in the chat group left Bellies utterly bewildered. However, what transpired next rendered her speechless. The messages continued to cascade through the chat. Ding. I am not a spider has perished. Ding. The unfortunate which has met her demise. Bellies, in the realm of destruction, gazing at the 3 consecutive messages of demise. Bellies stood in astonishment, her forehead etched with dark lines of disbelief. The 3 individuals had barely settled in before meeting their untimely end. Leader, you are not merely inviting people. You are issuing death notices. Ding, sending a playback of the member's demise to the group leader. Bellies cast her gaze towards a corner of the chat interface. In the previously empty group owner attachments, 3 videos had appeared. Tongzi, you are truly considerate, even providing videos. Bellies remarked sarcastically. Bellies opened the first death playback. The first sight that met her eyes was an exceedingly dim cave. Within sat a gaunt old man. His face etched with wrinkles, his white hair cascading down to his waist, occasionally gasping for breath, appearing quite frail. Obito, during the time before my resurrection, you were the withered elder of Uchiha Madara, seated upon the ground, trembling as you stood up, struggling to project your voice. With your eyes, observe this world filled with despair. You will come to a deeper understanding that only the infinite Tsukuyami can save it. With a soft rip, the old man severed his connection to the outer path's golem. The tubes that had sustained his life force fell to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed violently, his body aging rapidly without the support of the golem, slowly collapsing. Images of his dear friends floated in his mind. 2 youths seated upon a cliff discussed peace and the future. This scene was also recorded by the chat group's playback. The old man's consciousness began to fade. In the years following your death, Hashirama, 3 ninja world wars erupted, each more intense than the last, and the tailed beasts you distributed became instruments of widespread slaughter. You were wrong, Hashirama. Ding. Sensing your strong obsession, we invite you to join the chat group. Who? The voice that emerged interrupted the old man's thoughts, hastening his descent into the abyss of silence. Ding. Your consciousness is on the verge of vanishing. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, we will forcibly bring you into the chat group. Ding. Congratulations on successfully joining the chat group. After watching the video, Bellies was at a loss for where to begin her critique. So, you pulled a nearly deceased person into this chat group just to meet the numbers. Although numerous questions lingered in her mind, Bellies proceeded to open the second video. This perspective is quite peculiar. In a classroom, students listened attentively to the lesson. The video being played presented an exceedingly distorted sensation, as if viewed through a funhouse mirror, with lines and surrounding scenery lacking harmony. Is this group member peering down from the ceiling? Bellies gazed at the nicknames and avatars of the group members. Am I not a spider? So, are the group members spiders? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the energy from the explosion engulfed the entire classroom. A blinding light illuminated the screen. The demise was rather hasty. It is highly probable that they perished in the explosion. Bellies pondered thoughtfully. Such an intense surge of energy could not have arisen from a mere gas pipe explosion. She heard a chime emanate from the screen. Bellies has grown weary of criticizing the system. Surely, it must be that she was pulled in just as she was on the brink of death, only to meet her demise. Bellies directly opened the final death playback. In the video, a woman clad in white and red, dragging her severely injured body, slowly approached her village. The white garment she wore was torn near her chest by sharp claws, blood continuously seeping from the wound, staining her attire a deep crimson. The guardian of the Four Souls jewel? Upon witnessing the woman's cold and ethereal visage in the video, Bellies discerned her identity. As the moments ticked by, the playback reached its conclusion with the demise of the priestess. Bellies had just finished watching the replay when a voice echoed in the chat group. Ding. All members detected as deceased. Emergency measures activated. Binding souls of the members. Binding successful. Ding. Uchiha Madara, Spider Child, and Kagome have joined the chat group. Chapter 3. The provocation of Uchiha Madara. The chat group unveiled the identities of its members. They were none other than the legendary figure from the 5 villages. The formidable Uchiha Madara, the reincarnated Spider Child, a protagonist from a world beyond human comprehension, and Kagome, the devoted guardian of the Shurkan jewel from the realm of Inuyasha. Bellies deftly uploaded the replay of death to the public screen. She cleared her throat softly and entered a message in the chat group. The world's first princess, Welcome to the chat group. I am the group leader, Bellies. Uchiha Madara, what is this chat group? Is it an illusion? The world's first princess. All information regarding the chat group has been transmitted to your souls. You may peruse it at your leisure. After Bellies sent her message, a profound silence enveloped the chat group. Not long after, a flurry of messages shattered the stillness. Spider Child, hey, this platform for interdimensional communication seems quite impressive. Can it assist me? I fear I may soon meet my demise. Kikyo, what has transpired on your end? As the guardian of the Shurkan Jewel, Kikyo had long harbored suspicions that this peculiar chat group was the work of the Shurkan Jewel, yet she could not sense its presence. What perplexed her most was that whenever her consciousness drifted away from the chat, she perceived a vast expanse of white, as if everything around her, save for herself, was in stasis. Thus, when Spider Child emitted what seemed to be a distress signal, Kikyo could not help but probe whether it was indeed the Shurkan Jewel's doing. Spider Child, that's it. Spider Child, upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in a bizarre world, surrounded by terrifying sights, and I witnessed spiders devouring their own kind. She shared a brief video clip with the group. In the footage, countless tiny spiders clustered together, prying open unhatched spider eggs with their legs, voraciously consuming both the shells and the contents within, accompanied by the unsettling sound of crunching. Uchiha Madara, oh, fascinating creatures from another realm. This is quite intriguing. Having perused the messages in the chat group, Uchiha Madara, though skeptical, had a general understanding of its purpose. Upon viewing Spider Child's video, he commented with keen interest. Spider Child, not interesting at all. I have a sinking feeling that matters will only worsen. Kikyo, is this a spider's lair? Spider Child, have you transformed into a spider? As Kikyo observed the playback of Spider Child's demise, the angle of the footage struck her as odd. It should not have been from this location. Thus, Spider Child must have traversed to another realm and metamorphosed into a spider. From the perspective of a priestess, the notion of a soul inhabiting another form was not beyond the realm of possibility. Spider Child, indeed, I have become a spider, despite having once been human. Upon saying this, she sent a panoramic selfie featuring a creature that bore little resemblance to a typical spider, but rather resembled some kind of yokai. Spider Child, world's first princess, is the group leader present? Can you rescue me? It's utterly terrifying here. As an ordinary student, why must she confront such harrowing circumstances? The notion of traversing realms seemed utterly unnecessary. Look, that spider over there just bit off the head of another. How horrifying. World's first princess, regrettably. I am unable to assist you at this moment, but I can offer some advice. The place you currently inhabit is not Earth. It is a realm endowed with magic and a skill system. Spider Child, huh? Not Earth. I thought I had merely crossed into some remote wilderness. But it appears to be a place with such systems. It indeed does not feel like Earth. How terrifying. World's first princess. Spider Child, the system can empower you. Once your strength reaches a certain threshold, you may revert to your human form. Spider Child, human. Is it truly possible to return to being human? Spider Child leapt with excitement, her exuberance a stark contrast to the despair she felt upon becoming a spider. World's first princess, indeed, but you must survive. If you perish, you will not return to human form. Spider Child, I will strive with all my might. Thank you, esteemed group leader. I feel invigorated and determined to reclaim my humanity. Hooray, world's first princess, do your best. In the realm of destruction, Bellies wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Was Spider Child truly socially anxious? She seemed quite lively in the chat. However, one could argue that her social anxiety was merely a self-perception based on her memories. Bellies refrained from divulging too much about Spider Child. If she were to perish, any information shared would be meaningless. Bellies could not guarantee that the chat group would retrieve Spider Child after her demise. In contrast to Spider Child, both Uchiha Madara and Kikyo remained notably reserved within the group. Having gleaned only limited information at the outset, they proceeded with great caution. Suddenly, a new message appeared in the chat window. Uchiha Madara, fascinating, truly fascinating, a platform connecting disparate worlds. I, Uchiha Madara, may once again take to the dance of battle. After a series of inspections, Uchiha confirmed that he was not under any illusions and that he had indeed passed away, his essence residing in the Pure Land. Thus, this chat group was likely a construct beyond even the sage of the Six Paths Hashirama. Your ambitions remain too narrow. Once I fulfill our shared dreams, I, Uchiha Madara, shall ensure my name echoes throughout not only the ninja world but beyond. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara brimmed with martial enthusiasm. His gaze fell upon the last option in the chat group. The group leader undoubtedly possessed unique advantages. Uchiha Madara had no intention of being subordinate to another. In the realm of destruction, Bellies consumed the fruit of the tree of spirits. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Did Uchiha Madara just float away? A message from the chat group arrived. Uchiha Madara has issued you a challenge, seeking to claim your position as group leader. Ding. Due to a system error resulting in member death upon entry, a compensatory method is offered. New members entering the chat group possess the opportunity to challenge the group leader. Should the current leader refuse, the leadership will automatically transfer to the challenger. Friendly reminder, is it not a source of shame to decline a mere member's challenge while seated in the position of group leader? Bellies, has she been looked down upon by the system? If Uchiha Madara successfully challenges, he will automatically become the group leader, while the current leader will be demoted to group administrator. Bellies, feeling a sense of helplessness, casually clicked to agree. Ding. The group leader, the world's foremost princess, has accepted the challenge from Uchiha Madara. The group leader's challenge match will be broadcasted live, ensuring the authenticity and completeness of the event. Spider Child? Kikyo? The pinned message flashing on the public screen left the two group members utterly perplexed. Arena. Bellies and Uchiha Madara were simultaneously drawn into the scene. Standing on a lush green planet, Bellies extended her senses, gathering information from her surroundings. The independent alternate dimension had conjured a planet that appeared strikingly real. The capabilities of the chat group were far more terrifying than she had initially imagined. Feeling the tangible essence of her body, Bellies was certain that this was not her original form. This specially crafted physique allowed her to unleash her full potential without reservation. At that moment, a boisterous voice caught Bellies' attention. Ha ha ha, this is the true sensation of being alive. Uchiha Madara mercilessly bit into his own arm, crimson blood gushing forth, splattering onto the ground. He laughed maniacally, his mouth stained with the remnants of his self-inflicted wound, occasionally letting a mixture of blood and saliva trickle down his chin. Observing this spectacle, Bellies fell silent, unable to suppress her thoughts. The leader of the Uchihas for madmen truly lives up to his reputation, resembling a rabid dog in his madness. Chapter 4. Which adult would take a child seriously? The live stream footage returned to the chat group. The leveling spider, seeking refuge in a safe corner, opened the chat group live stream to watch the duel. However, after just one glance, he was taken aback by a certain individual's flamboyant appearance. Hey, that old man named Uchiha Madara was actually so handsome in his youth, the spider remarked. And the group leader is so beautiful, with her kawaii white hair. But she looks so delicate, one punch might leave her sobbing for a long time. Can she really win? The world's #1 princess replied, Spider, you've revealed your XP. Also, don't fabricate stories about me. I can hear you. The spider panicked, realizing he had spoken too hastily. Group leader, the world's #1 princess reassured him. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Is Uchiha Madara handsome? In reality, he is a submissive. No way, that is hard to believe. The spider exclaimed. Kikyo, what does submissive mean? The world's #1 princess replied, Spider, you explain it to Kikyo. I need to focus on the battle. Spider. In the arena, Bellies swiftly withdrew her consciousness, no longer paying heed to the messages in the chat group. Opposite her, Uchiha Madara, the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, remained silent yet vigilant, his eyes scrutinizing the screen. Gradually, a shadow of displeasure descended upon his countenance. It seemed he had gleaned from the chat group that the spider child had enlightened Kikyo on certain concepts. Mr. Madara, your complexion appears rather grim. Engaging in battle under these circumstances may prove somewhat inequitable. One might fear a refusal to acknowledge defeat should the tide turn unfavorably, though ultimately, such denial would bear no fruit. The teasing voice of Bellies reached Uchiha Madara's ears, nearly breaking his composure. Humph, I am Uchiha Madara. I am not one to shy away from defeat. Madara replied icily. And you dare to challenge me in such attire? The casual, knee-length pleated sundress, accentuated by her snow-white hair, rendered the young girl more reminiscent of a traveler than a warrior. Worry not, I will be careful not to tear my dress. Feel free to attack without hesitation. Bellies responded with a remarkable understanding. You mean to say, Madara retorted, his forehead furrowing in anger, that you believe you can defeat Uchiha Madara without even damaging your clothing? Even Hashirama, back in the day, would not have uttered such audacious words. He had always thought that Hashirama's declaration of not wanting to kill him in the Valley of the End was bold enough. Little did he know, today he faced someone even more insolent. If Mr. Madara wishes to think so, I shall not object. Bellies said, raising her hands in a gesture of indifference. After all, which adult takes a child seriously? This infuriated Madara, for he was accustomed to being the one to deliver such remarks. The tides had indeed turned. I was inclined to go easy on you, he scoffed. In Bellies' words, Madara discerned a significant likelihood that she was well aware of the circumstances surrounding his world. Madara did not strike first, not merely due to Bellies' youthful appearance of merely 15 or 16 years, but rather because he harbored reservations about her. Do not mistake Uchiha Madara for reckless. As a third-party force, the second king of the shinobi world, he had witnessed countless conspiracies and intrigues throughout the decades of shinobi history and among the villages, even if he initially lacked the strategic acumen of Hashirama's brother. Time and experience had more than compensated for those deficiencies, especially considering Madara had once served as a clan leader. His apparent recklessness stemmed from the fact that, with his formidable strength, he could resolve issues through the simplest of means, without the need for cunning. However, Bellies, now the leader of the chat group, was a formidable opponent. It was evident, even to the most casual observer, that this astonishingly youthful girl, appearing no older than 15 or 16, was likely more challenging to contend with than Hashirama himself. Bellies was in no hurry to act. As time passed, Uchiha Madara grew increasingly restless, even under her gaze. He felt an inexplicable pressure, something not even Hashirama Senju had ever made him experience. The tension continued to mount deliberately, as if orchestrated by her. With a sharp cry, Madara formed hand seals, fire release, great fire annihilation. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted, transforming the space before him into a scorching sea of flames. The blistering inferno spread rapidly across the land, racing toward Bellies with overwhelming force. Even a basic fire technique, when wielded by Madara, carried unimaginable destructive power. The flames soon engulfed Bellies' surroundings, swallowing her position like a towering tsunami of fire. The searing heat crackled against the earth, filling the air with an ominous hiss. In the chat group, Komoko and Kikyo witnessed Madara's overwhelming might. Komoko, scary. Did the group leader just get obliterated? Having transmigrated into a spider with a system template, Komoko was aware of supernatural forces like magic. But the sheer scale of Madara's flames surpassed even the terrifying aura of the great mother spider she had glimpsed earlier. Kikyo, Madara is no match for the group leader. As a shrine maiden capable of slaying great demons, Kikyo possessed broader insight than Komoko, though she didn't fully understand Bellies' abilities. She trusted the group leader's knowledge of every member's world. Given Bellies' nonchalant demeanor in facing Madara, Kikyo deduced that her strength far exceeded his. True to Kikyo's words, even Madara, prideful as he was, didn't believe a mere fire technique could defeat his opponent. Madara frowned. Amid the flames, a conspicuous violet spark flickered before rapidly devouring the surrounding fire. In the blink of an eye, the blazing inferno turned entirely purple. What is this unsettling energy? No sooner had he spoken than the violet flames dissipated, vanishing without a trace in less than a second. At the heart of the once raging fire stood the silver-haired girl. Her cream-colored pleated skirt swaying gently in the breeze. Her expression remained serene, untouched by the inferno that had sought to consume her. I see. So this is the composition of chakra. Quite fascinating. Bellies lifted her gaze, her tranquil eyes meeting Madara's in the distance. Mr. Madara, with this level of strength, you won't be pinning me down. The title of group leader remains beyond your reach. That was merely a test. Madara's expression darkened as he clasped his hands together, summoning an even greater surge of chakra. The ground trembled beneath his power. Now, let us get serious. This is Hashirama's technique. Let us see how you handle it. Would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Chapter 5. The bold yet calculated Uchiha Madara. The earth quaked violently as gnarled roots erupted from the ground, twisting and expanding with unnatural speed. The scorched battlefield, still reeking of smoke, was swiftly overtaken by vibrant life. Branches sprouted from the tangled roots, adorned with fresh green buds. Under Madara's chakra, the forest surged toward Bellies with relentless momentum. Watching the encroaching tide of trees, Bellies remained unfazed. Crack! A sapling burst from beneath her feet, coiling around her ankles before creeping upward. Similar to the laws of the Kaishin, she murmured, sensing the feeble attempt to siphon her energy. Given the vast disparity in their power, even days of absorption would be meaningless. But a faint irritation flickered across her face as the vines climbed past her knees. This is going too far. I'm wearing a skirt, you know. The ticklish sensation was peculiar. If she grew accustomed to such intrusions, who knew what might happen in the future. Bellies took a deep breath and softly uttered the word, destruction. Almost the instant her voice resonated, the branches entwining around her ceased their movement. Centered around Bellies, the branches entwined around her legs withered and disintegrated, vanishing swiftly. Subsequently, the nearby lush foliage was eradicated by an invisible force, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Bellies became the epicenter. And all around her, countless towering trees, once verdant and flourishing, visibly transformed into mere specks of dust at an astonishing pace. A gentle breeze caressed Bellies' beige-pleated skirt, causing its hem to sway delicately. "Mr. Uchiha? Is there anything else entertaining, or shall we conclude it here?" Upon hearing Bellies' words, Uchiha Madara seethed with anger. For the second time, the illustrious Uchiha Madara could not fathom why his chakra-manipulated attacks had inexplicably vanished. The unsettling energy that stirred within him remained a mystery. He accepted the extinguishment of his great fire destruction, yet the earth release, birth of trees, a skill acquired from Hashirama, had also been inexplicably depleted in an instant. Despite its ability to absorb formidable energy, play, a singular word inexplicably surfaced in Uchiha Madara's mind. He, Uchiha Madara, was being toyed with like a mere monkey. The battle persisted only because his opponent desired to witness more of his techniques. The fury he felt was enough to distort his very visage. A renowned demon of the ninja world, he had never endured such an indignity. That was merely an appetizer. This time, I shall be serious. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, his gaze steely. "Oh, I eagerly awaited. Best of luck. Perhaps I might inadvertently concede to you, the leader of the group." Bellies extended her hand, gently pressing her index finger and thumb together to form a small gesture. Uchiha Madara was perplexed by the meaning of this sign. Yet he felt a profound sense of insult. He formed hand seals with both hands, and the tomo in his eyes began to spin rapidly, transforming into the shape of the eternal kaleidoscope. A colossal skeletal Susanoo, towering several meters high, emerged from the ground, enveloping Uchiha Madara within its embrace. The immense blue Susanoo exuded a terrifying aura. It extended 4 arms, simultaneously performing the same technique as Uchiha Madara. Heavenly Shockstar. Moments later, the clouds in the sky were pierced, casting a giant shadow upon the earth. Meteorites, vast and imposing, plummeted from the heavens, their rapid descent producing a series of sonic booms. The target of these meteorites was Bellies, who stood beneath the shadow cast by their impending fall. She gazed upward at the swiftly descending celestial bodies, brushing aside the strands of hair that obscured her view, and remarked, "What a magnificent sight." 2 consecutive meteorites each exceeding 250 meters in diameter. However, Madara, have you forgotten that you two are within the meteorite's impact zone? Are you planning to perish alongside me in a tragic fate? Uchiha Madara maintained his aloof expression, seemingly unfazed by the imminent descent of the meteorites. It was bewildering to comprehend Madara's thought process. Logically, after 2 probing attempts, he should not be so reckless again. Could it be that Uchiha Madara, consumed by rage, had burned out his own intellect? Bellies took 2 steps back to the left, evading the attack that surged from behind her, while a gentle breeze tousled a few strands of her white hair. Oh, a sneak attack, it seems. The rebirth of the wheel. A skill of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, this technique is indeed rather intriguing. Upon witnessing Bellies evade his lethal strike, the doppelganger created by the rebirth of the wheel leaped to another position, launching another assault on Bellies. Yet, even with a speed surpassing the previous attempt, she effortlessly sidestepped it. Indeed, she could see through it. The Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes had, at some point, transformed into the Rinnegan. The fact that he could be perceived caught him somewhat off guard. Perhaps I have overly estimated the capabilities of the Rinnegan. The myriad worlds are not limited to the ninja realm. The Rinnegan and the Sage of 6 Paths may not hold much significance in other worlds. The doppelgangers of the rebirth of the wheel continued their relentless assault on Bellies, who refrained from counterattacking, merely retreating or advancing a step or 2, each time narrowly evading the cunning strikes of the rebirth of the wheel, as if she had anticipated her opponent's anticipation. One wonders how mad Mr. Madara would be if the meteorite painstakingly crafted were to land solely upon him. Bellies gently shifted her position, causing the looming specter to miss its mark once more. Bellies did not turn back. Even without looking, she could effortlessly evade the onslaught from the edge of the wheel tomb. Universal attraction. Came the voice of Uchiha Madara from behind Bellies. Bellies sensed a formidable gravitational pull behind her. However, this force had no effect on her, and her body did not lurch towards Uchiha Madara's position. Madara continued to execute his planned assault, a black rod formed from yin-yang release coalescing in his palm, suddenly thrusting towards Bellies from behind. The shadow clones exchanged places, revealing Mr. Band's intentions. With the use of the Reaper Death Seal and the Universal Pull, he aimed to immobilize her with the black rod crafted from yin-yang release. However, your Universal Pull holds no sway over me. Bellies retreated 3 steps and then sidestepped, evading the black rod that Madara had aimed at her. The atmospheric currents in the sky grew increasingly oppressive, and the meteors descended closer to the ground, stirring the earth like a tempest. Is this how it will continue? Are you concerned I might take flight? Yet, if I linger, the meteors might descend upon me, and Mr. Band could very well perish. Bellies discerned Madara's intentions with a single glance. He sought to ensnare her, allowing the meteors to claim her life. Uchiha Madara is rather naive. Humph. Madara chose not to respond to Bellies' remarks, calculating the trajectory of the falling meteors. He launched another attack against her. And it must be said, his martial arts were indeed impressive, his movements remarkably graceful. Yet, no matter how elegant, they failed to land a hit. Just as Bellies evaded Madara's frontal assault, he suddenly vanished. Another positional exchange? Bellies was taken aback, sensing Madara's presence over a kilometer away. It makes sense now. He could utilize 2 Reaper Death Seals. As this realization dawned on her, another Reaper Death Seal that had been lurking nearby began its assault on Bellies. Nevertheless, whether 1 or 2, the magnitude of power and speed posed by them was relatively equivalent for her. Should she evade? The meteors were less than 100 meters away. Would evasion disappoint Madara? However, he likely had further contingencies. After all, he was a ninja from the Warring States period, and after all this time, he should have deduced that merely 2 Reaper Death Seals could not detain her. Moreover, if the Reaper Death Seals were to be retracted, then the 4 Crimson Suns formation. Voices emanated from all 4 directions. Subsequently, purple barrier walls rose simultaneously in the east, south, west, and north. Chapter 6. The Complete Body Susanoo. Quite an intriguing strategy. The 4 Crimson Suns formation sealed off the area within which Bellies might escape from the falling meteors, encompassing the 2 meteors, each exceeding 200 meters in diameter. Maximizing the impact of their descent, Obito had similarly employed a comparable strategy to optimize the Tintail's tailed beast bomb. Bellies glanced at the 4 Red Sun formation, where a would-release clone of Uchiha Madara stood at each cardinal point. Each of these clones commanded a barrier of the formation. The 4 Red Sun formation rose like a rectangular chimney, extending thousands of meters into the sky. Not far from this formation, the true body of Uchiha Madara was even more conspicuous. His complete Susanoo, far exceeding the size of a meteor, enveloped him in a protective embrace, poised as if drawing a blade. Through the azure chakra armor of the Susanoo, a terrifying chakra emanated, swirling around Madara and distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. As expected of a formidable warrior from the Warring States period, he orchestrated his strategies with meticulous precision. Whether through wood release, the Wheel of Rebirth, or meteors, all were mere pretexts for Madara's true lethal move, which lay in the Susanoo hovering above. However, if all your tactics missed their mark, expending such tremendous effort only to strike nothing, Mr. Madara, would you not feel a surge of frustration? I find myself quite curious. The meteors plummeted swiftly, stirring up a tempestuous wind between the ground and the falling stones. Bellies, with one hand pressed against her fluttering pleated skirt and the other shielding her eyes, combed through her disheveled hair, tousled by the fierce wind. In truth, I should conclude this battle now. However, I still have matters to clarify regarding the chat group, and it seems, Mr. Uchiha, that you two are holding back. Thus, let us indulge in this a little longer. Kikyo and Spiders are still intently observing the competition within the chat group. Through this medium, they are afforded a vantage point akin to that of a cinematic experience, witnessing the most breathtaking scenes unfold. Spider mused, "How remarkable. If only I could become so formidable." Having escaped from the spider's lair, she now found herself pursued by an array of peculiar monkeys. Even amidst the peril of her life, Spider remained engrossed in the battles unfolding in the arena. She envisioned herself hurling meteorites at the monkeys chasing her, scattering them into disarray, while her experience points surged upward with the delightful chimes of success. However, this distraction nearly cost her dearly, as she almost lost her grip on the wall with her web, teetering dangerously close to plummeting into the menacing horde of monkeys. Startled, Spider clung desperately to a protruding rock on the cliff, narrowly avoiding her demise. Trembling with fear, she felt all 8 of her legs quaking in response. In contrast to Spider, Kikyo remained composed. Unlike Spider, she did not engage with the group chat, while the leader, Bellies, eluded her understanding. She could at least analyze Uchiha Madara to a certain extent. Madara's prowess might very well rival that of Inuyasha's father, the once mighty ruler of the western lands, Inateisho. Can a human truly attain such strength? Kikyo was uncertain about the power dynamics of other realms, yet she recognized that she could not stand against Uchiha Madara. Humans possess limits. Even if hailed as the strongest priestess, Kikyo was acutely aware that, without the special efficacy of her purification powers against yokai, she had little chance of victory in a fair fight against a formidable demon. In terms of strength, speed, and reflexes, humans are entirely outmatched by yokai, let alone the more fearsome greater demons. Kikyo found herself astonished by Uchiha Madara's combat prowess, for he was indeed human and yet exhibited no inferiority to the great demons. As for Belis, was she truly human? As a wild priestess who does not serve the divine, she was not entirely ignorant of the nature of divinity. The enigmatic aura surrounding Belis evokes a sense of divinity. Kikyo speculates that Belis might indeed be a deity, one far more powerful than the gods venerated by priestesses, deities reliant on incense and faith for their strength, yet dwarfed by the might of this higher being. In the arena, the first meteor crashes to the ground, sending violent tremors across the surface for dozens of kilometers. The speed of the meteor's descent is staggering, resulting in a flurry of debris upon impact. This debris, sharp as daggers, ricochets within the boundaries of the Four Red Sun Formation, slicing through all existence contained within. Moments after the first meteor's fall, the ground begins to stabilize. However, a second meteor, nearly identical to the first, strikes the same location with ferocity. The previously calming terrain quakes violently once more, the intensity of the tremors increasing as if a great earthquake has struck. Boom. The second meteor obliterates the first into countless fragments. The barrier formed by the Four Red Sun Formation reveals a web of intricate cracks following the impact of the second meteor. It is not that the formation lacks the power to maintain its stability, but rather that Uchiha Madara has dispelled all his wood-clone techniques, causing a depletion of energy necessary for sustaining the formation. Undoubtedly, Madara no longer requires the Four Red Sun Formation, for he has amplified the energy of his Susanoo to its utmost limits. The complete form of Susanoo, towering at 400 meters, blots out the sun, nearly matching the combined diameter of the two meteors. The right hand of Susanoo, gripping the hilt of a blade, begins to move slowly. The blue chakra, compressed to its zenith, gradually emerges from its sheath. The blade, now revealed to the air, casts an oppressive atmosphere over the sky. With a single stroke, the essence of destruction manifests. As the blade sweeps through the air, it instantaneously drains the surrounding atmosphere. The piercing light of the sword generates a deafening sonic boom as it slices through the air. With a resounding crash, the Four Red Sun barrier shatters completely, and the meteors, wrought by celestial forces, disintegrate under the onslaught of the blade. The meteoric fragments are engulfed by a terrifying energy, leaving no trace behind. In the distance, towering mountains are cleaved in two, their scorched surfaces exuding a fearsome aura. Spider Child, how terrifying. Kikyo, indeed. Both Spider Child and Kikyo are rendered speechless by the spectacle before them, especially Spider Child, who has never witnessed such brutal combat. The gash spanning thousands of meters across a mountain hundreds of meters high is akin to slicing tofu, merely a residual effect rather than the direct target of the attack. As for the meteors, the combined height of 400 meters is reduced to mere dust, barely a remnant of their existence under Madara's devastating strike. Spider Child, leader. Are you still there? Trembling, Spider Child gulps nervously. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara breathes heavily, maintaining the complete form of Susanoo. The previous strike was nearly his full power. Yet he does not believe it will suffice to eliminate Belis. No announcement of victory resonates within the arena. Madara remains acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Are you tired, Mr. Madara? Madara is startled, quickly pinpointing the source of the voice with his Rinnegan. Upon seeing Belis, the disbelief in his expression is palpable. Unharmed, this is impossible. The girl stands serenely atop the blade of Susanoo, clad in a beige pleated skirt, her long, snow-white hair billowing in the wind. She appears untouched, her garments pristine. It seems Mr. Madara is quite surprised, Belis remarks, teasingly observing the astonishment etched on his face. Despite her meticulous calculations, the outcome bears no fruit. Even Mr. Madara, it seems, cannot maintain his composure. You possess space ninjutsu. Madara grits his teeth. The only explanation for how Belis evaded danger without disturbing the Four Red Sun Formation. Well, that interpretation isn't entirely incorrect. It does indeed relate to space. Bellies replies with a faint smile. To put it simply, I can execute spatial jumps within the range of my perception. So, Mr. Madara, your strike was in vain. Madara, hearing Bellies' jest, is suddenly reminded of a certain white-haired individual associated with spatial abilities. Space capabilities, white hair. He scoffs, recalling the malevolent Shinji Chapter 7. Uchiha Madara's desperation. Mr. Madara, I know you're quite upset right now, but please, try to remain calm. Our battle was destined to conclude this way from the very beginning. With this understanding, doesn't it become a bit more bearable? The words spoken by Bellies nearly provoked Uchiha Madara into a frenzy. The outcome was inevitable. How daring you are to speak. In a fit of rage, Madara laughed mockingly. His Susanu's azure arm gripping the sheath, causing the chakra within to tremble slightly, transforming it into a magnificent blue katana. With a swift motion, he swung the cerulean blade forcefully towards Bellies' position. Mr. Madara, are you still unwilling to concede? The flash of the sword illuminated the air, accompanied by a surge of formidable chakra ahead of the Susanu. Just as the blade was about to cleave Bellies in two from behind, her figure vanished with a swift motion. In the next instant, she gently landed atop the back of the swinging sword. Despite the Susanu's rapid movements, she remained perfectly still at the tip of the blade. Truly, the Susanu, passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, displayed both impressive offensive capabilities and an exquisite appearance. However, as Bellies spoke, her tone shifted suddenly, leaving one to wonder about her defensive prowess. The figure of Bellies vanished once more, dashing towards the location of the complete Susanu wielded by Uchiha Madara. Sensing imminent danger, Madara manipulated Susanu to defend itself. One strike, two strikes. The dual blades of Susanu swung with astonishing speed, yet each time they neared Bellies, she deftly evaded them in a manner both perilous and intricate, igniting a smoldering frustration within Madara. Damn it, it was so close. As Bellies approached the protective shield of Susanu, Madara swiftly formed hand seals, invoking fire release, dragon flame, too slow. The sound echoed just as the words left his lips. The formidable shield of Susanu, designed to safeguard its user, bore the brunt of the assault. Crack. Several fissures appeared on its surface. This is bad. Madara's expression shifted dramatically. Abandoning the hand seals, he summoned the full potential of his Sharingan, striving to extract every ounce of ocular power. The super almighty push gathered all repulsive force in one direction. Boom. At that instant, the protective shield of Susanu shattered. An incomprehensible wave of force surged forth. This is impossible. The repulsion generated by the super almighty push was instantly suppressed by the oncoming air wave, offering no resistance whatsoever. Well, Madara violently coughed up blood. The back of his complete Susanu exploded, creating a gaping hole. His body was propelled backward, and after a few seconds in the air, he crashed heavily to the ground, the immense inertia causing him to roll several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. The complete Susanu disintegrated, having lost Madara's sustaining ocular power. The spot where Madara landed formed a shallow crater approximately 7 to 8 meters wide. Cough, cough, cough. Madara pressed one hand against his chest, continuously spitting blood. The crimson armor he wore became tattered from the friction with the ground. The chasm between her and me is utterly vast. Madara had never envisioned that someone could merely extend a finger and lightly flick, casually compressing air to unleash an air cannon capable of obliterating what was deemed the strongest defense, his very own complete Susanu. If someone had told him before that the complete Susanu was so feeble, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Now cough, cough. Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he possessed Hashirama's cells. Otherwise, he would struggle even to stand. Defeat, a complete and utter defeat. There was not a shred of hope for victory. No, perhaps if he could flawlessly harness Hashirama's power, there might still be a glimmer of opportunity. Death in the arena did not equate to true demise. This was the insight Madara gleaned from the arena's rules, which was also why he had not intended to hold back from the very beginning. Bellies descended gracefully from the heights, standing at a considerable distance from Uchiha Madara. Mr. Madara, are you ready to concede? Bellies spoke with a calm demeanor. Humph. I, Uchiha Madara, know only victory and defeat. I have never known surrender. Madara spat out a mouthful of tainted blood and stood tall. I have one final move. If you can withstand it head-on, I shall acknowledge you as the strongest. Is that so? Bellies replied with a faint smile. While I don't particularly care for titles such as the strongest, I shall reluctantly oblige your request. I will remain within your attack range and will not resort to instantaneous movement to evade. You may unleash your assault without worry. Bellies cast a reassuring glance at Madara. Very well, Madara replied with a hint of pride. Though it may be somewhat underhanded, I see no alternative. Bellies casually executed spatial jumps, yet found it rather distressing that her most powerful strike could not land on anyone. It was reminiscent of a previous encounter when she had been attacked by Uchiha Madara, only for him to disregard her completely and retreat to the sidelines to observe. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara once again activated his complete Susanoo. Are you planning to rise from where you fell, seeking to regain your dignity through Susanoo? Bellies inquired with evident intrigue. Humph, do not engage in verbal sparring. The main act is yet to come. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together. Would release, would golem technique. The earth trembled violently, and moments later, a colossal figure made entirely of wood emerged from the ground. Hashirama, unite with me. Madara bellowed, invoking the Susanoo. Beast struggle. The azure chakra emitted by Susanoo spread methodically across the wooden giant, enveloping it in a layer akin to armor. Susanoo encasing a wooden giant? Bellies observed the quaking earth beneath her, a hint of amusement dancing across her features as she watched Madara's new technique take form. How intriguing. You certainly know how to entertain. However, it seems you are currently devoid of sage techniques. If memory serves. Uchiha Madara's sage abilities were pilfered from Hashirama Senju after his reincarnation. Madara's countenance betrayed signs of rapid vitality depletion. Had he performed some sort of sacrifice? Bellies pondered. Her understanding of chakra limited to its fundamental principles, leaving her perplexed by the intricacies of its application. The once raven black hair of Uchiha Madara began to turn gray at an alarming rate, while wrinkles creased his face. Susanoo has successfully enveloped the wooden giant. Yet Madara's life force continued to diminish geometrically. This is the ultimate technique unique to me, Uchiha Madara. The ground quaked incessantly, with the surrounding air thickening. Madara clasped his hands, panting heavily. Sage art, beast struggle, true thousand hands. The colossal wooden figure became the fulcrum as the thousand-handed Buddha ascended. The blue armor of Susanoo rapidly enveloped the outer layer of the Buddha statue, which, now soaring nearly 1,000 meters high, exceeded 1,200 meters in height post-armor application. Each hand of the Buddha radiated a faint blue sheen reminiscent of scales, transforming the previously plain figure into something truly magnificent. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara's weary, aged visage could not conceal his overwhelming battle spirit. Prepare yourself, he roared, his voice hoarse yet powerful. True thousand hands, ascending Buddha. The wooden giant began to move, bearing the immense Buddha statue upon its shoulders. The earth reverberated with a thunderous sound as the ground quaked violently, drawing ever closer to Bellies. The sight of Susanoo encasing the wooden giant was indeed impressive and intimidating, eliciting a rare expression of admiration from Bellies. Well then, perhaps I should take this a bit more seriously, she remarked, slowly closing her eyes, wisps of ethereal energy beginning to manifest around her. Within the protective shield of Susanoo, Madara noticed Bellies' actions. To dare close your eyes in the face of my and Hashirama's power. How audacious. He coughed, laughter mingling with fury, nearly devoid of vitality. He struggled to catch his breath, coughing several times to clear the obstruction in his throat. Humph, if that is the case, then I shall seize the position of leader. The towering Buddha erupted with a terrifying surge of chakra. Surrounding the statue, a myriad of arms, now adorned in blue from Susanoo's armor, manifested an imposing presence. 1 arm, 2 arms, 3 arms, the fists formed from the palms and began to rain down. Countless fists descended like bullets, all aimed towards a singular target. Bellies stood firm as a myriad of fists descended toward the ground, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Boom, 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 thousands of arms ceaselessly swung and struck the earth with fervent force. Uchiha Madara, wielding the Rinnegan, orchestrated this multitude of hands in an effort to capture Bellies' elusive presence. Gradually, beads of perspiration began to form on Madara's aged visage. Is this a feat achievable by mere mortals? The pupils of the Rinnegan constricted to almost a singular point. Even so, it could barely grasp the fleeting remnants of Bellies as she evaded. A fist surged toward her head with tremendous force. Bellies subtly shifted her position, evading the punch that grazed past her. Almost immediately, a second fist lunged at her from the side. Bellies gracefully leaped aside, effortlessly evading the whistling onslaught. Even the fists that approached from behind seemed to be anticipated by her, as she deftly sidestepped with minimal effort. Despite the reinforcement of Susanoo, the relentless barrage of fists pounded the ground, often striking the same spot with a devastating rhythm, resulting in mutual destruction as the 2 arms collided. The area under the assault of Shinjuku's 1,000 hands was littered with countless shattered wooden limbs, debris scattering in all directions. Yet, the densely packed, heart-stopping array of razor-sharp wooden spikes remained utterly ineffective against Bellies. With her eyes closed, Bellies evaded each attack in a manner that appeared almost miraculous, as if she had anticipated the trajectory of each strike. Could the Sage of Six Paths accomplish a similar feat? Uchiha Madara expressed skepticism. If Bellies were to obliterate the true 1,000 hands with absolute power, he would not be particularly surprised. However, the fact that she did not retaliate at all, that each of her evasions and landings remained within the assault range of the true 1,000 hands, was astonishing, no matter how dense the onslaught or its residual impact. Not a single hair on her head was harmed. The true 1,000 hands endured for nearly 20 minutes. The arms, unable to withstand the relentless barrage, continuously shattered and fractured. Uchiha Madara maintained the form of the wooden man Susanoo, though the colossal statue behind him had suffered complete destruction, leaving only bare, jagged stumps. The landscape, spanning several dozen kilometers, lay in ruin beneath the explosive devastation of the true 1,000 hands. Madara's expression darkened considerably as he gasped for breath. How could it be that you are unscathed? The true 1,000 hands, which had imposed such immense pressure on him, was still unable to inflict any damage, even while bolstered by the full power of Susanoo, far surpassing the might of the great Buddha at the Valley of the End, yet failing to graze her. Mr. Madara, please do not say such things. You have indeed injured me. A calm voice reached his ears. What? Madara was taken aback. Weary, he turned to gaze at the palm of Bellies' right hand. There is no need for such astonishment. In terms of strength, you are quite formidable, she interjected before he could respond further. Gazing at the two pristine white strands of hair that lay quietly in her palm, Madara's expression darkened to a deep scowl, leaving him momentarily speechless. Are you mocking me? He ground out through clenched teeth. How dare you claim to have wounded me? My Susanoo, with such grand and sweeping techniques, is not intended for a mere haircut. I am merely stating the facts. I had no intention of insulting you, Mr. Madara, Bellies replied, looking up at him. You seem quite enraged. Would you prefer I demonstrate more explicitly how great the gap between us truly is? Madara furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I intend to defeat you in a manner that you would recognize, she clarified. Madara's Rinnegan pupils constricted, and he replied coldly, if you believe you can do that, then by all means, give it a try. Even in certain defeat, my pride will not allow me to show weakness. Rest assured, this will conclude swiftly. In her palm, the two white strands of hair danced gently in the breeze, drifting away into the distance. Bellies slowly lowered her raised right hand and took a deep breath. It has been a considerable time since I last adopted this posture. Perhaps I have become somewhat unaccustomed to it. The cascading strands of white hair gently lifted in the air. A faint yet oppressive aura emanated from Bellies, radiating in all directions, even within the Susanoo. Uchiha Madara distinctly sensed the terrifying energy that exuded from Bellies. The powerful waves of energy churned, transforming into a raging storm that relentlessly spread outward. The Buddha statue ensnared within the Susanoo was subdued by the aura released by Bellies, causing even the chakra sustaining the Susanoo to waver in stability. Under the encroaching pressure of the energy waves, the statue retreated repeatedly until it finally came to a halt several dozen meters away. Around Bellies, a golden aura ascended. The ravaged surface of the earth, imbued with the energy radiating from this aura, formed concentric circles of resplendent golden ripples, cascading down to her waist. Bellies' snow-white hair transformed gradually into a brilliant gold at the tips. Her delicate visage, complemented by her cool violet eyes, emanated a formidable energy that erupted suddenly from her core. Chapter 9. The Super Saiyan with Violet Eyes. Such terror it was. The colossal Buddha statue, under the control of Uchiha Madara, began to retreat incessantly, despite the 1,000-meter-tall figure being reinforced by the Susanoo. It crumbled at a visibly accelerated pace under the onslaught of the rampant energy. With a cry, Madara coughed up blood once more. The aged features of his face betrayed a flicker of fear in his eyes. Possessing the Rinnegan and harnessing the power of all existence, he felt a tremor within his very soul for the first time. Not just his body, but even his essence seemed alien. Akin to a fragile boat adrift on a tumultuous sea, perilously close to capsizing, small and helpless. Even his consciousness appeared to congeal. Madara watched helplessly as the immense Buddha statue, enveloped by the Susanoo, was penetrated by the expanding golden energy, which stripped away its defenses, layer by layer, with a brutal inevitability. Ultimately, The true thousand-handed Buddha was reduced to splintered remnants, cascading to the ground. Madara himself fell, barely managing to control his descent. Gasping for breath, Madara's weathered face glistened with perspiration, and his once lustrous hair was now a disheveled mess, a testament to the life force he had overexerted. With great difficulty, he raised his gaze towards Bellies, who remained enveloped in her ever-expanding golden aura. The energy seemed to deliberately avoid Madara's vicinity, flowing around him. Even the proud Uchiha had to concede that his control over energy paled in comparison. Coughing, he acknowledged the insurmountable power that far exceeded that of the Sage of Six Paths. Though he had never encountered the sage, Madara instinctively felt that even if the sage were to rise from his grave, he would not stand a chance against this seemingly youthful girl, who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, perhaps unable to withstand even a single strike. The girl emanated a golden aura, her ascendant presence dazzling even under the scrutiny of the Rinnegan. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from view, only to reappear before Madara. Her violet eyes, cold and unyielding, looked down upon him as he knelt, one arm supporting his frail form, his vitality waning. Gazing at her impassive expression and the unwavering depth of her violet eyes, Madara summoned all his strength to utter, "You have won." Yet, Bellies displayed no hint of elation. Slowly, she raised her right hand, palm directed towards the now defeated Madara, who was on the verge of being teleported away. Her palm hovered less than half a meter from his forehead. Destruction. Before Madara could utter another word, his body began to dissolve rapidly, disbelief etched across his features. First his legs, then his torso, and finally his head, as if being erased by an unseen hand. Ultimately, Madara's existence faded entirely from the sight of those present. Having dismissed Madara, Bellies exited the arena, and the live broadcast abruptly ceased. The battleground vanished, leaving Kikyo and Spider in stunned silence, struggling to process the overwhelming shock. Their minds lingered on the image of the girl with resplendent golden hair, radiating an aura of extraordinary ferocity. A small lock of golden bangs fell across her forehead, slightly obscuring her eyes, yet failing to conceal the intimidating, endless indifference reflected in her violet gaze. "Is that old man Uchiha Madara still around?" Spider asked, her voice trembling, unable to dispel the image of the golden figure from her mind, causing her entire being to quake. If Uchiha Madara's formidable power had left her in awe, then the unparalleled strength displayed by Bellies was nothing short of terrifying. Even from behind the screen, she felt a palpable resonance. Was it merely an illusion? She recalled the moment Bellies transformed, when the very surface of their planet trembled. Madara did not respond to Spider's inquiry, and the chat screen fell into a profound silence. Could it be that our leader has killed the old man? But the arena's rules state that death is not an option, Spider pondered, deliberately recalling the rules of the arena, yet her words lacked conviction. Bellies is the group leader, while Uchiha Madara is a member. Are the rules only applicable to the members, with no effect on the leader? When a person is killed, they die. If killed by the leader, does that mean they truly perish? The spider child, embracing herself with her 8 spider legs, curls her body into a ball. Surrounded by the warmth of the spider silk woven into a nest, her emotions gradually stabilize. The world's foremost princess, Uchiha Madara, is not dead, spider child. Your voice suggests you are afraid of me. Spider child? Huh, he is not dead? Kikyo, his profile is still illuminated. The two shift their focus to Uchiha Madara's profile picture, where his pale-haired, elderly visage remains bright, showing no signs of disconnection. However, Uchiha Madara remains silent. In the world of Hokage, in a realm of purity, even in a state of mere soul, Uchiha Madara seems to tremble. On one hand, he feels the terror of his soul and body being gradually erased, losing all sensory perception. On the other hand, he experiences exhilaration. He feels that irresistible tremor in his heart. Even Hashirama, in the face of such power, feels as insignificant as an ant. How terrifying it is. A hint of distraction appears in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Unlike during their initial confrontation, when he could not sense the energy traces of leader Bellies. Perhaps due to the disparity in their levels, he only became aware when Bellies proclaimed her victory over him, transforming into a figure radiating golden flames. Her straight white hair gradually morphs into gold, and her once soft strands become sharply defined. The shift in her aura is stark, contrasting her demeanor before and after the transformation. Although he cannot ascertain which state of Bellies is stronger after her transformation, she emanates an essence reminiscent of his own awakening of the kaleidoscope. Of course, this is merely Uchiha Madara's conjecture. Regaining his focus, Uchiha Madara envisions the chat group in his mind. The myriad worlds and the formidable powers within them are indeed captivating. Concerning his recent defeat, and the fact that he was obliterated by the leader without even exiting the arena, Uchiha Madara is unconcerned. He is a warrior, not one to shy away from failure, as long as he can triumph next time. Moreover, he is not dead. Rather, he still possesses consciousness, does he not? Uchiha Madara types into the group chat, "I am still here. I kindly ask a member not to mourn." After the previous battle, Uchiha Madara gradually integrates himself into the chat group, no longer speaking from a position of superiority, regardless of how one perceives it. The chat group presents an opportunity for him. Chapter 10, Uchiha Madara, above all others. Spider Child, the old man Madara is still alive? I thought Kikyo. Indeed. I felt the same way. The oppressive sensation from the scene of Uchiha Madara's erasure, even from behind a screen, feels almost tangible. The world's foremost princess, it's likely due to my transformation. That form affects my personality to some extent. To put it simply, it is somewhat akin to when Mr. Madara activates his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, are you referring to negative emotions? The world's foremost princess. You may interpret it that way, if you wish. Upon returning from the arena, Bellie's consciousness re-enters her body. After inspecting her physical condition, she discovers no residual traces of having transformed into a Super Saiyan, indicating that she did not utilize her own body in that space. Furthermore, it has not impacted her current self in any way, since becoming a true god of destruction. Bellie's has not transformed into a Super Saiyan. The transformation of a Saiyan conflicts with the destructive power obtained from inheriting divinity, potentially altering her personality. Until she completely overcomes this issue, she has no intention of casually attempting to become a Super Saiyan. Previously, due to being in a different space and the chat group having constructed her body, she decided to experiment. But it seems the consequences of the transformation are more severe than anticipated. Initially, she only intended to test the strength of the arena space. However, after transforming, she ended up killing Uchiha Madara, testing whether the chat group could revive him. Although the distinction may seem negligible, it indeed affects her character. Indeed, I am utterly incompatible with the warrior race. The messages in the chat group pull Bellie's back to reality. Uchiha Madara, wait, I suddenly thought of a question. Leader, did you intend to bypass the chat group's rules to kill me? Uchiha Madara is not foolish. Piecing together the leader's explanations and the visceral experience of his body and soul being erased, he arrives at a chilling inference. The more he contemplates, the more plausible this deduction seems, especially given the indifferent look in Bellie's purple eyes, as if she regards him as refuse. The world's foremost princess, you've discovered my secret. Madara, this is quite troublesome. Should I silence you? Uchiha Madara, Kikyo, Spider Child, the world's foremost princess. Just kidding, Mr. Madara. Rest assured, I had no intention of eliminating you before my transformation, nor now. As you can see after my transformation, under my full assault, you remain lively and well. Uchiha Madara, I believe you're evading the issue, and I have evidence. Ding. Uchiha Madara has been promoted to group administrator. Cheers. Uchiha Madara, a hush fee? Is this not conclusive evidence? The world's foremost princess, ahem. In any case, the previous incident was an accident. The current situation reflects my true self. Just forget about the personality I exhibited after the transformation. The world's foremost princess. What do you say, Mr. Madara? Uchiha Madara, as for you, the world's foremost princess, please call me by my name. Referring to me as Mr. makes me feel as if I might be sold out one day. Uchiha Madara speaks from the heart. In front of someone who could effortlessly crush him, he can no longer maintain arrogance. He still has dreams and the peace of the ninja world to uphold. He must endure. Hashirama truly understood the essence of a ninja from the very beginning. It is to endure. The world's foremost princess. All right, what do you think, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara, are we at an impasse, then? Can't we change the subject? Upon acquiring the status of group administrator and comprehending the privileges that accompany such a role, Uchiha Madara found himself reluctant to defy the group leader. After all, defeat equates to a loss of rights, and having previously challenged the leader's authority, his demise in the arena could be deemed a consequence of his own actions. Moreover, his soul still remained intact. Uchiha Madara, ahem. I too believe that the group leader is as amicable as Hashirama. How utterly absurd that he, a formidable figure in the shinobi world, could utter such insincere words without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness. After the misunderstanding between Bellie's and Uchiha Madara was resolved, the chat group fell into a state of silence. Kikyo preferred not to speak, while Uchiha Madara was engrossed in exploring the newly acquired administrative privileges. As for Spider Child, she was preoccupied with leveling up, a matter of utmost importance. After a considerable period of quietude, Uchiha Madara broke the silence. Princess of the world, esteemed group leader. Are you aware of the events unfolding in my realm? The Princess of the world replied. Are you referring to the Ten Tails or your Moon Eye plan? Uchiha Madara responded. Indeed, you are well informed. May I inquire how much you actually know? The Princess of the world explained. Upon your entry into the chat group, I, granted the authority of the group leader, am able to glean a general understanding of the established past and future of the members' respective worlds. This refers to the predetermined events that would transpire had you not joined the chat group, albeit only a fraction of the entirety. Bellies did not divulge to Uchiha Madara the entirety of the members' world, filled with anime and such. Rather, she elucidated from an almost omniscient perspective akin to that of a chat group. No one wishes for their existence to be merely a comic. Uchiha Madara, did my plan succeed? Is the ninja world on the brink of everlasting peace? His voice trembled with excitement, as the notion of peace in the ninja world had become his obsession. The world's first princess, it has succeeded, yet it has also failed. Uchiha Madara, what do you mean? The world's first princess, someone has betrayed you, and it is none other than the person you trusted the most. Uchiha Madara, who is it? He found it utterly inconceivable that the individual he held in such high regard could be the traitor. The world's first princess, wouldn't it be rather dull to reveal the truth now? It would be far more intriguing for you to seek it out upon your revival, especially since you have your own resurrection plans. Uchiha Madara, this person is insufferable, yet I cannot overpower her. In the realm of the destroyers. Bellies severed her consciousness from the chat group. The peace brought forth by infinite Tsukuyami made her shake her head. Who can guarantee that the world in which one exists is not a utopia crafted by a superior civilization? She refrained from disclosing the truth of infinite Tsukuyami to Uchiha Madara. Regarding Madara's so-called infinite Tsukuyami, Bellies held reservations. If a person has lived in a fabricated world since birth, the imprints they leave in that illusion become the reality of their existence. The distinction between truth and falsehood is not always as clear-cut as one might think. Just like her current world of Dragon Balls. Can she truly assert that her present reality is genuinely existent? Might it not be the creation of some unscrupulous author who has ensnared her within their fabricated realm? Chapter 11. 2 new members. Susanoo is acceptable, though somewhat superfluous for me. In her battle with Uchiha Madara, Bellies garnered a wealth of inspiration, including simulating the structure of chakra through her own principles. What? How is that possible? Pray tell, if a deity possesses foundational combat capabilities exceeding 1 trillion, how could they fail to replicate the degraded energy wielded by a mere creature with a power level below 1,000? It would be akin to a university student failing to pass a primary school final examination. One would truly question whether they have squandered decades of existence. The yin-yang attributes of chakra bear a striking resemblance to the principles of destruction and creation, albeit as a result of degradation to an unfathomable extent. Bellies effortlessly dismissed the towering complete Susanoo that enveloped her, descending gracefully to the ground. It would be an exaggeration to claim she had gained nothing. Rather, it was a modest victory, one that brought her a semblance of solace. The emergence of the chat group proved to be somewhat beneficial after all. She immersed her consciousness into the chat group. A look of astonishment crossed Bellies' face. 2 new members had joined the group? Researcher X4869 and the Abyss Princess of the 11th section. Upon glancing at the displayed avatars of the 2 individuals, familiar images surfaced in Bellies' mind. Having lived for 20 years in this world, her memories had grown clearer after ascending to divinity. How intriguing it turned out to be them. Researcher X4869. The girl with brown hair was a significant supporting character from an anime about a certain Grim Reaper elementary student, originally named Shiho Mayano, who was known as AI Hybra after her transformation. As for the other individual, a traveler from Genshin Impact, a master of quests in the Teyvat continent. The nickname seemed off. Wait, the Abyss Princess? Just as Bellies pondered this, a chat group connecting countless worlds existed in Teyvat. How could such a phenomenon exist? The innocent face of the girl in a golden dress exhibited a puzzled expression. Was TA system or chat group something only found in novels? Naturally, she was aware of the so-called golden fingers in certain novels. She felt no immediate malice. The girl murmured, submerging herself in her consciousness to browse the chat group's content. Her eyes widened, and a simple expression adorned her face. At that moment, Abyss Mage suddenly appeared. The mage crawled respectfully behind the girl and spoke, "Your Highness. The plan to convert the East Wind Dragon into a war weapon has encountered unexpected obstacles. Withdrawing her awareness from the chat group, the girl's naive expression vanished, replaced by a calm demeanor tinged with coldness as she glanced at the abyss mage behind her. Is it the wind god? Is he going to reclaim his crown for this dragon? No, it wasn't him. That unreliable deity would intervene. We already have countermeasures in place. The obstacle to our plan comes from your blood relative. The moment the abyss mage finished speaking, the girl's pupils dilated. Scenes of her interactions with the traveler flashed through her mind, even memories of battling the enforcers. She transformed into an afterimage, rushing towards the location indicated by the abyss mage. In the ruins of the wind dragon, the traveler, Kwong, engaged in a fierce battle with the treacherous. Her brother, Ing, stood on the highest cliff, hands resting on his knees, gazing down at the familiar figure below. After a moment, Ing averted her gaze, showing no desire to meet her brother. She turned to the nearby ruin guard. Farewell at the end of our journey, brother. We shall reunite, but not now. Standing in the immense palm of the ruin guard, Ing recalled the chat group she had recently joined. Perhaps we still have better options. This unexpected occurrence should inspire me differently. Once matters here are settled, brother, we shall seek a new homeland together. In the world of Detective Conan. The brown-haired girl dismissed the Grim Reaper elementary student who accompanied her to school. As the student looked on in confusion, the girl dashed around the corner. Her current name was AI Hybra, but that was of little importance. What truly mattered was the sudden voice that had echoed in her mind moments ago. Do you wish to truly live? Then join us. Yes or no? Just as AI Hybra was puzzled and considered waiting to ask a certain detective beside her, the mysterious voice resonated in her mind once more. Ding. Due to your prolonged inactivity, the system defaults to your choice to join the chat group. AI Hybra? Subsequently, she felt a buzzing in her head as strange information flooded her mind. The contents of her memories became increasingly lucid. This knowledge, which did not belong to her yet felt intricately etched into her consciousness, made the former scientist, Shiho Mayano, now AI Hybra, realize that such bizarre concepts were beyond the capabilities of contemporary science. She quickly sought an excuse to dismiss Adagawa Conan and found a secluded spot to examine the information thoroughly. However, the more she attempted to recall and investigate, the more incredible it seemed. Magic? Monsters? Chakra? Was this a joke? Yet she understood this was no jest. What's wrong, Hybra? At some point, Conan had appeared beside her, wearing a look of suspicion. Do you believe in magic? AI Hybra asked a bewildering question that left the Grim Reaper elementary student flabbergasted. Conan, what are you talking about, Hybra? I'm a materialist. I believe in science. How could magic possibly exist? He stared with wide, fish-like eyes, having rushed over, initially believing something was amiss with Hybra. And this was the result? Kudo, do you consider Acts 4869 to be scientific? Conan suddenly froze. This was a technological product. He found himself unable to refute the notion of being shrunk down after consuming a drug. A high school student weighing over 100 pounds, reduced to a petite elementary student, surviving without any side effects, was entirely inconsistent with the law of energy conservation. Regarding Acts 4869, the initial research was actually about the elixir of immortality. How could such a thing exist? As Conan attempted to counter Hybra's fanciful ideas, he recalled his own transformation into a child, which, in a sense, could also be deemed a form of alternative immortality, leaving him speechless. So, Hybra adjusted her bangs. Hybra, you've been acting quite oddly since earlier. Conan avoided the topic, knowing that if he acknowledged the drug he had taken had such effects, he would truly fear continuing his investigation into the Black Organization. One could only imagine how deep the waters were for an organization researching such matters. You should head to school. I'm feeling a bit unwell today, and we'll head back. Leaving Conan with her back turned, Hybra departed. Hey, Conan, filled with confusion, glanced at his watch, realizing he was running late, and ultimately, curiosity lost to reality. Once he confirmed that Adagawa Conan had walked far away, AI Hybra leaned against a nearby tree, letting out a long sigh of relief. Detective, I just revealed something quite extraordinary to you. In the organization, it isn't just Jin who is active. Their presence is nearly felt throughout the entire world. Hybra brushed away the chaotic thoughts in her mind and immersed herself in the chat group. She had just received a piece of information from the group administrator that piqued her interest immensely. Even if this were a deal with the devil, she was willing to give it a try. Researcher X4869, Uchiha Madara, the ability to resurrect life, is what you just mentioned true? AI Hybra's body trembled slightly, her heart racing in her chest. Resurrection, sister. Uchiha Madara. This feature will be available once the chat group levels up. As the administrator, Uchiha Madara gleaned a considerable amount of information from the privileges afforded to him within the chat group, particularly regarding his keen interest in the matter of resurrection. After all, being deceased himself and harboring plans for revival naturally piqued his curiosity. With the group leader, Bellies, offline, Uchiha Madara found himself compelled to assume the role of welcoming the new members. Consequently, he seized the opportunity to paint an enticing vision for the newcomers. Having once held the esteemed position of clan leader, the art of embellishment was second nature to him. Thus, he casually shared his aspirations for the future of the chat group. This newcomer, bearing the moniker APS4869, fell effortlessly into his web, while Uchiha Madara diligently fulfilled his responsibilities. A certain white-haired creature, the group leader, quietly surfaced. She refrained from interjecting, instead choosing to remain submerged, perhaps occasionally releasing a few bubbles. Indeed, such a proud individual as Uchiha Madara would willingly act once persuaded. Chapter 12. The Fire Dragon Connection. Uchiha Madara eloquently expounded upon the intricacies of the group to the new member. Bellies quietly joined the conversation. World's first princess. Oh, I was merely away for a moment. And already 2 newcomers have joined the group. World's first princess. Greetings to you all. I am Bellies, the administrator of this chat group. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Not long after Bellies finished speaking, the individual posing the question appeared on the screen. Researcher X4869, the world's foremost princess. Earlier, the administrator mentioned that the chat group has the ability to resurrect the deceased. Is this true? Could you elaborate on how it is achieved? Uchiha Bito, having recently assumed the role of administrator, found that the permissions granted to him did not provide extensive details regarding such acts of resurrection. Upon learning certain information from Uchiha Bito, Hybra AI immediately initiated further inquiries upon seeing the group leader online. The world's foremost princess is the person you wish to resurrect your sister? Researcher X4869. How did you know? Hybra AI was taken aback. She had indeed mentioned wanting to resurrect someone, yet she had never disclosed within the group that the individual was her sister. The world's foremost princess, do not be concerned. I am not affiliated with any nefarious organization. Once you join the chat group, the trajectory of your life, both past and future, will be captured to a certain extent. The world's foremost princess, of course, the past and future refer to what has been recorded prior to your joining the chat group. Researcher X4869. I see. The world's foremost princess. The purpose of the chat group is to better alter the predetermined future and even amend the regrets of the past. Naturally, if you seek to obtain formidable power, that is also within reach. Abyss Princess, power you say? World's foremost princess, group leader, are you truly powerful? In Tevat, as the Abyss Princess ruling the Abyss, Ing harbored a profound desire for immense strength, especially since she was destined to confront the heavenly principles. The world's foremost princess, different worlds adhere to different laws, and the manifestation of power varies accordingly. It is quite challenging to make comparisons without engaging in genuine combat. In my own world, I would say my abilities are rather commendable. Bellies spoke ambiguously, yet Ing refrained from further inquiry, maintaining a considerable vigilance towards the chat group. The world's first princess. A new member inquired about resurrection. The world's first princess. I would like to clarify that upon reaching level 3 in this chat group, the trading system will be activated, and the answers you seek shall be therein. The world's first princess. There are 2 methods to upgrade the chat group: the activity level of its members and the number of members. The world's first princess. APS4869. Do you have any further questions? After a moment of silence on the public screen of the chat group, a message appeared. Hybra AI. No, thank you, group leader. At some point, Hybra AI had changed her nickname to her own name. Resurrection in Tevat. Meanwhile, Ing was peering at the chat group's information, murmuring to herself, in many worlds, discussions surrounding resurrection often touch upon forbidden subjects. To speak of it without reservation suggests that the group leader's power may surpass even that of celestial order. However, in the next moment, a warning message from the chat group sparked a look of confusion on Ying's face. Other members? Ding. Life-threatening danger detected for member Spider. Life force rapidly declining. Following this notification, the live feed of the chat group was activated. Spider. Help. Help. I'm going to die. The scene revealed an area inundated with extreme heat from molten lava. Spider lay on a protruding rock, distanced from the lava, gasping for breath, her abdomen severely injured, and several of her legs missing. Blood oozed continuously from her wounds. It was evident that the health bar above Spider's head had plummeted to a critical level. Kikyo, Such severe injuries. Uchiha Bido, have you encountered a formidable foe? Hybra AI, is this also a group member? The world's first princess. Where are you now, Spider? Surrounded by lava? Given the severity of Spider's injuries while in the lava zone, could it be that the half-destroyed fire dragon, which was struck into the lava by Spider's mother, is involved? Spider, the group leader has finally appeared. I urgently seek assistance. In the original narrative, Spider was always alone, but now that she has joined the chat group, she instinctively reached out to the influential group leader, hoping for any means of aid. The world's first princess, is it the fire dragon, Rindo? Spider, oh, you know about it too? This creature is utterly despicable, continuously tormenting me due to its overwhelming attributes. The fire dragon spewed flames towards Spider, who promptly leaped to evade. She sprang onto a nearby stone floating above the lava. Hybra AI, a fire-breathing dragon. Spider, yes, it's that very dragon. I have no idea how I offended it. It attacks me mercilessly at first sight. I am so weak and pitiful. Must it bully me so? The world's first princess, Spider. I can transfer a portion of my power to help you eliminate this fire dragon, but are you certain you wish to receive my assistance? Especially under the watchful eyes of others? Spider, is there truly surveillance? Lately, Spider had sensed a presence observing her, yet upon closer inspection, found nothing amiss. The world's first princess. The one watching you is the developer of your current numerical system, the very being who brought you into this world. She is a deity. You know. Spider, really? I thought the numerical interface was created by you, group leader. I had no idea it involved deities. I'm just a frail spider. Why must I endure such hardship? Under the gaze of a deity, she wished to evade such scrutiny. The world's first princess. I can assist you. But should we be discovered, you might find yourself subjected to dissection. Spider, group leader, can't you overpower the foe? The world's first princess. I have not fought it. I cannot say. The chat group can only transmit a fraction of my power. If I were to fail, you would undoubtedly bear the consequences. Spider, then I shall resolve this myself. A fire dragon versus a deity capable of creating systems. It's obvious which is the easier foe to confront. At the very least, this fire dragon appears to offer some glimmer of hope. Spider had previously suspected that someone was monitoring her. This was why, even amid battle, she chose to communicate continuously within the chat group, maintaining a facade of composure to avoid detection. Chapter 13. Spider's Crisis and the Destruction of the Divine Realm. Bellis observed the scene within the chat group. The battle between Spider Child and Fire Dragon continued to rage fiercely. The already weakened Fire Dragon, under the relentless assault of Spider Child, began to bleed profusely. Amidst the smoke of the searing lava, a scent reminiscent of roasted meat wafted through the air. However, the disparity between the attributes of Spider Child and Fire Dragon was ultimately significant. Should she intervene? Belli's eyelids fluttered, her heart filled with hesitation. As the leader of the chat group, she possessed the authority to project a certain level of strength into the world of her members. Yet, she had her reservations. While she could assist the Spider Child, it would likely provoke a backlash from the malevolent deity D, who had transported the Spider Child to the present world. Neither the interest in the Spider Child nor in her position as the chat group leader was what Bellis desired. She felt uncertain about whether her projection could match the opponent's power. At that moment, the battle between the Spider Child and the fiery Dragonlian duo had reached a fever pitch. The live broadcast of the chat group showcased the fierce contest without reservation. Spectacular spells and thrilling maneuvers heightened the adrenaline rush. If Lian Duo was akin to a stationary artillery, then the Spider Child embodied the agility of an assassin, deftly evading attacks and steadily depleting the dragon's health and magical reserves. Uchiha Madara remarked, a commendable battle instinct. Even the proud Uchiha Madara could not suppress a note of admiration. Kikyo observed, this fire-breathing dragon possesses strength akin to that of a great demon. Clearly worried about the Spider Child's predicament, two newly joined members were captivated by the unfolding battle. Shiho Maeno watched intently, musing, if I could master even one such spell, I would no longer fear Jin. Then she shook her head, dismissing the impractical thought. Setting aside the fact that the world of the Spider Child has an inexplicable system interface, what is this magical value? Do I possess such a thing? No. Then how could I learn? As everyone contemplated the live broadcast, the Spider Child seized an opening to unleash a powerful spell. Abyssal magic, Gate of Hell. An ancient, decayed square stone door slowly rose from the lava, soon standing at the heart of the molten flow, near the dragon. By the time Lian Duo realized the peril of the ominous gate, it was too late. The colossal door creaked open, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors within. Roaring, the dragon attempted to thwart the gate, to destroy the source of its imminent doom. However, the gate's overwhelming gravitational pull not only drew in the surrounding lava but also consumed Lian Duo's gathered magic in an instant. Blood from the dragon's wounds, too, was irresistibly drawn in, swirling rapidly toward the gate. Minutes passed, and the yawning chasm of hell began to close. The once lava-filled area was left in smoldering ruin. A charred wasteland. Lian Duo's massive form remained still, seemingly untouched by the gate, yet its life force was nearly extinguished. Meanwhile, Lumen sat atop the peak of Qingyun, contemplating her plan to seal the Liue's side, while leisurely watching the chat group's livestream. The spider child's prowess surprised her. To Lumen, Lian Duo was not particularly formidable, far inferior to Tulin. After all, she would forsake Tulin for her brother. How could she be concerned about a mere dragon? Yet, the abyssal magic employed by the spider child intrigued her, for it emanated a faint sense of danger when the gate opened. Once I inquire about the rules of different worlds, utilizing them will still be troublesome, she mused. Understanding the abyssal power took considerable time to master. Oh, I must become more familiar with everyone in the group to fully exploit their potential. With hope for the future, Lumen whispered to herself, one day, I shall stand over you, celestial principle. The spider child's narrow escape from the dragon's wrath presented an enthralling spectacle for the chat group's members. Uchiha Madara commended, Spider child. You have impressed me. You remind me of my former self. Madara, you actually acknowledge me. The spider child exclaimed. Indeed, in the battles I have faced, none have matched the grandeur of yours, save for my encounters with Hashirama. Your composure, calmness, and fearlessness in the face of danger demonstrate an exceptional grasp of the situation. It was hard to fathom that the one called Spider Child had once been an ordinary student in a mundane world. In such a brief time, she had evolved into a competent warrior. Eh? Madara, was that not your battle with the group leader? Who is this Hashirama? The mention of Hashirama sparked the Spider Child's curiosity. Could he have been Madara's partner? Surely not. That was too far-fetched. Let us not dwell on the past. Those encounters hardly qualify as battles, Madara replied, his expression darkening. It was clear that he had been the one utterly outmatched, which hardly constituted an exciting duel. The Spider Child chose not to converse any further, for time was of the essence. The recent invocation of abyssal magic had caused the cave to tremble ominously. With all her might, she dragged the vanquished dragon to safety. She pondered whether the dragon would be delicious, licking her lips in anticipation. The dragon meat must be delicious. I would love to try it, the abyssal princess remarked. Do you want to eat a dragon? Shiho Mayano's incredulity was palpable as she observed the spider child's expression and the words of another group member who had joined alongside her. Yes, quite delicious. I once devoured a dragon that was not as formidable as this one, yet its flavor was exquisite, the spider child responded. Dragons? We seem to have none here. But there are two reckless ones who feasted on a large fox's flesh, Madara recalled, thinking of the information returned by White Zetsu regarding the golden horn and silver horn. Just as the spider child was about to savor her meal, an unusual space coalesced. A man clad in black armor, a helmet adorned with two sharp black horns, and bearing fierce red eyes emerged from the forming void. He glanced at the dragon's corpse, bound tightly by spider silk, before fixing his gaze on the spider child and speaking in a tongue she could not comprehend. Who is this guy? I can't decipher what he's saying. Do you know? She messaged, not expecting a reply. However, the group leader, fluent in dragon language, was idly translating for her online. The world's foremost princess said, Spider child. This dragon questions whether you serve under Ariel and why you attacked his kin. If you are not in her service, you shall perish here to atone for his kind. Atone? A dragon. This is entirely inhumane. How can he even be considered a dragon? The spider child protested. Your focus is rather peculiar, the princess replied. Eh? Wait. Does that mean he intends to kill me? The realization struck the spider child, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Please, great dragon. I truly had no idea this fire dragon was your kin. He was attacking me, and I was forced to retaliate. She pleaded, pointing at the dragon's corpse. Indeed. I am merely exercising justifiable defense. Within the realm of divine destruction, upon hearing the pitiful pleas of the spider child addressing Chiu Lai, and revealing the identity of the latter as a dragon, Bellies wore an expression of utter exasperation. What a fool. She silently lamented the futility of her prior words, hoping they had not reached the ears of the malevolent deity D. Otherwise, the likelihood of her rescuing the spider child would be drastically diminished. Should the malevolent deity D choose not to intervene, she would undoubtedly have to take action. At the current level of the spider child, there was no conceivable way to evade the administrator's assault. As expected, amidst the barrier of language, the administrator Chio Lai could not comprehend a word spoken by the spider child. Raising his hand, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, seeking vengeance for his kin. Chapter 14. An encounter with the malevolent deity D. Observing the menacing demeanor of her opponent, the spider child began to sweat profusely, gesticulating fervently and shaking her head. Stop. Stop. Let us converse amicably. Great leader of the group, please come to my rescue. Someone seeks to slay me. The world's foremost princess reassured her. Fear not, spider child, I shall intervene. With the leader's response, the spider child felt a sense of relief. Though the cold sweat continued to trickle down her forehead to her chin, the thought of retaliation had crossed her mind. Yet being locked by an unseen energy made even the slightest movement arduous. Watching the towering figure opposite her, a radiant beam of light emanated from his palm, directed towards her, sending her spirit plummeting as she instinctively closed her eyes. Great leader, if you do not arrive soon, the charming little spider shall meet her demise. Cease your fretting, I have arrived. With a gentle flick of her finger, Bellies captured the beam aimed at the spider child, compressing it into a spherical orb of light. Following this, she snapped her fingers, causing the orb to dissipate into shimmering motes that gracefully descended. How impressive! The spider child opened her eyes just in time to witness Bellies effortlessly condensing the attacker's beam into a ball the size of a ping pong, casually obliterating it. She could not help but swallow hard. Chapter 14. The threat of mortal attack. The imposing figure of Chio Lai spoke in a language the spider child could not comprehend, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. How troublesome, this language barrier, Bellies remarked, casually tapping the air before her. In a short span, the spider child, who had previously struggled to understand Chio Lai's words, now found herself comprehending them. Great leader, what sorcery is this? The spider child inquired, puzzled. It is merely a small, bidirectional translation device. Nothing too remarkable, Bellies replied without reservation. Such a contraption exists? But great leader, you did nothing but tap the air. The spider child expressed her bewilderment. At a certain level of power, it becomes quite simple to create convenient little devices. Enough, Bellies interjected, raising her hand to silence the spider child. Fixing her gaze upon the armored Chio Lai, she smiled gently. I intend to keep this little spider safe. You have no objections, I trust? And who might you be? Chio Lai's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated that a mere girl in white attire could so effortlessly thwart his attack, whether or not he had exerted his full strength. Nor could the systems of this planet uncover her identity. Whiteweave's friend, does that answer satisfy you? Whiteweave. Chio Lai's brow furrowed, recognizing the name of the spider. Great leader, who is Whiteweave? I am not Whiteweave. My name is Rui Jisai, the spider child stated, confused as to why her leader had misnamed her. Ah, I must have forgotten. Whiteweave, or Little White, will be your future name, Bellies remarked with a nonchalant chuckle. What? No, that cannot be. Oh, a future name. How intriguing. However, I find myself more curious about your name, outsider. At that moment, a rectangular smartphone fell to the ground. The instant the sound echoed, Chio Lai's serious demeanor shifted slightly. She evidently recognized the source of the sound. The spider child, startled by the unexpected noise from the phone, instinctively recoiled towards Bellies. Who? What person? The deity who brought you to this world. I previously mentioned you should be familiar with them. The spider child, in a frenzy, began flailing her 8 appendages, utterly aghast. Is that the very deity the great leader claimed she might not be able to contend with? With a swift motion, Bellies tapped the spider child on the forehead, her expression darkening. Do not speak so openly. I have my pride too. I apologize, the spider child stammered, realizing her blunder. Great leader, may your reign be eternal, invincible across the cosmos, and unite the realm. Stop speaking. I fear I might lose my patience and end your existence, Bellies replied, exasperated. Understood, the spider child shivered slightly. Bellies extended her finger and gently flicked it. Not far away, a smartphone resting on the ground flew toward her. Receiving the phone, adorned with a red edge, Bellies spoke softly. It is a pleasure to meet you, the overseer of this universe, the malevolent deity D, or perhaps I should say, Ra A Lai. Names are merely labels. No need to dwell on them. The voice emanating from the phone interrupted Bellies, though she seemed disinclined to continue her discourse. I've saved the little spider. Is that acceptable? Belize's words were succinct yet profound. That won't do, she replied. I have high hopes for this little spider. Her future name will be Bai Shi, correct? Then I shall call her Xiao Bai, for I truly believe in her potential. The phone continued with a distinctly feminine tone, since you are aware of my circumstances. You must also comprehend the little spider's identity. Therefore, does this mean an increase in payment? Indeed, replied the voice of the malevolent deity D, calm yet unhurried. She refers to you as the group leader. How about inviting me into your group? The deity D continued. I am quite intrigued by your method of traversing universes. This is not a matter of equivalent exchange. Belize narrowed her eyes. I can extend an invitation, but not at this moment. How about after Bai Ji becomes human? Become human? You dare to dream such a thing? Or have you glimpsed the future and possess great faith in her? The notion of becoming human implies ascension to divinity. The malevolent deity D was fully aware of the spider's identity, and this knowledge sparked a moment of surprise. Do you not wish to witness it? You have undertaken considerable efforts to bring the spider over. Perhaps in the past, but now I find you more intriguing. The surrounding space trembled slightly, and then a portal coalesced. Upon seeing the girl standing at the threshold of the portal, Belize chuckled softly. If a negotiation fails, do you intend to resort to force? Is that wise? You should realize that I am merely an energy projection. Even if you were to defeat me, what significance would it hold? Furthermore, you may not even prevail. In truth, Belize was not overly concerned with the malevolent deity D. Transmuting the life of one planet to another and creating a planetary system was within her capabilities. However, as this was the universe where the spider resided, she was reluctant to antagonize such a deity. The upper deity, D, emerged, donning a cat-faced mask, causing Qiu Lai to tense up entirely. No one understood better than he the terror of this capricious upper deity. To Qiu Lai, the malevolent deity D acted solely on whims. He did not anticipate that in merely seeking to eliminate a little spider that had slain a member of his kin, he would become entangled with an unknown powerful deity in the malevolent D. Had he known the little spider had such a formidable background, he would never have ventured into this murky waters. Qiu Lai was genuinely concerned that the malevolent deity D would obliterate the planet. He held profound affection for the planet of his origin. Even if D chose not to destroy it, a confrontation between these seemingly equal deities could prematurely end its existence. Chapter 15. The transaction between two deities. Why does this girl, no, this deity, wear a mask? The little spider hid behind Belize, cautiously peeking out at the somewhat familiar figure across from her, her voice filled with confusion. Because she is your classmate and wishes to remain unrecognized by you. What? The little spider gasped in shock, her expression one of disbelief. No, that can't be. A deity attending school? That's absurd, akin to a billionaire resorting to street begging. Who are you? The little spider trembled as she pointed a spider leg at the figure. Ruo Yi Ji say, do you care about my identity? The malevolent deity D spoke in her characteristically sharp tone. Not in the slightest, the little spider replied, frightened by D's presence, as she withdrew. Enough. Do not frighten Bai Ji. You wouldn't want me to reveal your name, would you? Belize said with an exasperated expression. It's all right, compared to Xiao Bai. I am far more concerned about your existence, D replied nonchalantly. Is that truly acceptable? This is your universe. If anything were to go awry, the loss would be yours. Observing the powerful aura gradually rising from the figure opposite her, Belize cast a sphere of white light over the little spider, imbuing it with energy to ensure her safety. Ugh! Qiu Lai appeared unable to withstand the intensifying energy permeating the entire space, struggling to support his body with his hands on the ground. Just as before, he could not sense the presence of the malevolent deity D. They existed in entirely different dimensions. Yet, his body instinctively reacted. Even his most prized dragon-scale armor felt feeble beneath D's aura. Hey, that dragon is your subordinate. Do you not care about his life or death? Belize casually tossed out a sphere of light, which pierced through the oppressive aura released by the malevolent deity D, striking Qiu Lai directly. Instantly, the weight that had burdened Qiu Lai vanished completely. He gasped heavily, fatigue evident as he lifted his gaze towards Belize, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Why bother? After all these years, this foolish creature has made no progress whatsoever. I have shared with him the most effective methods to address the issues of this planet. Nearly spelling it out, yet he remains a simpleton. For beings of equal standing, even the malevolent deity D rarely offers explanations. What is he afraid of, do you not know? Belize rolled her eyes. With such a wretched temperament, how could Qiu Lai, being a straightforward dragon, dare to defy him even a step further? It is simply his foolishness. The malevolent deity D scoffed. So, you have brought in some irrelevant individuals from other planets? Based on the circumstances of the original work, Belly surmised D's intentions. It was out of kindness, the malevolent deity D replied, as I offered them a chance to live, and if their strength is sufficient, they could indeed return to their former world. You truly dare to claim that, when you yourself do not believe that Spider could achieve it, let alone others? I have already given them the opportunity. The malevolent deity D paused, and do you not also fit that description? D sensed that the power of the other was quite similar to his own. Both were planetary cleaners governed by the laws of the universe. Indeed. I seem to lack the authority to criticize you, Belly shrugged. Although the cosmic rules differ among various universes, the tasks performed are fundamentally similar. As a destroyer god over the years, Bellies has been diligently engaged in the organization of cosmic planets, primarily to enhance the overall value of the universe. Occasionally, in an effort to bolster the strength of a particular planet, akin to bestowing wealth upon the deserving, she would cast methods of tempering one's energy and utilizing mental strength into remote mountains and forests, leaving them for those fated to discover them. Due to these actions, Bellies is now 100% certain that her universe's overall value surpasses the assessment made by the High Priest during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. Bellies took a deep breath. Since the evil deity D wished to engage in battle, she found no reason to decline. It was impossible for her to remain here indefinitely. Safeguarding the Spider Child. The violent force of destruction surged forth from Bellies, its epicenter anchored in her being. The formidable energy instantaneously rebounded the oppressive aura released by the evil deity D. The latter staggered back a couple of steps, her feline mask betraying no emotion. Yet her tone revealed a hint of astonishment. I did not anticipate encountering a being of such strength from another universe. Simultaneously, she was enveloped in a shroud of gray energy, gradually pushing the tension between the two adversaries to a central point. The clash of their energies erupted in a cacophony, creating a terrifying rift in space at the center where they stood. This rift continuously devoured everything in its vicinity. However, under the constraints of their respective rules, the rift's consuming range was limited, sparing the entirety of the surrounding space. The Spider Child, shielded by energy, trembled with her hands clutched to her head. Meanwhile, the other, also protected by Bellies' energy, Chiolai, displayed a mixture of dread and disbelief in her eyes. The evil deity D was, astonishingly, at a disadvantage. Although unable to sense the energies of either party, compared to Bellies' calm demeanor, the energy released by the evil deity D seemed to carry an undertone of uncertainty. Beyond the cosmos, Chiolai murmured, could it be that my vision has been too narrow? She had overheard the words of the evil deity D. Grasping something elusive, yet failing to comprehend it entirely. Was her effort to protect the planet she called home misguided? Your strength surpasses my expectations, the evil deity D spoke. Her voice now devoid of its previous sharpness, replaced instead by a tone of neutrality tinged with surprise. This voice bore a resemblance to that of the Spider Child. How does it stand, as I previously suggested? Bellies inquired. It is agreeable, the evil deity D replied after a moment of silence, nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, both parties retracted their released energies, and the rift in space between them began to heal gradually. The rift had been mended using the cosmic rules by the evil deity D. Otherwise, it could have lingered for decades or even centuries. The disparity in power between those who wield the cosmic rules and those who do not is profound. The actions of the evil deity D also bore a semblance of intimidation. With mere strength alone, I cannot surpass you, but I can enhance my abilities. Bellies did not contest this assertion. Indeed, had the evil deity D employed the cosmic rules to bolster herself from the outset, it would have been nearly impossible for Bellies to prevail unless her true form were to intervene. Let us deliberate in detail regarding the matter of Baiji. How about we venture into the cosmos? The evil deity D proposed. Agreed, Bellies responded without hesitation. Certain matters were indeed unsuitable for the Spider Child's current awareness. The two vanished from sight amidst the gaze of onlookers, leaving the Spider Child and Chiolai exchanging bewildered glances. Simultaneously, the protective energies surrounding them began to dissipate. That brother dragon, your gaze is unnerving. Do you still intend to harm me? The Spider Child quivered, her voice tinged with concern. I would not dare, Chiolai replied, feeling helpless. You should be aware of who stands behind you. Before long, Bellies and the evil deity D returned once more. Little White, I have conferred with your classmates. You are now safe. Are you happy? Bellies gently cradled the little spider in her arms. Oh, leader, what did you discuss with the dark deity? The spider inquired cautiously, fearful that a careless remark might provoke the leader, leading to her being crushed in an instant. Nothing of consequence, merely a suggestion for you to have a smoother journey ahead. Individuals like Chio Leo, who cannot be detected by the system, will no longer pose a threat to you. The spider noticed that the leader's form appeared to be fading significantly, indicating her imminent departure. Anxiously, she implored, "Great leader, could you possibly allow me to return to my human form? Being a spider is quite troublesome. That is not feasible. For it is part of my agreement with the deity. To regain your human form, you must find a way on your own. I can offer some guidance. If you manage to evolve a small spider to its final form, there is a chance of restoration to humanity. Furthermore, skills akin to the 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues, which are similar to divine powers, should be learned if available, as they will greatly benefit you. Is that so?" The spider responded, somewhat perplexed. "Now that the matter is settled, I shall take my leave." The energy essence of Bellies transformed into scattered starlight and vanished. Meanwhile, the malevolent deity exchanged no further words with the spider child, instead taking Chio Lai away, seemingly to convey some urgent instructions. Chapter 16. The vibrant and beautiful maiden over 500 years old destroys the divine realm. Sitting cross-legged upon the grassy ground, Bellies gradually opened her eyes. The confrontation with the malevolent deity surprisingly advanced my mastery over the forces of destruction. Bellis brushed off the dust from her attire and rose to her feet. "I find myself amidst the destroyers. I should not be at the bottom." Bellies is acutely aware of her limitations. Compared to those deities of destruction who have existed for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, her own time dedicated to mastering destructive powers is but a mere fraction. However, she distinguishes herself significantly from those conventional gods of destruction, for she possesses the unique ability to cultivate the creative powers of the Kaishin. This remarkable facet has even astonished her mentor, the former god of destruction. It is a universal law that no god of destruction can harness creative powers, just as no Kaishin can wield destructive forces. Furthermore, the emergence of the chat group has unveiled a broader realm beyond her world, allowing her to acquire the power to negate existence itself. Speaking of which, the Abyssal Princess remains rather wary of her. Do different circumstances indeed forge disparate personalities? It is a thought worth pondering. The Abyssal Princess, who wields the powers of the abyss, cannot possibly share the same demeanor as a naive blonde traveler easily swayed by others. To hold the position of authority is to bear its burdens. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for a leader of such a force to exercise caution. Belly shifted her attention to the chat group. The world's foremost princess inquired, "Why is it so quiet?" Although there were only a few individuals in the group, it seemed rather unusual for such an extended silence to prevail. Bellies flipped through the group chat history. Most of the conversations among the members ceased shortly after the spider's live stream ended. The topics of discussion mainly revolved around a few questions. How formidable is the group leader? What is the cosmic administrator? However, it seemed that no answers were forthcoming, and the discussions eventually fizzled out. "Spider, hey, the group leader is online. Splendid. We have so many questions to ask. World's first princess, what do you wish to inquire? I can answer anything within my capacity, but, Spider, how did you handle that dragon?" Spider, wasn't it meant for consumption? Group leader, do you desire it? World's first princess, no, I was merely asking. I've had dragon meat before. It's nothing extraordinary. Besides, she is neither from the 6th nor 7th universe, where the two gluttons would fight over instant noodles. I, Bellies, am a genuine deity. Spider, my apologies. I accidentally devoured it all. I'm uncertain how to transmit the dragon meat to you. Spider wished to find a method to transfer items within the chat group. But after searching thoroughly, she found nothing. Reluctantly, she resigned herself to solitary indulgence. Yet, the more she feasted, the more exhilarated she became, even gaining experience points. What a delight. Chapter 16. Embracing the philosophy of better to burst than to starve, Spider, in a brief span, reduced a colossal fire dragon to mere bones. Spider, the dragon meat is delectable. If only I could consume a dragon every day, I would wake up smiling in my sleep. The notion of consuming a dragon daily left Belly speechless. World's first princess, Spider, are you not afraid of becoming a roasted spider? Do you know what the dragon named Cholia is renowned for? Spider, renowned for? World's first princess, he is the dragon god of the dragon race. If he were to overhear your earlier remarks, Spider, dragon god? Shouting about eating dragon meat in front of the dragon god? Spider slapped her forehead. The imagery too vivid, and she dared not contemplate further. Perhaps, instead of feasting on dragon meat, her tiny spider body would end up skewered on a spit. World's first princess, I have an agreement with the abyssal god D, which includes Cholia. he cannot act against you lightly. However, Spider, do not be too reckless. Such as claiming you will eat a dragon every day. World's first princess. Of course, if you wish to eat, Chilya would not take your life, at most. He would pluck a few of your spider legs to use as smoked meat. Spider. That sounds rather ruthless. Bellis, do you not feel that consuming a dragon every day is rather extreme? Moreover, how could one so diminutive devour a creature that dwarfs them by hundreds or thousands of times within such a short span? Is a spider's stomach somehow a fourth-dimensional pocket? Despite her grievances, Bellis noticed a message from another participant on the screen. Ing? Changing her nickname to her real name, has her vigilance diminished? Ing, as the world's foremost princess, I wish to inquire with the group leader about their understanding of deities. Having traversed countless worlds with my brother, I have witnessed many wonders. Yet the concept of deities still eludes me, as different realms define divinity in varied manners. World's first princess, Ing. I did not expect you to be the first to relent. I thought it would be Uchiha Madara who posed this question first. Uchiha Madara, I intended to inquire but was unsure of how to articulate it, and besides, the content from the previous streams revealed far too much that I do not comprehend. Ing, is it permissible to seek clarification? If not, world's first princess, there is no prohibition. In fact, I am somewhat surprised to explain the concept of divinity to you so soon. However, since the evil god D has appeared, I suppose it is acceptable to discuss it in advance. World's first princess, Ing, you and your brother have traversed many worlds, during which you have encountered various deities. In essence, you could be considered a deity yourself. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara observed the messages on the chat screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Abyssal Princess, a deity? Is that golden-haired girl a being more powerful than he? After witnessing the clash between evil god D and Bellis, Uchiha Madara fully retracted his pride. His own strength seemed rather inconsequential. He was merely astonished that among the two new members, one could be a deity. What then? Is the Abyss mentioned in the Abyssal Princess's profile? Curiosity piqued, Uchiha Madara clicked on Ing's avatar, revealing a brief introduction to her world. The information was not particularly enlightening, only mentioning that the Abyss is not to be gazed upon directly. World's first princess, Uchiha Madara. Did you not claim to be researching Ing's background while harboring doubts about your own strength? Uchiha Madara. No, I am Uchiha Madara, unafraid of anything. World's first princess. Oh, let's assume that is true. Uchiha Madara, you have no faith in me, do you? Do not presume I am unaware. World's first princess. In the world of ninjas, you, Uchiha Madara, are indeed regarded as a deity among ordinary ninjas. Hybera AI. Does the group leader imply that a deity refers to an individual possessing extraordinary powers? In other words, someone with abilities beyond the reach of mere mortals? Although the world of Conan seemingly lacks extraordinary beings, as an exceptionally intelligent scientist, Hybera AI quickly grasped the essence of the group leader's statement. World's first princess. That interpretation is permissible. Definitions of deities vary across different realms, making them difficult to clarify. Typically, they are associated with strength and longevity. For instance, Ing. A youthful beauty with a baseline age of 500 years would be considered a deity or immortal among ordinary people in Teyvat. Ing. Chien Peak. A hashtag appeared on Ing's forehead. A youthful beauty is sufficient. Why at a baseline of 500 years? Does that imply I am aged enough to become a grandmother? Uchiha Madara. 500 years? You appear completely ageless. Hybera AI. It is hard to believe that someone could live for such an extended period. Yet, even without overwhelming power, one who survives for so long might be regarded as a living fossil. There is a saying Hybera AI refrained from voicing. Those who have lived for 500 years yet lack sufficient strength to protect themselves are more likely to find themselves subjected to dissection in a laboratory. Chapter 17. The work of a god of destruction. Ing. Why do you all concern yourselves with my age? Is not the group leader's age even greater? Ing felt flustered. Despite her status as the Abyssal Princess, she was rather sensitive about her considerable age being the subject of jest. World's first princess. Apologies. But I am 20 this year. Ing, you must be joking. Uchiha Madara. Impossible. Hybera AI. 20 years raised to the nth power, wherein equals infinity. Spider. I might forever believe the group leader. Spider's speech was fragmented, as if she were taken aback. World's first princess. I have a remarkable teacher, coupled with my diligent training, which has allowed me to ascend to divinity at such a young age. Is that not astonishing? Ing. Kikyo. World's first princess. Everyone is primarily interested in information about deities, which is why I have only now realized that the group leader seems a tad narcissistic. World's first princess. I was merely jesting. Rest assured, I will disclose all the information you seek. World's first princess. However, I speak the truth. I am but 20 years old, unlike a certain youthful maiden. Ing. Speak as you wish, but why involve me? Nevertheless, the unreliable group leader, after jesting about herself, finally returned to the matter at hand. World's first princess. My position as a god of destruction stems from my teacher, so I could be said to inherit his divine status. Uchiha Madara, god of destruction? Ing. Inherit? World's first princess. To put it simply, deities can be broadly classified into two categories: those possessing immense strength and longevity, revered by others, and those constrained by certain limitations or rules governing their divine status. World's first princess. For example, in Kikyo's world, there are deities sustained by faith and offerings, whose powers often derive from their followers. At times, they may need to assist their followers in fulfilling wishes to maintain their strength through belief. World's first princess. Alternatively, in the Teyvat continent where Ing resides, there are the earthly 7 rulers governed by the Sky Islands. World's first princess. The distinction between the strengths of the two categories is not absolute. Ing. I see. So one is unlimited while the other is restricted. Spider. Then, which category does the group leader belong to? World's first princess. Guess. Spider. Given the group leader's formidable prowess, it must be the first category. World's first princess. Regrettably, you are mistaken. Spider. Hybera AI. The group leader likely belongs to the second category. Previously, in the conversation between the group leader and evil god D, both mentioned engaging in similar activities, which suggests some form of limitation on the group leader. Furthermore, considering Bellis's earlier statement that her divine status is inherited, the answer becomes apparent. World's first princess. Precisely, I am now preparing to commence work. Would you like to watch the live stream? Spider. What exactly is the group leader's work? I am quite curious. World's first princess. Spider. Do refrain from adopting strange speech patterns, will you? My work is something Ing should be able to guess. Ing. I have an inkling, though I cannot be certain. Considering the dialogue between group leader Bellis and evil god D, it pertains to the universe and its maintenance. To be truthful, it is impossible not to have some idea. However, her emotions were complex at this moment. Ding. The world's foremost princess commenced her live broadcast. A chime resounded, jolting Ing back to her thoughts. Hello, hello. Can you see me? She called out to the charming members of the group. In the 17th segment of the live stream, Bellies waved at the audience. Uchiha Madara remarked, Group leader, you have changed your attire. At first glance, Uchiha Madara was struck by the group leader's outfit. He did not consider himself a lecherous person. Rather, Bellies' earlier remark, that as long as her clothes remained intact, she could defeat him, was indelibly etched in his memory. It was not a casual dress, but rather a white short-sleeved shirt adorned with stripes at the collar, complemented by a skirted robe. Bellis greeted the group with a smile. Yet there was an unmistakable aura of solemnity. The world's foremost princess remarked, Indeed, one must dress appropriately for work. Bellies gently patted the collar of her pharaonic attire. Although the attire of a destroyer did not impose overly stringent requirements, it was essential to don the garb of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh while at work, as a sign of reverence for life. Spider. The contrast is striking. You no longer exude the previous air of weakness and instead appear quite formidable. Her waist length, snow-white hair paired with the intricately patterned pharaonic short-sleeved robe exuded a divine aura, yet was not devoid of aesthetic allure. World's first princess. Spider. Was I truly so weak before? Spider. No, absolutely not. Spider's heartfelt words left Bellies, who was monitoring the public screen, somewhat speechless. Was she truly perceived as so fearsome? Uchiha Madara. World's first princess, guild master. Where are you right now? It appears to be pitch black all around. World's first princess. This is the universe, an expanse without bounds. Perhaps Mr. Madara does not quite grasp this? Spider. Huh? The universe. Guild master, are you in outer space? World's first princess. Indeed, I have adjusted the live stream to panoramic mode and increased the brightness, allowing you to see the surroundings more clearly. Before long, the screen visible to the guild members transformed into a third-person perspective. The once dim universe now gleamed with brilliance. Hyuan AI, what a beautiful starry sky. Though separated by a screen, she was still profoundly moved by the breathtaking sight of the cosmic panorama. Spider. World's first princess, guild master, you can actually fly in space. And yet, you don't need to breathe? The universe is a vacuum, devoid of air, fraught with radiation, it's inherently perilous. Shouldn't you be wearing a spacesuit or something? Upon reading Spider's remarks on the public screen, Bellies was honestly left speechless. Was Spider's thought process slightly askew? Was it truly so strange for a deity to possess the ability to traverse the cosmos? World's first princess, Spider, as long as one possesses sufficient strength. Flying in the universe is not particularly challenging. Spider, huh? Is that so? That does seem plausible, given that Bellies is a deity with extraordinary abilities. It is indeed not surprising. Uchiha Madara, world's first princess. What exactly is the universe? World's first princess. How should I explain this? Bellies materialized beside a colossal planet. Behold this celestial body, remarked the world's foremost princess. The realm you inhabit, the ninja world, resembles such a planet. Countless such worlds exist throughout the cosmos, and my duty. Bellies gradually raised her hand, and a violet energy orb materialized in her palm. With a swift motion, the energy orb soared towards the planet. A thunderous roar echoed as the orb struck the planet's surface. The subsequent explosion illuminated the surrounding light years with a radiant glow. After the cataclysm, the once mighty planet was reduced to cosmic dust. Following this, Bellies inscribed a message on the public screen. World's first princess. Wasn't the fireworks beautiful? Quite a spectacle. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 18. The mysterious flora of the planet in the Naruto world. In the realm of purity, Uchiha Madara, now in a state of soul, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Surely, the group leader must be unwell. He pondered over the leader's previous words regarding the concept of planets, only to witness an energy orb obliterate one entirely. While it was indeed a magnificent sight, it left Uchiha Madara in a state of bewilderment. Uchiha Madara, world's first princess, esteemed leader, are you showcasing your prowess? I acknowledge your strength, but must you use the destruction of our ninja world as a benchmark? World's first princess, am I boasting? I am merely recounting my duties. Uchiha Madara, world's first princess, esteemed leader. Is your job to eradicate planets in the cosmos? Articulated the unspoken questions of several group members. Although they saw the answer, disbelief lingered. World's first princess, indeed. That is my role, God of Destruction. The title itself implies a lack of benevolence. Your reasoning is quite compelling. I find myself at a loss for words. Hyper AI, world's first princess. May I inquire if there was any life on the planets destroyed by the leader's bombs? In the world of Conan, which resembled a mundane reality, the surreal sight of a planet, comparable in size to their own, being obliterated induced a sense of trepidation. World's first princess, there was none. If a planet harbored life, I would not so carelessly obliterate it. World's first princess, in fact, I have cleared some planets that contained life. However, those were deemed inadequate by cosmic standards and thus warrant extermination. Uchiha Madara, what constitutes an inadequate planet? World's first princess, allow me to provide an example. Do you recall the malevolent deity D? She and I performed similar tasks. The planet where Spider is currently situated is one that D intends to eradicate. Spider, huh? World's first princess, esteemed leader, please do not frighten me. Could the drama unfold upon my own existence? A habitable planet poised for divine obliteration, with the malevolent deity D at the helm. World's first princess, had not Chiolai ascended to divinity, hoping to preserve your planet, D would have eradicated your current planet long ago. Spider, no, surely not. World's first princess, Spider, once your taboo reaches its maximum level, you shall discover the truth. For now, I shall maintain an air of mystery. Spider, tempting others' curiosity while withholding answers. How wicked of the leader. World's first princess. Oh, do you think so? I do not perceive it that way at all. Spider, quite the contrary. Spider's remarks elicited a subtle sense of resentment from Bellies, who traversed the cosmos, while keeping a watchful eye on the chat group. Princess Bellies, it is truly delightful to witness Little White gnashing its teeth in frustration. Spiderling ceased to utter another word and ran off to level up in a fit of anger. Bellies glanced at the quiet chat group. The world's foremost princess. You are all likely aware of the duties of the God of Destruction, which involve eliminating the unqualified and even those planets that have developed excessively divergent forms. The purpose, one must presume, is to maintain the equilibrium and stability of the universe. Bellies continued her journey through the cosmos, the remnants of her purple aura trailing behind her like the long tail of a meteor streaking across the sky. Before long, she approached a colossal planet. Before her lay the very celestial body that was the objective of my current undertaking. Bellies did not engage in conversation within the group. Instead, She softly spoke to the empty sky. As it was a live broadcast, even her silence was audible to those in the group. Uchiha Madara inquired, "Are you intent on destroying this planet? You will understand as you continue to watch." Bellies chose not to respond to Uchiha Madara's question, and then leapt towards the planet's atmosphere. Bellies descended with astonishing rapidity, akin to a meteor plummeting from the vastness of outer space towards a celestial body, effortlessly tearing a rift in the planet's protective atmosphere. Unimpeded by the atmospheric layers, Bellies reached the ground in mere minutes. All the while considering the sensibilities of her chat group members, allowing them to broaden their horizons. Otherwise, her arrival upon the planet's surface would have transpired in an instant. The primal and enigmatic jungle. It is no wonder such peculiar entities flourish therein. Bellies gazed at the verdant thickets, tinged with purple hues. Logically, one would expect a plethora of life to thrive in a primeval forest, as this planet indeed fulfills the conditions conducive to life. Yet, the boundless expanse of trees before her exuded an eerie monotony that was almost excessive. Although it appeared vibrant, it was suffused with a strange atmosphere. Each tree in the thicket resembled a monstrous entity, gaping wide as if waiting to devour its prey, while every seemingly exquisite blossom on the ground bore the essence of a thorny rose. "Leader, this place feels somewhat off," remarked Ing. "Indeed. It bears resemblance to the descent of Hashirama's forest realm," replied Uchiha Madara. "The forest is beautiful. I absolutely adore it. Perhaps you are all being overly sensitive. To me, it feels harmonious," exclaimed Tsukumo, her expression filled with yearning as she had spent countless days training underground, deprived of sunlight, and now beheld the lush forest. "It is far too quiet. This contradicts the natural order of a primeval forest," observed Hybera AI. "Precisely. It feels as though it is a lair awaiting the arrival of prey." "Be cautious, leader," warned Kikyo, though she knew Bellies was unlikely to be in danger. She felt compelled to voice her concern. Bellies retracted her perception, the entirety of the planet now firmly within her grasp. So it is. Having infested a quarter of the planet, no wonder the cosmos issued a warning. The enchantress vines, a peculiar flora that feeds on the planet's core, or rather, they resemble fauna more than flora. Upon maturation, the entire planet becomes its root system, culminating in the emergence of a colossal bud on the planet's surface. Its growth pattern bears a striking resemblance to that of the spirit tree, both deriving sustenance from the planet's energy. Yet, in contrast to the spirit tree's simplicity, the enchantress vines present themselves as a more sinister, magically tainted variant. They bear no fruit. Instead, their buds unfurl into resplendent blossoms, releasing pollen that drifts into the vastness of space. This dispersed pollen transforms into seeds for another enchantress vine, which will then parasitize any passing planets. Fortuitously, the arrival was timely. Otherwise, the workload would have increased significantly. Bellies sighed inwardly. The seductive vine of the demoness spread forth, and what it might parasitize could well extend beyond a mere handful of planets, potentially encompassing an entire galaxy. Bellies' self-talk was audible to all the group members. "Ing, world's #1 princess, the group leader, do you recognize this type of plant?" "World's #1 princess, Ing, having traversed numerous worlds. I am indeed familiar with such flora, though the characteristics and abilities of these plants may vary due to differing world rules." "World's #1 princess, ahem, Ing. Do you know what the greatest enemy of magical girls is?" "Ing, magical girls? Enemies?" Sitting atop the towering mountains of Ganyu Pavilion, with the sea breeze caressing her, Ing found it challenging to grasp Bellies' train of thought. "Spider-Son, oh? I know. The greatest enemy of magical girls must be those who can make them blush. But I know nothing." Hybera AI. "Ing? World's #1 princess. I thought the answer would come from Ing, but it was snatched away by Spider-Son. I wonder what peculiar thoughts the evil god D has implanted in Spider-Son's mind. Could it be the evil god's own memories?" Chapter 19. Bellies, the Destroyer God. Educating the group members. "World's #1 princess, ahem, Spider-Son, you are quite knowledgeable." "Spider-Son, not at all, compared to the all-knowing and all-seeing group leader. I have much to learn." "World's #1 princess, was that a compliment? And you even dared to rebut. Never mind, let's focus on the task at hand." "World's #1 princess, this type of succubus vine should not exist. It can transform a vibrant planet into a dead one in a relatively short time. Akin to the planets I have previously destroyed. My purpose this time is to eradicate it." Hybera AI, group leader, shouldn't you be cautious? It seems to be getting foggy. Watching the group leader continue her lecture, Hybera AI felt a growing concern. The red mist diffusing through the air during the live stream felt quite unsettling. Let us hope it doesn't lead to some alarming scenes. Bellies turned her gaze away from the chat group, directing it towards the peculiar crimson mist wafting in from all directions. With a calm and measured tone, she remarked, "This red mist is one of the unique secretions of the succubus vine, capable of inducing illusions in any creature that enters it. Typically, these illusions affect the senses and are often related to one's desires." Bellies ventured deeper into the forest, her pace leisurely, occasionally enlightening her companions with knowledge. Furthermore, the alluring demon vines possessed an alternative, yet primary, method of attack, strange tendrils emerging from the surrounding flora or the very soil beneath. With a graceful leap, Bellies evaded an assault that surged from behind. The emerald tendril swept through the space she had just occupied, twirling momentarily in midair before ensnaring itself around a neighboring tree. The vine, bound to the trunk, bore no sharp edges or thorns. It appeared entirely bare, quivering slightly as if it were a living entity. Just then, another tendril launched an ambush from her right side. Bellies reached out and swiftly grasped it. She lowered her gaze to examine the subtly writhing plant. Her right hand clutching the tendril, which felt slick to the touch, dampened by the fluid seeping from the vine. A few drops of transparent liquid trickled down her wrist and fell to the ground. Bellis remained unfazed and continued to elucidate to the crowd. The attack of the seductive vine, aside from the earlier illusion, consisted of these tendrils that emerged from an unknown origin. They exude a transparent liquid from their pores, which, when inhaled by living beings, can alter certain hormones within their bodies. At this juncture, it was uncertain whether the seductive vine had been provoked, as dozens of pale green tendrils surged forth from all directions. It seemed intent on ensnaring this audacious creature, impervious to the illusions, in order to thoroughly tame it. Truly, it was relentless in its pursuit. Bellies released her grip and grasped the writhing vines. However, at the very moment she loosened her hold, the green tendrils seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, quickly coiling around her arms before tightening with a sudden jerk. Such persistence! In the next instant, as her right hand became ensnared, the vines from all directions surged forth with increased speed. With a series of crackling sounds, they ensnared Bellies in a large X, suspending her in midair. Hey, leader, are you all right? This doesn't look good, exclaimed Spider Child, shielding her eyes. If this continued, the leader might very well succumb. Strange, are these plants truly that powerful? We pondered. From an observational standpoint, the green plants, resembling serpents as they attacked Bellies, could be considered formidable. Yet, could they truly incapacitate an entity capable of annihilating planets at will? We found it implausible. The leader must be acting deliberately. Did she harbor some peculiar inclination? There it was, the core of the seductive vine. Bound in an X, Bellies remained indifferent. If a being of her stature, a god of destruction, were to falter in such a manner, it would be nothing short of a farce. The tightly wound vines began to extend their bifurcated tendrils, slowly creeping towards the cuffs of her sleeves and the gaps in her clothing. As they traversed, they left behind glistening trails of moisture. The newly sprouted vines dripped a transparent liquid, occasionally adhering to Bellies' garments and skin. The fabric, initially not thick, became somewhat translucent under the liquid's saturation. The surrounding crimson mist, coupled with the vine's constricting embrace, rendered Bellies' demeanor rather sultry. All right, that's enough. I am still broadcasting. I must maintain a semblance of dignity. Now that she had identified the core of the succubus vine, there was no need to prolong the charade. As the purple force of destruction surged forth, the once lush green vines rapidly withered at a visible pace, transforming into mere fragments that fell to the ground and relinquished their hold on her hands and feet. It seemed her attire required some cleaning. Observing the remnants of a lubricant-like substance on her arms, sleeves, and even her chest, she couldn't help but sigh. Almost instinctively, Bellies extended her tongue and delicately licked the substance clinging to her clothing, even savoring the residue on her lips. Indeed, this liquid was proliferative and artificially produced. Akin to the spirit tree, in this universe, only he possessed the capability to create such an effect. Yet, she had yet to fully wield the authority of the Kaishin and could not pinpoint his location. Hey, leader, did you really lick that? No way. Spider Child exclaimed, incredulous. What's the matter? Bellies, having partially directed her consciousness into the chat group, was somewhat slow to comprehend. Exactly. You mentioned something that could alter certain hormones in living beings, the liquid from the vines. For reasons unknown. The mere thought of Bellies' recent action conjured images from exhilarating comics in Spider Child's mind. It won't affect me. After all, I am a goddess. If I cannot even immunize myself against a trace of toxin from the plants on my own planets, wouldn't that be rather disgraceful? Meanwhile, Hawaii, in the solitary confines of the cloudy pavilion, absent-mindedly posed a question to the group chat. By the way, what does the liquid secreted by those vines taste like? Upon hearing the report from Yuan Shang, Hui instinctively typed a comment, regretting it the moment it was sent, as chat messages could not be retracted. Oh no. This is social suicide. Hui, you're actually curious? If you want to know, I can tell you honestly. It tastes somewhat like heather. If you're interested, you may as well give it a try. What heather? ISNT that your highness. Is there something else? Hui felt a wave of panic, akin to being caught red-handed while perusing peculiar literature. Despite this, her expression remained composed. As a leader, it was imperative not to reveal one's thoughts to subordinates. She merely cast a casual glance at Yuan Shan behind her, who felt an immediate pressure and respectfully inquired, regarding the plans for Li Yue, what should we do? Do not worry about it. Hui leaped down from the stone pedestal, landing near Yuan Shan. Since she had learned of the transaction between Morix and the Fatui regarding the divine heart, there was no need to escalate the situation. Did he believe that shifting everything onto the nation of Snezhnaya would not provoke the wrath of heaven? As for Ozer, once the transaction concluded, and the wooden vessel was carved, Morix would find himself without an escape route. Are you suggesting we wage war against Morix? Yuan Shang probed cautiously. What we desire is Ozer. He will certainly provide us with what we need to preserve Li Yue. Of course, this was contingent upon possessing leverage that could threaten Li Yue and qualifying for a negotiation. However, your previous plan was not aligned with this. Is it not feasible to cancel? No, it is simply that I believe exposing the abyss is somewhat perilous. Leaving Morix aside, I trust that you would not engage in a reckless conflict. Yet, if the one in the sky awakens, your kin has yet to regain their strength. Yuan Shang hesitated. Humph. They will not awaken. We have time. Hui's gaze turned cold. Yuan Shang, I assign you a task. Investigate the whereabouts of the Golden King beast. Such an alchemical creature is wasted in the wild. Yes, I shall obey your command. Yuan Shang opened the portal to the abyss and slowly retreated within. In the dense primeval forest, Bellies moved with greater speed than before, enveloped by a faint purple energy. As she approached the core, the frequency of the vine attacks intensified. However, upon contact with the purple energy enveloping Bellies, the attacking vines rapidly withered, turning to ash. Sensing danger, were they desperately trying to impede her? As she soared through the forest, the surrounding mist thickened, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. In such an environment, perhaps outright destruction would be far simpler. Belly sighed inwardly. She had reached the very heart of the region. She had also pinpointed the control core of the plant roots. As long as she could extract the control area connected to the core, she would be able to halt the forest expansion. Belly slowly extended her hand and pressed it against the trunk of a colossal tree. This immense tree, with a diameter of 10 meters, emanated a peculiar energy. Its height surpassed that of the surrounding trees. As Bellies' hand drew near to the trunk, the giant tree rapidly turned a desolate yellow. The dense leaves upon its branches fell one by one, resembling the maple leaves that cascade from trees in the deep autumn, 50 kilometers beneath the Earth's surface. Without the core locked in, it was exceedingly challenging to seize the primary control area that could traverse the entire forest. The primary control area was minuscule, hardly larger than the palm of a hand. With her eyes closed in concentration, Belly suddenly opened them, a flicker of purple light gleaming within. At that moment, the entire forest erupted into chaos, as if preparing for a final stand. Strange vines slithered through every crevice, converging on Bellies' position. However, before the attack of the vines could reach her, a sharp, purple fruit shot up from the ground, landing softly in the palm of her hand. The instant the fruit touched her skin, the onslaught of the vines halted abruptly, as if the scene had been frozen in time. Subsequently, those vines that had yet to approach Bellies withered away at a visible pace, disappearing entirely. In less than half a minute, the once boundless primeval jungle had vanished without a trace. Now, Bellies stood in an arid, dust-laden expanse, devoid of life, where the vitality had been entirely absorbed by the fruit. From the vantage point of the planet's exterior, one could observe that a quarter of the planet had transformed into a barren, ochre hue. Bellies examined the spiky, purple fruit in her hand, which resembled a tomato and emitted a faintly peculiar fragrance. Upon witnessing her produce the fruit, the members of the chat group envisioned the entire jungle vanishing before their eyes. It was abundantly clear that this diminutive object was the root cause of the eerie forest. Spider, it looks rather strange. Is it edible? Spider's inquiry left Belly somewhat speechless. Given its oddity, how could one even entertain the notion of consumption? The world's first princess. If you wish to avoid losing your own identity, it would be prudent not to eat it. Spider. So, that implies it is indeed consumable. As Spider licked her lips in eager anticipation, the desire was palpable. The world's first princess. Consuming it could alter your personality, as this fruit is linked to certain desires. The world's first princess. For instance, should you transform into a human and inadvertently consume such a fruit, you might find yourself succumbing to the allure of becoming the protagonist, or even the heroine, of a tale steeped in darkness. Spider. Disregarding the ongoing chatter in the group, Belly scrutinized the alluring demon fruit in her palm. The fruit was a bluish-purple adorned with numerous spikes, their intricate patterns interwoven and subtly forming a unique design. Bellies chose not to elaborate, for fear that certain members of the group might grasp its implications. Yet, with its tendrils and associations with particular desires, what else could it possibly signify? Bellies cast aside the tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind and took a deep breath. That individual has resorted to unscrupulous means in his pursuit of power. Or does he believe that his actions can elude the scrutiny of the high priest or even the all-king? To alter the fruit of the spirit tree using the energy of the demon realm is a transgression forbidden by the gods. Bellies, having learned from her former mentor, the angel, is privy to a clandestine matter. Within the realm of the Omni-King, there exist 18 universes, 6 of which were obliterated for incurring the wrath of the Omni-King. Having witnessed the narrative of Dragon Ball Super, Bellies is well aware of this occurrence. However, the true impetus behind their transgression against the Omni-King transcends the original tale's portrayal of his capricious nature. The genuine cause lies in the actions of the gods of destruction and the supreme Kai of the 6 universes, who engaged in the spirit tree modification project and executed it rampantly within their realms. Although this endeavor temporarily augmented their universe's composite ratings, propelling them to the apex among the 18, it simultaneously precipitated a significant decline in their cosmic lifespans. The reasons behind this deterioration in lifespan remain elusive to Bellies. What she does know is the eventual outcome, the complete erasure of the 6 universes, which included all sentient beings, both the Supreme Kai and the gods of destruction. Furthermore, the 6 angels, who tacitly accepted the actions of the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai without intervention, were subsequently compelled into slumber by the Omni-King. This incident remains largely obscured from many gods of destruction, including Beerus. The truth is likely known only to the angels, the Grand Minister, and the supreme entity, the Omni-King, who presides over the 18 universes. Tragically, her mentor, the former god of destruction, passed away unexpectedly 5 years ago, with the death of a god of destruction. The corresponding angel also succumbs to slumber. Before her slumber, the angel imparted essential knowledge to Bellies, revealing truths that few gods of destruction could discern. In the transitional phase, she entrusted Bellies to seize the authority of the Supreme Kai and subsequently acquire her official appointment from the Omni-King's palace. A decade marks the transition between the old and new gods of destruction, leaving Bellies with 5 years remaining. To rephrase, Bellies is currently recognized as a god of destruction, inheriting the role without formal validation. 5 years, while not an extensive duration, is merely a fleeting moment for a god of destruction. Within this span, she vows to master the authority of the Supreme Kai and avenge her mentor. A glimmer of resolve appeared on Bellies' face, even in the face of divine demise. Resurrection is not beyond the realm of possibility. The Dragon of God might very well be capable of such a feat, however. It is premature to engage in such discussions at this moment. The destructive energy enveloped the purple fruit, and in the next instant, the fruit had vanished from Bellies' palm. Bellies gradually descended, placing her right hand upon the earth, which was strewn with yellowish soil. She slowly closed her eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A soft, pale light emanated from her palm. A delicate whisper of revival echoed through the air. The ripples, centered around her palm pressed against the ground, swiftly expanded outward. A tender green sprout, defying the weight of the rocks above, emerged with its verdant head. Soon after, a second and a third sprout followed. Grass, petals, and flower stamens began to flourish. In but a fleeting moment, the once barren land was dotted with saplings and blossoms. A gentle breeze swept across, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of the flowers. Withdrawing her hand from the earth, Belly slowly rose to her feet. She opened her eyes, gazing at the land that was gradually awakening to life. having dedicated considerable time to mastering the power of creation. Her abilities perhaps only slightly surpassed those of the Kais of the seventh universe, barely reaching the level of a Kai. As the planet regained its vitality, the cosmic warning line for this world had vanished. Was this a medium-sized planet with a maximum combat power not exceeding 10,000? Sensing a fair amount of decent energy within the planet, Bellies mused to herself. Well, compared to those destructive deities who annihilate planets and star systems at a whim. She considered her approach to be diligent and responsible. Having completed her task, Bellies prepared to return to the realm of destruction. Bellies furrowed her brow and took out the communicator. As it activated, a green light screen displayed an image of a large bull-headed face. The bull's expression was one of urgency, as if there were pressing matters to report. The connection established, the bull's voice came through in a rush. Lord Destroyer. A grave situation has arisen. The underworld is in chaos, and Lord Yenluo, he has been slain. Chapter 21, The King of Realms? And newcomers joined the group. What transpired? Yenluo is dead? How could one be so audacious as to eliminate him in the underworld? Who could have possibly killed Lord Yenluo? Bellies' brow tightened further. The only beings capable of vanquishing Yenluo would be deities of a higher dimension. No ordinary being, no matter how formidable, could accomplish such a feat without facing suppression, unless one could transcend the boundaries of soul and flesh. They would need to be a true deity, not the pseudo-deities like Vegeta and Goku from the original tales. Yes, it is the King of Realms. He intended for Lord Yenluo to undertake certain tasks, but Yenluo did not acquiesce, and then, the king. What king? Bellies' voice was laced with anger upon hearing the bull's words. Did I not instruct you to inform me immediately upon seeing him? Why did Lord Yenluo not send me a message? Where is that scoundrel now? I do not know, Lord King. It seems he has gone to hell. The bull's voice trembled slightly. Without the king, he is unworthy of the title. Bellies suppressed her fury. Summon Mamion and the others. Ensure order is maintained in both the underworld and heaven, particularly at the entrances of hell, to prevent any souls from escaping. I shall personally resolve the matters within hell shortly. Understood, my lord. By the way, Bellies pondered for a moment before instructing the bull, if manpower is insufficient. Enlist those in heaven who lounge idly, let them engage in some activity. I will reward each of them with a fruit from the tree of spirits afterward. Understood. As the communication ended, Bellies took a deep breath. The inevitable had finally arrived. Yet, did Yenluo not even have a moment to relay a message to me? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned her attention to the chat group. World's first princess. Apologies, an issue has arisen on my end. The live broadcast must conclude here. Spider Child, the esteemed group leader has matters to attend to. We can resume the live broadcast whenever convenient. Spider Child's speech was somewhat disjointed. The sight of the group leader's anger during the previous broadcast had genuinely frightened her. It was the first time she had witnessed such fury. Not long after Spider Child spoke, Bellies' avatar indicated she had gone offline. Spider Child. Phew, she has finally left. Spider Child, did any of you feel how terrifying the group leader was just now? Kaiki, indeed, her demeanor was one of profound anger. Hyoka, it may relate to that King of Realms. Upon hearing the mention of the king, her tone shifted significantly, contrasting sharply with before. Lumen, that was hatred. The group leader must have some connection with that king, and something must have transpired that deeply angered her. As the Princess of the Abyss, having endured the devastation of Kenria 5 centuries ago, Lumen felt a resonance with that heart-wrenching sentiment, despite the distance of a screen. Spider Child, what do you think it could be? Lumen, we know little about the group leader. The only thing that comes to mind is a singular event. Though I cannot be certain. Lumen, the group leader once mentioned that her divine status was inherited. From her tone then, I sensed that the previous destroyer. Uchiha Bido, Lumen, let us not delve further into such matters or speculate. If the group leader wishes us to know, she will inform us in due course. When it comes to grievances, it is best for outsiders to refrain from involvement. Having previously orchestrated Abido's descent into darkness, Uchiha Abido had a firm grasp on human nature. And he believed the group leader, as a deity, would be even more perilous. Spider Child, then let us refrain from discussion. Spider Child, Spider Child, Spider Child, Spider Child, Spider Child, Spider Child, Uchiha Abido? Uchiha Abido, Spider Child, what are you doing? Why are you posting ellipses for no reason? Spider Child, I merely wish to flip through the chat records so that if the group leader does not check the earlier messages, she will remain unaware of our recent conversation. Hyoka, that seems more like a futile attempt to cover up. Lumen, Spider Child, dear little spider, are you truly that timid? Spider child, I am driven by a profound instinct for survival. This is no sign of cowardice. Ding. The Witch of Fragments has joined the chat group. Ding. The Cursed Archmage has joined the chat group. The sudden chime of two peculiar system notifications silenced the group as discussion. Kaiki, new members have arrived. Hayaka, their usernames do not seem typical of the mundane world. Spider child, welcome, newcomers. I am your adorable spider child. Uchiha Obito, welcome, new members. Please review the group guidelines and detailed information transmitted to you upon joining. Uchiha Obito, oh, and by the way, I am the group administrator. The group leader has stepped away. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. With previous experience in welcoming new members, Uchiha Obito navigated this process with ease. A moment of silence enveloped the chat group. The Witch of Fragments, how fascinating. I initially thought this was magic, but it appears not to be. The Cursed Archmage, are there any immensely powerful beings present? That would be splendid. May I inquire if any of you could end my existence? Uchiha Obito? Lumen? Spider Child? Others? The first words of this new member left the entire group in bewilderment. Spider Child, if I may cautiously inquire, no offense intended. But dear Cursed Archmage, are you perhaps unwell? Spider Child was at a loss for words, having diligently trained to enhance herself. She had been contemplating how to survive the impending destruction of the world by the evil god, only to be met with a heavyweight newcomer whose first query was about who could terminate him. The Cursed Archmage, I have lived far too long and only bring misfortune to others. I hope someone will take my life. Uchiha Obito, this is the first time I have encountered such a request. Uchiha Obito found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. As a deceased individual himself, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to return to life, while here was someone who felt they had lived too long and was weary of existence. It was akin to a satiated man being oblivious to the hunger of another. Spider Child, Cursed Archmage, may I ask another question? How old are you? Could he be an ancient being of several millennia, now finding life devoid of joy, contemplating his end? The Cursed Archmage, I do not recall the exact time, but I estimate I am around 400 years old. Spider Child, what? Only 400 years and you wish for an end? I had thought you were at least several thousand. It is merely 400, disregarding other realms and focusing solely on her own current existence. What of the dragon god Chio Lai, or the malevolent deity D? Each of them has outlived you by a significant margin, particularly the malevolent deity D, whose age is hardly less than a millennium. Spider Child, the Cursed Archmage, you are still quite youthful. Do not despair. Among our group members, there exists at least one who has lived for 5 centuries, and as our numbers swell, 400 years might scarcely be remarkable. That spider is drifting off. Do not presume that, by omitting my name, I am oblivious to your insinuations. Uchiha Madara, the Cursed Archmage, Spider Child speaks truthfully. 400 years is indeed quite young. In times past, Uchiha Madara might have been astonished, but now, 400 years? Perhaps he too could reach such an age. Cursed Archmage, my existence only brings misfortune, for I have trespassed against taboos and incurred a divine curse. He divulged his circumstances to the group members, speaking candidly without pretense, as he yearned for their assistance in ending his life. To breach the sacred boundaries of life and death has resulted in a curse of immortality from the divine, and the more one cherishes life and those around them, the more readily they wither. Jelf, indeed, that is the case. Over these past few centuries, I have inadvertently caused the demise of many. Jelf altered his group nickname to reflect his true name. Irina, Mr. Jelf, your magic must be formidable. Might you impart some of your knowledge to me? Observing Jelf's name change, Irina followed suit, changing her title from the Witch of Ruin to her own name. Chapter 22. Zama's a new member has joined the chat group, though Bellies remains unaware. She is currently disinterested in the affairs of the chat group. In an instant, she teleports to the underworld. The sudden appearance startled the denizens of the underworld, causing a flurry of panic. Fortunately, one recognized the long-haired maiden with cold, piercing eyes. The Lord of Destruction, a creature with a human form and the head of a horse, scurried over in a hasty manner. Horseface, please relay the situation. And where has Bullhead gone? Belly spoke succinctly and directly. The creature with a horse's face, glistening with sweat upon its brow, indicated that most matters had been resolved, and both heaven and hell had achieved a semblance of stability. The horse-headed figure paused momentarily before continuing. The oversight of hell falls to Brother Bull, who previously led the majority of heaven's formidable beings to guard the gates of the underworld. The last report indicated troubling developments. None of the powerful beings sent to scout hell have returned alive. I understand, Bellies replied. Upon the conclusion of the horse-headed figure's words, she transformed into a beam of violet light, swiftly making her way towards the entrance of hell. Bellies departed without causing a stir, while the horse-faced figure sat solemnly on a stone bench, the moment finally passing. A subordinate tugged at his sleeve, inquiring, "Brother, who was that person just now? You seemed quite intimidated by her." The horse-faced figure shuddered, hastily shaking off the grip on his garment, and shot a fierce glare at him. "That is the most powerful deity in the entire universe. You must show her respect in the future." "The most powerful deity? Is it not Lord Yenluo?" the subordinate asked, bewilderment etched across his face. "Lord Yenluo is not even worthy of serving her. This was stated by him many years ago." Sensing the subordinate's confusion, the horse-faced figure elaborated. "In the presence of the destruction god, Lord Yenluo cannot even muster a thought of resistance. The destruction god is the true embodiment of supreme power in the cosmos." Nearby the entrance of hell, a burly man with a face marked by flesh and adorned with horns stared intently at the gates, wary of what might emerge from within. Beside him stood a group of beings from various races, each crowned with a halo. "What is the situation?" A purple light cascaded down beside the horned figure, startling him as he heard the voice. "Great One," he exclaimed, quickly bowing upon recognizing the delicate, almost petite white-haired girl beside him. "There is no need for formalities. Have you detected any anomalies? We dispatched several teams to investigate, but thus far, none have returned," the horned figure replied gravely. "Thank you for your efforts. If they are still alive, I will bring them all back. Should they perish in their soul state, there will be no hope of revival. Not even with the Dragon Balls." Bellies transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the abyssal, bottomless black pit. The bull-headed lord, a venerable elder adorned with a halo, inquired with a furrowed brow. "The god of destruction," he spoke, recognizing the unparalleled might of this deity across the cosmos. "If even she were to falter, the very fabric of hell might unravel, potentially dooming not only hell but perhaps the entire realm of the afterlife." From the entrance of the inferno, the haunting cries of demonic beasts echoed faintly, a sound that instilled a sense of dread even in the long-seasoned bull-headed lord. A palpable reminder of the chasm of power that separated them. The Realm King. The bull-headed lord had encountered the Realm King before, a figure stripped of his title by the god of destruction, and his sentiments towards him were marked by two words: apathetic and haughty. He bore none of the qualities one would expect from a Realm King. Most notably, he possessed an innate arrogance towards all beings, a haughtiness that emanated from his very essence. With a heavy sigh, the bull-headed lord murmured, "Lord Yama." He sensed that Yama sought to stabilize the Realm King before summoning the god of destruction, yet this intent seemed to have been perceived by the Realm King, leading to dire consequences. The atmosphere in hell was suffused with a faint crimson mist. The souls, once imprisoned within, remained conspicuously absent despite the gates now being ajar. "Come forth, I know you are here." A series of claps resonated through the stillness. "Long time no see, Bellies." "No, the current god of destruction." A man emerged slowly from the shadows. His face was an eerie green, crowned with a tuft of gray hair resembling a comb, and he wore the purple-gray garb befitting a Realm King. "To receive respect from a remnant who could turn against his own master brings me no joy," Bellies remarked coldly, her voice laced with disdain. "Am I not correct, Slayer of Masters, Zamas?" "Not quite," Zamas replied, shaking his finger dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips. "You should be grateful to me, human. Were it not for my intervention, you would not have ascended to the role of god of destruction, and even if you did, it would not have come so swiftly. I lack your treachery. Humans tend to conceal their true selves, yet as a god, I can see through it all," Zamas continued, exuding confidence. "You and I share a mutual disdain for Master Guavaz's methods, do we not? Despite your grievances, the murder of your predecessor is hardly justifiable." Beliris did not refute the point made by Zamas. As a Kaioshin, it must be said that Guasa's character is somewhat timid, merely observing events. What can one achieve by simply watching? Shouldn't a Kaioshin guide to a certain extent? After all, if you do nothing and wait for the Omni King to erase the universe, you will not be able to create a powerful warrior. Although the Kaioshin of Universe 7, Shin, is deemed unqualified, he is genuinely engaged in practical matters. Therefore, in this regard, he does not concur with Guasa's approach. Of course, she is not a Kaioshin at that time. She was merely a candidate for the god of destruction and had no authority over Guasa's personal actions. Is there a problem? I am merely correcting Master Guasa's errors to restore order to the universe. Upon hearing Beliris's denial, Zamas felt a tinge of displeasure. He scrutinized Beliris for a moment. Speaking leisurely, a Kaioshin should guide the universe to some extent, rather than act as a complete bystander. Wasn't that your teaching? Everything I do is in accordance with your wishes. Zama smiled, a hint of sarcasm in his expression. I have nothing further to say to you, Perilous replied coldly. What? Unable to retort? Zama suddenly laughed. In truth, you have always wanted to kill me, Haven you? From our first encounter, you harbored murderous intent towards me. Yet, you have been apprehensive about something. Zama snapped his fingers. Perhaps you anticipated this day, which is why you felt that intent from our very first meeting. If that is the case, everything seems to fall into place. However, after that initial meeting, such murderous intent never resurfaced. Lord God of Destruction, could you enlighten me as to why? Chapter 23, The Past. Because at that time, you were not beyond redemption. Bellies remained silent for a moment before speaking. However, I later realized my mistake. When I first encountered Zamas, he was a true gentleman. To be candid, he was not unpleasant in terms of sensory experience. His obsession was not as pronounced as it is now. He was still capable of listening to others. If Zamas could relinquish some of the rigidness inherent in his original character, he would be a competent god of destruction, at least for Bellies. Such a god of destruction is vastly preferable to Gawas. The god of destruction's life is bound to that of the god of creation, and although Bellies is reluctant, she lacks the strength to challenge the rules set forth by the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Therefore, in seeking a god of destruction whose life is intertwined with her own, it is better to find one of notable strength and exceptional talent than to settle for a weaker candidate. Bellies felt a profound change within her. Once Gawas and Ramses stepped down, she and Zamas would ascend as the new god of destruction and the new supreme Kai, respectively. Upon meeting Zamas, Bellies hesitated for a long time before ultimately relinquishing the notion of killing Zamas. Whether or not such an act could be accomplished was one matter, but the subsequent need to justify her actions to her mentor, the god of destruction, Rumsey, as well as to her senior, Guavas, posed a far greater dilemma. She did not believe that eliminating Zamas would allow her to evade the scrutiny of the supreme Kai, the god of destruction, and the angels. Could it truly be that Zamas would slay his own mentor, Guavas, merely based on a nebulous future? Indeed, angels have the ability to observe parallel worlds. However, a significant concern lingered. That concern was her own dubious origins. What if, when the angels scrutinized the parallel realms, they found no trace of her existence? How could she possibly explain her absence? If only one or two parallel worlds lacked her presence, it might be manageable. But if every parallel world were devoid of her existence, what justification could she offer? Thus, Bellies ultimately abandoned the idea of assassinating Zamas, opting instead to seek a way to alter his obsessive nature. Perhaps, the inertia of history is simply that formidable. During her training, Bellies unexpectedly discovered her ability to learn the creative powers of the Supreme Kai, which harmonized seamlessly with her own destructive abilities. The angel, Kes, informed her that mastering both creative and destructive powers simultaneously would render the bond between the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction unnecessary. The primary reason for their life bond was to use the Supreme Kai's serene creative force to stabilize the volatile destructive energy within the god of destruction's body and soul. Kes's revelation ignited a profound interest in the creative powers within Bellies, as no one wishes to bind their life to another. Thus, after years of diligent effort, she attained a certain understanding of creative energy. Naturally, Kes advised her to refrain from disclosing her progress to anyone beyond Ramses, not even to the Supreme Kai. The reason for this secrecy remained undisclosed. In her pursuit of knowledge, Bellies neglected the training of Zamasu, devoting herself entirely to the study of creative power. Under the careful tutelage of the Supreme Kai, Gawas, Zamasu fell into a complete darkness, and this transformation occurred many years earlier than depicted in the original narrative. By the time Bellies became aware of the situation, it was already prior to Kes's slumber. The only consolation was that Zamasu, not meeting Gawas's standards, was never informed about the time ring. While handling Gawas's relics, Bellies discovered a box containing the time ring and took it back to the realm of destruction for safekeeping. Zamasu, this time I shall not allow your escape. I will avenge Master Ramses and Senior Gawas. With her waist-length white hair gently swaying, a subtle yet formidable pressure emanated from Bellies towards Zamasu opposite her. Escape? Sensing the aura radiating from Bellies, Zamasu's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. With a tone of conviction, he declared, I never intended to flee. Humanity should not exist in any universe. Today, a year from now, shall mark your demise. Slowly extending his arms, Zamasu summoned the surrounding crimson mist, which rapidly converged upon his position, forming a faint halo at the back of his head. Behold, this is the posture of a deity. The emergence of the divine halo magnified Zamaz's ethereal divine presence, subtly overpowering the aura released by Belis. Transform. Just as you did 5 years ago, adopting the golden-haired form. I shall defeat you with absolute strength to cleanse the indelible shame of the past 5 years. 5 years ago, Zamasu had slain the supreme Kai, Gauss. The death of Gauss resulted in the demise of the god of destruction, Ramses, whose life was intertwined with his, and led to the slumber of the angel, Kes. Belis, following the faintest clues, located Zamas. A confrontation ensued, during which Belis employed a technique never before witnessed in their previous sparring sessions, a transformation. In an instant, her originally snow-white energy morphed into a radiant golden hue. The ferocious and terrifying aura Zamas recalled vividly. Above all, it was the sheer power. After her transformation, he found himself utterly outmatched. Were it not for his training as a candidate for the god of destruction, mastering instantaneous movement, he might have met his end without a chance to escape. I am indifferent to the manner of your demise, and there is no need to adhere to it. Transformation? Do you truly believe I am still the candidate for the god of destruction who struggled to harness the destructive power 5 years ago? Zama sneered, recognizing the vast chasm between a true god of destruction and a mere candidate. Fool, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. His visage twisted with fury as he declared, Human, do not presume that becoming a god of destruction grants you the liberty to act as you please. I am also a deity and possess the authority to judge you, the supreme god. The dim halo upon the back of Zamaz's head emanated a terrifying pressure. The air thickened, and the ground beneath trembled violently, as if the very depths of hell were wailing in anguish. Zamaz, do you dare utter such words before the Omni King and the Grand Priest? Belis thought she would feel immense rage upon encountering Zamaz. Yet observing his antics rendered her ire somewhat muted. How absurd to allow another's ignorance to vex her spirit. Zamaz's voice faltered. Even his arrogance did not lead him to believe he could contend against the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Humph, refrain from such meaningless prattle. Have you contemplated how you shall meet your end, human? What of the souls from hell and those from heaven? Where have you taken them? Belis chose not to respond to Zamaz's inquiries. She had just conducted a mental search throughout the entire hellscape and found no souls present. Ha 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 ha. Zamaz's laughter echoed, his expression becoming even more grotesque. To acquire the power to become a new god is an honor for those wretched souls trapped in hell. Not just hell, but heaven as well. Human, to appear within the dominion of the divine is a transgression, an affront to nature. I see now, they have all perished, have they? Belis's violet eyes flickered. Zamaz, those seductive vines from the cosmos were your handiwork, were they not? Belis pressed down the immediate impulse to eliminate Zamaz. As the god of destruction, she had to coordinate all aspects, particularly unforeseen incidents shrouded in mystery, striving to uncover the truth whenever possible. Indeed, humanity's avarice, lust, and arrogance are all malevolent forces that ought to be governed by the divine. Zamaz, utterly indifferent, expressed his thoughts. Only in this manner could the universe become a more harmonious place. Section 23 Belis coldly retorted, Do not speak so sweetly. Your actions are merely driven by selfish desires. Your ultimate aim is to descend into hell, to satisfy your own cravings, and to create the filthy divine halo that hovers above you. Filth? How dare you label divinity as such? Zamaz's face contorted in rage, but then a thought struck him, and his voice took on a mocking tone. The righteousness of power derives from the wielder, not the power itself. You, who once articulated this to me, now utter such absurdities. Do you not find it laughable? Dark red light began to emanate around Zamaz as he clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming force coursing through him. I am a god, even when gazing into the abyss. My power remains sacred and pure. Perhaps I should never have shared these thoughts with you, Belis remarked, her purple destructive energy gradually surging. The righteousness of power is a subjective matter, and at that time, as a candidate for the god of destruction, she perceived Zamaz's views on guavas as somewhat dogmatic, compelling her to correct him. She, too, held similar beliefs, which rendered her previous words to Zamaz as heartfelt confessions. I have no interest in your sense of justice today. I do not appear as the god of destruction, but as a disciple, with the purpose of eliminating those who betray their mentors and ancestors. Revenge? Such base desires are intrinsic to humanity, Zamaz scoffed. To seek vengeance against a god in the name of humanity is the height of arrogance. The release of Zamaz's power began to spread slowly through the gates of hell, the ominous energy seemingly enveloping the entire underworld. However, I permit it. The mercy of a god allows you to seek revenge against me. Chapter 24. Forceful suppression. Before Zamaz could finish, he caught the scent of blood. and a sharp pain coursed through his arm. Ah! Zamas clasped his mangled right arm, retreating swiftly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Damn it! Purple blood gushed from the severed arm at the fresh wound. My apologies, my grip slipped. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a golden energy sphere that struck Zamas, who lay motionless on the ground, blood seeping from his severed arm. Following an explosion, Zamas's dismembered hand vanished completely. You dare to injure the body of a god. This is unforgivable. His left hand transformed into a blade, a sword of purplish-red energy materializing from his palm as Zamas surged forward in righteous anger. With such a temperament, it is no wonder that Elder Guavas deems you unworthy. Bellies lightly retreated 2 steps. Then, with a swift leap, she executed a somersault, landing behind Zamas. Noticing her, Zamas's hand blade elongated and thickened. With a fierce gaze, he swung his hand blade in a sweeping arc towards Bellies, who stood behind him. Bellies slowly raised her right hand, gently clenching it. With a chill in the air, a red blade, sharp as a laser, was effortlessly grasped in her palm. Is this all you've got? You, who devoured the souls of the entire hell, fail to even warrant my serious attention. Compared to 5 years ago, you have regressed. How dare you speak such words? The severed right arm of Zamas emitted a wisp of blue smoke. Like a gecko, his arm regrew. Die! He hurled a dark red energy sphere toward Bellies' forehead. The white strands of her hair fluttered softly, transforming in an instant from silky locks to sharp spikes. Thousands of flying needles pierced Zamas' body. The energy sphere gathered in Zamas' right hand dissipated, turning his body into a porcupine, bristling with white spikes. Zamas swiftly retreated, and upon seeing him withdraw, Bellies chose not to pursue, her demeanor as calm as a cat toying with a mouse. What say you, God? Have you moments of fear? Despicable, unforgivable. To repeatedly inflict harm upon me, the supreme deity. Zamas shattered the spikes embedded in his body with divine power, his hair transforming into sharp points. He slowly spread his arms wide, addressing humanity with disdain. Do not be too arrogant. In an instant, hell was awash with crimson lights, swirling in tandem with Zamas' slow movements. The judgment blade, the crimson lights morphed into a flurry of blades, raining down in response. Boom, boom, boom. Countless blades plunged into the ground, causing the very depths of hell to reverberate with explosive sounds. Ha, perish, all of you. Zamas cackled, in my world. There is no need for the existence of humanity. Yet, in the next moment, 2 circular discs emerged from the gaps created by the deluge of judgment blades. Humph. What purpose does such a sluggish attack serve? Zamas scoffed at the incoming energy slashes. At that moment, the 2 flying energy slashes multiplied from 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 8 in the blink of an eye. What? Zamas' expression shifted to one of horror. Damn it, he had been outwitted. Dozens of slightly smaller golden discs, spinning rapidly, appeared before him, each resembling a blade capable of rending. No, I cannot be cut. Zamas thrust his palm forward, condensing a purplish-red energy orb and launching it directly at the energy slashes. It is over, Zamas. Before he could comprehend the source of the voice, pain shot through his chest. Ugh. He coughed up a spray of purple blood. Zamas' eyes were filled with incredulity. Struggling, he lowered his gaze to see his pale hand pressed against his chest. I warned you when I hunted you down that I would extract your heart with my own hands. A cold voice echoed behind him. A girl with snow-white hair stood there, her gaze icy. With a strong tug, she extracted the viscera stained with purplish-blue blood from Zamas' body. She slowly raised it to eye level, observing the still-twitching heart, blood dripping from it. Her voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, remarked, "What a disappointment. It's not even black." You, Zamas, now heartless, exerted all his strength to distance himself from Bellies. One hand pressed against his chest, he gasped for breath. You bastard. In a fit of rage, compounded by his grievous injuries, Zamas spat another mouthful of blood. Losing his heart was not a fatal blow for Zamas, who possessed the divine ring. Given time, he could fully recover. What, are you angry? Bellies replied indifferently. She gently squeezed the hand that held the heart. Crack. The heart, which had been softly beating, was instantly reduced to a mass of shredded flesh. As the heart shattered, blood splattered, some even staining Bellies' pristine white hair. However, Bellies remained unfazed, her violet gaze fixed upon the grotesque visage of Zamas. Isn't this how you killed Guavas? She remarked. Human, you shall perish. Zamas' eyes bulged with rage, his entire being trembling with fury. Observing the infuriated Zamas, Bellies spoke with an unperturbed tone. At that time, I was indeed naive. Had I simply eliminated you then, perhaps Master Ramsay would not have met his demise. Bellies, do not speak as if you have triumphed. The entirety of hell lies under my dominion. And I am the ultimate player in this game. With a fresh spurt of blood, Zamas clasped his hands together. Whether it be gods of destruction or mere mortals, you shall accompany this universe's underworld to the grave. As Zamas unleashed his power, the very ground of hell trembled violently, and the fabric of space quaked. Not only hell, but heaven and even the entire underworld grew increasingly unstable. Farewell. Do you wish to flee? Bellice extended her hand, intending to eradicate Zamasu with the power of destruction. It was futile. I had calculated the release speed of this destructive force. The hell I command can momentarily halt the damage inflicted by this power, granting me sufficient time to escape. Destruction. Belly spoke little and directly unleashed destruction from a distance. Yet, even when Zamas utilized instant transmission to escape, Bellies failed to annihilate him. It became clear that he had manipulated the instability of the underworld to distort the surrounding space, preventing the force of destruction from reaching him swiftly. This individual, could it be that he had devised a means of retreat from the very beginning? The violet destructive energy enveloping Beryl swiftly cleansed her palms and the blood entangled in her hair. Otherwise, the sticky residue would feel quite unsettling. Nevertheless, it may be for the best to flee, as she is already marked. As Bellies' voice faded, the trembling inferno gradually steadied. The emergence of the enchanted spirit tree signaled that I always knew you would eventually arrive in the underworld. Only in the deepest recesses of this realm, laden with countless imprints of malevolence and desire, can you undergo your transformation. In this contest, I have emerged victorious, Zamas. Bellies utilized instant transmission, escaping the confines of hell. Chapter 25, The Fall of Zamasu. On a distant planet in the universe, Zamasu coughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with rage. The gaping wound on his chest had already healed, but he reflected on the immense energy expended to mend his injuries. Zamasu sensed that his current strength was barely half of what it once was. Bellies, I must admit, you truly are my mentor and confidant. When the outcome of a battle is uncertain, it is best to have an escape plan to prepare for failure, advice you once imparted to me. Yet, you should not be a creature of such lowly human nature. As a deity, to view Bellies simply as an ordinary human is lamentable. For many times, her suggestions or words have illuminated his divine perspective. During his moments of confusion, Bellies once enlightened him, asserting that the righteousness of power is not determined by power itself, but by the wielder. This revelation cleared the fog from his mind. Humans should not exist. In my pursuit of justice, humanity is a blasphemy against the divine. Even you are not exempt. Zamasu's eyes brimmed with madness. My dear friend, for the sake of my justice, for the justice of the entire universe, I bid you to die in peace. When we meet again, I shall conduct a grand funeral in your honor, igniting the beacon of my righteousness with your blood. I apologize, but I have no interest in your justice, nor do I acknowledge you as my dear friend, for I do not wish to meet an early demise. There is no profound reason. Everything is so archaic. A girl with long, white hair, clad in pharaoh-style attire, stood not far from Zamasu. He opened his mouth in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, Zamasu regained his composure, recalling how Bellies had suddenly appeared behind him in hell. Indeed, it was instant transmission. Only the Supreme Kai can master such a talent. You have learned it, which implies that perhaps you possess the creative power of the Supreme Kai as well. Is that significant? Bellies remained nonchalant. Heh. Zamasu chuckled dryly, then shook his head, realizing it was indeed of little importance. Have you come to kill me? Although he was uncertain of what tricks the other had played, the ability to find him through instant transmission indicated that, given his current state, escape was unlikely. Go ahead. If I must die by your hand, it could be seen as a fitting end. Why not refer to me as a god? At this point, do you still wish to mock me? There was a hint of anger in Zamasu's voice. No, I do not intend to mock you, Bellies replied. I have another purpose for coming here, to discuss matters concerning Gavas. He has never held you accountable. What? Zamasu was taken aback. Zamasu, I once inadvertently mentioned to Gavas that you might harbor thoughts of killing him. Bellies paused for a moment. Do you know how Gavas responded at that time? What did he say? Zamasu's body trembled slightly. Gavas's exact words were, Zamasu is a talented and opinionated child. If one day he truly commits the act of slaying his master, it is most likely because I failed to understand him. If my death can guide that child back to the right path, then it is worth it. Bellies could not help but recall the original work, where in Universe 10, Was, despite knowing that the future Zamas would kill his future self, still yearned to touch him with genuine emotion. Belis would refrain from commenting on such actions. Yet she is acutely aware that she could never bring herself to do something akin to it. She is, after all, rather self-centered. The voice of teacher Guavas, Zamas, was deep and tinged with a slight tremor. It was no wonder. When she pierced Guavas's chest with her hand, his face reflected regret and helplessness. Yet there was not a trace of hatred towards her. It turned out he had always known. Zamas, human beings possess emotions. Even deities are not exempt. They draw strength from desires, and in doing so, they can, to some extent, resonate with the souls of others. Even the most heinous individuals harbor within them a sanctuary of purity. Belis remained silent for a moment before continuing, transforming and enhancing the desire spirit tree to augment power. Or perhaps utilizing the souls from the depths of hell to perfect oneself. If I were not the god of destruction, I would not care at all. Is it not true that one should not meddle in affairs beyond their station? Zamas recalled Belis' previous words. Indeed, Belis nodded. You are quite unreserved in your thoughts. I have observed those souls from hell. Often, their memories are laced with a so-called greater good, masking their own selfish desires, Zamas remarked. There is no need for that. I have no desire to become such a person, Belis replied calmly. Combining the powers of destruction and creation, Belis, you might make a splendid deity. Zamas said with a relieved smile, pondering whether it was merely the wisdom that comes with impending mortality. You speak truly. Gods, like humans, possess self-interest and desires. Even I, who pride myself on my purity, act solely for my own selfish motives. What right do I have to judge humanity for the same? May I pose a question? Zamas asked, his previous frenzy already dissipating as he inquired of Belis. Why did you wish to kill me upon our first meeting? Was it as I suggested before, that you foresaw the future? Upon hearing this, Belis fell silent for a while, then softly replied, I can see. Just 3 words. Belis had never contemplated implanting the Dragon Ball narrative into Zamasu's mind. Whether one labels her as cautious or overly suspicious, even now, she remains uneasy about Zamasu. Who can tell if the Zamasu before her might resurrect like in Dragon Ball heroes? In any case, exercising vigilance is prudent. Is it not? Zamasu perceived that Belis was concealing something, yet he paid it little heed. Let us proceed. The duties of a god of destruction are quite demanding. Is it of any consequence for me to engage in conversation with a mere sinner? Zamasu suddenly remarked. Belis raised her hand slowly, palm directed towards Zamas. A whisper of destruction echoed in the air. Zamas's form began to fade. Not merely his physical presence, but even his very essence was being obliterated. Are we still friends? Came Zamas's voice, resonating with a hint of despair, despite having lost half of his corporeal being. Yet, as his body and soul gradually slipped away, he never received a response from Belis. Thank you, were the last 2 words he uttered before vanishing. A gentle breeze caressed Belis' silken, snow-white hair that partially veiled her eyes. In that moment, her once violet irises had reverted to black. I found myself unable to deny it. With a sweep, I pushed aside the fringe that shadowed my eyes, gazing at the crimson sun, which had already descended to the horizon. Belis murmured, perhaps everyone possesses their own brilliance. In a certain sense, her ability to master the creative power of the Supreme Kai is largely attributed to her observations of Zamasu's training. Had she not connected with Zamasu and Gauss, acquiring the power of the Supreme Kai would not have been so effortless. Initially, her purpose for visiting the realm of the Supreme Kai was to guide Zamasu, encouraging him to abandon his obsession and refrain from actions that could lead to the demise of the Supreme Kai. Although she did not achieve her goal, she ultimately emerged as the beneficiary of the situation. It sounds somewhat absurd, doesn't it? Chapter 26. The Golden King Beast is a trivial matter. After attending to affairs in the underworld, Belis returned to the realm of destruction, first to pay her respects at the tomb of the god of destruction, Ramses. Subsequently, she arrived at the realm of the Supreme Kai. It seemed that her last visit here was 5 years ago, which feels like quite a long time. Before the tomb of Gauss, the Supreme Kai, she reflected, Zamasu is dead. Even if I say this, it is unlikely to bring you joy, for he was your disciple, and you held great expectations for him. Gazing at the tomb adorned with a cross, Belis softly spoke, Gauss, if you have words to impart, let us await your resurrection. If possible, I shall then listen to your earnest teachings. Belis certainly intends to resurrect Ramses, though whether it can be achieved remains uncertain. Gauss' revival is a secondary consideration. Naturally, success would be ideal, but if not, it is of little consequence. There is a distinction in relationships. The god of destruction from the 10th universe rescued her from drifting through the cosmos and took her as a disciple. Although her body was protected by a system, allowing her to drift indefinitely in the universe, no one knows what might have transpired had Ramses not retrieved her. Perhaps one day, upon awakening from slumber, she would find herself encased within some laboratory vessel. This kindness is etched in Perilous' memory. Furthermore, after Ramses took her as a disciple, he diligently imparted knowledge to her. How can one express this? Had she not been in the realm of destruction? Her current age might not have enabled her to transform into a super scion, let alone become a pinnacle of the universe. Do not presume that becoming a super scion is an easy feat in the original narrative. Characters like Trunks and Goten benefited from the lineage of Vegeta and Goku, which is a matter of bloodline inheritance. For ordinary scions, particularly those from the 7th universe, achieving the status of super scion, that is the stuff of legends, occurring but once in a millennium. For instance, when she traversed planet Vegeta, from birth to the destruction of the Namek, her battle power was merely 58,000. To be candid, her mindset crumbled at that moment. From ages 7 to 10, she could only increase her battle power by 1,000 each year, leaving no hope for survival. Thankfully, through a series of fortuitous events, she not only leaped from the 7th universe to the 10th, but was also rescued by the passing god of destruction Ramses and the angel Kes. Speaking of which, she has been in the 10th universe for a decade. How many decades does one experience in a lifetime? She wonders how the 7th universe has fared. Crossing universes requires the permission of an angel. If she wishes to visit the 7th universe, she must first obtain a formal appointment at the Grand King's palace and awaken Angel Kes. After paying her respects to Gauss, Bliss returned to the realm of destruction. Having not accessed the chat group for many days, she felt a tinge of curiosity about its current state, hoping it had not descended into chaos. As she projected her consciousness into it, the status of her chat group avatar shifted from offline to online. Belly's wished to peruse the previous chat records, feeling a thrill at the prospect of eavesdropping. A live broadcast? Or perhaps it was Ying's. The entry button for the live stream video appeared at the bottom right corner of the chat group. How peculiar. Ying has seemingly become quite familiar with everyone, even hosting a live stream. However, Bellies did not immediately join the broadcast. Instead, she noted that the number of group members had increased by 2 since last time. The Black Maid's Shelf from Fairy Tail and the protagonist Irina from The Witch's Journey, 2 fascinating realms of magic. Bellies glanced at the profiles of the 2 individuals before entering Ying's live streaming room. What unfolded before her was a scene that left her utterly astounded. A golden dragon, stretching several hundred meters in length, lay sprawled on the ground, with the body of a dragon and the head of a wolf. One could indeed classify this creature as a dragon, albeit an unusual one. The once majestic wolf head now appeared somewhat grotesque, its eyes and snout swollen into grotesque lumps. The eye sockets, dark and cavernous, resembled the eyes of a panda, which starkly contrasted with the imposing presence one would expect from such a creature. The dragon wolf's mouth opened and closed rhythmically, seemingly producing the sound, Abba Abba. Bellies' lips twitched slightly. What was Wei Ying doing? Had she offended this creature somehow? The creature lay stiffly, appearing to be a golden king beast. Suddenly, in the live stream, the immense body of the golden king beast stirred, attempting to raise its head. The golden king beast was determined to rise. Thud! Its head collided again, crashing heavily back to the ground. It babbled incoherently once more. How pitiable, Bellies remarked, exasperated. The unmistakable sword mark on the beast's forehead was evidently inflicted by someone wielding a sword like a bludgeon. Are you convinced yet? If so, come home with me. If not, we can continue the standoff. Hoi Ying lightly flicked her exclusive 6-star artifact with her finger, glancing at the massive creature out of the corner of her eye. The spidery dragon was indeed unfortunate, having been beaten for 2 days and nights. Jelf was astounded. The Golden King beast was indeed a manufactured being, seemingly more powerful than himself. He pondered what kind of individual could create such a creature. Hoi Ying's battle with the Golden King beast left Jelf, a grand magus, utterly astonished. Initially, he was taken aback by the beast's creation. Having previously crafted living demons himself, he understood how challenging it was to birth such formidable alchemical beings. Even he found it nearly impossible. As for Hoi Ying, this seemingly petite girl was, in truth, over 500 years old. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that this girl, whom we shall refer to as Hoi Ying, possessed strength that far surpassed his own as a grand magus. She was overwhelmingly powerful. One might say that had she wished to subdue the Golden King beast, the battle would have concluded long ago. Irina pondered, is this the realm of the strong? It seems I have much to learn. Recently graduated from the Witch Academy, she initially believed her abilities to be commendable, as she had excelled within the institution. it would be impossible to claim she was not proud. However, after witnessing Jelf's seamless display of magic and observing Huiying nearly overpower the terrifying Golden King Beast, she felt insignificantly small. Irina caressed the book titled Nicole in her hands, inhaling deeply. I have resolved to become the strongest witch in this world, if given the opportunity. She aspired to traverse various realms, experiencing diverse cultures and writing a book even more magnificent than Nicole. While Irina brimmed with hope, a woman clad in an apron stood outside her door. This woman was Irina's mother, possessing long gray-white hair and a striking resemblance to her daughter. Essentially a mature version of Irina. She was a powerful witch and the author of Irina's beloved book, The Adventures of Nicole, which chronicled her own adventures. Observing her daughter's recent changes, Nicole noted them with concern. Although uncertain of the circumstances, she perceived no imminent danger, thus chose to observe discreetly rather than intervene. The strongest witch? This is no simple feat, and, little Irina, are you hiding something from me? Nicole remained outside Irina's door, not entering. Yet, through magic, she could perceive nearly everything occurring within. Irina's demeanor had grown considerably steadier, though whether this was good or bad remained unclear. She had already messaged her disciple, who would likely arrive soon. As Irina's teacher, it was certain that the continuously bullied Fran would be intrigued, though Irina might surprise her. Chapter 27. The High Priestess descends World's first princess. Huiying, how did you end up entangled with the Golden King Beast? The chat exploded with excitement upon this revelation. Spiderling. Hey? The group leader is alive. Oh no. I mean, the group leader has logged in. I haven't seen the leader in ages. Did you miss your adorable Spiderling? World's first princess. I think roasted spider tastes delightful. Spiderling, huh? How could the leader eat such a cute spider? World's first princess. Enough with the antics. Share what has transpired recently. And, welcome new members, Jelf and Irina. Irina. Jelf, is this the group leader? More powerful than Huiying and Uchiha Madara? May I ask if you could kill me? World's first princess. Those who propose such requests must surely have some affliction in their heads. World's first princess. Jelf, you are still young, in my world. There are many who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. World's first princess. You must be cursed to wish for death, correct? Jelf? Indeed. Because, World's first princess. No need for explanations. Simply joining this chat group will allow me to discern much of your former World's trajectory. World's first princess. You likely have contemplated how to control your curse, yet find it unattainable. Am I correct? Huiying. The curse upon Jelf must stem from a disparity in rank. To lift it, one would need to possess or surpass the power of the deity who originally cast it upon him. Huiying. Oh, and group leader. You inquired why I sought trouble with the Golden King Beast. I have a plan that necessitates its capture. World's first princess. I see. Have you and Jelf discussed the matter of curses? Bellies did not pry into Huiying's plans, as it was of no concern to her. Instead, she was more interested in the curse itself. The Abyss Princess Huiying and the Traveler Huiying were entirely different entities. In simple terms, the former was quite aloof, while the latter resembled a foolish blonde desperately seeking precious stones. Huiying's willingness to engage in Jelf's discourse implied her interest in the curse he bore, and she might have even inquired in detail. Huiying. Indeed, I have discussed this with Jelf. The curse he bears shares similarities with the curse placed upon Kenria by the laws of nature. Lifting it is quite challenging without external aid. World's first princess. The term curse typically refers to the application of laws. Huiying, since you can wield the abyss without succumbing to corruption, you should comprehend the laws. Correct? Huiying. I can utilize them, but to say I fully understand them, a sigh. If I truly comprehended them, I would not be at a loss regarding the plight of Kenria's subjects. She glanced at the Golden King Beast, which was struggling to rise. Huiying took her weapon and struck its forehead with force. Clang. The Golden King Beast, once again drooling, fell unconscious. World's first princess. There's no need for concern. Once the chat group reaches level 3, a travel function will be available, which will be quite beneficial for mutual learning and assistance. Jelf, level 3? What level is the chat group currently? World's first princess, level 1. Jelf, then it will take quite some time, won't it? I was overwhelmed with excitement. The once unyielding Golden King Beast, who would rather die than submit, ultimately surrendered to the profound wisdom of the irresistible allure. Ing ended the live broadcast. As she observed the now tranquil chat room, Bellies' consciousness began to detach from it. However, she did not log off entirely. Just moments ago, the chat group had issued a warning to her. A formidable presence capable of threatening her had entered her universe. A formidable presence? Belize's brows furrowed slightly. She did not perceive any anomalies within the universe. However, it would not be surprising if the other party were stronger than her, even after being augmented by the cosmic rules. Since the chat group issued a warning, it was prudent to exercise caution. Before long, a spatial portal materialized above the realm of destruction. Subsequently, a man clad in blue garments, adorned with a divine halo, emerged. He was not particularly tall, nor did he exude an air of majesty. Rather, he appeared somewhat fragile. Upon his arrival, Belize's pupils dilated in shock. Thereafter, she, donned in the attire of a destroyer, knelt on one knee in a semi-crouched position. She had encountered the high priest before. The man before her, known as the high priest, hovered serenely in midair. He scrutinized Belize for a moment before speaking in a soothing tone. There is no need for anxiety. Your accomplishments have been mentioned to me by Kasai. As the newly appointed destroyer of the 10th universe, you have done remarkably well, elevating the comprehensive strength of the 10th universe from the 3rd lowest to the 6th highest in such a brief period. Even Lord Zeno holds you in high regard. Belize nodded slightly, displaying respect as she said, "This is what I ought to do. With the decade nearing its end, I came specifically to check in." "Please do not worry." The high priest gradually descended into the realm of destruction, his tone remaining remarkably serene. Belize paused, taken aback by his words. Was there still 5 years remaining? The high priest's expression shifted to one of confusion as he pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Ah, I see. It appears I misremembered." Belize was left speechless. "It's nothing. I made an error. That is my responsibility." The corners of the high priest's mouth lifted slightly as he scrutinized Belize, making her feel an immense pressure. "How about this? Do you have any requests?" He extended his hand, treating it as compensation for my lapse in timing. "You may propose any request." A smile graced the high priest's face, yet Belize sensed an underlying meaning in his words. "I wish to utilize the dragon of the gods to resurrect Master Ramsay. May I inquire if you would grant your consent?" Although she was unsure of the high priest's true intentions, she recognized this as a rare opportunity. The use of the dragon of the gods necessitated traversing universes, and not just one. If she could secure official permission from the high priest, she would face no issues even when encountering the 2 gods of destruction and angels from those universes. Furthermore, Belize had her own personal motives regarding the 7th universe. The dragon of the gods, created by the dragon god? The high priest did not respond immediately. He turned away as if in contemplation for a moment, then looked back at Belize and remarked, "I recall you are originally from the 7th universe." Yes, Belize nodded. Since her origins had been recognized, there was no point in denial. Further argument might only displease the high priest. "I see. That indeed aligns with the regulations." After speaking, the high priest retrieved a token with gilded edges from his pocket. At its center was inscribed a prominent character. "Take this to collect the wish orbs. The 6th and 7th universes should not give you any trouble." "Thank you very much, High Priest." Belize's voice trembled with excitement as she accepted the token he offered. The High Priest nodded, stepping back a few paces, whereupon a spatial portal materialized behind him. "By the way, after fulfilling your wishes, be sure to come swiftly to the palace of Lord Zeno. That should not be a problem, right?" "Yes." The High Priest smiled faintly. "The wishes of the dragon of the gods are exceedingly precious, so do not squander them." With that, he provided no time for Belize to contemplate, retreating directly into the portal. As the portal gradually vanished, Belize rose, gazing at the somewhat antiquated token in her hand, murmuring, "Do not waste wishes?" What could he possibly mean by that? Belize felt a vague sense of unease within her. Chapter 28. The High Priest and the Sovereign. Section 27. The High Priest. A figure of truly terrifying strength. With a token inscribed with grand characters clutched in her hand, Belize's heart raced. After a considerable time, she managed to calm her restless emotions. Through the power of the chat group, Belize could faintly sense the prowess of the High Priest. Throughout the encounter, the High Priest exhibited not a trace of arrogance. Yet, his mere presence seemed to embody the very core of all cosmic laws. Fortunately, even the High Priest remained unaware of the system's existence. Thus, Belize's anxious heart found a moment of respite. Belize took a deep breath and called out to the chat group, "System, please check if this token has any hidden implications." A few seconds later, a notification chimed. "The token is crafted from special materials and is not connected to any causal relationships." Is it merely symbolic? Belize recalled what the High Priest had previously said. "Perhaps I am overthinking it." Belize shook her head, exercising caution. for the Grand Priest possessed the power to erase her with the mere flick of a wrist. Nevertheless, she owed a debt of gratitude that could not be overlooked. Regardless of the Grand Priest's intentions, she felt compelled to visit the 6th and 7th universes. In the palace of the Omni King sat upright on his elevated throne. The Grand Priest slightly inclined his body, pondering how to initiate the conversation. Has the newly appointed god of destruction not returned? The Omni King, whose head resembled a peculiar boiled egg, observed the Grand Priest's silence with curiosity. The transition between the old and new gods of destruction had not yet occurred, and it seemed there was a peculiar issue with the flow of time in Universe 10. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Priest responded, similar to 20 years ago. The Omni King posed an irrelevant inquiry. Uncertain, the Grand Priest replied, shaking his head. Prior to my return, I surveyed all existing parallel universes and found no god of destruction named Bellies. Even on planet Vegeta of Universe 7, there was no Scion princess by that name. I see, the Omni King mused. This suggests that our universe is indeed unique. 20 years prior, a significant event transpired within the Omni King's universe. Many realms, including the Dragon Realm, were cleansed by a mysterious force. Investigations revealed that parallel worlds would no longer manifest within their universe. Grand Priest, the Omni King exclaimed as he leaped from his seat to stand beside him. Were there no other findings? She is enigmatic, the Grand Priest contemplated before continuing. I cannot ascertain whether that Scion princess is aware of her own circumstances. Should any malice arise towards her, an overwhelming sensation would emerge within me. The intensity of the laws surrounding her surpasses the collective magnitude of the entire universe. Is it truly that formidable? The Omni King inquired, intrigued. The boundless laws appeared solely to ensure her safety, the Grand Priest speculated. Noticing the Omni King's silence, he paused briefly before elaborating. That Scion princess wishes to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the former god of destruction, Ramses. According to the rules of the Dragon Realm, as a being born from Universe 7, she is entitled to wield the Dragon Balls, and thus I cannot refuse her. Does this imply, Your Majesty, that she will be arriving soon? The Omni King asked, his youthful voice breaking the stillness. After a prolonged silence, he expressed his curiosity regarding Sarama's perspective. Slowly returning to his seat, the wisdom in his eyes transformed once more into a profound insight. Thus, the saga unfolds within the realm of the gods of destruction. Bellies did not immediately venture into other universes to gather the Super Dragon Balls. Before departing from Universe 10, she undoubtedly needed to make certain preparations. Furthermore, due to Zamasu's previous erratic behavior, Hell remained in a rather unstable condition. She required time to remain vigilant. Otherwise, should she leave too hastily, it could lead to catastrophic chaos in the underworld and Hell. That would be a grave misstep. Yet, she found herself rather unoccupied. Each day, she instructed the personnel of the underworld to report their tasks, while she contentedly lingered in the God of Destruction's realm, observing the chat group. At that moment, in the chat group, Spider Child, help me, Great One. I have encountered a formidable boss. World's first princess? Spider Child, just look at this JPG. Spider Child shared an image, a screenshot of the boss. World's first princess, the Demon King Ariel? Spider Child, yes, it's her. No wonder she seemed so familiar. Spider Child suddenly recalled the name mentioned by Chiu Lai during their battle against the Fire Dragon. The original Spider, the Demon King Ariel. Spider Child, group leader. I fear I am doomed. Uchiha Obito, the disparity in attributes is quite significant. The attribute panel of the Demon King Ariel caused Uchiha Obito to gasp in astonishment. Ignoring the lengthy list of health and mana points, the skills listed were nearly all at maximum level. Although unaware of Spider Child's current attributes, it was inconceivable that she could have attained the figures presented in the image within such a short span of time. Spider Child, exactly. World's first princess. May I ask if your body minister is still around? Spider Child. Body minister? I haven't been able to contact her for quite a while. World's first princess. I see. Well, do your best. I will not assist you this time. Spider Child. Huh? World's first princess. This is a trial, you see. I cannot always help you. Moreover, I will reveal a secret about the future. Spider Child. What secret? Having narrowly escaped the Demon King's initial pursuit, Spider Child was now able to converse leisurely with the group leader. World's first princess. The Demon King Ariel will become your future confidant, a dear friend. Someone with whom you can share closeness. Surprising, isn't it? Spider Child, huh? Uchiha Obito. Is this akin to my relationship with Hashirama? World's first princess. Uchiha Obito. Perhaps you ought to reflect on the words you are uttering. When I express confusion with a question mark, it is not I who has the issue, but rather you. Disregarding Uchiha Obito's irrelevant remarks, the world's first princess continued. Spider child, try to buy some time. If you can evade the Demon King a few more times, she will eventually seek reconciliation with you. World's first princess, good luck, little spider. Spider child, escaping from the Demon King is a perilous endeavor. Each time a near brush with death. How can I manage that multiple times? It seems I cannot rely on the group leader. Spider child, with a glimmer of hope, sought aid from the group leader, fully aware that such a mighty figure would not come to her rescue. The Demon King Ariel, while formidable, was not comparable to the malevolent deities Di and Xiu Lai, who transcended the limits of the system as terrifying entities. With no external assistance, she resolved to save herself. She, Spider Child, must rise to the occasion. Chapter 29. Irina, the Abyss Princess, in the tumultuous relationship between Baiji and Ariel, filled with both conflict and affection. In the original tale, had it not been for the body minister of Spider Child eroding Ariel's consciousness, the two would have never reached a reconciliation. Bellies did not entertain the thought of assisting Spider Child, as she had previously made an agreement with the malevolent deity Di to ensure Spider Child's life was safeguarded until the moment of ascension. Thus, even in the face of the Demon King's pursuit of Spider Child, Bellies remained unperturbed. Irina, Teacher Jelf, I am grateful for your guidance. I have officially become a witch. Suddenly, a message from Irina appeared in the chat group. A witch, indeed. Irina's transformation into a witch was not to occur until a year later in the original narrative. Bellies pondered, is there truly such a vast disparity in the flow of time across different worlds within the chat group? Or perhaps, has Jareth's guidance expedited Irene's transformation into a witch? In the anime Witch's Journey, Irene possesses exceptional magical talent. To temper her spirited nature, Irene's mother, Nicole, enlisted her former disciple to mentor Irene. Before becoming the Ashen Witch of the original tale, Irene served as a near servant to Fran for nearly a year. Yet, astonishingly, just a few days later, Irene had graduated. Jareth remarked, Irene, this is the fruit of your own labor. I merely provided a hint. You need not refer to me as your teacher. Irene responded, yes, Mr. Jareth. Jareth replied, there is no need for such formality. Simply call me by my name. In the realm of destruction, Bellies observed the dialogue between Jareth and Irene in the chat group. Curiosity stirred within her. How many days had passed in Irene's world? It appeared that the passage of time varied among the members of the group. For instance, Shirakumo had already progressed to battling the Demon King Ariel. The world's first princess inquired, Irene, how long did it take you to graduate from your teacher Fran? Irene answered, 1 week. I defeated teacher Fran in just 1 week. She added, teacher Fran even mentioned that I might surpass the witch named Nicole in the future. Irene's explanation left Bellies quite astonished. Indeed, the flow of time was not uniform. Moreover, the narrative had become rather convoluted. After careful consideration, Bellies resolved to inform Irene about Nicole. The world's first princess asked, Irene, do you know where that witch Nicole is? Irene replied, does the group leader know? Upon hearing Nicole's name, Irene's interest was piqued, as the adventures of Nicole was her formative reading material. The world's first princess advised Irene, there's no need to emulate Shirakumo's peculiar speech. You may call me group leader or Bellies. She continued, the author of the adventures of Nicole is right beside you. Can you guess who it is? Irene exclaimed, beside me? Could it be teacher Fran? She seems to be the only witch in her vicinity. The world's first princess revealed, your teacher Fran is Nicole's disciple. Irene gasped, really? Is that true? Her excitement was palpable, as she had not anticipated that her beloved Nicole's disciple would be so close, and indeed, her own teacher. How could teacher Fran have kept this a secret from her? Lying on the grass, Irene rolled back and forth in disbelief. The world's first princess added, Irene, you have actually met Nicole. Irene was bewildered by the chat group's messages. When had she met Nicole? Was there another powerful witch hidden in the town? Tentatively, she typed into the chat, is she one of the townsfolk? Could the witch Nicole be living here in seclusion? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It was not uncommon in novels for powerful witches, after traversing the world, to seek a quiet place to delve into their magical studies. The world's first princess provided a clue, Irene, she shares your silvery white hair and has a similar demeanor, quite disdainful. Irene retorted, leader, that is slander. I am not disdainful. The world's first princess continued, let me finish. Here is the final clue. Irene, you see her every day? And your teacher Fran was brought in by her. Irene's mind raced as she processed the information on the public screen. Silvery hair, disdainful, seen daily. And the one who brought in Teacher Fran. Ignoring the last point for now, she recalled that Teacher Fran was the witch she had stumbled upon while practicing magic on the back mountain. Yet, the first 3 clues, Irene thought. Could it be that the leader is merely jesting? A figure began to materialize in her mind. No, it was utterly impossible. Her gentle, refined mother could not be Nicole. Nor could she possibly be disdainful. Dazed, Irene returned home. Unbeknownst to her, she entered the living room just as her mother was preparing lunch. Nicole. Irene struggled to reconcile the image of a powerful witch who traveled the world with the mother standing before her. Mother, is it you who brought Teacher Fran? Her mother did not respond, but brought a plate of pastries to the table before Irene. Irene hesitantly asked, did I guess correctly? Are you Nicole? Her hands fidgeting with her skirt beneath the table. Indeed. I thought I could keep it from you a bit longer. Nicole smiled as she gently touched Irene's silvery locks. Why? Irene faltered, unprepared for the revelation of her mother's identity. She felt like a novice witch, still new to the world. If you are Nicole, why have you allowed Teacher Fran to guide me? She is your disciple, is she not? Irene found it perplexing that a powerful witch would choose to educate her daughter through another's tutelage. Ah, do you wish to hear the truth, Irene? Nicole paused, realizing that since Irene had mentioned Nicole's name, her suspicions about Fran's identity were not unexpected. Irene nodded. Because it was difficult to be direct with my own daughter. I didn't want to be too harsh. Moreover, when Fran was my disciple, I often teased her, so I thought she would be quite eager to teach you. Is that your reasoning? Irene's eyes widened as she scrutinized her mother, as if seeing her for the first time. Is this truly my mother? Could there have been a mix-up? She is indeed just as disdainful as the leader described. Hey, are you angry, Irene? Nicole playfully pinched Irene's nose. Actually, I initially intended for Fran to temper your spirited nature. Your magical talent among your peers is simply too formidable, and such pride could lead to trouble in the future. However, I ultimately changed my mind. Nicole paused. It seems little Irene has already found her own path. May I tell you, Mother, what has transpired over the past fortnight? Irene hesitated. Is the leader present? May I share some details about the chat group? Irene felt apprehensive and sought the leader's approval first. The world's first princess replied. Of course, but do be cautious. Thank you. With the leader's consent, Irene recounted her experiences of joining the chat group to Nicole. Nicole listened intently to Irene's unexpected encounters. Irene, you have found a teacher, and it seems that teacher is far more powerful than I am. But what of that curse? Was it a divine curse? Nicole rested her chin in contemplation. After a while, she turned to Elena and smiled gently. Elena, is your desire to become the strongest witch also related to the group? Yes, Mother, that is the case. Very well, my daughter. You must strive diligently. Even in comparison to individuals from other worlds, you cannot afford to be weak. Nicole pondered for a moment before continuing. How about this? For the next month, I shall personally train Elena. Initially, Nicole had intended for Elena to embark on a journey across the continent, given her abilities. However, it now appeared that Elena placed greater importance on strength. As a mother, it would be unreasonable to hinder her from seizing opportunities presented by other worlds. Really? Mother will teach me? Elena exclaimed, her excitement palpable. In her entire life, Elena had never witnessed her mother casting magic. Yet, from their earlier conversation, it seemed that perhaps she had simply been too weak to notice. For the time being, matters concerning Elena were set aside. Meanwhile, in Tevat, a voice reported from behind Ing, Your Highness, the Liyue invitation ceremony has commenced. How's the preparation? Ing glanced back. Everything is ready. As long as Your Highness can delay Morix, we are confident in securing victory even if it leads to a full-scale war with Liyue. Chapter 30. Ying's plan the life of a destroyer god was unadorned. Each day, they listened to reports from their subordinates, consumed a few spiritual tree fruits when thirsty. And when boredom struck, checked for new messages in the chat group. However, there indeed were new messages. Ing, do you want to watch a live stream? Spider, yes. Ing, what kind of live stream is it? Cooking? Ing, not about food. Ing, situated near Liyue, felt exasperated by the gluttonous spider, who seemed incapable of thinking beyond food. Nonetheless, Oster did have some connection to fish. Ing, it's about the demon god attacking the city. It might be quite lively. Uchiha Abido, demon god? Jalal, a deity? Ing, you could refer to it as a deity, though it is a failed god that has been sealed away. In terms of strength, there remains a considerable gap compared to the recognized deities of our present continent. Uchiha Abido, How does it compare to you? Ing, should I speak candidly? Uchiha Obito. Ing, in its prime, Acer was stronger than you. However, having been sealed for so long, when it eventually breaks free, it will likely emerge with only a fraction of its former body and power, comparable to your strength when you battled with the group leader. Ing had indeed watched the video of the battle between Uchiha Obito and the group leader, and it was evident that the demon god Acer surpassed Uchiha Obito. Any demon god that had participated in the selection of the 7 rulers possessed rules. Uchiha Obito, how should I respond to that? As a renowned figure in the shinobi world, to be deemed weaker than a demon god that had been continuously weakened by sealing, only equating to a portion of its strength? World's first princess, Uchiha Obito, Ing speaks the truth. If you could reach the level of the 6 paths, perhaps you could stand shoulder to shoulder with a slightly weaker demon god. Uchiha Obito, is the gap that vast? The 6 paths, that is my ultimate goal, and yet, this is the outcome. World's first princess. Every demon god is considered an embodiment of rules. For instance, the demon god of salt, recognized as the weakest in Teyvat, upon her death, unleashed energy potent enough to lay waste to an entire city. World's first princess. Of course, the rules vary across worlds and cannot be generalized. However, generally speaking, the transition from power to rules is a requisite journey in most worlds. She specified most rather than all. Take the Dragon Ball world, for instance. Did Goku and Vegeta grasp the rules? No, at least not by the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, as they barely understood the concept of rules. The Saiyans, as a warrior race, relied on their physicality to embody strength. Rules? What are those? Is it merely about having enough to eat? If one could consume dozens or even hundreds of meals in one sitting, could that also be regarded as understanding the rules? If so, then the Saiyans have indeed comprehended the rules, perhaps even innately. Of course, apart from her. Jalal? Rules? Huh? If I could control the curse within my body, would that count as touching the rules? World's first princess. That would be considered a preliminary contact. However, for the vast majority of beings, depending on their race, they sometimes possess innate talents. This may allow them to vaguely touch upon the rules, but not control them. Instead, they merely use their bloodline memory to exert a semblance of power. World's first princess, for example, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, or my previous transformations, can be viewed as a form of bloodline memory. Spider, this is so profound, I can't comprehend it at all. World's first princess, Spider. There is no need to understand it now. Just continue to grow stronger, and in due time, you will naturally come into contact with it. I merely wanted to share this with you in advance. World's first princess, by the way. The system interface created by the evil god D also counts as a form of rules. World's first princess. Ing, where has your world line progressed? Speaking of which, what do you intend to do? Recalling the Golden King beast that Ing had brought back from the wild, which could only babble incoherently. Ing, I plan to wait until my brother heads to Inazuma before launching our plan. World's first princess. The one to shake the Sky Island? Ing, yes. I must obtain Acer. World's first princess. Morix will not simply watch this unfold. Are you confident? Ing, a being dulled by the erosion of heavenly principles likely lacks the strength it once possessed during the Demon God War. Ing's words prompted Bellies to ponder. Was there a hint of disdain for Morix in her tone? World's first princess. What about those immortals? What are your plans? Liyue seemed to be home to many beasts and birds, ancient beings that had lived for thousands of years, though they could not compare to Morix. Ing, their strength is limited. At most, they could collaborate to deal with some weaker demon gods. Even the immortals, who barely grasp the rules, have traversed countless worlds. In her prime, Ing did not regard them as a threat. Additionally, the power of the abyss could counter them. World's first princess, bringing the abyss to the forefront. Ing, have you considered the consequences? Ing, it may not lead to conflict. Morix has his own designs, the weariness of the heavenly principles upon the gods. If it were not for an inability to resist, who would willingly endure? World's first princess, having a plan is good. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I can assist you once, but only in the capacity of saving lives, not in defeating enemies. Bellies had a fondness for Ing, perhaps a remnant of her time playing Genshin Impact before her journey. However, she could not offer unlimited assistance. Furthermore, Bellies wished to observe the rules of Teyvat closely, as it might provide her some insight into her own strength. Ing, thank you. Spider, Wah, the group leader is so biased. Little Spider is about to perish. Yet the group leader ignores me, Wah. World's first princess. You are hardly perishing. You seem quite idle, wanting to watching S live stream. Spider, no. I'm just gathering references. Spider, leader, did you know? I have narrowly escaped the clutches of the Demon King for the second time. Yet I still find myself torn asunder. How terrifying. Were it not for the skills bestowed by the system, the esteemed leader of our group might never behold the adorable Spidey again. Woe is me. World's first princess. So, you mean you were literally dismembered? With your head flying off and drifting about? Spidey, the esteemed leader is still jesting at my expense. World's first princess. Not at all. I have great faith in you. Keep striving. After a few more encounters, the Demon King will surely relent. Spidey, I fear that before any reconciliation could occur, I might have already been devoured by the Demon King, quite literally consumed. The thought of the Demon King's ability to consume anything sends shivers down my spine. Ding. Ing has initiated a live broadcast. Chapter 31. The Siege of Osail outside Liyue Harbor. Towards the direction of the lonely cloud pavilion, tumultuous waves churn violently. The oppressive aura belonging to the Archon gradually envelopes the entire Liyue. Uchiha Madara. Is that five-headed water serpent Osail? Through the live stream, Uchiha Madara witnesses the colossal creature. Its azure form stirring a massive vortex that connects the sky and sea. The sky becomes shrouded in ominous clouds, and torrential rain begins to pour. World's first princess. What we see in the broadcast is the radiation of laws. With mere thought, one can alter the natural environment within a certain radius at will. Irina, how terrifying. How does one even contend with such a being? Irina, seated on her sofa at home, projects the chat group stream onto the wall. Watching the horrifying scenes of the Archon Osail alongside her mother, Nicole. Jelf, quite formidable, it seems even more fearsome than the Golden Beast. Jelf cannot help but compare it to the black dragon of his world. Section 30. A nagging feeling arises, perhaps even that black dragon pales in comparison to the demon god before them. Ing. This is not Osail's full power. It is merely a fragment released upon the breaking of his seal. Hyper AI, the situation is becoming increasingly fantastical. As a scientist, I find myself at a loss. With deities emerging, it seems only a nuclear bomb could pose a threat to such entities. Irina, Ing, the Osail you intend to capture, it can't possibly be him. Right? Recalling the discussions in the chat group, Irina trembles. In the realm of the powerful, the novice which finds herself in peril. Ing, indeed. Osail's current strength poses little challenge to me. Even at his peak, capturing him would not be overly difficult. What concerns me is the Geo Archon within Liyue. Uchiha Madara, the Geo Archon Morix, he is formidable? Ing, before being chosen as the Geo Archon of Sky Island, he was known as the Martial God. The swirling demon god before us was sealed by him. While conversing with the group, Osail hastens his advance toward Liyue, and the range of law radiation expands. Thick clouds and torrential rain begin to encroach upon the city. Spidey, what is that flying object? Spidey, with keen eyes, notices a structure resembling a flying ship moving toward the vortex demon god in the panoramic video. Ing, that is the Chuanyu Pavilion. It appears to be constructed from floating stones, but I am not entirely certain of the details. Spidey, how I long for such a magnificent dwelling. Ing, she simply cannot fathom Spidey's thought process. Nevertheless, Ing does not dwell on it. The group is filled with eccentric individuals, and besides, Spidey is still not entirely human. High above, Ing, concealed by a barrier, spots a familiar figure atop the Chuanyu Pavilion. Brother, how could he be there? Ing furrows her brow slightly. With only mastery over two elements, he is hardly a match for the fools, should he encounter a demon god. It could lead to his doom. Troubling. Ing wishes to remain unnoticed by Morix, at least until he completes his transaction with the Ice Empress. She intends to avoid any complications before then. After dealing with Osail, she must find a way to divert her brother's attention. Yes, let us have you handle it. Ing ponders. After all, should she fall out with Morix, her brother's presence here would be exceedingly perilous. Ing takes a deep breath. Her brother's next destination will likely be Inazuma. I shall write a letter for Yuan to deliver, indicating that they will meet in Inazuma. This way, her brother can evade the ensuing events. Ing devises a solution. The ley line points can facilitate a return. However, there is a prerequisite. One can only teleport between ley line points, not to any random location. If she can block her brother's path to Inazuma or delay him before he activates the ley line point, she can complete her plans unimpeded. Atop the Chuanyu Pavilion, the celestial beings descend according to plan, employing a special formation to initiate the decisive battle against Osail. At that moment, an unusual portal opens. The fools continuously emerge from within. Hybrid AI, ISNTO Sale a demon god? Are these peculiar soldiers his subordinates? Though unfamiliar with the circumstances of Teyvat, Hybrid AI conducts a meticulous analysis based on the live stream. The strange ice creature and the tall gunman appear distinctly human. No, they resemble cyborgs more than mere humans. They seem rather mismatched alongside the blue water serpent, the swirling demon god Osale. Those are the fools. They broke the seal of the swirling demon god. Kaiki, why would they do such a thing? Even across different worlds, Kaiki, being a benevolent priestess, finds such actions, releasing a demon god to attack cities, deeply unsettling. It is a transaction between two deities, the Ice Empress of the Winter Kingdom and the Geo-Archon of Liyue. To summarize, the Geo-Archon feigns death, transferring governance of Liyue to humanity, while Osale serves as a test for the current powers. Should the situation spiral out of control, he is likely to intervene. The Winter Kingdom collaborates with the Geo-Archon Escherade, unleashing the so-called swirling demon beasts. Kaiki, what are the terms of their transaction? Kaiki struggles to comprehend the intricacies of politics, yet the fools assisting the swirling demon god seem like disposable pawns. The Gnosis, an object of little use to deities but holds other value. The Winter Empress aims to collect the Gnosis of all 7 archons of the mortal realm. Kaiki, truly complex. Having no desire to delve further, Kaiki knows that understanding the Gnosis bears no significance for her. She is more concerned with how to securely hide her own Shirkan jewel. Spidey, are those cranes truly celestial beings? They appear so powerful. Spidey marvels, continuing to watch the cinematic scenes unfold. From her position, Ing can clearly observe the battle between the celestial beings atop the Chuanyu Pavilion and the swirling demon god. Meanwhile, the return machine on the Chuanyu Pavilion serves as the principal combat force against the swirling demon god. Irina, may I ask you a question? Irina, is that golden-haired youth on the Chuanyu Pavilion related to you? I can't shake the feeling that you two are quite similar. Hybrid AI, indeed. Upon Irina's remark, I also perceive a striking resemblance between Ing and that golden-haired youth. That is my brother, Ether. Spider Child. Oh? You actually have a brother. The disparity is quite significant. What do you mean? Uchiha Madara, it must be in terms of strength. Is that young man truly your brother? Ying's prowess is unquestionable, having subdued the Golden King beast effortlessly, seemingly without even trying. But what of that young man below? In Uchiha Madara's eyes, his strength is commendable, but nothing more. My brother and I are nearly equal in strength. If anything, he may be slightly stronger than I. We have both been sealed by the divine in this world. I awakened 500 years ago and have since broken that seal, while my brother has only recently emerged, restoring only part of his strength. Uchiha Madara, so he is not at his peak? It makes sense now. After all, you are the Abyss Princess, possessing formidable power. If your brother were merely average, it would hardly be plausible, especially considering you have traversed many worlds. Without strength, how could one do so? Irina, look. The 4 machines attacking Osel are about to break down. Things are turning dire. Irina may not know the name of the returning device, but it is evident that these 4 machines are the main force against the demon god. Should they fail, it would spell disaster. Observing the chat group, Ying's gaze shifted towards the Jade Chamber. It seems they have reached their limit. Does that mean Morix's trial has failed or succeeded? Ing is indifferent to notions of failure or success, as they bear no relevance to her. What concerns her is the fate of her brother in the Jade Chamber. Should she intervene to rescue him? Ing ponders this, but she is not in a hurry. She awaits Morix's decision. If he shows no concern for his subordinates' lives, she will undoubtedly rescue her brother in the end. If Morix chooses to act, then her intervention would be unnecessary. Regardless, before the transaction concludes and she departs Liyue, she has no intention of interfering with Osel's plans. Chapter 32. A misstep by the traveler. Ing acts unexpectedly in the tumultuous seas beyond Liyue. The return device's assault has infuriated the demon god Osel. 5 heads rise simultaneously, gathering energy spheres at their mouths. The blue-white energy sphere illuminates the entire sea. Shrouded by dark clouds, Ing remains live-streaming, her face bearing her signature naive expression. Uchiha Madara, impressive. Even through the screen, the sense of pressure is palpable. Jalal, indeed. This power could easily be described as divine. Ing, aside from its appearance, Osel's strength ranks among the top among demon gods. Even a fraction of his power is beyond what the Adepti of Liyue can easily suppress. While Ing converses in the chat group, Ossel launches the amassed massive energy sphere into the sky. It resembles a terrifying laser, piercing through the clouds, transforming the dim sky into a day-like brightness. Moments later, the sky flickers with a cerulean glow. The energy Ossel shot into the sky morphs into countless water attribute light arrows, plummeting to the ground like meteors. The first to bear the brunt is the floating jade chamber. Countless water arrows rain down upon the jade chamber, causing a series of explosive sounds. With the formation's enhancement, the jade chamber's defenses remain robust, but the return device meant to combat Ossel is utterly destroyed. The Liyue Xinyan army stationed at the return device must retreat from the exterior. As the outer formation collapses, the traveler, Kong, steps into nothingness. Brother, Ing gasps, her body transforming into a streak of golden light as she races towards the jade chamber. Meanwhile, the demon-subduing sage, witnessing Kong's misstep, leaps several times to catch him. A golden light streaks past him, and Kong vanishes in the blink of an eye. That trajectory of light was indeed directed towards the jade chamber. The demon-subduing sage falls silent for a moment before disappearing from his location. The golden light surrounding Ing dissipates, and she, along with Kong, arrives at the jade chamber. Long time no see, brother, Ing speaks. Kong's eyes are filled with disbelief, his shoulders trembling slightly as Ing supports him. You are Ing? Indeed, without a doubt. Ing smiles, her expression evoking a sense of familiarity in Kong. Other matters can wait until Ossel is dealt with. Now is not the time for such discussions. In the chat group, Spider Child, Ing, are you going to help your brother? Ing, I want to help. This is his journey. I merely acted on instinct to save Kong, and I already regret it. Seeing my brother fall into the abyss compelled me to rescue him, but afterward, I thought, where am I? What am I doing? Yet, having saved him, I cannot simply let go and drop him again. No matter what, he is my blood relative. No. That one do. I have no choice but to bring Kong back here first. World's first princess. Ing, what will you do next? In the storyline of Genshin Impact, this situation doesn't seem to exist, or perhaps Ing was absent, allowing the demon-subduing sage to seize the opportunity. Ing, I'll just let things unfold. I refuse to believe Morix would dare to drag Liyue into a conflict over a mere Ossel. World's first princess, you seem quite agitated, Ing. After saving Kong. Before he could inquire further, the people of Liyue have already gathered around. Traveler, this is Ningguang, who glanced at Kong before appraising Ing. My sister Ing. I have been searching for her since we were separated. Kong replies. So, you are her brother? Ningguang is well informed about the traveler, having learned of Kong's missing person notice during his time in Mondstadt. Ing, it is a pleasure to meet you. Ningguang expresses her interest in Ing. After all, being able to rescue her brother in such a scenario already speaks volumes about her strength. Seeing Ing nod without speaking, she refrains from pursuing the topic. Ningguang understands that now is not the time for such discussions. Even if she is curious, they must first address the looming threat of Ossel. Ing has no intention of intervening in Kong's affairs with Liyue. After rescuing Kong, she turns and descends from the jade chamber, waving her sleeve without taking a single cloud with her. Ossel emits a long, resonant dragon roar, releasing piercing sound waves that painfully assault the ears. It appears Ossel has noticed the solitary Ing, as one of its serpent heads opens its mouth. A water blue energy beam surges toward Ing's descent. Ing. Kong gasps in alarm. However, Ing has already flown too far, and even if Kong wishes to save her, there is nothing he can do. Sigh. Ing exhales. Does she truly wish to be captured? A slender sword adorned with golden patterns materialized in Ying's hand. With a casual flick, she deflected the incoming beam of light. In an instant, Ozer's assault was dispersed. The next moment, a thunderous explosion resounded as the head of Ozer that had aimed to attack Ing, along with its body, erupted violently. A mournful cry emanated from Ozer's direction. Ing chose not to pursue her attack on Ozer. The sword in her hand vanished, and she began to descend once more towards the ground. This scene unfolded entirely before the eyes of the onlookers at the Chiwenyu Pavilion. Having regained her strength, the murmurs among the crowd trembled with intrigue. Moreover, there was a vague sense within Kong that Ying's power might now surpass what it had been during her confrontation with that deity. Such potent force unleashed with a mere flick? A glimmer of astonishment crossed the eyes of the great sage of demon suppression. Just moments ago, while rushing to rescue Kong, he had felt the overwhelming aura of the traveler's sister up close, a sensation of suffocation he had only previously experienced with the Emperor himself. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the terrifying might of Ing, Ozer had already retaliated, losing yet another head, which incited her wrath. Unable to locate Ing, Ozer vented her fury upon the conspicuous Chuanyu pavilion. Everyone, now is not the time for contemplation, Ningguang spoke, redirecting the audience's attention as Ozer's rage escalated. She continued to elucidate the situation. With the loss of a head, Ozer's strength was diminished compared to the original narrative, following a strategic arrangement. The Chuanyu pavilion responded with a thunderous crash, accompanied by Ozer's lament. A colossal mushroom cloud began to rise slowly over the sea. Ozer was sealed once more. After the events reached a temporary conclusion, the group returned to Liyue Harbor. "Brother, you have worked hard," Ing addressed the returning Kong. Since they had already met, there was no necessity to adhere to the original plan to distract him. "Ing, if you have something to convey, let it wait until you have traversed the 7 nations. "I shall always watch over you," Kong began, only to be interrupted by Ing. "Then farewell." An oval portal appeared behind Ing. "Wait, Ing." Kong reached out, attempting to grasp her before she could enter the portal. "We shall eventually reunite, but not at this moment." Ying's figure faded away as the portal began to dissipate. Kong's outstretched hand passed through the remnants of the portal, rushing to the other side, yet he could not enter. Chapter 33, The 6th and 7th Universes Ing. Today's live stream concludes here. We shall meet again next time. I will be hunting Ozer, and if anyone is interested, I will stream it then. Ing skillfully conducted her broadcast, transitioning seamlessly between live and offline. Bellis expressed her grievances, pondering that perhaps it is better for the group members to enjoy themselves rather than engage in schemes and calculations against one another. It is certainly more comfortable than the alternative. In Chapter 32, she recalled certain novels about chat groups where the group leader cunningly deceived the members, pretending to be a formidable figure, manipulating them for food, drink, and skills. Some even went so far as to deceive individuals under the guise of caring for the members' mental and physical well-being. Is that truly concern? It is mere lust for their bodies. It is despicable. Bellis considers herself a refreshing presence, at the very least, apart from certain plot aspects concerning her companions. She has remained truthful in all other respects. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her garments. After so many days of tranquility, it seemed that no unforeseen events would arise from the realm of the underworld. It was time to embark on the quest for the Dragon Balls. Traversing the cosmos is not a challenge for a destroyer. Even the original Zamasu managed to traverse from the 10th universe to the 7th universe, let alone her in the present moment. The 6th universe awaits. As Bellis entered, she sensed a subtle gaze upon her. This was information relayed by the chat group system. Was it an angel or a destroyer? Just as Bellis pondered this, a woman with a grayish-white ponytail and a staff emerged from the realm of the destroyers. "Greetings. May I inquire which universe you represent as a destroyer?" According to protocol, without prior appointment and permission from an angel, destroyers are not permitted to intrude upon each other's realms. Please state your purpose. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to expel you. The woman's voice was imbued with a serene calmness, exuding an air of nobility reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Bados." Bellis replied, "I am the newly appointed destroyer of the 10th universe. I seek to gather wish orbs from the 6th and 7th universes to fulfill a decree from the Great Priest." Bellis did not bow to Bados, for the relationship between a destroyer and an angel is one of equality, devoid of any formalities. Bados, while contemplating the token presented by Bellis, gazed at the inscription for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it was the token of the High Priest. "I comprehend your purpose." Bados paused and continued, "I can inform you of the location of the wish orb in the 6th universe, but the 7th universe does not fall under my jurisdiction. Should you desire the wish orb, you must consult the angel of the 7th universe. The angel of the 7th universe happens to be my brother. I shall contact him shortly to elaborate on the matter. Your Excellency Bellis, upon your arrival in the 7th universe, you may proceed directly to the realm of the destroyers." "Thank you very much, Miss Bados." Bellis took the token returned by Bardos and, following her guidance, embarked on a quest to locate the Dragon Balls. After an extensive search, she successfully gathered the wish orbs of the 6th universe. Gazing upon the 3 wish orbs before her, each slightly larger than an ordinary planet, Bellis felt a deep sense of reflection. Next, her journey would lead her to the 7th universe. Bellis possesses a rather unfavorable perception of Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, and the reason for this sentiment is quite straightforward. She is the scion princess of planet Vegeta. The annihilation of planet Vegeta was orchestrated by Beerus, who instructed Frieza to carry out the deed. Nevertheless, such matters can be discussed at a later time. Obligations of gratitude must be honored, and enmities avenged. This is but a simple truth. With 3 Dragon Balls in her possession, Bellies made her way to Universe 7. She chose a random location to place the Dragon Balls. Given their immense size, it is unlikely that many could carry them away without effort, yet to ensure safety, Bellies cast an illusion. Following the coordinates provided by Bardos, she located the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 7. With a swift motion, she activated her instant transmission. Bellies made her appearance in the realm of the Destroyer God. Ah, what a rare visitor. The angel of the 7th universe, Whis, was waiting nearby and approached Bellies slowly upon seeing her. A pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Whis, Bellies began. Are you the newly appointed Destroyer God of the 10th universe? May I inquire about Lord Ramses, your connection to him? Whis responded while accepting the token that Bellies extended. Regardless of other matters, the procedures concerning the wish orbs must be duly completed. He was my mentor, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he has passed away. Bellies spoke with a tone tinged with melancholy. Is that so? That is indeed regrettable, Whis replied as he returned the token to Bellies. I have marked the location of the wish orbs on this special map. He gestured to the map in his hand. Thank you, Mr. Whis, Bellies said sincerely as she accepted the map. After conversing with Whis for a brief moment, she excused herself from the realm of the Destroyer God under the pretext of gathering Dragon Balls. After Bellies departed, Whis squinted his eyes and mused. How peculiar it is that remnants of the 7th universe's mark linger upon her. Could it be that she once belonged to the 7th universe? Subsequently, Whis shook his head dismissively. What does it matter? A god of destruction. Does it truly matter which universe she hails from? After Bellies departed from the realm of destruction, she did not hasten to search for the wish orbs. Instead, she leisurely journeyed towards their location, as if indulging in a leisurely excursion. Perhaps she was in pursuit of something. On a certain planet, under the night sky, a bald man and a young man with upright hair sat before a campfire, gnawing on roasted meat. The bald man spat out a piece of saliva and began to speak to himself. Raditz is truly useless. Defeated by someone with a battle power of around 1,000. Do not speak so of Nappa. Did he not bring us good news? Vegeta replied with a cold chuckle. The Dragon Balls? Nappa laughed as well. Indeed, how could such a marvelous artifact be wielded by the feeble Earthlings? Vegeta, do you intend to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Raditz? Nappa inquired with curiosity. How could that be possible? Such a waste of space does not deserve the Dragon Balls, Vegeta retorted, taking a hearty bite of the roasted meat. Nappa, what do you think of a wish for immortality, to savor the thrill of battle for eternity? Ah, I see. You truly possess intriguing ideas, Your Highness. Vegeta and Nappa burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, not far from them, a pair of eyes fixated on their antics. With a power level of merely 18,000, he lacked even the qualifications to activate that crystal. What has he been doing all these years? A hint of helplessness appeared on Beerus's face. Raditz had been slain, and Vegeta along with Nappa would arrive on Earth in a year. However, wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Age? When Vegeta first descended upon Earth, was he 25 or 26 years old? This is utterly unscientific. Bellies discovered a problem that she had overlooked. She mused, being nearly 20 herself. Why was Vegeta so much older? To her knowledge, within the realm of the Omni King, the passage of time across all universes was supposed to be uniform. According to this theory, Vegeta's true age should be in his teens. So, where had the discrepancy arisen? Suddenly, the words spoken by the High Priest when he descended upon the realm of destruction resurfaced in Bellies' mind. Misremember the time? The very phrase itself bore an inherent contradiction. As the steward of the entire universe, the High Priest, who stood above all yet beneath none, could he truly misremember the time of the cosmos? No. It was imperative to seek confirmation. Bellies resolved to venture into the 6th universe after making her wishes to the Eternal Dragon, seeking confirmation from Bardos regarding the flow of time in that realm. If the temporal progression of both universes proved accurate, then it would indicate an anomaly in the time flow of her 10th universe. With this thought, she lost interest in observing Vegeta and Nappa, utilizing instant transmission to depart. Following the location of the wish orbs provided by Whis, she commenced her accelerated search for the remaining wish orbs. In Chapter 34, as the Dragon Balls were gathered, the 3 orbs from the 6th universe were combined with the 4 from the 7th universe. In an instant, the 7 orbs, each resembling celestial bodies, began to shimmer, emitting a gentle resonance. Arise, Eternal Dragon. Bellis invoked the language of the divine. Almost at the moment her voice faded, 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a brilliant radiance. The colossal dragon, obscuring the heavens, opened its cavernous maw and swallowed Beliz whole. When she regained her senses, a magnificent golden dragon appeared before her. The dragon coiled and intertwined with grace, its scales shimmering with lifelike brilliance, and its dual eyes gleamed with a verdant glow. Speak your wish, O fortunate one. No matter the desire, I possess the power to fulfill it. Everything was enveloped in golden light, and an ominous aura permeated the surroundings, with the transmission point of this formidable rule being the immeasurable golden dragon itself. Beliz took a deep breath and said, Divine Dragon, I beseech you to perfectly resurrect the former god of destruction of Universe 10, Rumsey. If possible, I would also like the former Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Gawas, to be revived alongside him. Beliz's objective is to resurrect her mentor, the former god of destruction of the 10th universe. However, the lives of the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai are intertwined. One cannot help but wonder if, upon revival, Ramsey might succumb immediately due to the absence of the Supreme Kai. Thus, she deliberately included a perfect condition. As for Gawas, he represents a personal ambition of Beliz, a means to explore the potential loophole within the Super Dragon Balls. Seconds turned into moments, and half a minute passed. The eyes of the dragon, shimmering with a verdant glow, gradually dimmed, yet it remained silent. Is it beyond your capabilities? Beliz inquired tentatively. Indeed, it is unattainable, the demise of both Ramsey, the god of destruction, and Gawas, the Supreme Kai, renders their resurrection impossible. Beliz furrowed her brow. What do you mean, Divine Dragon? No resurrection allowed? Is it your wish to know the reason behind this prohibition? No, she thought, suppressing the urge to strike the Divine Dragon. It was one thing to deny resurrection, but to require her to consider it a wish when merely inquiring about the reason seemed overly cunning on the dragon's part. Shouldn't it be your responsibility to clarify the reasons for such restrictions? The Divine Dragon, perceiving Beliz's thoughts, appeared disinclined to further torment her. This is a fundamental rule established since the inception of the multiverse under the authority of the Omni King. A deity slain by another deity is forbidden from resurrection. This is a matter beyond even the Dragon Realm's interference. The former god of destruction, Rumshur, and the former Supreme Kai, Gawasu, were linked in life. Gawasu was killed by Zamasu, which constitutes a conflict between deities, effectively meaning Zamasu simultaneously caused the demise of both Gawasu and Rumshur. Do you comprehend my explanation? Beliz remained silent. Well, Destined One, do you have any other wishes? May I ask you another question? Beliz continued to probe. You may. For some reason, Beliz felt that the dragon's response seemed much quicker, unlike the mechanical demeanor it had exhibited previously. Is it possible to restore the universe erased by the Omni King? In the original narrative, aside from the 7th universe, all other universes were restored by the Super Dragon, which always felt quite astonishing. This was because Beliz had inquired about the Super Dragon with Angel Kess, who informed her that it could not surpass the level of the Destroyer God, in other words. Wishing upon the Super Dragon was akin to the level of the Destroyer God. It was not a matter of capability. Rather, it was beyond reach. Thus, a contradiction arose. If the Omni King erased the universe, how could the Super Dragon restore it? It cannot be done. Upon hearing Beliz's inquiry, the dragon's tone carried a note of certainty. The Dragon Realm cannot interfere with the entire universe unless the Omni King explicitly states otherwise. However, even so, if a universe has been completely erased by the Omni King, restoration would be nearly impossible. Unless, of course, the Omni King initially did not intend to completely erase the universe, leaving a certain loophole, which would also require the Omni King's permission for restoration. Only then could the Super Dragon Balls be utilized to fully restore the universe. I see. Beliz remarked, her brow slightly furrowing after listening to the dragon's explanation. This meant that in the original narrative, the dragon's restoration of the universe was granted permission by the Omni King, who also left a loophole when erasing the universe or, more likely, had an agreement with the entity behind the Super Dragon. Of course, the specifics were of little importance to Beliz. So, how can I resurrect the Destroyer God, Ramses, of Universe 10? That is not a question I can answer, or rather, you already possess the answer within yourself. The dragon scrutinized Beliz for a moment before speaking slowly. Beliz, the current Destroyer God of Universe 10 under the Omni King, if you have no further wishes, then we shall meet again next time. Wait. That doesn't count as a wish, right? Beliz felt a twinge of urgency. In silence, the dragon paused for a moment. It can be disregarded. Now, what other wish do you have? You may only make one, and I can fulfill any desire you express. Hearing this once more, Beliz's lips twitched slightly. How can you say that without feeling any embarrassment? Certainly, Bellies dared not voice her thoughts aloud regarding the dragon. After all, the wishes granted by the Super Dragon Balls were exceedingly precious and should not be squandered. Suddenly, a thought struck Bellies. Could it be that the Grand Minister already knew that the Super Dragon cannot resurrect Master Ramses? Then why bestow upon me the Super Dragon Balls? Did he foresee my potential and invest in me in advance? No, that was impossible. Such must be a mere illusion. Akin to the three great illusions of life, that someone likes you, that you can turn the tables, and that your phone vibrates, regardless of the Grand Minister's intentions. The wish of the Super Dragon Balls must not be wasted, otherwise it would all be for naught. Wishes, what should I wish for? Her primary desire was undoubtedly to resurrect her teacher. However, now that resurrection seemed unattainable, she found herself uncertain about what other wish to make. If she transformed into a Super Scion, would she still be able to control the destructive power within her? No, that would not do. Bellies shook her head in disapproval, deeming her aspirations too simple and unadorned. With sufficient time and the presence of the chat group, Bellies was confident in her ability to accomplish such endeavors on her own. There was no need to resort to the Super Dragon Balls, reviving King Inma or the souls devoured by hell. King Inma was a deity of considerable stature, and the likelihood of his resurrection after being slain by Zamasu was slim. After all, the Super Shinran had just stated that gods killed by other gods cannot be revived. As for the souls in hell, while there were a few from heaven among them, she deemed it a bit of a folly to utilize the Super Dragon Balls for such trivial matters. Moreover, the most crucial aspect lay in the means provided by the chat group. Bellies felt the weight of another gaze upon her. Most likely, it was either the Omni King or the High Priest watching her. One should not carelessly squander the wishes of the Eternal Dragon. This was a cautionary remark made by the High Priest before his departure, leaving Bellies unable to discern its true significance. Despite knowing that the Super Dragon Balls could not resurrect Ramses, she still sought their aid in gathering the Dragon Balls. She couldn't shake the feeling that his words carried some deeper meaning. What did he mean by not wasting a wish? Could it be that I might, like the Eternal Dragon, wish for 2 additional desires? But what if my mere suggestion provokes the Eternal Dragon into summoning the Dragon God Salama to confront me? Not a single wish granted, and yet I would wish for more? Have you ever encountered someone so brazen as to request 2 wishes? Surely, that would be an outright provocation. Wait a moment, requesting 2 wishes? Could it be that the High Priest's intention was? Chapter 35, Wishes and the Audience at the Omni King's Palace. Eternal Dragon, I have chosen my wish. Bellies clenched her teeth and made her decision. However, she was uncertain whether the Dragon God Salama would grant her request, or if the Supreme High Priest would intervene. Perhaps this was precisely what the High Priest meant when he spoke of not squandering one's wishes. Bellies took a deep breath and pondered. Is it possible for me to possess the ability to create Dragon Balls? Silence enveloped the atmosphere. As her words faded, the entire form of the Eternal Dragon fell into a tranquil stillness. The surroundings became shrouded in an eerie quietude. After an indeterminate passage of time, the voice of the Eternal Dragon shattered the stillness. Indeed, this wish is quite simple. The eyes of the Super Dragon, with their emerald pupils, emitted a radiant white light. This brilliance gradually descended upon Bellies, the process lasting nearly 10 minutes. Bellies perceived a new, extraordinary rule within her being, in addition to her destructive and creative powers. Your wish has been fulfilled. The ability to create Dragon Balls shall enhance in accordance with your comprehension of the dragon power. The voice of the Eternal Dragon paused momentarily, offering a piece of sagacious advice. The bestowal of dragon power upon you does not equate to the might of the dragon god. You alone shall bear the consequences of any wishes made. Could you elaborate? Bellies, having just acquired the dragon power, felt somewhat bewildered. The Dragon Balls you create differ fundamentally from those of Namek, the Eternal Dragon explained. Each wish made with the Namekian Dragon Balls generates negative energy, which is automatically purged by the Dragon God, Salamander's rules. The dragon power you wield is intrinsically yours, thus, all negative repercussions arising from your wishes will be borne by you, the Creator. However, you remain unbound by the dictates of the Dragon Realm. If one day your understanding of dragon power reaches the level of a dragon god, you shall become another dragon god yourself, the Eternal Dragon stated with clarity. Have I been sufficiently clear? Do you have any further inquiries? Thank you. I shall wield this power wisely, Bellies expressed, bowing respectfully to the Eternal Dragon. At that moment, she was uncertain whether she was conversing with the divine dragon itself or the Creator, Salamander, so she chose to maintain a respectful demeanor, particularly as she had gained much. Farewell, newly born god of destruction, The dragon realm eagerly anticipates your future. A golden radiance enveloped the eternal dragon, and as it vanished, the 7 dragon balls soared into the cosmos, scattering in all directions. With the conclusion of the wish, the universe gradually fell into a tranquil silence. Bellies let out a long sigh of relief as the watchful gaze faded away. Did this signify that her desires aligned with the expectations of the high priest or the Omni King? At the very least, it indicated that the wish upon the super dragon had not been in vain. Truly, these deities possess countless ulterior motives. A god slain by another cannot be resurrected. In other words, to bring back Master Ramsay, one must secure the approval of the Omni King. It appears that enhancing her strength must be a priority. The destroyer, to the Omni King, is easily expendable. To gain a semblance of influence, one must ascend to the level of an angel. Alas, may this not take too long. The additional rules within her body, the power of the dragon, manifest as a peculiar form of causality. The dragon balls generate negative energy, akin to the evil dragon narrative in GT, does it not? Thanks to Samara's regulations, the Namekians could create dragon balls without fear of negative energy. Yet they understood that such artifacts should not be misused. In the realm of the destroyers of the 10th universe, it became evident that the passage of time there is considerably slower than in other universes. After a brief sojourn to the 6th universe, Bellies finally confirmed that the universe under her stewardship was experiencing a temporal anomaly. Although this trend is gradually correcting itself, the reason behind the slowed time flow remains elusive to her. She can only estimate that within 6 months, the temporal pace of the 10th universe will align closely with that of the other universes. Well, if the cause eludes her, she shall cease her search, after all. It is not a matter of grave importance. Belly shrugged her shoulders. Compared to the passage of time and the creation of Dragon Balls, she was currently more concerned about another matter, visiting the palace of the Omni King to pay her respects. Unlike Son Goku, she could not engage in conversation with the Omni King without hesitation or fear. To put it charitably, one might say she was carefree, to speak less kindly. One might suggest her mind was somewhat troubled. Bellies tugged at her white hair and sprawled out on the ground in a starfish position. She truly did not wish to go. The thought of entering the great palace filled her with dread. What if she were captured and imprisoned? What if the sovereign and the high priest had peculiar appetites? The mere thought of transforming into a plush orb was enough to send shivers down her spine. After all, this was the sovereign, not the trivial notion of an all-encompassing deity as jested by online jesters, ruling over the 12 universes with supreme authority. She rolled on the lawn in despair for half an hour. Bellies reluctantly rose to her feet, wielding her destructive power to clear away the weeds and dust clinging to her god of destruction attire. Even though I suffer from procrastination, I must still make my way to the royal palace to receive the appointment letter for the god of destruction. Bellies gently patted her face with both hands, murmuring to herself, I am unafraid. I fear nothing. I have become a destroyer. What storms have I not weathered? Is this not merely the abode of the Omni King? Can it truly devour me? Drawing a deep breath to calm her tumultuous thoughts, she activated her instantaneous teleportation. In an instant, Bellies vanished from the realm of destruction. Almost in the blink of an eye, she reappeared at the grand entrance of the Omni King's palace. As the name suggests, the entire residence was marked by an imposing yet whimsical entrance, resembling a cartoonish interpretation rather than exuding any formidable authority. Not long after Bellies arrived, a man similarly materialized outside the grand entrance. Having met the Grand Priest before, it was clear that this was not a formal occasion, thus rendering any pretense of solemnity unnecessary. The Grand Priest gestured for Bellies to rise. With the Grand Priest leading the way, Bellies traversed the palace gates, crossing a path reminiscent of a cosmic star map, until she soon beheld the Omni King, whose head resembled a tricolor flag. He stood there, hands resting behind him, awaiting Bellies' arrival. Greetings, esteemed Omni King, Bellies said, offering a slight bow. Bellies, disciple of the god of destruction, Ramses of Universe 10. And now the god of destruction of said universe, the Omni King proclaimed in a clear voice. Although his tone bore no malice, a chill ran down Bellies' spine. Compared to the gods of destruction from other universes, your performance has been commendable, the Omni King continued, his demeanor remaining tranquil. That is my duty, Bellies responded, unsure of the underlying implications of the Omni King's words, yet compelled to offer her heartfelt flattery. I and the Grand Priest have observed that you have acquired the dragon power from Salama, correct? Indeed. Bellies felt no need for subterfuge regarding her wish, considering he had already indicated his awareness. Exercise caution with such power. Should the cosmos fall out of balance, the consequences could be dire. Yes, I shall heed your warning. She replied earnestly. Grand Priest, bring it forth, the Omni King commanded, shifting his gaze to the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest nodded and approached Bellies, presenting her with a white slip of paper. This is the object required to awaken the angel, as the angel is bound to the realm of the gods of destruction. Should a candidate for the role of god of destruction fail to possess this slip, the angel will remain dormant. After handing the paper to Bellies, the Omni King descended from his throne and engaged her in conversation about various peculiar or amusing topics before sending her on her way. This entire experience left Bellies with a surreal sensation. What was the Omni King's intent? Inquired about amusing or delectable offerings from Universe 10 for her to bring next time. Shouldn't he have posed more pressing inquiries? Was it truly so simple to acquire the appointment and return? She entertained numerous hypothetical scenarios, wondering if they would all amount to nothing. Of course, Bellies was not gravely ill. With the Omni King having released her, she could hardly confront him again. Why didn't you ask something of substance, only to send me back? I wasted so much time devising strategies to tackle the issues at hand. To voice such sentiments, however, might risk her immediate erasure by the Omni King. After Bellies departed, the Grand Priest stood behind the Omni King, awaiting his words. Ah, that child is quite intriguing. She clearly yearns to resurrect her teacher yet refrains from voicing it. Is she perhaps afraid of me? The Omni King mused aloud. When I shook her hand earlier, the power within her was equally fascinating: destruction, creation, and the power of the dragon, all achieving a delicate balance. Is there anything to prepare? The Grand Priest inquired with a serious demeanor. There is no need for any preparations, Grand Priest, since the 10th universe has already severed its ties to my jurisdiction. Let it be bestowed upon her. I am certainly not as miserly as Salama. The power of the dragon must be comprehended through one's own efforts. If you say so, that individual may come knocking, the Grand Priest cautioned. What does it matter? Consider it compensation for the absence of parallel worlds in this realm, akin to 20 years ago. Have you discerned something? The Grand Priest pressed. An immensely terrifying power. Even I cannot gauge the might concealed within the soul. Merely approaching it poses unparalleled danger. The Omni King replied, his tone shifting. However, I sense no malevolence whatsoever. Besides, that child's character is quite delightful. Why not foster a friendship? He chuckled. Even someone as stingy as Salama is willing to part with a fragment of the dragon's essence. It's merely one universe. Let her indulge. Chapter 36. The two newcomers' 10th universe, Destroyer S realm. Upon returning from the Omni King's palace, Bellies felt as though she had traversed through time. Indeed, it feels surreal. She reflected. The Omni King and the Grand Priest had not inquired further. Just before her departure, the Omni King remarked, the 10th universe will henceforth be entrusted to you. Did that carry any special significance? They are all enigma personified. Sighing, Bellies retrieved the white parchment inscribed with runes that the Grand Priest had given her. As the parchment fell to the ground, a wave of white light erupted throughout the Destroyer S realm. After several seconds, the light converged, gradually revealing the outline of a young girl. She was a maiden with long, grayish-white hair, styled in a braid. In her right hand, she held a staff topped with a spherical gem. Welcome back, Chris. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the girl slowly opened her eyes, her blue-hued visage still bearing traces of sleepiness. Is this the new destroyer? That voice, Bellies. It is I, your student, Chris. Bellies stood before Chris, gazing at the angel who had been both mentor and sister, whom she had not seen for 5 years. So, you have been to the Palace of All Kings, Chris remarked, sensing her physical condition, her tone tinged with incredulity. I just returned from there, Chris. I avenged Teacher Ramsay, Bellies explained, though her plan to resurrect their teacher had not succeeded. Lord Ramsay. Chris's consciousness was still somewhat hazy, having just awakened. A god killed by another god cannot be resurrected. I have heard this from the super dragon. It is quite unfortunate, Bellies sighed. The super dragon. Is that the dragon of the gods? As time passed, Chris's awareness fully returned, and she recalled the super dragon that Bellies mentioned, associating it with the wishing beads created by the dragon god Sarama. Indeed, the high priest facilitated my endeavors. Bellies recounted recent events and the issues concerning the flow of time in the 10th universe to Chris. Naturally, she refrained from mentioning the chat group. After listening to Bellies' narrative, Chris furrowed her brow slightly. The energy perception of an angel significantly surpasses that of an ordinary destroyer god, even without the chat group. Bellies would likely not be comparable. After a moment, Chris's youthful face displayed an expression of disbelief. What has happened? Bellies' heart sank, fearing that Chris might have discovered some terrifying calamity. This 10th universe. Chris remained silent for a while. not immediately responding to Belly's inquiry, but instead sensing her own physical state. The binding mark has vanished. How can this be? Chris murmured softly. Teacher Chris, what seems to be the problem? Belly's asked anxiously. The laws binding me to the destroyer god have disappeared. The bond between an angel and a destroyer god is meant to transfer to the realm of the destroyer god upon the latter's death, awaiting the ascension of the next destroyer. This law has existed since the inception of the universe. Angels bound to destroyer gods cannot interfere with events transpiring therein. A rule unalterable even by the king of all or the high priest. The only way to dissolve such a bond is for the destroyer god to make a substantial contribution to the universe, thereby liberating the angel from the constraints of the law. Furthermore, Chris discovered another issue. The 10th universe had subtly drifted beyond the realm of the entire universe. While it currently pales in comparison to the universe at large, it is no longer under the jurisdiction of the king of all. Lady Bellies, may I inquire about something? Chris instinctively added a respectful address as she spoke. Bellies, who had always regarded Chris as her teacher, felt somewhat puzzled. What is it? I have completely severed my connection to the laws of the 10th universe, and it is no longer governed by the universe of the king of all. Are you aware of this? Huh? Bellis appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Meow meow meow. Kess elucidated the information she had detected to Bellis. During this exchange, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Do you really believe that I have no idea what is going on? Bellis pondered, somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the chat group was up to some mischief again? I have faith in Lady Bellis, Kess earnestly declared, though the sincerity of her expression was entirely lost on Bellis. After gaining a slight understanding of the situation, Belly spoke, with the connection to the god of destruction severed. KSI, do you intend to return to the entire universe? Upon hearing this, KSI shook her head, unless Lady Bellies no longer requires my presence. Despite being the eldest among the angels and possessing the most experience, she was not the strongest of them all, as she was neither skilled in combat nor particularly fond of it. KSI, as you mentioned, if I were to attain a level akin to that of the Omni King or the High Priest, I would be able to resurrect Ramses, wouldn't I? KSI nodded, in theory. Yes, you possess the powers of destruction, creation, and the dragon. As long as your strength is sufficient, resurrecting deities that have perished within this universe is not beyond possibility. Moreover, it is crucial to note that while the 10th universe still nominally connects to the entire universe, it has effectively become a nation within the broader cosmic realm. Rest assured, KSI, I will certainly bring back my master, Bellies affirmed earnestly. Thank you, KSI replied, somewhat moved. Bellis stepped forward and extended her hand, saying, Miss Kex, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Kex, with her free hand not clutching the scepter, returned the gesture and smiled softly, replying, I, too, shall seek your counsel, esteemed destroyer Bellis. After reminiscing about the years gone by, Bellis transitioned to the main topic, discussing the creation of the Dragon Balls. The angel Kex, possessing vast knowledge, guided Bellis, who swiftly succeeded in crafting the Dragon Balls. Task accomplished, Bellis clapped her hands, gazing contentedly at the Dragon Balls arranged on the ground. Each ball was palm-sized, distinguished from others by a unique star pattern, ranging from 1 star to 7 stars. Ding! The chat group has advanced to level 2, unlocking the points sign-in feature and granting access to a consignment platform for items with plural usage. Bellies? She can comprehend the concept of earning points through check-ins, but what does it mean to have a consignment platform for items with a plural usage? Before Bellies could fully express her astonishment, another notification chimed. Ding! Captain of the 5th Division has joined the chat group. Ding! Millennium on my OG has joined the chat group. Bellies? What on earth? Another newcomer. Captain of the 5th Division? Isn't that the hairspray hand? The Millennium Great on my OG remains a mystery. Bellies gradually opened the chat group, quietly coming online. In the realm of the Shinigami, there stands the captain of the 5th Division, Sosuke Aizen. From the world of the Spirit Medium King, there is the formidable on my OG, Yuruchi Asakura. Upon reading the introductions of these two individuals, Bellies felt an overwhelming headache. Both are formidable bosses, far more challenging to contend with than the likes of the obstinate Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, that proud individual, once defeated, becomes merely a recurring boss, a mere shadow of the true menace presented by the two newcomers in the group. Bellies continued to dive into silence. With a competent employee like Uchiha Madara, there was no need for the boss to intervene personally. It seems I am also one to revel in the chaos. Chapter 37, Sosuke Aizen, Yawamura Leaf King. Ding! Uchiha Madara has entered the arena. Ding! The Millennium on my OG has entered the arena. Bellies, engrossed in the chat group messages, wore a bewildered expression. What is happening? What conflict are the two embroiled in? She had just logged on, barely catching a glimpse of the newcomer's information. Yet had T even had the chance to glance at the public screen. In Section 36, the administrator Uchiha Madara and the newcomer Yawamura Leaf King were unexpectedly clashing. Uchiha Madara stood in the arena, arms crossed, embodying youthful vigor and strength. At that moment, he did not exude the essence of the four mad clowns. His gaze remained steady, fixed upon the boy opposite him. You little brat, retract what you just said. You may insult me, and I could care less. But you ought not to insult the group leader. Bellies quietly indulged in gossip, only to find herself unexpectedly entangled in it. The insult from the king of the sacred warehouse left her pondering its nature. She hastily glanced at the public screen and discovered a remark that seemed to belittle her, merely reducing her to an inconsequential ant. While the statement appeared quite audacious, it lacked true insult. It merely conveyed words that were somewhat discomforting. Yet, she felt a twinge of emotion. Uchiha Madara had actually fought for her. Nevertheless, there lingered an odd sense that something was amiss. Bellies fixed her gaze upon the live broadcast of the arena. The king of Matsukura smirked. I harbor no insult, merely speaking the truth. Since this is a chat group traversing countless worlds, it stands to reason that the leader must possess formidable strength. I believe my prowess is sufficient to assume the role of this group's leader. The king of Matsukura, a grand onmyoji from a millennium ago. A formidable figure who unraveled the mysteries of life and death, deemed no one more fitting than himself for this position. How audacious. Is it merely because you possess an additional millennium in your title? If you wish to become the leader, you must first defeat me, Uchiha Madara, and then we shall discuss it. By the way, I am the administrator appointed by the leader, and my strength is undoubtedly formidable as well, Uchiha confidently declared. Following his previous battle with the leader, Uchiha Madara, after extensive mental simulations, believed he had grown significantly stronger than before. Something felt amiss. Bellies furrowed her brow. Uchiha Madara was not one to be easily provoked. The world's first princess inquired, is anyone present? What is the relationship between Uchiha Madara and this newcomer? Although there was a plethora of information on the public screen, Bellies had only glanced at a few recent entries. Ing replied, World's first princess. I am not entirely certain about the specifics, but Uchiha Madara's temperament does not suggest he would descend into action merely due to a slight provocation. To be honest, Ing found the situation perplexing. The newcomer, a millennia-old onmyoji, had initially made some rather audacious remarks upon joining the group, but had since remained largely silent. Moreover, she had a vague sense that Uchiha Madara was somehow enticing the other party to provoke him, though the intent remained elusive. The world's first princess questioned, Is this a deliberate ploy? Ing responded, I did not assert that. The world's first princess remarked, Ing has also learned the art of evasion. Bellies pondered for a moment, yet found no answers, her gaze drifting towards the live broadcast. Uchiha Madara fixed his eyes on the opponent before him, his tone devoid of warmth. Unleash your true power. Why Asakura? Where is your fire spirit? A chilling smile graced Why Asakura's lips. Is it possible for an administrator to view the information of group members? No wonder I sense something amiss. Aren't you concerned that a careless defeat might bring shame upon your esteemed group leader? Why Asakura was uncertain of Uchiha Madara's true strength. However, he was the most formidable onmyoji of the millennium and did not believe he would be bested. If you choose not to attack, then allow me to take the initiative. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive sea of flames surged forward, rapidly encircling Why Asakura. Huh. Why Asakura remarked with a faint smile. A colossal spirit materialized, deep crimson in hue, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The fire spirit extended its hand towards the fiery expanse, its palm swirling like a vortex, beginning to absorb the encroaching inferno. In mere moments, the boundless flames were consumed entirely by the fire spirit, which expanded slightly in size. Indeed, a manifestation of natural power. Uchiha Madara noted Why Asakura standing atop the fire spirit's shoulder. After this encounter, he would likely need to apologize to the group leader. Uchiha Madara withdrew from his thoughts, his obsidian eyes swiftly transcending into the eternal kaleidoscope, ultimately becoming the Rinnegan. Oh? Why Asakura's face bore an expression of surprise at the transformation of Uchiha Madara's gaze. Impressive, indeed, not mere words. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Uchiha Madara was unlike anything he had felt in millennia. Those eyes could commune with life and death. As a great onmyoji traversing the realms of existence, he soon became aware of the peculiar nature of Uchiha Madara's eyes. Intriguing. A battle is most exhilarating when evenly matched. I wonder if you possess such capability. Why Asakura bellowed. Fire spirit, let us advance. With a staggering 1.2 million in spiritual power, he stood atop this world's pinnacle. To his astonishment, an unexpected entry into a peculiar chat group had presented him with a worthy adversary. In the blink of an eye, the fire spirit disassembled, only to reconstitute behind Uchiha Madara. Why Asakura, perched upon the fire spirit's shoulder, declared, I shall claim your soul. The fire spirit reached out towards Uchiha Madara. Rinnegan, edge of the grave. Uchiha Madara uttered softly. Just as the fire spirit was about to grasp him, a resounding impact occurred, sending the fire spirit and Why Asakura hurtling backward. What just happened? Why Asakura regained control of the fire spirit, his gaze turning sharp. A fleeting glance revealed cracks forming on the right side of the fire spirit's chest. An unseen attack? He could sense it, yet it remained invisible, indicating it did not occupy the same space. Why Asakura extended 2 fingers, gently tracing them before his eyes. And soon a peculiar glimmer manifested within his gaze. He saw them, 2 entities resembling clones, perfectly mirroring Uchiha Madara, akin to shadows. Was it this that struck the fire spirit? To be frank, the previous encounter had only been a preliminary probe. To easily send the fire spirit flying was indeed surprising. Uchiha Madara refrained from further assault, instead analyzing the fire spirit structure through the sensation of the Rinnegan's technique. Soul, natural power. He seemed to grasp it, yet execution would be a formidable challenge. Uchiha murmured softly. In the chat group, Bellies observed the confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Asakura with keen interest. It became clear to her why Uchiha Madara sought to engage with Asakura. Why was it for the fire spirit? This individual, Uchiha Madara, exhibited an insatiable thirst for power. Perhaps it stemmed from witnessing the clash between Ing and Asur? Whether this was true or not, Bellies could only speculate about Madara's intentions. The fire spirit is a natural phenomenon. In other words, it embodies the very essence of nature's forces. Madara's objective, it seemed, was to master sage techniques and grasp the power of nature. As she toyed with her silvery white hair at her temples, Bellies softly murmured, Indeed. Those who play the role of the antagonist often possess ambitions and dreams, tirelessly striving towards their goals. Her gaze then shifted to Asakura's position. What could be the impetus behind his provocations? She found it hard to believe that a reincarnated Onmyoji, who had lived for a millennium and was destined to become the next spirit king, could lack any cunning. Behaving like a simpleton in the chat group while incessantly instigating conflict. Surely, he harbored his own schemes? How perplexing indeed. Bellies is somewhat apprehensive about the day she might be unable to contain those fellows, especially when compared to the formidable Uchiha Madara, who proves to be a greater source of concern. In the realm of Soul Reapers, Aizen Sosuke, known for his hair gel, sits quietly at his desk in the 5th Division's barracks, diligently practicing calligraphy. However, the lens of his glasses glints slightly, revealing a hint of a playful smile. The otherworld administrators have broadened their horizons, and my aspirations have risen higher as well. Aizen puts down his brush, lost in thought, murmuring to himself that Yukitake Jushiro has already ventured into the human world, and the plan can soon commence. Ichigo, do not let me down. Chapter 38. Fierce battle in the chat group. The battles in the arena rage on. After being kicked away by Uchiha Madara's shadow, Asakura Yoamura remains unfazed. Injuries are a normal part of combat, especially since the wounded fire spirit is not he. With the flames restoring, the grotesque wound on the fire spirit's chest rapidly heals. Uchiha Madara, you have done well. From a vantage point above, Asakura Yoamura acknowledges Madara's prowess. What arrogance. Madara finds himself irritated, reminiscing about his past self when he sees Yoamura before him. Yet, with an expanded perspective, he no longer regards others from such a narrow viewpoint. Madara controls the 2 shadows he has created, slowly advancing towards Yoamura. A sneak attack can only be executed once. Do you really think I would not guard against the same trick? Upon seeing Madara's shadow stealthily approach, the fire spirit sweeps its long arms, conjuring a tempestuous storm. A towering fire tornado, soaring 100 meters high, charges towards the 2 encroaching shadows. Yet, the colossal whirlwind that the fire spirit conjures passes directly through Uchiha Madara's shadows in an instant. What? Yoamura is taken aback by the sight. At that moment, Madara's shadows leap simultaneously, accelerating towards the fire spirit. Almost in the blink of an eye, they flank the fire spirit from both sides. A pincer attack? You underestimate me. The fire spirit's immense hand gathers a sphere of flame. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fireball crackles and then unleashes a barrage of fiery arrows. The flames rain down upon Madara's shadows, which were unable to evade in time, turning to ash within mere seconds. The flames in the fire spirit's hand dissipate. Yawamura casts a glance at the distant Uchiha Madara. Is this the foundation of your confidence as an administrator? Such trivial shadows, mere illusions. I can comprehend how to counter them with a single glance. So insignificant. Upon hearing Yawamura's mockery, Madara remains unperturbed, brushing off the dust from his shoulder. The shadows have vanished, and he has acquired the data he sought. Madara smiles softly. Hashirama, I shall soon surpass you. Perhaps by then. I won't even need the 10 tails to reach the 6 paths level. No, with the chat group, I am confident I will attain the 6 paths. Seeing Madara display a disdainful smile, Yawamura raises an eyebrow slightly. The fire spirit and Yawamura's body once again disassemble. As before, upon sensing a murderous intent from behind. Madara realizes, is this a law? No, not yet. Comparing the previous battle between Ing and Asur to the current Yawamura, it is less about law and more about a technique that can cleverly appropriate the essence of law. The ancient Onmyoji, who has survived for a millennium, is indeed formidable. Before confronting Yawamura, Madara had perused information about him through the chat group's privileges. Although the details were scant, Madara decided to entice his opponent into challenging him. To be attacked without retaliating is not my style. A blue chakra surges throughout his body. A colossal shadow reflects upon the ground. With fiery red arms and menacing claws lunging towards Uchiha. Suddenly, a blue arm seizes the fire spirit's limb. Yawamura is slightly taken aback. What is this? At that moment, Madara is enveloped by a solidified blue chakra, the skeletal structure of Susanoo, grasping the fire spirit that threatens him. Those eyes, the circular pupils, radiate a frequency of power that seems intrinsically linked to this skeletal energy. Intriguing. Manipulating the fire spirit. Yawamura commands it to lift its right foot and kick towards Uchiha Madara, shielded by Susanoo. An eye for an eye. The two energies collide. The fire spirit and the blue Susanoo tremble slightly. An overwhelming force radiates from them, extending for thousands of meters around. The once solid ground is left in ruins, littered with debris and shattered stones. Susanoo can barely hold on. Madara's brow furrows. The kick from the fire spirit has caused further fractures to Susanoo's ribs. Had he not sensed the anomaly and increased the output of his mental and chakra energy, that previous kick could have shattered Susanoo outright. The power of nature is indeed terrifying. No, rather than nature's power, it seems that the fire spirit possesses an unmatched strength of its own. If only I had the 9 tails. Madara recalls the beast deemed too powerful by Hashirama, necessitating its seal. It appears this peculiar skeletal form is not all that impressive. In the distance, Yawamura's voice carries a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, the fire spirit raises its other ungrasped arm, fiercely reaching towards Uchiha Madara, protected by Susanoo. The fire spirit's elongated fingers gleam with menace, embodying one of its abilities, the flame lance, imbued with potent natural energy, seeming capable of tearing through anything. Yawamura is confident that with this move, he can easily shatter Susanoo, inflicting harm upon Madara within. Boom. Susanoo barely withstands the flames entwined around the claws for mere seconds before exploding violently. With Susanoo's collapse, Madara's defenses are utterly obliterated. Uchiha Madara, I thank you for the entertainment. I shall claim your soul. Madara slowly raises his right hand. Section 38. Unflinching and unyielding, the Rinnegan absorbs the energy. Yet the fire spirit, merely half a meter from Madara, is halted by an unseen barrier. Particularly, the left hand aimed at Madara, its flames dissipating at a visible speed. What is happening? Yawamura is momentarily astonished. The fire spirit's mystical power is vanishing rapidly. Those eyes, I see. Those eyes possess the power of Yin-Yang and the 5 elements. Truly formidable. In the heat of battle, the illustrious king of the Ma clan, Mako, first unleashed his formidable skills. He positioned 2 fingers at the center of his gaze and traced the air with a flourish. Transformation of the 5 elements, solidification of gold. Upon uttering these words, the fiery spirit beneath him underwent a remarkable transformation. The original fire attribute was enveloped by a radiant gold, and the energy swirling around him rapidly coalesced, becoming impenetrable. What? Uchiha Madara's expression shifted dramatically. He realized he could no longer absorb the energy of the fiery spirit. The sensation was reminiscent of his confrontation with Senju Hashirama, when his fire techniques had been extinguished by the overwhelming vitality of Hashirama's wood release. At this moment, Madara also discerned that the Golden Fire Spirit's attack power had significantly escalated. Even the nullification capabilities of his Rinnegan's animal path could not withstand this newfound strength. Determined, Madara ceased his attempts to absorb the Fire Spirit's energy and unleashed a powerful repelling force from his palm. Shinra Tensei. He aimed to send both the Fire Spirit and Mako hurtling away. The immense repulsive force collided with the Fire Spirit, akin to striking a dense metal wall, merely slowing its advance. One hand of the Fire Spirit absorbed the repulsion directed at Mako, while the other hand remained poised for an attack against Madara. This won't do, Madara thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Aside from his battle against the group leader, this marked the second time his Shinra Tensei had been thwarted. No matter, I have made progress in my sage techniques, and I need not be overly demanding of myself. Suddenly, he lowered his right hand, causing the repulsive force centered around him to dissipate in an instant. Oh, are you surrendering? Mako mused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Even without the ability to read minds, he could infer that Madara still possessed fighting spirit. The recent exchange had clearly revealed Madara's proud nature. Such a person would not simply concede defeat. Just as Mako prepared to command the Fire Spirit to seize Madara's soul, a voice pierced the air, sending chills down Mako's spine. Retreating to acquire certain abilities is not the conduct befitting Uchiha Madara. The true battle is yet to come. I shall unleash my complete Susanoo. A terrifying energy surged forth, radiating an unbelievable pressure that bore down on Mako. Complete Susanoo? Mako felt his body grow heavier under the weight of the energy, which even appeared to manipulate the density of space itself, albeit slightly. Uchiha Madara, undeterred, commanded the Fire Spirit to leap back, recognizing that caution was the wisest course of action amidst the uncertainty. Mako harbored doubts about the arena's rules, which purported that death would not affect one's original form. He had no desire to test this theory. Allowing Madara to take that risk was a different matter, and it fueled his obsession with capturing Madara's soul. Oh, such potent energy, and it can be stabilized. Impressive indeed. Gazing up at the towering complete Susanoo, standing over 400 meters tall, Mako could not help but smile wryly. In comparison, his own Fire Spirit, barely 100 meters in height, seemed diminutive, akin to a child standing beside an adult. Once the complete Susanoo had fully materialized, Madara refrained from making any pre-battle threats. The hand of his Susanoo rested upon the hilt of a sword at its waist. In the blink of an eye, the blade shimmered with ferocity. An ear-piercing sonic boom erupted as the Susanoo unleashed its might, sending terrifying energy waves cascading through the air and shaking the very earth beneath them. With a resounding crash, an explosion of light engulfed the Susanoo, as well as its intended targets, the Fire Spirit and Mako. Moments later, as the brilliance began to fade, the solid form of the Susanoo appeared somewhat disheveled. The blade, poised in midair, found itself halted by a colossal crimson figure that stood before the Susanoo, its height nearly matching that of the complete Susanoo itself. It had successfully blocked the attack. Observing the Fire Spirit, which had clasped its hands together to catch the blade with bare palms, Madara's expression exhibited little astonishment. It would have been more surprising had it failed to do so. A number of spectators in the chat group were riveted by the clash between the two combatants. Overall, the exchange of blows, with each side delivering and receiving strikes in turn, proved far more captivating than a one-sided rout. Among them, a bespectacled captain of the 5th Division was particularly intrigued by the duel unfolding on the live stream. Destruction God Realm. Is there something you need, Kashi? Bellies, engrossed in the arena's broadcast, was roused from her thoughts by Kashi's voice. She glanced at Kashi, her tone laced with curiosity. My Lord of Destruction. You have been lost in thought for half an hour, Kashi lamented, clutching her head in exasperation. Bellies is rather unremarkable in this regard. When she is not engaged in serious matters, she tends to drift into a daze. It has been several years since we last met, and even now, when she is supposed to be focused, she finds herself lost in thought. I believe it has not been long since we last saw each other. Bellies offered an awkward smile. Currently, she is reluctant to disclose the matter of the chat group to Kess. Given Kess's identity as the daughter of the High Priest, no one can guarantee which side she may align with. At the very least, Bellies is unwilling to take that gamble, fearing that as soon as she speaks, the High Priest may arrive. Lady Bellies, once the Dragon Balls are prepared, we must test their quality. Otherwise, if something goes awry, it could pose a threat to the universe. Kess is not entirely ignorant of the Dragon Realm, and is aware that the Dragon Balls can manifest negative energy. Is that so? Then let us proceed with the test. She gathered the scattered Dragon Balls together. as she gazed at the shimmering orbs. A flicker of excitement stirred within her. The concepts of using the Dragon Balls and creating them are distinctly different. Come forth, Shinran. As her words echoed, the resonance grew stronger, and the Dragon Balls began to radiate with increasing brilliance. A flash of golden light, akin to lightning, surged upwards from the orbs, gathering a dense, dark cloud above the realm of destruction. Soon after, from within this cloud, a deep crimson and vividly fleshy being emerged. Shinran. He descended slowly, revealing his full form beneath the clouds. With red scales, a pale red underbelly, and blood-red eyes, his several hundred meters long body appeared majestic and imposing. State your wish. Any desire will be granted, or rather, Creator. Shinran began speaking, but suddenly faltered. Come now, there's no need to be nervous. Continue. I'm listening, Bellies chuckled nonchalantly. How could that be? The little dragon is crafted by the Creator. How could I dare to overstep? A few beads of cold sweat appeared on Shinran's slightly stern face. Damn it, my first time trying to act impressive, and I've chosen the wrong person to impress. In the future, I must be more discerning before I speak when summoned. Having been born for less than a day, he certainly has no desire to be remade. It seems there are no issues. You may return now. Bellies assessed Shinran for a moment before speaking. Indeed, indeed. The little dragon is quite healthy and can consume several meals at once. After saying this, without allowing Bellies a moment to respond, he vanished with a whoosh. The resonance began to fade, and the Dragon Balls lay quietly on the ground. Bellies. Kess. Bellies, mustering her courage, inquired Chris. Do you consider this divine dragon a failure or a success? It feels rather unreliable. Can it truly grant wishes? Chris managed a strained smile. It's the first time, so a bit of awkwardness is to be expected. Although I have never seen the visage of a divine dragon, it does seem that this one is laying it on a bit thick. After placing the Dragon Ball carefully, Bellies pondered the matters of the underworld and remarked, there are certain things over there that my creative power cannot fully restore at this moment. Would you be able to venture there? The underworld? In response to Bellies' request, Chris tapped her angelic scepter, projecting an image of the underworld. The devastation is quite severe. Is it the doing of Zamas? Indeed, that fellow is somewhat unhinged. Fortunately, I had taken precautions in advance. Otherwise, the underworld would surely be thrown into chaos, sighed Bellies. Then I shall go and take a look. Chris transformed into a beam of white light and departed from the realm of destruction. At last, she has left. Once Chris, the angel, was dismissed, Bellies picked up the Dragon Ball. What if I share the Dragon Ball in the chat group? Bellies contemplated this approach. Utilizing the Dragon Ball to make wishes across different worlds could grant her insight into the laws governing those realms, significantly aiding her own development. She recalled that during the previous upgrade of the chat group, a peculiar trading platform had emerged. Upon reflection, could it not have been established precisely for the purpose of allowing group members to utilize the Dragon Balls? Well, let us observe for now. Bellies once again immersed herself in the chat group. Has the live broadcast concluded? World S First Princess, is anyone there? Who emerged victorious in the battle between Uchiha Madara and Asakura? I am quite curious. Uchiha Madara, World S First Princess, the group leader. I have just won against the newcomer. Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, I must apologize to the group leader for engaging in combat with the newcomer without your permission, which may have caused undesirable consequences. My battle with Asakura was partly due to his provocative words, and partly because I was intrigued by his natural elemental powers and wished to test them. Naturally, I was prepared for any repercussions from the group leader, be it success or failure. Even though Uchiha Madara is quite self-assured, he does not believe that his slight trickery could escape the group leader's notice. World S First Princess. It's quite all right. Just be more cautious next time, Uchiha Madara. Do not rush. In fact, once you are revived, it will be much easier to enhance your strength. Uchiha Madara revived? Who knows how long that will take. World S First Princess. ISNT their sign-in system? Each time you sign in, you earn points, which can be exchanged for items. Ding. Group Leader, World S First Princess, has listed the Dragon Balls on the item consignment platform. Uchiha Madara, World S First Princess. You can use the Dragon Balls to achieve resurrection. Uchiha Madara. Hybera AI. Ignoring the excited members of the group, Bellies focused on the recording of the recent battle. As the group leader, she was able to capture the arena combat in real time. Despite having stronger abilities, Asakura had surprisingly lost to Uchiha Madara. The mindset during battle is indeed crucial. Unlike Asakura, who hesitated to fully engage for fear of being defeated due to the chat group's rules, Uchiha Madara fought with the resolve to inflict damage even at the cost of his own limbs. Ultimately, this reckless determination enabled him to decisively defeat Asakura. Moreover, his techniques mirrored those previously employed, the Susanoo and a flurry of punches that left the master utterly vanquished. Not even a remnant of Asakura remained, including his fire spirit. One wonders if Yo will feel disheartened upon his return. She found herself rather curious. Chapter 40. Yo's Wish in the World of Shaman King. As consciousness returned to his body, Asakura slowly opened his closed eyes. The scenes of his recent confrontation flashed through his mind. My hesitation led to my utter defeat. Leaping down from the rooftop, Asakura gently landed on the ground, opening his palms to behold the fire spirit, now a swirling flame. You felt the thrill too, didn't you? We are about to step into a world far broader than merely becoming the Shaman King. The flame formed by the fire spirit flickered slightly, seemingly in agreement with Asakura's thoughts. Despite being defeated by Uchiha Madara, Yo felt no anger. His opponent had bested him fairly, even if it was through the chat group's rules and life-risking tactics, all within permissible bounds. If anything, he acknowledges that he, Asakura, had been rather careless. Well, next time, I shall reclaim victory. However, it was through this failure that he realized the terrifying nature of the chat group. It could perfectly simulate his body, allowing even the fire spirit to be directly replicated. Even death could be enacted with chilling realism. Uchiha Madara commanded what he called the true 1,000 hands. 1,000 fists raining down. Yo exerted all his strength to block, but ultimately it was insufficient. He managed to deflect perhaps half of the onslaught. Soon, both he and the fire spirit were overwhelmed by the barrage of fists, which were too densely packed for even the fire spirit to withstand. Despite his formidable skills in yin-yang arts, his physical form could not compare to that of the fire spirit. Moreover, the strength of the simulated body within the chat group was nearly equivalent to his current self, rendering it impossible to withstand such force. The chat group, Uchiha Madara, and that enigmatic group leader, Asakura, bore a smile. Perhaps the days ahead would not be so dull after all. Ding. The group leader has added the Dragon Balls to the consignment platform. Members wishing to use them may proceed to purchase. Asakura paused. Dragon Balls? What are those? Yo deftly opened the chat group and clicked on the newly appeared option. Moments later, images of 7 orange glass spheres with varying star counts appeared. The Dragon Balls. Capable of granting any wish, including the resurrection of the deceased, but limited to one. Chapter 40. Resurrection. Asakura's previously calm demeanor shifted, a hint of agitation surfacing. Memories from a millennium past began to flood back. The shaman slain by ordinary humans, his own mother. For 1,000 years, Asakura had tirelessly pursued his goal of becoming the Shaman King, seeking to eradicate the filthy ordinary people and construct a world solely for shamans. Moreover, he aimed to harness the power of the Shaman King to uncover the whereabouts of his mother, lost in the annals of this planet's 4.6 billion-year history, and to resurrect her. Could the Dragon Balls truly accomplish this? Asakura was unaware that his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Upon seeing the price of the Dragon Balls, Yo furrowed his brow. The cost for purchasing the usage rights to the Dragon Balls was 5,000 points. Points? What are those? Nearby, a points sign-in system caught his attention, and he instinctively clicked on it. Ding. You may sign in once a month, earning between 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 25 points. Is that all? Asakura tightened his brow. 25 points a month? How long will it take to gather enough? Furthermore, these 25 points are not fixed. Next month, it could very well be just 1 point. Observing the nicknames of all members displayed in the chat group, Asakura hesitated slightly before changing his moniker from 1,000-year great yin-yang master to his own name, Asakura. Asakura. Everyone, I am the newcomer Asakura. May I ask a few questions? Uchiha Madara. What the heck, so polite. World's first princess. Of course, what would you like to ask, Asakura? Asakura, the Dragon Balls on the consignment platform. Can they truly resurrect lost lives? World's first princess. If there exists a soul imprint, then yes. However, if the soul has been forcibly erased, it cannot be done. But take note, those who died a natural death or from illness cannot be revived. In other words, only those who experienced unconventional deaths can be brought back. Asakura, what about those who have been dead for quite some time? World's first princess. How long? Asakura, approximately 1 000 years. Uchiha Madara, Hibara AI. Others. This great Inyang master surely has a peculiar misunderstanding regarding the duration of death. 1,000 years? The ashes could have been scattered by now. World S first princess, it is possible to resurrect. Only 1,000 years is not too long. According to the laws of your world, a shaman's soul does not perish after a millennium. It is not difficult. World S first princess, Asakura Yo. I am rather curious. Whom do you wish to resurrect? Your mother, or perhaps someone else? In the realm of Shaman King, upon viewing the messages in the chat group, the esteemed King Asakura Y abruptly rose to his feet. Asakura Y, how do you know this? It was astonishing. He had never mentioned his desire to resurrect anyone in the group, nor had he disclosed any names. Mako no Ha, the name of his mother from a millennium ago, and Y Bakuchiyo, a cherished friend. In a certain sense, had it not been for the power of Y Bakuchiyo, he would have perished long before, slain by others. The excessive utilization of Chiyo's power ultimately led to her demise, a burden of guilt that Asakura Y had carried for years. Princess of the World, when you join the chat group, the past and future of your world are recorded, albeit only partially. Princess of the World, rest assured. This pertains only to the predetermined past and future, events that would have transpired had you not joined the chat group. Asakura Y, is that all? The great Ami-ji found it difficult to accept, yet this explanation seemed the most plausible. Unable to ponder further, he shifted topics. Asakura Y, how does one acquire points for exchanging for Dragon Balls? Truth be told, if one were to sign in once a month with a meager 1,100 points, it would take countless years to achieve resurrection, especially since he sought to revive 2 souls, not just one. He was uncertain whether the Dragon Balls could resurrect 2 individuals at once or only one. Princess of the World, did you not review the rules of the consignment platform? Princess of the World, every member can consign valuable items with multiple usage rights to earn points through group evaluations. Additionally, if your consigned items are purchased by other members, you will receive 1/10 of the purchase price in points, which can be obtained repeatedly. Asakura Y, I see, I understand now. Ding. Asakura Y uploaded the super occupation strategy, earning 1,000 points. He gazed at the newly added line of points in the chat group. Was it truly so little? However, considering this was an old work penned years ago, acquiring 1,000 points was commendable. His expression remained tranquil, yet the flicker in his eyes betrayed the tumult of his thoughts. He proceeded to upload additional methods for cultivating spiritual energy and Ami techniques. After system evaluation, his personal account in the chat group reflected a total of 4,150 points. Chapter 41, The Request of Hu Tao. The master of the group arrives in Teyvat, Princess of the World. I forgot to mention one thing. The points required to use the Dragon Balls are correlated with the laws of each world. Princess of the World. In simpler terms, the stronger the individual's potential or the higher the World S level, the more points are required for a wish with the Dragon Balls. Hayuin Kyoko, here. The exchange for Dragon Balls requires 500 points. Is that excessive? Irene, mine is 2,000 points. Kikyo, 4,500 points. Uchiha Madara, 5,000 points. Asakura Y, 5,000 points. Captain of the 5th Division, 6,000 points. It seems rather implausible. Hu Tao, in the realm of the nihilistic novel, the station is 937929266. It feels impossible for me to gather sufficient points. Hayuin Kyoko, well, there is no point in comparing. Was she fortunate or unfortunate? Her world was merely an ordinary one. Even without any effort, merely by signing in, she could potentially gather enough points over several years to revive her sister using the Dragon Balls. At this moment, in the world of the Soul Reapers, outside the 5th Division's headquarters, Aizen Sasuke stood with his hands clasped behind him. How do the wish-granting Dragon Balls compare to the H-Gyoku? However, if the requirements for wishes are calculated based on world strength, excluding the unknown world of the group leader, that world where Hu Tao resides likely possesses a higher tier than his current realm. Meanwhile, in the continent of Teyvat, Hu Tao rode the Golden Lion Beast, accompanied by a legion of Abyss cultists, making their way to the Cloud High Pavilion. The Cloud High Pavilion was formed from the rock spears cast down by the Geo-Archon Morix, with a demon named Ojal sealed beneath. The Golden Lion Beast, alongside dozens of Abyss apostles and shells, as well as hundreds of Abyss mages, constituted a formidable force, unperturbed even by the beasts of Liyue, especially the Golden Lion Beast. Renewed by the power of the Abyss, wielded strength comparable to the legendary Dragon Durin. Hu Tao's gaze fell upon the chat group. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, She inquired if the group leader could assist in overseeing the situation. Chapter 41. After all, while this abyss army might contend with the adepti of Liyue, facing Morix would still be a formidable challenge. Even the golden lion beast could only delay the inevitable. The unsealing process would require time. And should the unsealing of Ojal lead to the abyss cult's main force being annihilated by Morix, it would indeed be a calamity beyond measure. Hu Tao, Princess of the World, Group Leader, would you be interested in coming to the continent of Teyvat? Princess of the World? Hu Tao, I intend to capture Ojal, but I am concerned that my subordinates may not be able to withstand Morix. Princess of the World, so, you require additional muscle? Hu Tao, well, perhaps a little. What do you think, Group Leader? Princess of the World, I want 2 vision orbs. Hu Tao, but you don't need such items. Do you? As a deity, why would you covet the vision orbs? Princess of the World, I wish to observe the principles behind the creation of vision orbs. You need not worry. Hu Tao, all right, I agree. Group Leader, when will you arrive? Princess of the World, I can only remain in Teyvat for 3 hours. And I can only bring a portion of my power. Is that acceptable? Hu Tao, the unsealing and defeating Ojal may take about an hour, which should suffice. Though I wonder if the group leader can hold off Morix until I complete these tasks. Hu Tao, moreover, I am somewhat apprehensive that the Anemo Archon might intervene. Princess of the World, I can hold them off, but only to prevent them from interfering with you. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything. Hu Tao, that will suffice. The group leader's strength should be more than adequate to defeat both the Geo and Anemo Archons. Even capturing them is highly probable. Yet I have no grounds to demand such actions. One should not overreach. Hu Tao merely wished to protect the Abyss's main force, ensuring they were not obliterated during her unsealing of Ojal. The rest could be addressed later. Princess of the World, once you are prepared, simply call for me, and I shall transport myself there. Hu Tao, understood. In the chat group, Ing and Bellies were conspiring loudly, yet no one interjected. Some were at a loss for words while a couple of newcomers, namely Asakura Jung and Aizen Essik, were quite intrigued. Aizen was contemplating whether to exchange some Kido for points in the chat group when he noticed the group leader preparing to venture into that mysterious world of Teyvat. It would be impossible to claim indifference towards such an alternate realm, especially considering his keen interest in both Ing and the group leader. Let me witness your prowess. He thought of the two conversing in the chat as he subtly deduced that a confrontation might soon ensue. However, he was uncertain if they would broadcast the event. Should there be no live stream, he would have to request the group leader to initiate one. To be candid, Aizen preferred to remain inconspicuous, for it was evident from the dialogue between the administrator Uchiha Madara and Asakura Yuang, along with Bellies' subsequent explanations, that the group leader was aware of the events transpiring in his world, though the extent of her knowledge remained ambiguous. In Teyvat, at the Liyue harbor, a radiant light flickered around Ing. Moments later, a slightly taller girl with white hair appeared beside her. Welcome to Teyvat, Ing greeted with a subtle smile. The sudden arrival startled the members of the Abyss Order. Bellies greeted Ing with a slight nod before directing her gaze towards the multitude of Abyss Order members. Ing, you haven't brought all your assets, have you? She inquired. I've brought half. There are also some lurking in Liyue, poised to threaten Morix, Ing replied. You truly are something else. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly principles awakening? Bellies remarked with a hint of exasperation. Well, that's precisely why I invited the esteemed leader to lend a hand, she continued. Bellies, do not imitate the way the spider speaks, please. Ing waved her hand. Yuan Shang, come here. Ah, your highness, what is your command? Yuan Shang floated over to stand before Ing. Before I returned. The command of the Abyss Order was entrusted to my friend here? Do you understand? Yes, princess. Yuan Shang dared not refute, stealing a glance at Bellies, who stood beside Ing. This silver-haired girl appeared distinctly human. Could she truly command the Abyss Order? It seemed likely that something significant was about to unfold. Sensing Yuan Shang's thoughts, Ing spoke again. My friend's name is Bellies. I have invited her to help fend off any potential appearances of Morix. As for the rest, you may proceed as usual. Fend off Morix? Yuan Shang's head snapped up, incredulity etched across his face. Just her? Yuan Shang murmured instinctively. Is there a problem? In that instant, Yuan Shang felt a chilling aura wash over him, his entire being ensnared as if mired in sludge. He quickly bowed. No. How could I dare to voice an opinion? The earlier sensation felt akin to sinking deeper into a quagmire, gripped by fear. It was truly intoxicating. After conveying a few matters, Ing led a portion of the Abyss Apostles toward the sealing location of Osale. Given Ying's strength, Breaking the seal on Osail did not require the same extensive measures as with Dada Duck, as a simple strike with her sword against the stone would suffice. Chapter 42. The Unruly Abyss Order. After Ying's departure, the members of the Abyss Order displayed rebellious expressions. After all, it was the Abyss. How could they easily submit to a single leader? Even under the command of the princess, they might appear compliant, yet their hearts would resist fiercely. Mages, chantiers, apostles, shells, and the golden royal beast. Ying's entourage consisted of a diverse array of beings. Perched atop a protruding rock, Bellies rested her chin on her wrist, scrutinizing the fierce countenance of the Abyss Order members. Well, I do not particularly appreciate your gazes. Might you soften them a tad? With that, Bellies nonchalantly tossed a shard of stone from her left hand. The fragment rolled a few times upon the ground before settling at the feet of the Abyss Order members. Just as the members were left bewildered, the palm-sized shard emanated a scattering of purple luminescence. Following this, a terrifying pressure enveloped all the members of the Abyss Order. Save for Yuan Shang. The foremost Abyss chantiers and apostles crashed heavily to the ground, their chests meeting the earth with an intimate embrace. Meanwhile, the other members of the Abyss Order, positioned slightly further back, seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and immediately prepared their defenses. Nearly 100 Abyss mages simultaneously encased themselves in spherical shields. However, beneath this overwhelming pressure, the protective barriers of the Abyss mages, regardless of their attributes, shattered upon contact. As the shields crumbled, all the Abyss mages found themselves pressed against the ground. At that moment, the other Abyss chantiers, apostles, and Shell Knights were similarly subdued without a trace of resistance. Within the entirety of the solitary cloud pavilion, only Bellies and the quaking Yuan Shang remained upright, while the rest lay prostrate like sun-baked fish. This great being Yuan Shang trembled, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow. He swallowed hard, peering past the fallen members of the Abyss Order toward a golden royal beast that was also pinned to the ground, partially sunken into the earth. As a fire Abyss chantier, Yuan Shang inexplicably felt an overwhelming fear. Yet, as a loyal supporter of Ying, he understood the necessity of pleading on behalf of his comrades. Otherwise, this assembly might well meet a dire fate. Bellies, please forgive the rudeness of the Order members. It was not intentional. Hearing this, Bellies lifted her gaze to regard Yuan Shang, who stood beside her, bowing his head. Are you afraid of me? Yuan Shang's heart skipped a beat. You are the honored guest of the princess and our esteemed guest as well. I could not possibly be afraid. I hold you in the highest regard. Bellies waved her hand, preventing Yuan Shang from continuing his explanation. Rest assured, none of Ying's subordinates will perish. The pressure I exert upon them is calibrated according to their energy intensity and will not cost them their lives. With that, she flicked her fingers gently, producing a sharp sound. A burst of purple light erupted, shattering the stones that lay scattered on the ground, adorned with a drifting purple halo, into fine dust. As the stones crumbled, the oppressive force weighing down upon everyone dissipated abruptly. The Abyss mages and Abyss chanting sorcerers gasped for breath, especially the Golden King beast, whose eyes rolled back, its body heaving slightly, tongue lolling out in a manner reminiscent of a dog worn to exhaustion, gazing at the pitiful remnants before him. Yuan Shang's lips twitched in irritation. Good grief, with this lot barely able to stand, do you expect them to engage in battle? Are we to wait for them to be mowed down in Liyue? Yuan Shang, come here. At the sound of that nightmarish voice, Yuan Shang shuddered, his emotions a tangled mess. Why yes, my lord, grant me a measure of the Abyss's power, Bellies instructed. Yuan Shang looked up in confusion, hesitating for a moment before responding. My lord, the Abyss is perilous. If mishandled, this esteemed individual, named Bellies, is an important guest of Her Highness the Princess. If carelessly allowed to be tainted by the Abyss, even if he were to be punished later by Her Highness, it would not atone for such a grave error. Do you not wish for Ying's subordinates to join the battle in Liyue? Noticing Yuan Shang's hesitation, Bellies spoke calmly. Or do you believe the Abyss could affect me? And no, I would never presume. Yuan Shang quickly shook his head. That would be absurd. She is a formidable force who can annihilate over 100 elite members of the Abyss cult with a mere flick of her wrist. Yuan Shang transformed the essence of the Abyss into a swirling mass of black mist, gradually pushing it toward Bellies. As he did, he cautioned, please, exercise utmost caution. Should anything seem amiss, inform me immediately. Perhaps I could remedy the situation. Understood, I will be vigilant. Bellies responded, observing the black mist cradled in her palm while noticing Yuan Shang's motherly tone, rendering her momentarily speechless. The Abyss. What is it about this force that instills such fear in the heavens? As she directed her mental energy into the mass of black mist, a chilling aura surged forth. Oh, intriguing. It is not to be directly gazed upon, a harbinger of annihilation. After a brief moment, Bellies withdrew her mental probe and, extending her left index finger, traced lightly over the black mist resting in her right palm. Go, she commanded, pulling her finger upwards. Countless tiny droplets emerged from the mist, cascading towards the fallen members of the Abyss cult. Each droplet penetrated their bodies, and within mere seconds, the previously gasping and moaning members began to rise. Their chaotic and weakened auras gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Meanwhile, the massive black abyss mist in Bellies' hand shrank to the size of 3 fingers. Bellies shifted her gaze towards the somewhat reserved members of the abyssal cult and said, "Before your princess returns, it would be prudent for you to heed my words regarding the matters at hand. Wouldn't you agree?" The smile gracing the lips of the silver-haired maiden rendered the members of the abyssal cult as if they had encountered a demon. They quickly grasped the situation, the mute ones shaking their heads fervently, while those able to speak clamored in disarray. No problem at all. See, isn't this easily resolved? Bellies continued, noting how their expressions had softened considerably. The members of the abyssal cult replied, all right, whatever you require of us, we shall comply. You may disperse now." With a wave of her hand, Bellies signaled for them to attend to their duties. Once the members of the abyssal cult had departed, Huing turned her gaze to the abyssal chanter, and Shang, standing beside her. "It seems I have high hopes for you," Huing remarked, causing In Shang's heart to skip a beat. He pondered the unpredictable nature of this individual and why she had chosen to utter such words. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully replied, "It is our honor to serve the princess. Do you wish to grow stronger?" Bellies interjected, not allowing In Shang a moment to reflect. "I possess a modicum of abyssal black mist. Incidentally, I have just made a slight modification to it. As you have observed, it consumes only a minimal amount to restore other cult members. Even the golden beast requires merely a tad more." Bellies gazed at the abyssal black mist, now compressed into a spherical shape resting in her palm, and calmly inquired, "Yuan Shang, the remainder is yours. Do you desire it?" "This is my administrative duty. Combat is not my forte." Yuan Shang wore an expression of deep consternation, although he was unaware of what this individual had recently introduced into the abyssal black mist, which could potentially restore the powers of all abyss members. He harbored serious doubts about the consequences of excessive inhalation of this mist, fearing it might severely impact the very existence of the abyss. Chapter 43, Yuan Shang's Quirk, the Uncontainable Firefly. Do you not wish for it?" Bellies did not impose her will but spoke softly, suggesting that if this were the case, Ing might indeed feel a sense of disappointment. The purpose of her summoning was to thwart Morix, yet it was not without the intention of enlightening me about the abyss and the matters concerning the curse. It was merely that she had refrained from articulating it, or perhaps she deemed the price of allowing me to act directly to be beyond her means. Bellies raised her voice slightly, gazing at the conflicted expression on Yuan Shang's face, and spoke with calm deliberation, "Given your discerning perspective, you must realize that I am significantly stronger than Ing, and even more formidable than the objectives of your order. Of course, I am not my true self here. But in the grand scheme of this world, does my essence truly matter?" Listening to Bellies' languid words, Yuan Shang fell into a moment of silence before managing a wry smile. "Since you've put it this way, do I have any other options? Indeed, I haven't coerced you. You chose this willingly, did you not?" Yuan Shang muttered under his breath, "Damn it, is there even an option?" Bellies smiled slyly. "You do enjoy that fervent, whipped sensation, do you not? This presents a splendid opportunity. Moreover, should anything go awry, I can always rescue you, though unforeseen circumstances can occasionally arise." A dark mist coalesced at the tip of her index finger as Bellies gently shook it. "If you refuse, I shall simply dispel it. My analysis of the abyssal powers was merely a whimsical fancy. If I do not achieve my aim, it matters little to me. I am but a peripheral figure in the order, yet I stand resolutely for Her Highness." Yuan Shang, brimming with conviction, radiated an aura of sanctity. "The abyss, I fear nothing." "Excellent. No wonder Ing has taken a liking to you." With a delicate wave of her fingers, Bellies unleashed a swirling mass of black mist that darted towards Yuan Shang. The latter scarcely had time to react before the dark cloud penetrated his chest and entered his body. "Relish the experience, Yuan Shang." Bellies waved her hand, conjuring a whirlwind that swept Yuan Shang a bit farther away, lest his shouting become too loud and disturb her ears. It seemed there was nothing else to do, so she decided to start a live broadcast. Bellies skillfully entered the chat group, Ding. The group leader, the world's foremost princess, has commenced a live broadcast. Greetings, everyone. I am currently in the land of Teyvat, which is the very world where Ing resides. Bellies waved at the members of the group. Uchiha Madara remarked, Group leader, are you dressed so formally again today? Matoi Waima added, Is this the group leader? She appears quite dignified, reminiscent of my mother. The first princess of the world interjected, I am merely donning the attire of a destroyer. Is that so extraordinary to you all? There was an underlying ambiguity in their words, and Matoi Waima, as a prominent Onmyoji, should refrain from casually addressing me as mother. I do not possess a child of a millennium, not even through reincarnation. The first princess of the world cleared her throat. Let us not dwell on peculiarities. Also, a battle may soon ensue. I am aware that certain members of this group have a fervent affinity for such exhilarating events. Uchiha Madara inquired, A battle? Leader, is it against Ing? The first princess of the world replied, I may not engage in combat, but Ing certainly will. She will be live-streaming her confrontation with Ozer. Spider-Sun chimed in, Is that the Ozer from before? The demon? Speaking of which, that transparent, slick appearance resembles tentacles. The first princess of the world quipped, Spider-Sun, you always manage to find the highlights. The Abyss Princess Ing battling tentacles, such thrilling imagery. Is it available without a fee? Ing remarked, I'm still mining one-handed, breaking Ozer's seal. A certain unnamed Abyss Princess Ing nearly lost her grip on her weapon upon hearing Spider-Sun's words. Ing immersed herself in her mining efforts, muttering to herself, I am not angry, not angry. Why would I be upset with a spider? Regardless of Spider-Sun's past. They are now merely a spider, and one must acknowledge that their thoughts could possess a modicum of normalcy. There is no need to be overly concerned. With a single swing, she severed the massive Night Harbor stone array before her, yet a sense of disconnection lingered. Ozer equates to tentacles, and Ing equates to the protagonist. The notion of Ing battling tentacles. How could such a thing possibly occur? By the way, what is the group leader doing? The time spent unsealing was exceedingly tedious, and Ing instinctively clicked into the leader's live stream. Ing questioned, What is that? It sounds like some creature in heat. The first princess of the world clarified, Do not misunderstand. That is not me, but someone named Yuanshang. I am unsure why his calls are so peculiar. The first princess continued, By the way, Yuanshang is one of Ying's subordinates. Ying's mind slowly formed a question mark. No, while Yuanshang can be somewhat odd at times, such behavior seems excessive. Or perhaps, what have you done to him? Ing shifted her gaze back to the live stream. Meanwhile, Bellies found herself at a loss for words. To unravel the situation, she realized she must approach Yuanshang, for his cries were indeed quite eye-watering. If this remains unresolved, her authority as group leader would be diminished. In the future, when members mention the leader, they would first recall the rather jarring cries of a certain male creature. Bellies' scalp tingled as she pointed towards the abyssal collar, situated 10 meters away. It is he who is shouting, not I. Please do not misunderstand. Upon uttering these words, Bellies felt a peculiar sensation, questioning why she felt compelled to clarify herself. Was she not merely complicating matters? At that moment, the inky energy of the abyss emanated incessantly from the collar's form. He curled his body on the ground, rolling back and forth, while intermittent gasps, tinged with a hint of moaning, escaped his lips. Ing, the world's foremost princess and group leader, inquired, What have you done to the collar? The voice transmitted through the live broadcast nearly caused the usually composed abyssal princess, Ing, to falter, for it was quite the spectacle. The world's premier princess replied, I merely made some modifications to the abyssal energy within him and inadvertently touched upon the curse embedded in his being. It should not pose any significant danger. Ing responded, But can he survive? As a learned and strategic subordinate, Ing held a certain regard for him, despite his somewhat eccentric disposition. If one could overlook that minor flaw, he was quite valuable. The world's premier princess reassured her, Rest assured, he is still your subordinate, even if I were to conduct some experiments. I would not truly bring about his demise. She continued, Should the collar endure, his strength will undoubtedly see a notable enhancement, of course. The extent of the improvement depends on him. Ing expressed her gratitude. In that case, thank you. I would never begrudge having more powerful subordinates. As time passed, the chaotic aura surrounding the collar began to coalesce, and his agonized cries gradually lessened. Bellies sensed the gradually stabilizing abyssal power within Yuanshang and nodded, Indeed. The enhancement of power is quite substantial. Although this endeavor is somewhat impulsive, it would be rather disheartening to face failure. Alas, My true form does not grace Teyvat. I am but an unstable energy entity. Belice sighed. She had a general understanding of the energy structure of the abyss and even had some insight into the curse. However, as it was not the true body descending but merely an unstable energy entity, a complete analysis was fundamentally unattainable. Furthermore, the universe existing in Teyvat was significantly different from the laws of the universe she inhabited. It belonged to a universe of imaginary trees. Each world seemed to hang upon the bubbles of this imaginary tree. Chapter 44. The abyss surrounds Liyue. The clear sky suddenly darkened. Ningguang, who was working in the Yujing terrace, sensed a faint oppressive feeling and couldn't help but look out the window. Is it going to rain? She murmured. This feeling made her somewhat uneasy. That direction seemed to be the direction of the cloud-embracing pavilion. Ningguang furrowed her brows, gazing at the place where the sky met the water, now shrouded in dark clouds. A grave situation has arisen, Ningguang. The door burst open, and a girl with blue hair and Qilin horns rushed in, panting. Ganyu? Ningguang was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time she had seen Ganyu in such a flustered state. In the past, Ganyu would only enter after receiving permission, adhering to her role as a secretary without overstepping boundaries. What has happened? It's Osale. The seal at the cloud-embracing pavilion has been completely lifted. Ganyu's slightly breathless voice turned grave. What? Ningguang abruptly stood from her seat. Wasn't Osale's seal confirmed to be intact? And what do you mean by completely lifted? Ningguang could not help but feel tense. Even a mere leak of power from a demon god had required immense effort to seal. If it were fully unsealed, then Ningguang dared not contemplate further. It was Master who sent me a message through the communication talisman, Ganyu stated. She and several other true deities, along with the demon slayer, are heading to the cloud-embracing pavilion. Master said that this time. Osale's unsealing is quite extraordinary and is likely the act of a certain demon god lost in the continent. Only 3 true deities and the demon slayer? Ningguang suppressed her inner turmoil, her tone laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Ganyu fell silent for a moment before saying, according to Master, they have already made contact with that certain individual. Is that so? Then I can rest easy. Both women understood who Ganyu referred to. In fact, after the Osale incident, Ningguang had already confirmed her belief that the Geo Archon was not dead. She had consulted numerous records to validate her thoughts. For instance, the death of a demon god would render vast areas into desolate wastelands. By that measure, the fallen deity should have had a significant impact. Moreover, the attitudes of the other deities were telling. Did these deities truly care for Liyue? Not necessarily. After all, their interactions were infrequent, often relying on contracts to maintain relationships. If the Geo Archon had truly fallen, could the other deities still engage so amicably with the 7 stars to confront Osale? It seemed highly improbable. Today, she had indirectly confirmed this from Ganyu's words. The Geo Archon was still alive. The reasons for his retreat remained unknown. Something's wrong, Miss Ningguang. A panicked-looking secretary named Baisher rushed in. What has happened? Ningguang inquired, her gaze shifting to Baisher. It's the Abyss Order, Baisher gasped, speaking hurriedly. The entire city of Liyue is surrounded by the Abyss Order, and they are allowing no one to leave. Are there any casualties? Ningguang pressed. None so far. They are merely sending back everyone attempting to leave the city, but those entering are not hindered. The Abyss has surrounded Liyue, Ganyu pondered. Could it be that they released Osale? Since people can come back safely, is it possible to ascertain the purpose of the Abyss Order? Ningguang continued to inquire. There is a scholar from Sumeru who seems to have gleaned some information from the Abyss Order, though I'm unsure of its authenticity, Baisha replied. Quick, bring him here. What is his name? His name seems to be Yuanshang. Baisha hurried away and soon returned with a young man exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. Glasses perched on his nose. Lady Ningguang, I hear you have need of me, Yuanshang said, bowing in the manner of Sumeru. Indeed, Ningguang nodded. I have heard that you learned of the Abyss Order's intentions regarding the siege of Liyue. You are quite bold. In response, Yuanshang adjusted his glasses and remarked, the pursuit of knowledge is inherent to Sumeru scholars. As a competent scholar, one must not allow personal fears to obstruct the exploration of the unknown. That would be a desecration of knowledge. Ningguang thought to herself that she had heard many Sumeru scholars were rather naive, and today she was witnessing it firsthand. What have you learned from the Abyss? Ningguang prompted, gesturing for Baisher to step forward. At that moment, Baisher brought forth a treasure chest and placed it before Yuanshang. I know scholars often lack funding, so if you reveal everything you know without omission, this chest of Mora shall be yours. However, if you speak even a half-truth, I will have no choice but to escort you to the Qianyan army's prison. With a snap, the chest opened, revealing glimmering layers of golden mora. That sounds splendid. It would be foolish not to take the money. Oh no, I meant to say I can continue my research, Yuan Shang said with a light cough. Ningguang, Ganyu, and Bai Shi were taken aback, their perceptions of Sumeru scholars thoroughly challenged. Yuan Shang cleared his throat and began to explain. Those abyss monsters stated they intend to block Liyue's entrance and exit, preventing its inhabitants from leaving. The reason seems to be related to the cloud-embracing pavilion, though I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. I recall one of the abyss singers mentioning that something sealed there is the target of the abyss. The target of the abyss? The others exchanged glances, puzzled. At that moment, Keqing, Yalan, and Yanfei arrived at the Yujing Terrace. Ningguang, what shall we do next? Keqing approached Ningguang. Is it possible to ascertain the general strength of the abyss? Ningguang inquired, looking at Yalan. There are many. Not only are there numerous abyss mages, but also over a dozen abyss apostles and singers, Yalan replied. If a battle were to ensue, Liyue would be in grave danger. The abyss's aura poses a lethal threat to ordinary people. Even those wielding vision would fare poorly under prolonged exposure to the abyss's corrupting power. The abyss has not yet shown any signs of attack. I have only instructed the Qianyan army to monitor them, Keqing added. After hearing the reports from Keqing and Yalan, Ningguang turned her attention to Yanfei, asking, what is the stance of the immortals on this matter? Ningguang referenced Granny Ping. I have no opinion. I merely came to observe. A sudden voice interjected. The group turned to see an elderly man with white hair, cradling a peculiar teapot, approaching slowly. Best to keep your distance from that abyss guest, or it may become dangerous, he warned. Chapter 45. The assertive scribe what? The words of Granny Ping startled everyone. Abyss. Who is the abyss? In an instant, all eyes turned towards one direction, quickly averting from him. Who exactly are you? You are not a scholar of Sumeru. Ningguang's voice carried a tone of seriousness. The young man, who went by the name of Yuan Shang, nonchalantly straightened his posture, waving his hand to stow away his own box of mora. With a sinister chuckle, Yuan Shang shed his human guise, revealing the appearance of a pyro-abyssal singer. He glanced at Granny Ping, standing among the crowd, acknowledging her as a true adeptess of Liyue, possessing remarkable prowess that he had underestimated. He had thought he could remain undetected, yet here he was, exposed. Observing the gathering of those with the vision, Yuan Shang remained unperturbed. He spoke again. What I said earlier is indeed true. Our goal in the abyss is solely the Archon Ojal. However, should you and Liyue wish to initiate conflict, we are more than willing to oblige. With these Abyss Order members outside, do you really think you can obliterate Liyue? You must be exceedingly naive, Ningguang retorted coldly. Your trump card is those indifferent adepti or that once mighty god of war Morix, now reduced to the societal recluse Zhongli. Yuan Shang's words nearly caused an uproar among the attendees. Morix, the god of war, this was undeniable. Morix equates to Zhongli? Zhongli equates to a societal recluse. Who then is Zhongli? Could he be the esteemed guest of the Wangxing funeral parlor? If so, this title indeed fits, the societal recluse. Especially Keqing, who was so astonished that she nearly dropped her sword. Meow? What nonsense is this abyssal singer spouting? The Geo Archon is not dead. He is Zhongli? She was aware of Zhongli, who, like her, held a deep-seated admiration for the Archon. No need to ponder over it. They cannot save you. Yuan Shang sneered. The adepti you hope for are already obstructed outside the lingering cloud pavilion. And the Archon Morix, whom you hold in high regard, cannot even stand against that presence. What did you say? Abyss, you shall not belittle the Archon. Keqing charged forward, her weapon crackling with electricity. Wait, Keqing. Ningguang attempted to pull her back, but was a moment too late. With a surge of fury, Keqing unleashed her elemental burst, her energy surging rapidly. The elemental bursts of the visions are merely remnants left for us Abyss to toy with. As Keqing transformed into a multitude of sword shadows, hurtling toward him, Yuan Shang merely extended his hand and grasped. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Yuan Shang seized Keqing's sword mid-attack, halting her in midair. Her wide, feline eyes reflected disbelief. No, it cannot be. Her elemental burst was effortlessly interrupted. Keqing, get back. Ningguang's voice rang out from behind. Sensing the potent geo-elemental surge, Keqing relinquished her weapon and distanced herself. Celestial collapse. Dozens of geo-gems surged from various directions toward Yuan Shang. He remained steadfast, flicking his wrist as he elegantly parried the incoming barrage of gems. As a scribe, one must possess some martial skills. Otherwise, survival in the abyss would be exceedingly difficult. With swift movements, Yuanshang skillfully wielded the sword, blocking the gems released by Ningguang's elemental burst without a single misstep. Is it truly this simple? Ningguang's face reflected shock, her heart racing with astonishment. Was this abyssal entity truly so formidable? Outside Liyue, it seemed there were a dozen others of similar appearance. Moreover, from Yuanshang's words, they learned that the abyss had not only barred the Adepti, but had also halted the Geo-Archon Morix. Furthermore, after accomplishing all this, the abyss still possessed the strength to lift Ozhel's seal and was likely engaged in battle with him. The abyss is so powerful. Does Liyue still have hope? Humph. The 7 stars of Liyue, your strength is rather unimpressive. Even I, a mere scribe on the fringes of the order, can best you. Yuanshang's tone dripped with regret. He casually tossed the sword towards Keqing, who, along with everyone else except Granny Ping and Ganyu, was taken aback. The slender sword embedded itself in the ground before Keqing, half buried in the floor of the Chuanyu Pavilion. Now, this Adeptus of Liyue and this Miss Qilin, as long as you do not stray before we retrieve Ozhel, we shall not take any action against Liyue. I am merely a scribe and have no inclination for violence. It lacks elegance. Yuanshang squinted, observing the teapot in Granny Ping's hands, and chuckled. Are you hesitating to seal me with that? Are you worried it won't work? Or that it might not reach me? Granny Ping remained silent, her eyes reflecting the weight of experience and a hint of depth. After a lengthy pause, she sighed. Liyue will adhere to our agreement and will not overstep against the abyss. Yet, we hope you can uphold your end of the bargain. Otherwise, if the fish die, the net will be torn, and you will not fare well either. Indeed, we abyss dwellers are far more committed to our agreements than you humans or Adepti, Yuanshang replied. Reaching behind him, an oval portal materialized. Before stepping through, he smiled and said, Do not worry, it will not take long. At most 3 hours, and everything will be settled. The abyss's portal slowly vanished as Yuanshang entered. Granny, do you wish to say something? Yet Granny Ping shook her head. I lack the confidence to detain him. The abyssal power he wields is several tens of times that of a typical abyssal singer. Let us wait, just 3 hours. Our primary objective now is to ensure the safety of everyone in Liyue. Granny Ping stepped forward, apologizing to Ningguang. I apologize, Ningguang. I acted without your consent. I initially intended for decisions to be made collectively, but now it seems quite chaotic, especially after Yuanshang's revelation that the Geo-Archon Morix is not dead and is, in fact, the guest of the Wangxing funeral parlor, Zhongli. No, even if it were not you, I fear I would have made a similar decision. Ningguang shook her head. In the direction of the lingering cloud pavilion, numerous abyssal apostles, abyssal singers, and hollow knights obstructed the path of several Adepti. As the battle raged on, more abyssal apostles and knights fell to the Adepti's might. However, the state of the Adepti was far from ideal, particularly the demon-slaying sage, whose eyes were reddened and influenced by the abyssal power, teetering on the brink of losing control. We cannot resolve the Golden Wolf Lord in such a short time. Lu Yun, the wind-borrowing true monarch, gazed intently at the imposing Golden King Beast, which towered nearly a kilometer high. The creature's strength far surpassed that of any individual among them, necessitating their combined efforts to subdue it. Most alarming was the Golden King Beast's regenerative abilities, coupled with the more terrifying abyssal rules that, unlike those of other abyssal entities, could even erode their celestial powers. Has the Emperor yet to arrive? Asked Li Shui Daishan, true monarch, his voice tinged with urgency. Although their adversaries dwindled to merely 3 or 4 abyssal apostles and a dozen abyssal mages, the true obstacle lay in the formidable golden dragon beast that blocked their path. If this stalemate persisted, victory might elude them, and with the intensifying abyssal aura, their very existence could be at stake. The Emperor has sent word. Interjected Shuiyu Zhu Yang, true monarch, suddenly, pausing momentarily, his brow furrowed in concern. What is it? Lu Yun, having narrowly evaded an attack from the Golden King Beast, pressed for answers. Speak. Where is the Emperor? The Emperor is currently detained by the enemy and cannot escape. We must devise our own strategy, Shuiyu replied. That is impossible. The Emperor is invincible. Could it be that one of the 7 rulers of the mortal realm has allied with the Abyss? Lu Yun exclaimed defiantly. Chapter 46. Abyssal Princess Ing. Battle against Aser on the Tivit continent. A fierce battle raged on. Within the chat group, the live stream heightened everyone's adrenaline. Compared to the group leader's broadcast, the clash between Ing and Aser was far more riveting. Most members were engrossed in watching Ying's live video. At this moment, near the solitary cloud pavilion, Aser had completely unsealed its form. Its massive body loomed over the sea, 5 serpent-like heads raised high, its azure frame solidifying, contrasting sharply with its earlier weakened state during the attack on Liyue Harbor. With a single roar, the sound waves generated colossal waves that surged hundreds of meters high. Ying brandished her weapon, gracefully sweeping it against the oncoming tsunami. Wind's breath. A gigantic tornado materialized, instantly engulfing the 100-meter-high wave, which, under the influence of wind elements, transformed into a water vortex that surged toward Osir. Human, you have provoked my wrath. Osir recognized the golden-haired girl before it as the one who had severed one of its heads during the prior assault on Liyue. All 5 heads opened simultaneously, preparing to unleash their skills. A highly compressed water sphere appeared at Osir's mouths as it defiantly faced the approaching water vortex, intent on overpowering it. Falling star, a rock, measuring 700 to 800 meters in radius, suddenly appeared above Osir's head, leaving it no time to react. The impact struck all 5 of its foreheads simultaneously, sending half of its body crashing into the sea. The skillet had yet to fully coalesce erupted in a chaotic explosion, leaving it dazed. Curse you, Osir howled, barely managing to utter those words. The wind's breath, now enhanced by water, formed a water tornado that reached Osir, whose massive form was relentlessly sliced by the elements. Ying, clad in a white dress, remained aloof, her weapon shimmering with a green glow. With a soft command, let the grass wither and transform. Mushroom-like grass lanterns blossomed above Osir's heads. The seawater gradually turned green, and within a matter of moments, a vast area transformed into a domain of grass attributes. At this point, Osir was writhing in agony as various elemental forces assailed it, akin to a torturous execution. Drawing on its full strength, Osir prepared to rise. Yet it sensed the sky above enveloped by intertwining flames and lightning. How is this possible? A mere human wielding such diverse elemental powers? Osir exclaimed incredulously, its pain dulling slightly. Initially, the battle had been fought with water elements, followed by wind, rock, and grass attributes. Now, it felt the piercing sting of fire and lightning emanating from its opponent. Could it be that she commanded the power of all elements? Ying's sword ignited with flames, while her form crackled with electrical energy, instilling terror in Osir. Osir, you are too powerful. You must be sealed, and I will require your strength in the future. Ying transformed into a bolt of lightning, her speed surpassing Osir's perception. The 5 heads and 10 eyes of Osir could only witness a flame streak past. Shortly thereafter, Osir's body was engulfed by fierce lightning and raging fire. The sea churned violently, accompanied by the evaporation of water, the explosion of grass seeds, the shock of electrified water, and the overwhelming force of thunder and flames, with debris scattering across dozens of kilometers of ocean. Following the explosion, Osir's form diminished significantly, floating quietly atop the waves, its 5 heads adorned with rings of light. After a brief moment, Ying retrieved the Chenggu pot and casually struck it against Osir's forehead. Clang! The pot emitted a crimson glow, enveloping Osir's massive form. In less than a moment, Osir's body rapidly shrank, completely drawn into the pot's red light. I wonder how the group leader is faring, Ying pondered, intending to inquire within the chat group, but suddenly sensed that the abyssal forces she had brought along were on the verge of annihilation. Moreover, she detected the familiar aura of one of the 7 rulers of the mortal realm. After some contemplation, Ying shut off the live stream and opened a spatial portal, planning to check on the situation at the solitary cloud pavilion. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Jelf, indeed, I still have much to learn. Truly, Ying is remarkable. Irina, I wish to learn. Those techniques seem incredibly powerful. Spider Child, such a massive demon god, captured in a pot. Amazing. If only I had that pot, I might catch a demon king in one go. While the fully realized demon god Osir was formidable, Ying's ability to defeat it was anticipated, leading the group's focus to shift toward more peculiar inquiries. 5th Division Captain, Tivit Continent, is it? I long to witness it firsthand. The sole exception was the 5th Division Captain, Aizen Sasuk, who observed Ying's live stream with a sense of wonder, witnessing a new version of elemental power that differed from the Soul King system. Outside the solitary cloud pavilion, amidst the vast ocean, the demons subduing Great Sage evaded the attacks of the Abyssal Apostles, wielding the He Puyin to pierce through the advancing Fire Abyss Mage. Each kill intensified the karmic debt on Xiao, tainting him further with the abyssal power. Ugh! He clutched his head, his complexion pale, struggling to maintain his grip on his weapon. Dai, immortal of Liyue, an abyssal bard, seizing an opportunity, unleashed a surprise attack, calling out, "Shao!" The three Adepti of Liyue, tasked with restraining the Golden Lord of Beasts, were caught off guard by the dire state of the Demon Slayer. In a moment of urgency, they were unable to provide timely assistance. As Shao faced imminent demise at the hands of the Abyss, the three Adepti were filled with anxiety. Seizing the moment of chaos created by their interference, the Golden Lord broke through their encirclement, unleashing a terrifying beam that repelled the trio. After being forced back, the Adepti prioritized rescuing Shao, albeit a fraction too late. Guided by the whispers of the wind, a melodious tune wafted from afar. A familiar sound that gradually cleared Zhao's muddled consciousness. The impending calamity of karmic retribution that threatened to erupt within him was quelled by the soothing melody. With a deft maneuver alongside the Puquan, he executed a mid-air kick, sending the abyssal songster, who aimed for his head, hurtling away. Gasping for breath, Shao, wearied yet vigilant, cast a glance into the distance, astonished to see that figure. Was it the Emperor's design? The Adepti of Liyue also noted the sudden emergence of the enchanting melody. High above, a verdant figure approached with remarkable speed. In mere moments, the East Wind Dragon, Tulin, harnessing the power of the wind, swooped down before them. Utilizing the wind's buff and the momentum of his descent, he lashed out at the Golden Lord of Beasts. With a resounding crash, the Golden Lord was sent reeling. And even the two abyssal mages nearby were obliterated by the force of Tulin's tail. From behind Tulin, a young lad with an instrument gracefully descended. "I haven't arrived too late, have I?" he inquired with a smile directed at the gathered crowd of Liyue. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Lord Barbados," Shao acknowledged. His gratitude palpable. Had it not been for the Anemo Archon's timely arrival, he would have surely met his end. "There is no need for such formality," Veni replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing the old man's call for help, I summoned Tulin to my side. A glance at the injured Liyue Adepti and then at the opposing abyssal faction, particularly the Golden Lord, revealed a disconcerting reality. Despite having been struck by Tulin's tail, the Golden Lord returned unscathed. Veni murmured, "Is it possible that the Abyssal Order possesses such formidable strength?" Chapter 47. The Anemo Archon's rescue and the meeting with Lumen Veni was taken aback by the might of the Abyss. Upon his arrival for support, he had made a deliberate detour to Liyue, only to discover the Abyssal Order had enveloped the area, allowing no ingress nor egress. He had also witnessed a particularly powerful abyssal songster, whose strength seemed on par with the Golden Lord itself. Understanding the nature of the blockade, Veni boldly strode into the fray. Later, from aping, he grasped the unfolding events. Upon learning that the Adepti had ventured to the Cloudy Pavilion, he set out immediately, summoning Tulin as his enforcer. What? Liyue permits entry but forbids exit? Who does he think he is? The Anemo Archon, one of the 7 rulers of the world. A mere blockade cannot impede him. Thus, he hastened to the Cloudy Pavilion. While riding Tulin, Veni contemplated visiting the old man, yet after an extended period of sensing, he abandoned the thought. Even as the Anemo Archon, he could not discern the identity of the old man's foes. All he could perceive was the old man relentlessly hurling rock spears in a specific direction, seemingly with all his might. Very well, Veni mused. If even Morix struggles against this adversary and I cannot detect their presence, is it wise to intervene? No. Once he located the Adepti, he left the old man to his own devices. Observing the state of the Liyue Adepti and the Golden Lord, Veni felt bewildered. When did the Abyssal Order gain the ability to simultaneously suppress Ojal and besiege Liyue, leaving Morix lost and restraining the Adepti? Your Excellency, the Anemo Archon. We must swiftly defeat the Abyssal Order, spoke Lu Yun, the Wind True Monarch. Ojal has been unsealed. We must seal it again before it fully regains its strength, or we will encounter grave troubles. Please assist us. Then he glanced at Lu Yun, shaking his head. There is no need for such haste. Just moments ago, the Thousand Winds informed me that Ojal has already been captured by the Abyss. What? Lu Yun and the other Adepti gasped in astonishment. Damn it. The Abyss moves swiftly. How long has it been since Ojal was released, and now it is gone? Lord Anemo, please help us defeat these abyssal foes. Since it has been captured, we can only focus on resolving the immediate crisis. The Golden Lord? Tulin soared through the skies, vigilant against the enemy. Yet Veni remained noncommittal. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I see no necessity to engage the Abyss. Veni assessed the Golden Lord's strength, recognizing it rivaled that of Durin. Acknowledging the Adepti's commendable resilience against such a formidable opponent for so long. Why, Your Excellency, the Anemo Archon? Lu Yun inquired, perplexed. Even if your strength has not fully returned since the events of 500 years ago, with our combined might, alongside the East Wind Dragon, defeating this Golden Lord should be a trivial task. Useless, Vinny replied. With Ojal sealed, the Abyssal faction may very well have reinforcements en route. Their power is truly terrifying. And we are not merely solitary wanderers without ties. I am uncertain of the old man's situation. Since the Abyss has merely encircled us, we shall bide our time. Your Excellency, as one of the 7 rulers, your words seem at odds with your esteemed position, Lu Yun remarked. Can the Abyss truly replicate the frenzy of 5 centuries prior? The Anemo Archon, who has forsaken his own kin for centuries. How much audacity remains? Beside an abyssal songster, a portal of the Abyss materialized. Emerging from it was a golden-haired maiden clad in white. Upon hearing the voice, the onlookers turned their attention to the portal. You are. Yao's expression shifted dramatically. The other adepti quickly recognized the newcomer. The golden-haired girl, capable of effortlessly severing Ojal's head, was none other than the traveler's sister. You are one of the Abyss? Yao's tone turned hostile. You ought to say that the Abyss is mine. Lumen replied with an air of indifference. At this moment, the 2 abyssal songsters behind her knelt, respectfully stating, Apologies, Your Highness, despite our utmost efforts. We could not eliminate any of the Liyue adepti. It is not your fault. The presence of the Anemo Archon here is indeed unexpected, but the plan has been executed. There is no need to dwell on these matters. Yes, thank you for your leniency, Your Highness. The 2 abyssal songsters slowly rose, positioning themselves as Lumen's guardians. It has been a while, Lumen. Sensing Zhao's intent to attack, Vinny swiftly interposed himself, raising a hand to halt him. Do not act rashly, even at my zenith. I may not be her match. What? Wendy's words calmed Xiao down. You indeed remember? Your memories have not been erased? Wendy, no, the Anemo god Barbados. Lumen's gaze remained serene. What significance lies in discussing events from 500 years ago? Lumen interrupted, her exclusive weapon appearing in hand. I came to the Cloud Ascend Pavilion for Ojal, and now that my purpose has been fulfilled, if you wish to engage in battle, I am prepared to accompany you to the end. Lumen and the Anemo god stood in a tense standoff, while the adepti of Liyue grew vigilant. Before Lumen, they felt a pressure akin to that of the Emperor in his prime. I have no desire to fight you, in my current state. I doubt I would be your match, Wendy remarked nonchalantly, clearly wishing to resist, yet reluctant to relinquish their stance. You who submit to the relentless imposition of celestial law may only come to understand when all is lost. I have nothing to say to you feeble deities. Behind Lumen, a grand portal materialized. She signaled for the Abyss order to depart first. Moments later, only Lumen remained outside the portal. Yet, even so, not a single adeptus dared to strike. After a brief silence, Lumen spoke. The adepti of Liyue ought not to utter words or engage in deeds that are better left unsaid. You cannot impede me, including your revered god of war. Should you wish to avoid Liyue becoming like Kinria 500 years ago, it would be wise to remember this. The sword in Lumen's grasp emanated a purplish-red glow of the Abyss. Without any trepidation, she turned and stepped through the portal, seemingly unconcerned about a potential ambush from her foes. As the portal gradually faded, Cloud Retainer's eyes glowed crimson, her aura bursting forth with formidable adeptal power. How infuriating! What does this individual mean? Does she look down upon us? Calm yourself. Wendy sighed. Regarding Lumen, I will discuss this matter with the old man later. How he chooses to proceed is his affair. However, I must caution you about Lumen's brother, the Traveler. Treat him as he has always been treated. For the matters involved are intricate, and only a few among the 7 archons of the mortal realm are aware of them. Once when he concluded, the adepti of Liyue fell silent. They were not foolish and quickly grasped the intent behind the Anemo goddess words. After a moment of contemplation, they nodded seriously, signifying their agreement with Wendy's perspective. Chapter 48. The Battle with Zhongli, if this can be termed a battle. In the land of Teyvat, the geo-god Morix, or Zhongli, faced off against a white-haired girl clad in pharaoh garb. Surrender, geo-god of Liyue. You are not even qualified to touch me. What purpose does it serve besides futilely expending your strength and increasing your wear? Her azure eyes remained tranquil as they floated above the sea. In stark contrast to Morix's chaotic aura, Belly's appeared far more at ease. The state she arrived in was unchanged, without a hint of disturbance. The surface of the sea was littered with dense rock spears, forming clusters of small land masses. Rock, even after wear, remains rock, perhaps devoid of hope. Yet it will never relinquish its will. Zhongli stood aloft, wielding a rock spear. The will of stone? How utterly laughable, as a former god of war. He believes not in brute force, but in an elusive will. Yet in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, how long can your will endure? Belis raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, declaring that the abyss's target was Ozer, and she would not allow him to disturb them. Zhongli lifted the rock spear in his hand, his voice resolute. In terms of sheer rationality, I might possess not even a sliver of hope for victory. Yet, there are certain matters that must be addressed. The power of the earth element coalesced within the spear, which he then hurled forcefully towards Belis. The sound of the spear cutting through the air was accompanied by a distortion of spatial waves. It traveled with such swiftness that it was upon Belis in the blink of an eye, threatening to pierce her through. For the sake of those so-called immortals, she extended a finger, lightly touching the tip of the oncoming spear. With a mere flick, the spear that had been racing through the air halted in mid-flight, enveloped by a purple aura of destructive force. Almost instantaneously, the spear, infused with immense rock elemental power, dissipated into nothingness. Belis harbored neither animosity nor affection towards Zhongli. Their connection was merely a reflection of the similarities between Li Yue and her previous home. She could not afford to let him pass. It was a matter of principle. However, she was indifferent to the prospect of killing Zhongli. Through their engagement, she was deciphering the elemental forces of this world. Thus she remained unhurried. In contrast, Zhongli perceived the situation differently. Perhaps it was the prior telepathic communication he had overheard from the group of immortals, who spoke of encountering the Golden King Beast, that left him unsettled. Fortifying himself with a rock shield, Zhongli once again charged at Belis after gathering energy for another spear. Each attack, thrust, jab, sweep was executed with unparalleled mastery, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. Yet, amidst the afterimages of his strikes, Belis effortlessly evaded him. No matter what Zhongli attempted, he could not land a single blow. Suddenly, Zhongli's arm, gripping the spear's handle, trembled violently. A powerful shockwave reverberated through the spear and into his very being, propelling him and the spear 1,000 meters back. A faint trace of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He was taken aback by the overwhelming strength. The steadfastness that characterized Zhongli was momentarily shaken. With just a finger's touch, the recoil transmitted through the spear not only shattered his shield, but also inflicted injury upon him. Deep down, he likely understood that he had little chance of overcoming this adversary, yet he could not remain idle. The other party could have easily ended his life in an instant. Such power surely eclipsed that of the slumbering entity on Sky Island. Where, indeed, did the abyss unearth such a monstrosity? No, it was more accurate to ask how such a formidable existence could possibly be interested in the abyss. He hoped Barbados would prove more reliable. Whether as the god of rock or the god of war, Zhongli's prowess among the 7 governing officials of the mortal realm was unparalleled. However, in terms of perceptive abilities, he fell short compared to that unreliable old friend. The essence of freedom embodied by the wind also represented the perception of the wind element, capable of infiltrating every nook and cranny. What do you abyss desire with Ozer? Zhongli, recognizing that his chances of breaking through were slim, composed himself and, while attacking, subtly inquired, hoping to glean some answers. The purpose behind your previous contract with the Fatui aligns with the endeavors of the abyss, resulting in a shared outcome. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Belis skillfully sidestepped Zhongli's rock spear and replied softly, the abyss's plan necessitates Ozer's involvement, which is why we have come uninvited. Sky Island. Is that your objective? Zhongli's voice grew grave, clearly recalling the purpose of the divine heart he had exchanged with the Fatui's executive. He quickly shifted his tone. With your strength, must you resort to such convoluted means to confront Sky Island? Belis responded, it is not I who will deal with the Sky Island. I am merely here to assist. In other words, my purpose is to stall you until that abyssal overseer captures Ozer. Hence you must remain here. Upon hearing this, Zhongli fell silent and distanced himself from both parties. He prepared to execute a technique, hoping to discern a flaw in his opponent. It appeared that matters had reached their conclusion. Suddenly, Belis remarked, it seems everything is settled. What? Zhongli queried, somewhat perplexed, halting his build-up of energy to regard her. Oh, it's nothing, merely that Ozer has been apprehended, and my task is complete. After uttering these words, Belis swiftly vanished from the spot. A terrifying thought crossed Zhongli's mind. Had Ozer truly been captured? He gazed at the spot where Belis had stood before her disappearance. And suddenly a sweet taste filled his mouth as he violently coughed up blood. Cough, cough. The strain had intensified. Bellies first utilized her ability of instantaneous teleportation to reach Li Yue, bringing along a group of Abyss Order members, and then in another instant, she arrived at the area where the barrier had been created, Guyu Pavilion. At that moment, Lumen was already standing in a cleared space protected by the barrier, awaiting Bellies' return. Upon seeing her, Lumen quickly stepped forward, placing her hands before her in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, leader." When Lumen arrived at Guyu Pavilion, she had heard from the subordinates that the members of the Abyss had been decimated by the adepti of Li Yue. Were it not for the leader employing some kind of extraordinary power to resurrect them, there would hardly be any survivors present. At that time, the Abyss members in Guyu Pavilion remained as intact as when they first arrived. How could those Abyss members, who had been slain by the adepti of Li Yue, still be alive? In truth, this was an experiment by Bellies, an attempt to simulate Izanagi through the laws of nature. The abyssal black mist that had previously infiltrated the Abyss Order served this purpose. If one were to perish today, the laws would activate, transforming all adverse factors, including death, into illusions. The fallen members of the Order would then return to Guyu Pavilion, resurrected through a real-time teleportation point that Bellies had meticulously established with the aid of the ley lines. Bellies' experiment proved to be successful. As long as one's strength has not reached the level of the laws, it will yield results akin to Izanagi from the Uchiha clan Sharingan. However, once one attains such a level, Izanagi becomes ineffective. There is no need for gratitude. It is only natural for a group leader to assist members occasionally. Just remember to return the items from our transaction to me. Bellies graciously accepted the thanks from Ing. The Eye of God, you say? A deep abyss mage approached Ing, offering her 2 eyes of God. Is it possible to activate them? Ing inquired, her voice tinged with concern. This will suffice. I merely need to verify the laws contained within to ascertain their activation, which holds no significance for me. Bellies took the Eye of God from Ying's hands. However, the moment she touched the eye, 2 dim eyes of God unexpectedly radiated light. The patterns that emerged were those of the dendro and electro elements. It was indeed a clumsy tactic to restrain the upper limit through the power of will. A faint purple aura of destruction enveloped Bellies. Almost in the very next moment after the 2 divine eyes flickered to life, they once again dimmed. The group leader, Ing, gazed at Bellies with a hint of concern and inquired softly, "It's nothing. The gift is splendid, and I am quite pleased," replied Bellies, snapping her fingers as her form transformed into shimmering particles of light, drifting away with the breeze. "Until we meet again, Ing." Chapter 49. Members utilize the Dragon Balls returning to the realm of the God of Destruction. Bellies gazed intently at the 2 completely darkened eyes of God. Indeed, as depicted in certain novels prior to her journey, the existence of the eyes of God serves as a reservoir of fuel, yet it remains uncertain what kind of fuel it embodies. Is it the essence of the eye's possessor, or is it the desires that the eye harbors? The eyes of God elevate an individual's lower limits, yet simultaneously impose constraints upon their upper limits. This upper limit encompasses the mastery of multiple attributes, potentially even the ascension to divinity within the realm of Tevat. Well, acquiring 2 eyes of God could be deemed a rare achievement. After thoroughly analyzing the composition of the eyes with her mental prowess, Bellies found herself somewhat disinterested in these 2 artifacts. However, despite the limitations they impose, utilizing the eyes of God for some members of the mundane world does not seem entirely out of the question. As not every place is graced with a sky island monitoring its reserve of fuel, Bellies carefully placed the Eye of God in a secure location before opening the chat group. Speaking of which, the encounter with Morix, if one could indeed classify it as a battle, was quite an experience. Subsequently, Bellies closed the live stream. Uncertain of the current state of affairs within the group, Bellies opened the chat group. Spider Child. Ing, your Chungu pot is surprisingly large. Is there any more? Ing, this item is quite challenging to create, primarily due to the rarity of the materials. I acquired my Chungu pot during my travels in Tevat. Spider Child. Oh no, is there none left? Ing, none. Spider Child. How disheartening. I thought I could contain the Demon King within it. Ing, just how deep is your obsession with that Demon King named Ariel on your side? Spider Child. You have no idea. The Demon King has killed me twice. Twice. Had I not been clever, I would have perished long ago. Woe is me. I must capture her and discipline her thoroughly, lash by lash. Ing, I sense that this is not hatred, but rather a matter of pride. World's first princess. Ing, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue to undermine the Sky Island's agenda? Spider Child. Oh? The group leader has joined. Welcome, esteemed leader. World's first princess, Spider Child. Why don't you hurry off to level up? Are you just waiting to be killed by the Demon King for a third time? Spider Child. Humph. I am no longer afraid of the Demon King. I have learned a new skill, and she cannot defeat me now. World's first princess, Spider Child. I must inform you that the Demon King is acquainted with Chiolai. In other words, if she cannot find you for an extended period, she may seek out Chiolai to open a spatial portal. Spider Child, what? That seems unfair. Chiolai is a dragon god, an existence that transcends system limitations. If he assists the Demon King, does he still have a chance of survival? World's first princess, therefore, Spider Child. You must work diligently and not become complacent. Otherwise, you may one day find yourself as the Demon King's roasted spider. Spider Child, I will go level up immediately. Spider Child departed with determination. World's first princess, Ing, are you there? Ing, yes, esteemed leader. Were you inquiring about the mechanical Osser's plan? Ing, to be honest, I am still uncertain, as my brother has just arrived in Inazuma. I wish to wait until his strength increases before making any decisions. Currently, unlike in the original narrative, Ing has more options since joining the chat group. Upon reflection, undermining Osser's plans for the Sky Island doesn't seem particularly significant. Although Osser may not be the most visually appealing character, he is still somewhat adequate as a spectacle. Rather than wasting time on such matters, it would be more prudent to enhance her own abilities. Ing, having obtained a copy of the complete magical compendium uploaded by Jelf, was engrossed in studying the magical tome she had acquired from the chat group. Elements and magic share certain commonalities in a particular sense. In the fairy tale world, Jelf observed that his original points were still some distance from 50, and he contemplated where to acquire more points. Just then, a notification from the chat group caught his attention. Ing purchased your uploaded complete magical compendium for 2,000 points. You will receive 1/10 of the points. You have gained 200 points, bringing your total to 5025. Upon seeing the points bar in the chat group exceed 5,000, Jelf's breath quickened, and his eyes glowed with intensity. It is enough. It is actually sufficient. Jelf had rarely spoken in the group, but upon glimpsing the Dragon Ball, he was struck with the desire to utilize it. Purchase Dragon Ball usage rights. For the first time in 4 centuries, Jelf felt his heart race with excitement. Section 49, Ding. Purchase successful. You have gained the right to use a Dragon Ball. The first Dragon Ball usage in the chat group will be live-streamed. Please find 7 stones of similar size to project the Dragon Ball's usage rights. The Dragon Ball projection will have the same effect as the Dragon Ball itself, with a validity period of 1 year and only 1 wish permitted. After wishing, the Dragon Ball projection will vanish. Note, any attempts to probe or research the Dragon Ball will be deemed disrespectful, resulting in the cancellation of the wish eligibility, and points will not be refunded. In the realm of the Destroyer God, Bellies also noticed that the Dragon Balls in the chat group had been purchased. Initially, she presumed it was Yi Wang or Uchiha Madara, but to her surprise, it was actually Jalal from Fairy Tail. The live stream attracted a multitude of onlookers, as the matter of the Dragon Balls promised significant benefits for the future. Is that the Dragon Balls? Hybera AI inquired. They look exquisite. Unlike what she had seen in images, the 7 orbs displayed by Jalal strengthened Hybera AI's resolve to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect her sister. Uchiha Madara mused. I wonder how many points this individual spent to acquire the Dragon Balls. After a moment's thought, he realized Jalal had not disclosed the points required for using the Dragon Balls. I require 5,000 points to use the Dragon Balls, Jalal explained. I have been accumulating points for some time. Oh, is it similar to the shinobi world I inhabit? It seems to be a formidable realm as well, Uchiha Madara replied. Dragon Balls grant wishes. Let me witness their power. Is the world's foremost princess present? I have a question to ask, said Yi Wang. I am here. What would you like to inquire? The world's foremost princess responded. Regarding the Dragon Balls, how many individuals can be resurrected at once? Yi Wang asked. Each wish with the Dragon Balls can resurrect only 1 deceased individual at a time, though there is no limit to the number of times one can be resurrected. In other words, if the resurrected individual dies again, they can still be brought back with the Dragon Balls, the princess clarified. Oh, so it allows for unlimited resurrections? Quite intriguing, though the number of resurrections seems limited. Yi Wang had 2 individuals he wished to resurrect, his mother and his closest friend. By the way, after each use of the Dragon Balls, the points required for the next usage double, the princess added. Hybera AI, along with others, expressed their surprise. The still leveling spider, seeing the messages in the chat, instinctively typed, wow, the interest just keeps accumulating. How shady. I heard someone speaking ill of me, the princess retorted. Spider, instead of sneaking a peek, you should focus on leveling up. I didn't say anything. I'm going to level up right now, Spider exclaimed, caught off guard by her remark. Before Spider could gather her thoughts, another message appeared in the chat. You are correct, Spider, the princess replied. Huh? Spider was bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. As the princess acknowledged her comment, many have guessed the purpose of my sharing the Dragon Balls in the group. More than half of the members are aware of the reason, the princess revealed. Really? I had no idea. Am I really that dull? No, I refuse to accept that. Spider protested. What do you want me to say? The princess replied. If I'm not mistaken, it's a principle. The princess is likely using the group points to observe the rules of various worlds. And the appearance of the Dragon Balls probably serves a similar purpose, Ing wrote hesitantly. In truth, she had already contemplated this notion when she acquired the magical book pinned by Jalal. To put it plainly, where do the items shared in the chat group go? The answer is undoubtedly with the princess. Thus, one could infer that the use of the Dragon Balls follows suit. After all, where do those immense points originate? They must be exchanged, draining the members' resources with each use. Whether for trading Dragon Balls or acquiring items from other worlds, points serve as a universal currency. Even if they felt exploited, most members would willingly accept it. So that is how it is. Upon reflection, it is indeed quite profound, Yuang mused. Truly worthy of being the princess, you are remarkably perceptive, Uchiha Madara added after several moments of contemplation. The princess remarked, these villainous figures are indeed quick to understand. With the exception of Spider. Their S also I's and S sook, but its Adi has T figured it out. Jalal expressed, in life and work. One should not merely consider what a person thinks, but rather what they do. The ability to exchange for the right to use the Dragon Balls can rectify our past regrets. For this reason, I support the princess. He worried that the princess might retract the Dragon Balls before he made his wish and felt compelled to flatter her. There is no need for pretense. I am here to reap rewards, and you all are willing participants. Isn't that what they call a win-win situation? The princess declared. Indeed, the princess speaks truthfully, eloquently. And with reason, Jalal concurred. Are you all so devoid of principles that you worry I might not grant your wishes? The princess teased. In the fairy tale realm, Jalal carefully arranged the Dragon Balls. He clasped his hands together and bowed before the orbs, maintaining respect, necessary, even if it seemed unwarranted. Then, Jalal opened his eyes. Arise, Shenron. The resonance of the Dragon Balls intensified, their brilliance flickering. Soon, the sky darkened, and the entire Tenra Island was enveloped in thick black clouds. The clouds did not extend far, not engulfing the entire world. As Belis had said, it was merely a wish. Why did it feel like the end of the world? A sense of ritual sufficed, hence the cloud cover was only slightly larger than the area of Tenra Island. The Dragon Balls emitted golden lightning, piercing through the clouds. Moments later, a serpentine red tail emerged from the dense clouds, followed by a colossal dragon head that broke through the cloud layer and descended. Amidst the thunder and lightnings, the majestic dragon slowly landed below the clouds. Its crimson scales gleamed under the dim sky. With a resounding roar, the regal dragon addressed Jalal in a booming voice. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Whatever your desire, I shall fulfill it. Is that the Shenron? It appears so formidable, though I wonder if it tastes good, Spider mused. Is eating the only thought that crosses your mind? The princess sighed, exasperated. You're a spider, not a pig. Aren't you concerned about overindulging one day? The Dragon Balls that can grant any wish are indeed remarkable, remarked the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen. As he toyed with the H-Gyoku in his hand, its surface glinting with light, he pondered whether it could evolve perfectly. Princess, if in other worlds. Can one use another's Dragon Balls? Uchiha Madara queried. Madara, I understand your question. Let me be clear, it is impossible. Do not think to take shortcuts. The Dragon Balls of one world are only effective for the members of that specific realm, the princess clarified. For instance, if you are interested in the world where Hybrid AI resides and wish to trade with her to resurrect yourself, that is not feasible. The Dragon Balls of her world only work for those within it. Even if you could traverse to her world, the Dragon Balls would not grant you resurrection. In the realm of cunning and opportunism, it is certain that some may have devised schemes, prompting Belis to preemptively establish rules. Otherwise, the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls would descend into chaos. One could envision a scenario where group members might traverse dimensions, leading certain formidable members to seek assistance from those in the mundane world for their wishes. Uchiha Madara, truly worthy of being the group leader, your meticulousness is admirable. The world's first princess, Let us witness the wishes. I am not Sinja Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. What does your identity as Sinja Hashirama have to do with this? Chapter 50. Jelf gazed at the resplendent crimson dragon soaring in the sky, coiling and twisting gracefully. He could even sense the curse upon him reaching out towards it. Yet the dragon appeared entirely unaffected by its dark influence. This revelation left Jelf astounded. Could the dragon, conjured by Belis, wield powers that eclipse those of the deity who cursed him? State your wish. If you have none, I shall take my leave. Wait. Jelf called out urgently as the dragon prepared to depart. I have a wish. Could you resurrect my brother? Your brother? The dragon's form shifted slowly, its blood-red gaze illuminating Jelf. After a moment, the crimson light receded into the dragon's eyes, and it spoke. Your brother's fragmented soul has fused with a being known as Etheria's Natsu Dragneel. To resurrect him, 2 wishes are required. The first to completely separate and mend the part of your brother's soul residing within Natsu, and the second to restore him to life. Thus, to revive your brother, a single wish is insufficient. You must collect the Dragon Balls once more. As the dragon spoke, Jelf's brow furrowed. He glanced at the exchange value of the Dragon Balls in the chat group, lost in contemplation, previously valued at 5,000 points. It had now escalated to a staggering 937, 929, 266 points. Heaven knows if this world could amass such a sum. Is there no other way? Jelf inquired. There is. The dragon replied. After making the first wish, you could take the place of this world's overseer of life and death. Before the dragon could finish, a thunderous voice resonated throughout the entire Sirius Island. Those who desecrate life and death shall be cursed. A heavy aura descended from the heavens, overwhelming in its weight. Jelf's pupils constricted. Even after 4 centuries, he could not forget that voice. Begone! The dragon erupted with a fierce crimson flame, its power shattering the clouds as it surged skyward. Ah! A cry of anguish echoed from the heights, the source unknown. TCH. Some folks have no sense of their own strength and dare to curse Lord Dragon. They are truly oblivious. Chapter 51. Wishes and new members. Irina. Who was that just now, crying out in despair? Kamozi. I am equally curious. The world's first princess. It seems someone cursed Jelf with immortality, a deity named something like in something. Hyper AI. So, this deity was vanquished by the dragon created by the group leader? The world's first princess. I have no knowledge of that. The dragon possesses a degree of autonomy. As long as it remains within its bounds, I hardly feel inclined to intervene. Perhaps after group members make a wish or 2, she will clear out the negative energy, treating it as a mere emotionless mower. Indeed, like harvesting chives. Kamozi, are you not concerned about a potential rebellion from it? World's first princess? The world's first princess. What is there to fear? Should it disobey, it can be remade. Besides, this iteration of the Dragon Balls feels somewhat misaligned with my character. Kamozi, fairy tale world. Jelf raised his gaze to the sky, now obscured by gathering storm clouds, his expression sharpening. State your wish. Do you wish to mend your brother's soul or pursue another desire? The dragon regarded Jelf and added, by the way, I suggest you wish for me to eliminate the one who just disturbed me. The Yankeezeram god? Jelf snapped back to reality. Is that the name? Yes, indeed. The in-something deity. Normally, such a wish would be prohibited, but that little god dared to attack me and attempted to place a collar upon me, cursing me. Can I possibly endure such provocation? The dragon spoke, its tone brimming with indignation. The actions of that little god warrant the invocation of the dragon's right to self-defense, permitting a non-lethal retaliation. However, there are limits to this right, and I am currently quite displeased, very displeased. So, what now? Jelf's lips twitched, sensing the dragon's peculiar disposition. Wish for me to eliminate him, and in the context of infinite self-defense combined with your wish, I can directly strike him down without contravening the rules established by the creator. The dragon grinned, its voice imbued with confidence. What do you say? Does that not tempt you? The curse upon you seems to have originated from him. Consider it a chance for vengeance. I assure you, this is not a personal vendetta. It is purely a matter of principle. May I inquire about the current status of the Yankeezeram god? Humph. He likely won't rise for a century. The dragon scoffed, glancing at Jelf. Even so, he is not someone you can contend with at this moment. Hence, wishing for me to eliminate the one who cursed you is your best course of action. Of course, even after his demise, the curse upon you will take years to dissipate. However, I do not wish to make that request, Jelf replied, shaking his head. Very well, what is your wish then? The dragon prepared to act, only to be abruptly halted by Jelf's voice. What is your wish? Ah, this is unfortunate. I wish for you to safely separate my brother's soul from Natsu's, completely mending it. Additionally, ensure that Natsu remains unharmed. And provide me with a vessel capable of containing my brother's soul, while guaranteeing that the curse within me does not affect it. Dragon, is such a wish feasible? Jelf articulated clearly. From the dragon's words, Jelf discerned that the Ankizaram god would not emerge to wreak havoc for an extended period. This indicated that his immediate elimination was not vital. With the chat group at his disposal, filled with capable individuals, breaking the curse laid upon him by the Ankizaram god within a century was not an unattainable task. Thus, it seemed prudent to prioritize the complete restoration of his brother's soul. Are you certain about this wish, without regret? The dragon's voice resonated deeply, seemingly seeking confirmation. And Jelf detected a faint hint of melancholy in its tone. Certainly. Can it be accomplished? Upon Jelf's utterance, the dragon pondered momentarily before its eyes glimmered with red light. This wish is exceedingly simple. Moments passed, and Jelf found himself holding a diamond-shaped ornament, resembling a pendant. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The body of the divine dragon rapidly faded. The dark, inky clouds enveloping Wolf Island gradually dispersed. In no time, the divine dragon completely vanished, leaving behind 7 stone spheres, meticulously polished by Jelf, remnants of the wish orbs which had now reverted to ordinary stones. Jelf grasped the diamond crystal ornament firmly, his formerly bewildered eyes now brimming with determination. Angstrom God, before you regain the power to act against me, I shall resurrect my brother and acquire the strength to rival you. The wish has been fulfilled. Meanwhile, discussions about the divine dragon continued unabated in the chat group. Irina, this wish-granting dragon seems rather peculiar. Hybrid AI. Its intelligence is extraordinarily high. It appears more like a living entity than a mere program. And its temperament? Well, it leaves one speechless. Guiding wishers to fulfill their desires while settling personal scores, this dragon certainly has a personality. At that moment, Jelf also logged in. Jelf, world's first princess, thank you, group leader. I have obtained my brother's soul. With one more wish, I can bring him back. Jelf, group leader. Is there a quick way to earn points? The second use of the Dragon Ball requires 9,379,29266 points from the nihilistic novel transfer station. And I'm genuinely concerned about gathering enough. Uchiha Madara. Has the point requirement at the nihilistic novel transfer station doubled? I'm still at 5,000. Is it only doubled after personal usage? Matoit Tsunayoshi, I haven't seen any change either. Still at 5,000. It appears to indeed be calculated based on individual usage. Previously, he had assumed it was based on the total usage of the Dragon Ball. World's first princess. Upgrading the chat group to level 3 will unlock world missions. As for points, there's no need for undue worry. Hybrid AI. World's first princess. Group leader. Is there a fast method for daily world members like me to earn points? Hybrid AI had been preoccupied with this concern, as she lacked the supernatural abilities of other group members. Signing in once a month felt rather sluggish, especially since she only earned 10 points per sign-in, a meager sum. World's first princess. At level 3, the chat group allows for item sales, among other activities. If group members make purchases, you will also earn points, for example, with apps 4869, which you may choose to sell. The system will assess its value. World's first princess. Thus, whether in the mundane world or the extraordinary realm, there's no need for concern. World's first princess. Hybrid AI. In fact, the world you inhabit possesses magic. It is far from ordinary. Hybrid AI? Extraordinary? Where is such a thing? Did the group leader misspeak? Is Adago's modified sneakers and his aerial strike considered extraordinary? Or his unscientific skateboarding skills and the death god aura? None of it seems fitting. Just as Hybrid AI intended to inquire further, she heard a pleasant notification chime. Ding. Avenger of the Kulu Tower clan has joined the chat group. Ding. Avenger of the Sharingan has joined the chat group. Chapter 52. 2 new members, Uchiha's Formadman. As Uchiha Madara was idly passing time, the notification sound from the chat group triggered an instinctive shift into work mode. Uchiha Madara, welcome newcomers. I am the group administrator. Uchiha, wait, Sharingan. Upon noticing the new member, Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback. Was this Sharingan the one he knew? World's first princess, welcome to both new members. I have transmitted the group rules to your consciousness. Feel free to inquire if you have any questions. I am the group leader, Bellies. While Uchiha Madara was still in a daze, Bellies took over his introduction for the group members. Uchiha Madara, group leader, please hold on. Can you let me finish my questions before introducing them? Please. Sharingan Avenger, what is your name? Are you from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Madara was anxious, even interrupting the group leader, as he saw a living potential kin join the group. What did this mean? It indicated that he was one step closer to resurrection, to his dreams, to eternal peace. However, after a prolonged silence, neither of the newcomers responded to Uchiha Madara's inquiries. Perhaps both were exceptionally cautious. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, Kurapika furrowed his brow, staring at the chat group he had inadvertently joined. As he processed the vast information, he stayed vigilant while contemplating. Ultimately, he decided not to rush into the spotlight and to observe the situation for now. After all, the one who asked the question was not him. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, within a dim, serpentine lair, a pair of striking three-tomo Sharingan glimmered with a red light. Crack! An electric arc cleaved through 3 targets lined up in front. With a resounding bang, the 3 targets shattered into fragments simultaneously. Orochimaru's illusion? No matter your plans, they hold no significance before my eyes. Sharingan Avenger, Orochimaru, if you wish to claim me, employ something substantial. Mere illusions dare not display their prowess before my gaze. Uchiha Madara, what is this? Orochimaru? What are the disgraceful figures released by Hanzo during the Second Shinobi World War? The illustrious Leaf Village has fallen so low that it requires someone to be set free, yet still dares to call themselves one of the legendary Sannin? Truly shameless. Uchiha Madara, I am not some worthless wretch. I am Uchiha Madara. Who are you? Sharingan Avenger, Orochimaru, if you possess any ability, come at me directly. Do not masquerade as someone else's ancestor. It only disgusts me. The Uchiha clan had been exterminated, and Orochimaru had the audacity to resurrect their most revered figure, Uchiha Madara, for mockery. This was sheer malevolence. Uchiha Madara, in the Pure Land. A shape slowly manifested on Uchiha Madara's forehead. What the hell? The esteemed shinobi realm's Azura, Uchiha Madara, has to prove he is indeed Uchiha Madara to his own kin? To prove my identity? Uchiha Madara. Kid, come to the arena. Let us have a spar. Dare you? Sharingan Avenger. Huh? Finally showing your true colors. I, Uchiha Sasuke. Fear you not. Before the Sharingan, all your schemes are futile. Uchiha Madara entered the arena. Sharingan Avenger entered the arena. In the realm of destruction gods, they observed the battle of wills between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke from afar. Bellie's lips twitched slightly. Was Uchiha Sasuke truly so valiant? To confront Uchiha Madara for the honor of the Uchiha clan, even aspiring to deliver a thrashing. They were, after all, 2 individuals from the same world. How amusing. It seemed ripe for spectatorship. 5 minutes later, Uchiha Madara remained unscathed, invigorated, ascending 5 flights of stairs with ease. In stark contrast, Uchiha Sasuke lay on the ground, disheveled and in disarray, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. The live broadcast of the arena had ceased. Uchiha Madara's instructive intervention imparted upon Uchiha Sasuke a profound understanding of the weighty expectations held by elders toward their juniors. Each punch, each kick, every slice of Susanoo was imbued with a palpable affection from the elder. Ultimately, this confrontation culminated in the defeat of Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, in the chat group, a palpable silence enveloped the participants, all seemingly awaiting the unfolding drama between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Madara inquired, "You are Uchiha Sasuke, are you not? You just claimed to be a descendant of the Uchiha. Who are your parents?" Striking this young man named Sasuke invoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his childhood encounters with Izuna. Uchiha Sasuke replied, "My father is Uchiha Fugaku, and my mother is Uchiha Mikoto. Even if I were to speak their names, our ancestors would likely remain unacquainted." Sasuke altered his previous nickname to his true name as a gesture of respect towards his forebears. Uchiha Madara responded, "Fugaku, Mikoto, I see, you are their child." Uchiha Sasuke, taken aback, exclaimed, "You know my parents? How is that possible? Wasn't Uchiha Madara killed by Senju Hashirama? And in the Valley of the End, nonetheless. Our recent encounter hardly qualifies as a battle. It was merely Madara molding him, for otherwise, he would have been swiftly vanquished, especially with Madara's complete Susanoo. An unmatched divine power." Uchiha Madara remarked, "Sasuke, you are still too young, unaware of the hidden secrets of the ninja world. Even in death, I continue to exist, possessing knowledge far beyond your comprehension. Do you truly believe that Senju Hashirama could rival me?" He continued, "He was too obstinate. Had he heeded even a fraction of my counsel back then, the ninja world would have settled into peace long ago. The first, second, and third wars were all his doing. He should never have distributed the tailed beasts." Uchiha Sasuke pondered, "Is that so?" After departing from the training ground and returning to his room, he perused the messages in the chat group, uncertain of how to respond. Uchiha Madara added, "Yes. My apologies for digressing. As one ages, nostalgia tends to cloud the mind, and your appearance reminds me of my brother Izuna." Uchiha Sasuke remained silent. Uchiha Madara continued, "Sasuke, you previously declared yourself a descendant of the Uchiha and even defected from Konoha. Was it the hand of Konoha that led to this?" While he held no love for the Uchiha clan, he would not resort to annihilating them. Chapter 52. Uchiha Madara sought peace, not annihilation. What significance does a peace devoid of humanity hold? Thus, one can conclude that the only force capable of extinguishing the Uchiha was the nefarious trio of disciples inheriting Senju Tobirama's malevolent will. Uchiha Sasuke interjected, "The one who refrained from destroying the Uchiha is my brother, Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Madara responded with astonishment, "Nani?" Not only Uchiha Madara but also the other spectators in the chat were equally taken aback, their heads adorned with large question marks. Except for a certain white-haired group leader, who was contemplating whether to share the plot of Naruto, Boruto Next Generations. For since Uchiha Sasuke joined the group, the leader's attachments had begun to include three-dimensional projections of the series. Chapter 53, Angel, Kess. Should I share this? I'm feeling somewhat hesitant. Bellies gazed at the chat group, contemplating the challenging relationship between Sasuke and Madara. Would their camaraderie deteriorate? In a certain sense, Madara's actions were intricately linked to the Uchiha clan's demise, for Obito was indeed Madara's proxy. However, another possibility loomed. Perhaps Konoha harbored intentions to eradicate the Uchiha, at least in the minds of certain first Hokage. Should she post a couple of clips to gauge their reactions? With this thought, Bellies began to record a video. World's premier princess. Dearest group members, as both Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara hail from the same realm, the historical context within our chat will become remarkably vivid upon the addition of these two members. World's premier princess, to put it differently, the past and future, as we know them, will be rendered in three-dimensional projection. How delightful is that? World's premier princess. For instance, this JPG, the short video, illuminated the screen. Madara, clad in white, wielded the six-path staff as he ascended into the heavens. Gazing upon the crimson blood moon, he formed hand seals and bellowed, "Illuminate the world." Infinite Tsukuyami. Madara. Sasuke, what is this? Kyomo. Such an eerie scene. That person's eyes resemble those of Lord Madara. No. The entire figure is identical to Lord Madara, save for the hair. World's premier princess. The figure in the projection is indeed Madara, showcasing his most formidable state in the predetermined future. Yes, Six Paths Madara. Jalal. Does this signify the power of the Six Paths reincarnation? Yo Asakura. Madara's ultimate prowess? Indeed. It appears formidable. Captain of the 5th Division. Intriguing. Hi, quite impressive. Madara. Wait, group leader, do you possess insights into the developments in my world? I mean, videos akin to this. World's premier princess. JPG, the group leader edited another segment of the three-dimensional projection, revealing a different scene. On a cliff, Six Paths Madara, with his Rinnegan, surveyed the world with an air of superiority, engaging in grandiloquent discourse. Suddenly, an arm pierced through Madara's chest from behind. Crimson blood seeped from the wound, and a shadowy hand emerged from his front. The expression on Six Paths Madara's face was one of shock, disbelief, and astonishment. The image abruptly halted. Madara? Haya? Jalal? Yo Asakura, haha, this is hilarious. That evening, seated by the campfire, Yo Asakura nearly choked on his warm water, amused by the stark contrast of Madara's earlier glory to his subsequent heart-wrenching betrayal. The group leader was undoubtedly intentional in this jest. Madara, group leader. What is the meaning of the above projection? It must be false, right? World's premier princess. Oh, did I not mention before? Infinite Tsukuyami succeeded, yet also failed. Someone betrayed you. Madara, betrayal? Madara's expression darkened as he stared at the sinister arm, a blackened hand. He evidently recalled a certain dark entity. But why would that shadow betray him? It defied logic and reason. World's premier princess, have you deduced it? Had it not been for Uchiha Sasuke joining the group, I would have refrained from revealing this so soon. However, it is irrelevant now. World's premier princess, Kaguya was not your creation. As for her origins, you shall discover them for yourselves. Ding. The group leader dispatched an attachment for Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, allowing all members to view it in holographic form at no cost. World's premier princess, Naruto is the present, while Boruto unfolds over a decade after Madara's failure. world's premier princess, Uchiha Sasuke. The truth behind the clan's extinction that you seek is contained within the former. You may explore it at your leisure. With that said, the group leader's avatar signaled offline. In the realm of destruction, Belly sensed Kex, emerging from the depths of hell, and was now returning to the realm of destruction. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the Dragon Ball from the group, channeling the power of the dragon into it. Indeed, the chat group possessed the remarkable ability to dispel the negative energies of wishes and also assisted in the collection of laws from other worlds. Quite impressive. Bellies felt a profound satisfaction. Not only did he avoid the arduous task of cleansing negative energies, but he also gathered invaluable insights from the laws of other realms. Moreover, with each successful wish, he gained a deeper understanding of his own draconic power. Bellies raised her hand, clenched into a fist, her expression earnest, with determination. I shall ascend to the zenith. Lady Bellies, I have returned. A figure emerged from the radiant light, adorned in a flowing angelic gown and wielding a braided whip. What is the state of the underworld? Inquired Bellies. The damage is minimal. Since you are not engaged in battle in the underworld, the restoration will pose little trouble. However, it seems that the beings of the underworld have vanished. It was Zama's who did this, Bellies sighed. Souls altered by divine essence, coupled with Zama's manipulations, cannot be reincarnated. Not only is reincarnation impossible, but even the restoration of consciousness is beyond reach. The Dragon Balls? I cannot achieve that. Do you think mere Dragon Balls can mend such a situation? The power of the Dragon Balls cannot surpass their creator, which refers to the dragoness essence within him. I still possess the fragmented souls. Perhaps in the future, I can create something intriguing from them, Bellies replied. Lady Bellies, I only inquired. There is no need for you to share this with me, as I am but your servant, Kex whispered. Please do not say that, Kex. Both you and Ramsey are my mentors, now and forever. Bellies pondered the reason behind Xis's seemingly humble demeanor. No, Xis shook her head. Do you still not comprehend the implications of the Omni King and the Grand Priest severing their direct connection with our 10th universe? Xis, being the eldest among all universes, was privy to the most profound secrets. While other angels might remain oblivious to the actions of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, Xis had already drawn her conclusions. The Omni King had only taken such measures once before, in the case of the dragon god, Salama. Xis gazed at Bellies, choosing not to elaborate further. In fact, when referencing the Omni King and the Grand Priest, she omitted the usual honorifics, addressing them directly. Xis, are you perhaps overthinking this? Bellies felt a chill run down her spine. Xis shook her head once more, wielding her angelic staff as the surrounding laws began to coalesce. Moments later, a radiant sphere of light materialized in her palm, gently drifting towards Bellies. What is this? Bellies inquired, perplexed. My loyalty, Lady Bellies. Much like the current relationship between the Grand Priest and the Omni King. I shall sever my ties with the entire universe and pledge my eternal allegiance to you. Chapter 54. The Loyalty of Angel Xis. Section 53. Having been a god of destruction for many years, Bellies was no longer the naive scion she once was. She delved deeply into various texts regarding deities, recognizing their relevance to her very existence. She certainly did not wish to be erased by the Omni King due to negligence. Gazing at the luminous sphere before her, she looked back at Xis, who had positioned her angelic staff with impeccable formality. There is no need for such grandeur. Let us revert to our previous rapport. After all, you are still my mentor. I cannot revert to former ways. This is a necessary protocol, Xis countered, shaking her head. Such a covenant must exist until your power surpasses that of all angels. Human hearts are inscrutable, and so are the divine. Even as an angel, I am not exempt. Very well. Bellies could not resist the pull of Crix and extended her finger to touch the radiant orb. In the next moment, the orb transformed into countless specks of starlight that merged into Bellies' being. At that instant, the bond between her and Crix grew ever more profound, a master-servant covenant. Bellies comprehended the terms of this covenant thoroughly and had received feedback from the chat group. From the moment the contract was sealed, every action and thought of the angel Crix would be accessible to Bellies with but a single thought. Furthermore, with a mere flicker of her mind, she could even snuff out the life of this angel, whose power surpassed that of the god of destruction. Congratulations, you have become the true sovereign of the 10th universe, nay, of this entire cosmos. Crix slowly rose and offered a slight bow to Bellies. Is such formality truly necessary? Bellies couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, it is the duty of an angel's existence, Crix replied, shaking her head. Once the covenant is forged, even should you wage war against the entire universe, Even if your adversary is the Grand Priest, I shall lend you my utmost support. Bellies, waging war against the entire universe, Kess. How audacious of you to even contemplate such a notion, let alone articulate it. The Grand Priest is your father. Is it truly wise to speak so freely? Suddenly, Kess interjected. Do you recall the counsel I imparted to you before my slumber? To wield the powers of creation and destruction before approaching the Grand Zeno? Bellies inquired, only to have Kess shake her head in dissent. No, it pertains to the matter of the 18 universes, or rather, the 6 universes that were obliterated by Zeno. What are you alluding to? Bellies asked with a furrowed brow. The angels of those 6 universes did not merely acquiesce to the actions of the destroyer gods in the supreme Kai becoming the demonized tree. They intentionally concealed their deeds to prevent Zeno and the Grand Priest from discovering the truth in a timely manner. Noticing the confusion on Bellies' face, Kess decided to elaborate further. Concealment? Indeed. I regret that I cannot divulge the specific reasons and processes involved at this moment. Kess continued. If you wish to investigate through a contract, it is indeed possible to uncover the details. However, I would advise against it. It would be prudent to refrain from comprehending these matters fully until your power surpasses that of an angel. Nonetheless, I can share a fragment of information. Their intention is to liberate their universes from the dominion of Zeno and to free themselves from the constraints imposed by the laws of the cosmos. To articulate it more precisely, Kess paused. They aspire for the universes under their stewardship to evolve into the next dragon realm, coexisting alongside the entirety of the universe. To simplify further, they aim to establish themselves as sovereign nations, akin to us, existing outside the jurisdiction of the universe while maintaining close ties with it. Kess ceased her explanation at this juncture. Is it because they touched upon certain elements of the universe, or perhaps Zeno's boundaries? When they utilized the demonized tree that provoked Zeno's wrath and led to their annihilation, Bellies voiced her uncertainty. Kess neither refuted nor affirmed her inquiry. Bellies let out a sigh, choosing not to inquire further. Indeed, she could ascertain the happenings in those 6 universes through her contract, but since Kess advised against it, she decided to refrain. So what shall I do now? From Kess's earlier words, Bellies realized that she was likely no longer under the jurisdiction of the Omni King. However, regarding the destruction of planets, to be frank, she was rather reluctant. That is unacceptable. Kess seemed to perceive Bellies' thoughts and shook her head, stating that for now, they were still within the 10th universe, at least until they completely severed ties with the Omni-Universe. The responsibilities of a god of destruction must continue. How can one sever those ties? Bellies pondered and asked. By enhancing the universe's composite coefficient, or by elevating your own strength to reinforce the cosmic laws, thus allowing them to evolve further. Kess shared a wealth of information with Bellies, knowledge that typically eluded the understanding of ordinary gods of destruction. Were it not for the current circumstances of the 10th universe, Angel Kess would not have divulged such matters. Is there any other means to enhance the cosmic coefficient? Bellies produced 2 peculiar glass orbs and presented them to Kess. This is. Kess gazed at the objects in her hand, her expression tinged with curiosity. A substance known as the Eye of God, containing rather unique laws within. Kess projected her mental energy into it, and after a few moments, withdrew. Remarkably, it is activated through wishes. Can it enhance the cosmic laws? No, the effect is minuscule. Kess shook her head. If it were the ripples of a world itself, perhaps it would suffice, but this is an artificial creation. Are you not curious as to where I acquired it? You naturally possess your own means of acquisition. If you prefer not to disclose, I shall not pry. Is that so? Bellies remained silent. She hesitated to inform Kess about the chat group. Bellies had contemplated various methods to enhance the universe, yet it was likely beyond her solitary capabilities. Perhaps Kess's assistance was required. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a few more days. Bellies sighed, intending to return to her room for a well-deserved rest. The information she had received today was overwhelming and required careful organization. Meanwhile, in the chat group, she deliberately scrolled to the end, where she observed the unsettling expression on Uchiha Madara's face as he confronted Kurizetsu. Uchiha Madara declared, Kurizetsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki, remember this. I, Uchiha Madara, shall return. It was almost laughable that the formidable leader of the Uchiha clan, a veritable warlord of the ninja world, was being toyed with by Kurizetsu, whose intelligence was decidedly lacking, especially evident during the battle between Naruto and Kagaya. Kurizetsu, merely a foolhardy strategist. Uchiha Sasuke interjected, Madara, let's set your matters aside for now. Do you not owe me an explanation? Were you not the one who instructed Obito regarding the Uchiha clan massacre? Once, he had addressed Madara with reverence. a sign of respect for their ancestral ties, as intermarriage was common within the Uchiha clan, and after a century, most members were distantly related. However, the current situation was far different. He had just seen Obito, the masked man and one of the puppeteers behind the Uchiha massacre, and the entire affair also implicated Madara. An ancestor, you say? Have you ever encountered an ancestor who wished for their descendants to be slaughtered and personally directed the execution? Chapter 55. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Madara scoffed. Humph, Sasuke, considering you resemble Azuna, I shall overlook your rudeness. The massacre is not my doing, it was Obito's scheme. Even if I harbored discontent towards the Uchiha, I would never stoop to orchestrating their annihilation. Such acts are beneath me. Madara continued, of course. If you insist that Obito's actions were a consequence of my influence, I have no counterargument. Observe Danzo's arm and recall how he retaliated against Uchiha Shursui while under Genjutsu. The technique used was Izanagi. Even without the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha clan's downfall could have been postponed by several years. Besides, they are the progeny of the inherently malevolent Senju Tobirama, akin to rats scurrying in a sewer. After absorbing Kurizetsu's revelations, Madara suppressed his rage and began scrutinizing matters related to Sasuke. To his astonishment, he discovered two prodigies, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. What in the world? Especially Obito. When did I permit you to unleash the Ninetales? When did I authorize you to annihilate the Uchiha? Have you been defaming my name under my banner? Furthermore, you allowed yourself to be driven away by the Hokage. What a disgrace to the Uchiha name. Sasuke retorted, do you still wish to argue, Madara? Madara responded, I speak only the truth. The individual you should confront is not me, but your elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. Do not forget, he sought Obito's assistance. The two bickering figures in the chat continued their verbal onslaught, while the other members mostly focused on catching up on episodes, hesitant to interject amidst the heated exchanges. The world's premier princess. Ah, how delightful. It appears quite lively with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. A previously silent group leader suddenly emerged. The quarrel between the two ceased abruptly. The world's premier princess. Why the sudden silence? Do continue. I enjoy the spectacle. Spider Child, might I suggest that fanning the flames is not the wisest course of action, dear leader? Mizukawa, why, truly, you are deserving of the title, for I, would gladly bestow the title of the greatest upon you for your conflict mediation skills. Sasuke quipped, well said, Mizukawa, why, but how dare you, a defeated foe, mimic my words? The world's premier princess, what does it matter? A mere accidental death is trivial. Resurrection is always an option. Sasuke, resurrection? Kurapika, there exists something called Dragon Balls in this chat group, but it appears they can only resurrect one person at a time. Unlike Sasuke, who had joined the chat group, Kurapika meticulously analyzed the contents in his mind, particularly drawn to matters of resurrection. Upon noticing the information on the screen, Sasuke swiftly sought out the trading platform for Dragon Balls, Resurrection. Sasuke's body trembled slightly as he uploaded the training method for lightning release, Kirin, to the chat group, earning 300 points, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the 5,000 required. Sasuke, world's premier princess, dear leader, do you have any means of acquiring substantial points swiftly? The world's premier princess, ninjutsu, secret techniques, all can be exchanged for points. If what you upload is purchased by other members, you will earn an additional 10% of the points. Sasuke, I wish to resurrect all my clan members. Is there a way? The world's premier princess, what a kind-hearted child you are, feeling guilt. It is not impossible, but before I answer your query, I must ask, what are your thoughts on Uchiha Itachi? I refer to his actions. Sasuke, I do not know. Itachi acted for my sake. Sasuke's feelings towards Itachi were complex, tangled in a web of emotions. The world's premier princess, perhaps your focus on Uchiha Itachi has blinded you to other matters. Sasuke, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Madara interjected, Sasuke, you truly are a blank slate. Do not claim you have overlooked the other heavenly gods. That was left for you. Sasuke, he did not use it against me, and ultimately acknowledged his mistakes. Mizukawa, why scoffed, acknowledge? You connect the heavenly god, along with Itachi's last conversation with you, and fail to see a deeper implication? Sasuke, I too have an elder brother. If he were like Itachi, I would run as far away as possible. Itachi's controlling nature is far more terrifying than one could imagine. To put it simply, are you certain Itachi acted for you and not for Konoha? Sasuke? Your last conversation seemed like moral coercion. Itachi spoke incessantly of Konoha. revealing truths that mostly pertained to Konoha's virtues, while neglecting the pressures placed upon the Uchiha. In the end, he claimed, "I am Uchiha Itachi of Konoha," presenting it as a choice. But did you truly have a choice at that moment? If the heavenly god were still usable, would he have applied it directly to you? How much of what he said can you trust as truth and not merely a calculated ploy to manipulate your character? After examining the narrative surrounding the Uchihas, even one accustomed to the depths of despair felt a chill run down their spine. The intricacies of Itachi's psyche were utterly incomprehensible. What did he consider his younger brother? Sasuke? A mere tool? Could the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, without Konoha, allow Sasuke to survive in the ninja world? In the residence of Orochimaru in the Sound Village, Uchiha Sasuke observed the messages being exchanged in the chat group. Memories from the storyline flooded his mind. Initially, he could convince himself that he was doing this for Itachi. But as he listened to the analyses of the group members, he fell silent. With his eyes gradually closing, Uchiha Sasuke felt the chilling aura enveloping him. After an indeterminate amount of time, he opened his eyes, revealing Crimson Tomo that transformed into a six-pointed star. Instinctively, he touched his eyelids. Sensing the stirring of his ocular power, which had surged beyond the cumulative growth of the past 2 years of training, he realized he had awakened his eyes. Yet his thoughts were consumed by the matters brought up by the group leader. Uchiha Sasuke, world's foremost princess, you mentioned a method to resurrect my clan. How does it work? World's foremost princess, to merge the ninja world into my universe, but the resurrection will only apply to those who perished on the night of the massacre. Uchiha Sasuke, merge into your universe? World's foremost princess. In simpler terms, the ninja world exists on a single planet, while my jurisdiction encompasses many such planets. However, as we belong to different universes, I wish to incorporate your planet into my dominion. World's foremost princess, do you comprehend what I am saying? Explaining the concept of universes and planets to Sasuke seemed a daunting task, given the cultural limitations of the ninja world. Uchiha Sasuke, what advantage does this offer you? He cautiously refrained from agreeing. World's foremost princess, I merely wish to conduct an experiment. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, there will be no danger to your world. Uchiha Madara, world's foremost princess, are you proposing to draw the ninja world into your universe? World's foremost princess, precisely. The decision to agree or not rests entirely with you. World's foremost princess, however, be aware that should you consent, it likely means standing against the Sage of Six Paths Uchiha Sasuke, opposition to the Sage of Six Paths. Having followed the storyline, Sasuke was well aware of the sage's significance, a figure who had granted power to both himself and Naruto. World's foremost princess, the reasoning is simple. Once your world is under my control, the Sage of Six Paths will lose all authority within the ninja realm. He would never permit such an event. Are you prepared for that, Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Madara, the Sage of Six Paths, an eccentric idealist, much like Hashirama. Madara harbored no fondness for Kagaya Otsutsuki. Setting aside the debate on Kagaya's character, if it weren't for that power-granting old man intervening, he would have eliminated Naruto and Sasuke long ago. After decades of effort, he found it unbearable that a mere few minutes of the old man's intervention could overshadow his struggles. World's foremost princess, outdated Indra reincarnators should refrain from interrupting. My inquiry was directed at Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, as if he cares about being an Indra reincarnator. Uchiha Sasuke, I do not know. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, what are you concerned about? Do you fear being defeated by Naruto, like a mere projection? Or are you contemplating retracing your previous path? Uchiha Sasuke, I will not retrace my previous path, nor will I rely on Itachi's eyes. Yasuo Makura, oh, how intriguing. Are you not seeking the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke, using those eyes creates a psychological barrier. He understood that returning to Konoha was impossible, especially after learning of Itachi's actions, which he could never forgive. Chapter 55. What it means when the Uchiha clan goes to war with Konoha, leading to an invasion by other nations. As the son of the clan leader, he would be the first to fall, exterminating his entire family. Should the Uchiha contemplate mutual destruction, must Konoha remain unscathed? Truthfully, after grasping the situation's intricacies, Uchiha Sasuke would rather perish fighting Konoha than live in such a compromised state. Moreover, Itachi's decision to leave him behind seemed to hint at a desire for him to continue serving Konoha even after his demise. Uchiha Sasuke, group leader, may I take some time to contemplate? I have just awakened my Manjiki Sharingan, and my mind is somewhat disoriented. World's foremost princess, of course, take your time. There is no rush, and do not pressure yourself. If you choose not to agree, that is perfectly acceptable. In the realm of destruction, Bellies was not surprised by Sasuke's hesitation to comply. However, she was somewhat taken aback by his awakening of the Manjiki. Bellies sought to draw the world of Naruto into her own, an idea that had struck her suddenly. The laws of the divine eye were insufficient to strengthen the cosmic laws. Wouldn't it enhance the laws to bring forth a world entirely different from the original cosmic laws? Ah, I am truly brilliant. Perfect. At this moment, in the world of Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke opened his door and stepped into the corridor, traversing it until he reached the end. This was Orochimaru's chamber. Following his sealing by the third Hokage, Orochimaru had long been bedridden, remaining motionless like a hibernating serpent. "Come in," rasped a voice from within the room. Sasuke entered, noting the peculiarity of the situation. "How rare. Sasuke, you have never knocked before." Orochimaru lay on the bed, occasionally coughing, while Kabuto assisted him in preparing medicines. Upon activating his Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke sensed the murkiness of Orochimaru's chakra with clarity. However, he paid it little mind. There was still ample time before Orochimaru would need to switch bodies, and there was no need to confront him prematurely. "I seek your assistance in investigating certain matters." "May I?" Sasuke inquired, gazing at Orochimaru. "Oh, how surprising that you would request my help so politely," Orochimaru responded hoarsely. "What is it you wish to discuss?" "Orochimaru, you must have more than just Kabuto as a spy in Konoha, correct?" Sasuke remarked, casting a glance at Kabuto. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Kabuto briefly halted his preparations before resuming his work. "What do you intend to do?" Orochimaru did not directly answer Sasuke's question. "I wish to investigate the distribution of resources among the clans from the onset of the First Great Ninja War to the conclusion of the Third. There should be records of these matters. Furthermore, I seek to delve into the attitudes of Konoha's higher-ups towards various clans during the Third Great Ninja War, particularly in the 56th year of Konoha, including the Kyuubi incident and the roots of Danzo." Sasuke spoke with a calm demeanor, yet after hearing his words, both Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged glances of surprise. "Sasuke, what you wish to investigate is no trivial matter," Kabuto remarked, setting down the medicine to scrutinize Uchiha Sasuke. "Putting aside how long it would take to compile such information, what makes you think Lord Orochimaru would acquiesce to your unreasonable request?" "Very well, Sasuke. I shall have Kabuto compile the information for you." Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glimmered slightly. "Lord Orochimaru, this is quite unfair. You merely talk while I must work overtime. You remain unaffected, yet I bear the burden," Kabuto lamented. However, since Orochimaru had spoken, he felt compelled to comply, recognizing his subordinate status. "Good heavens. Lord Orochimaru is not merely raising a vessel, he is nurturing an ancestor," Kabuto mused, reflecting on how Orochimaru had been exceedingly accommodating towards Sasuke over the past 2 years, often to the point of exasperation. "Sasuke-kun, I am quite curious about your transformation. Might you share it with me?" Orochimaru inquired hoarsely. Sasuke remained silent, lost in thought. "Very well, since Sasuke-kun is unwilling to speak, I shall not press further," Orochimaru said with a smile, not particularly concerned, as he was well aware of Sasuke's nature. Through the curse seal, Orochimaru sensed a marked change in Sasuke's chakra. The nature of this change eluded him. Yet he quickly deduced that Sasuke's visit was related to these inquiries. "Uchiha massacre. Heh, Sasuke-kun, you have indeed uncovered a significant issue. So, how will you choose to proceed? I am keen to see where this wind will carry you." Chapter 57. The Resurrection of Kikyo Uchiha Obito, World's Foremost Princess. If Sasuke agrees to your request, what must he undertake? World's Foremost Princess. At least half of the living beings in the ninja world must genuinely acknowledge him. World's Foremost Princess. To put it simply, he must usurp Naruto Uzumaki and become the new child of destiny. Uchiha Obito, do you believe in such a thing as the child of destiny, leader? Naruto Uzumaki was merely a pawn designated by Kagaya Otsutsuki and heralded by that cracked toad, Gamamaru. Without Kagaya's intervention, where is the child of destiny? It is akin to 2 ants fighting, only for a cat to suddenly appear and crush one of them. The surviving ant then becomes the so-called chosen one. The child of destiny, merely by virtue of its victory, does it not? World's Foremost Princess. That is merely a metaphor. My target for this mission is Sasuke. And of course, I must await his consent. After all, I am not in a hurry. World's Foremost Princess. However, this task will also require your assistance, Mr. Obito. Uchiha Obito, assist? Leader, you truly possess a wicked sense of humor. Obito did not decline the offer, with infinite Tsukuyomi no longer a threat. Observing the growth of the next generation was a welcome distraction. Furthermore, reviving the Uchiha clan could be seen as a means for him, an irresponsible clan leader, to atone for his past. Uchiha Obito, may I pose a question? World's foremost princess, you seem rather invested in Sasuke, which is curious given your lack of prior connection. The leader and Uchiha Sasuke hailed from different worlds and had never crossed paths before, yet the leader was willing to assist in reviving Sasuke's clan, which struck Obito as peculiar, regardless of whether it was an easy task for her. World's foremost princess, I have my own plans. Reviving the clan is merely a convenient side endeavor. Bellies did not provide an explanation. Desiring to comprehend the laws of the Naruto world is one matter. Yet assisting Sasuke harbors a personal motive. She wishes to observe how he will react upon discovering the entire truth. It serves as a diversion during her moments of ennui. If one were to insist on a reason, Bellies has a younger brother, whose personality bears some resemblance to that of Uchiha Sasuke. Although this brother is, due to certain circumstances, 5 or 6 years her senior, such details are inconsequential. Ding. Kikyo has emerged from her spiritual state, successfully resurrected. Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing the information on the public screen, Uchiha Madara in the Pure Land is left in a state of astonishment. The world's foremost princess. Oh, she has been resurrected? Bellies was somewhat astonished. The resurrection of Kikyo signified the commencement of the Inuyasha storyline. In other words, Kikyo's ashes buried in the earth had been unearthed. World's first princess. Kikyo, what is your current situation? It had been quite some time since Kikyo had been active in the group. After a brief silence, Kikyo replied, I have been revived by a demon named Ridu, and it seems I have also gained a reincarnation. World's first princess. Kagome? Kikyo was not surprised that Bellies, the group leader, was aware of the events in her world. Kikyo. Yes, it appears that Ritu intends to extract Kagome's soul and infuse it into my body. World's first princess. Have you been watching this all along? In the realm of the destructive gods, Bellies gazed at the chat log of Kikyo, taken aback. Kikyo. Yes, indeed. World's first princess. Kikyo. Even if my soul is extracted, if it's not for too long, it won't matter much. Inuyasha is already on his way here. World's first princess, are you able to move now? Recalling the original narrative, Kikyo's ceramic body regained full consciousness only after Kagome's soul was inserted under circumstances of resentment. Kikyo. I can, although it took quite some time to adjust. Despite the emergence of my reincarnated form, it seems my soul remains fundamentally intact. Previously, when Yu Wang and Aizen uploaded items, there were some methods concerning soul cultivation. Kikyo had sensed a deficiency in her soul and exchanged some items for training. During this period, she had seldom appeared in the group, primarily focusing her thoughts on soul restoration. Thus, Kikyo's current resurrection, aside from being in a ceramic body, did not differ significantly. She even did not require the use of the soul-eating insects as in the original tale to sustain her existence. Perhaps after further cultivation, she would be able to transcend her ceramic form and move freely as a spiritual entity. Kikyo, World's first princess, could you enlighten me regarding my relationship with Inuyasha? She no longer wholly belonged to the realm of resentment. She had nearly become a true spirit, rather than a drifting reed without roots. Upon contemplation, she realized there were considerable flaws in the circumstances surrounding her estrangement from Inuyasha. World's first princess, do you wish to reconcile with Inuyasha? Kikyo. A shattered mirror is difficult to piece back together. The bond between us severed 50 years ago, and I ultimately cannot fully trust him. World's first princess, is that so? It appears you have made a decision. The events from that time are related to the spider demon you saved. World's first princess. The spider demon consumed by a monster transformed into Naraku, who harbors a twisted obsession towards you. As for the nature of this obsession, I shall refrain from elaborating, as you can likely deduce it yourself. A notorious bandit on the verge of death was saved by a kind priestess, who became his sole beacon of light. However, this priestess ended up entangled with another half-demon, marking the beginning of tragedy. Kikyo. I see. I believe I understand now. In the world of Inuyasha, Kikyo gazed at the sky, her eyelids fluttering. Was this where all the tragedies began? The Shirkan jewel had yet to further incite discord between her and Inuyasha. Naraku, or rather, the spider demon, was indeed scheming. To be candid, after attacking her, Naraku could have easily departed with the Shirkan jewel. Yet what did he do? He returned to enact his drama with Inuyasha once more. However, perhaps it was not all for naught. The two hearts embracing one another were brought together by their solitude. Be it herself or Inuyasha. Naraku merely transformed this illusion into a more tangible reality. Sister, the curse you placed upon me may very well hold truth. A priestess such as I ought not to possess love. After whispering these thoughts, Kikyo's gaze shifted towards Kagome, who was submerged in the pool, poised for the ritual. Kagome and Inuyasha, I entrust you with this. To avoid detection by Ritu, Kikyo withdrew her gaze from Kagome. Her eyes gradually sharpened, and the red and white priestess garb around her swayed slightly without a breeze. Naraku, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in this game. Chapter 58, Priestess Kikyo, Part 1. The chat in the group remained halted at Kikyo's utterance of I see. Bellies was somewhat curious about the encounter between Kikyo and Inuyasha, who were privy to the truth. The world's first princess asked, Kikyo, are you able to stream live from your end? Shiro responded, live stream? Where is there a live stream? The world's first princess interjected, Shiro, you've popped up again. Shiro lamented, what do you mean by popping up? I've been waiting with bated breath for this moment, having barely escaped the clutches of the demon lord for the third time. My tender heart has endured immense trauma. Do you understand, great leader? Shiro continued, the demon lord has no honor, summoning Chiolai to remotely hunt me down. Just thinking about it makes me furious. An appraisal of the teleportation used by the demon lord revealed it to be unidentifiable. Is this not a backdoor granted to the demon lord by an overseer of the system? Shiro sobbed, great leader, I almost didn't get to see you. It was so close. The world's first princess remarked, you seem quite lively, hardly resembling someone who has just survived a calamity. Shiro replied, well, since the great leader 1T come to my aid, I must face each day with optimism, treating every day as if it were my last, eating well, sleeping well, and watching streams. The world's first princess commented, your spider life is rather simplistic. Shiro retorted, great leader, you cannot say that. Aren't you also a source of amusement? The world's first princess teased, Shiro, you're becoming increasingly mischievous. Shiro pleaded, no. Great leader, please don't be angry. I was just a bit too quick with my words. Shiro then suggested, let us watch the stream. Yes, where is the stream? Kikyo inquired. Are you all certain you wish to watch? I may engage in some rather intense activities. Meanwhile, a certain white-haired loli was disrupting the divine realm while viewing chat messages. What could these intense activities entail? That certainly piques interest, though such thoughts must remain unspoken. The leader maintained an air of authority, as always. The world's first princess reassured. If it's a personal matter and you prefer not to stream, that's perfectly understandable. Kikyo clarified, no, it's not that. I'm simply worried that some in the group might not accept my actions. Mikazuki Yu King encouraged, don't worry about streaming. Do you think there are many good people in this group? The world's first princess remarked, Mikazuki Yu King, while I'm unsure how you reached that conclusion. It seems remarkably accurate. Those who join are either villainous side characters or future major antagonists. Truly, it appears we are all evildoers here. If anyone embodies kindness, it would be you, Kikyo. Mikazuki Yu King added, no, I meant apart from the leader. The leader is a good person. A certain Grand Onmyoji hastily attempted to rectify the situation. The world's first princess commented, Mikazuki Yu King, your attempt at damage control seems more like a desperate cover-up. And I also do not wish to be labeled a good person. Aizen Sosuke inquired, Kikyo. I'm quite curious about whether the soul cultivation method I shared with you has been effective. Could you enlighten me? Kikyo acknowledged, it has indeed been beneficial. My spirit is nearing physical solidity. Even without the clay body meant for revival, my strength remains largely intact. Kikyo continued, however, perhaps due to the differences in our worlds. I cannot maintain this state for long without a medium to serve as a vessel for my soul. Aizen expressed relief. I'm glad it has helped. I was concerned you might regret your purchase due to its lack of value. Aizen's tone in the chat was remarkably gentle, reminiscent of a caring older brother, eliciting an inexplicable fondness. Kikyo expressed gratitude. No, I am quite satisfied with the cultivation method. Thank you, Mr. Aizen. Additionally, I must thank Lord Yu King. Your Onmyoji techniques have also been quite effective for me. Mikazuki Yu King replied, there is no need for such formalities. I am quite intrigued by the world you inhabit. His implication was clear. Let us commence the live stream. Encouraged by the others, Kikyo finally made her decision. Ding. Kikyo initiated the live stream. At that moment, Kikyo stood within a cave, gazing outside, adorned in the red and white Miko attire specially prepared for her by Rito. She walked slowly towards the entrance, her pace deliberate. As though her very soul had departed, her pupils devoid of any vitality. Watching the panoramic view of Kikyo's live stream, Bellies couldn't help but marvel. Her performance was remarkably authentic, reminiscent of the original story. It is no wonder that women are often said to possess an innate talent for performance. For even a pure priestess like Kikyo, with her full collection of the Shirkan jewel, displayed no discernible flaws in her act. You've arrived. Indeed. This attire suits you perfectly, Rito said, bending slightly as he conversed with Kikyo, who was indifferent to the sight of Kagome, submerged in a pool of green potion. Kikyo remained silent, her dark eyes reflecting no trace of anger as her gaze fixated on Kagome. Who is she? Kagome, entangled and unable to move in the pool, looked towards Rito, who stood beside a woman strikingly similar to herself. Her name is Kikyo, renowned as the strongest priestess 50 years ago. You are her reincarnation. I. Reincarnation? Kagome was evidently taken aback by Rito's revelation. Indeed, Rito affirmed, a gleeful note of triumph lacing his voice. Your soul is about to be returned to this most powerful priestess. She will become my most capable subordinate. As Rito spoke, he began to cast a spell. The green potion, infused with various substances, began to emanate light. Ugh, this is unbearable. Kagome struggled to rise. But it felt as though a great weight pressed down upon her, rendering her immobile, and she sensed her control over her body slipping away. Futile. With your half-baked priestess abilities, you cannot break free from my bindings. Accept your fate. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Kagome, how is this possible? I've set numerous subordinates to block. Seeing Inuyasha approaching at great speed, Rito panicked and hastened his spellcasting. I must resurrect Kikyo quickly, otherwise. I am no match for Inuyasha. Behind Inuyasha, Sango carried an elderly man, and Kikyo recognized her as the little girl who had once been by her side. Has it really been so many years? Kikyo whispered softly. Such an audible utterance, right beside her, should have been heard by Rito, yet he was too flustered to notice. Inuyasha leaped up from the mountainside, finally catching sight of the priestess he had longed for. Kikyo. His voice shattered the concentration of the struggling Kagome. Countless fragments of soul material emanated from Kagome's body, instantly merging into Kikyo's form. Yet, none in attendance noticed. Kikyo subtly performed a spell. The souls entering her did not merge with her own, but were instead enclosed within a carefully arranged barrier. Of course, Kikyo still feigned the act of absorbing the soul fragments. She ascended into the sky, her body radiating a pure white light. Moments later, as Kagome's soul was completely absorbed by Kikyo, the bellflower gently descended, and the closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of pitch-black orbs, tinged with a hint of coldness. Her gaze traversed past Rateo, landing upon the half-demon clad in a white-haired fire rat robe. Inuyasha, so you are still alive. Why do you not choose to perish? Chapter 59, The Priestess Kikyo, Part 2. I sincerely apologize, Kikyo, but I am still full of life. Inuyasha retorted with a scoff upon hearing Kikyo's vexed tone. At this juncture, why do you still come before me? Kikyo replied coldly. Have you forgotten what you did to me? Do you possess no memory at all? Hee hee. Rateo stood beside Kikyo, wearing a villainous grin. Kikyo. The one you call Inuyasha is the very person who caused your demise 50 years ago. Your resentment remains unquenched, does it not? Kill Inuyasha, and bid farewell to the past. Kikyo remained silent, and in the next moment, vanished from Rateo's sight. She appeared behind Rateo, placing a hand upon her head. Even if you resurrect me, I am not a monster that you can control. Ah! Rateo screamed, as blue flames erupted from her head, engulfing her body. In an instant, she was reduced to ashes. In the chat group, ding, Kikyo uploaded the soul separation technique and the clay resurrection technique. Uchiha Madara, the clay resurrection technique? I wonder how it compares to the impure world reincarnation of Shinja Hashirama. Observing Kikyo's uploads, Uchiha Madara felt a tinge of curiosity but restrained himself. Having painstakingly gathered over 4,000 points for a resurrection, he could not afford to squander them here. Inuyasha's world. After Kikyo vanquished Rateo, her gaze fell once more on Inuyasha. Inuyasha, do you intend to kill me once again? Inuyasha hesitated, and Kikyo, after a brief silence, gently raised her left hand. The bow and quiver in Keed's hand seemed to possess a will of their own, flying into Kikyo's grasp. In that case, I might as well strike first and eliminate you. Wait, lady sister. Keed positioned herself in front of Inuyasha, evidently fearful that Kikyo might slay him with a single arrow. Taking a breath, she spoke, there may be some misunderstanding here. 50 years ago, Inuyasha was also attacked by you, lady sister. I wonder if someone was instigating a rift between you two at that time. Keed voiced her suspicions. Little Keed, even if what you say is true, what does it matter? I am already dead. Tell me, what is your intention in sharing this? Do you wish for me to return my soul to others? Kikyo drew her bow, knocking an arrow. Sister, Keed opened her mouth, gazing at Kikyo, whose spiritual energy was surging uncontrollably, momentarily at a loss for words. Step aside, Keed. This matter does not concern you. Kikyo unleashed her spiritual energy, which surged like a torrent, sweeping Keed away from Inuyasha. Under Kikyo's deliberate control, Keed was not gravely harmed. Spider-Son, hey, are we really going to engage in combat? In the chat group, Spider-Son observed Kikyo's murderous expression on the live stream, astonished. Just a moment ago, Kikyo seemed to have conveyed a different sentiment to the group. The world's first princess. This is the manifestation of love turning into hatred. Do you understand, Spider-Son? I had expected Kikyo to weep uncontrollably upon seeing Inuyasha, yet she appears so composed. Spider-Son composed? The group leader is about to commit murder, or rather, kill a demon. The world's first princess, according to the predetermined future known to the chat group. When Kikyo encounters Inuyasha, she weeps profusely, almost as if she intends to drag him into hell with her. Irina, that sounds terrifying. Irina shivered. Kikyo, I intend to experiment with some matters. I harbor no intention of killing Inuyasha. Kikyo felt the need to clarify. Drawing her bow and knocking an arrow, Kikyo struggled to maintain her composure. The group, filled with onlookers, relished the spectacle. How could she weep uncontrollably while broadcasting live? Even if her heart ached, she could not afford to reveal it at this moment. She still needed to engage with the group afterward. Never mind, let me finish this task and wrap up. The emotions she had cultivated over time were dissipating in mere minutes due to the group's chatter, compared to the emotional vulnerability depicted in the original work. Sustained by resentment and loneliness, needing to confide in Inuyasha for solace, the current Kikyo was far more rational. After all, the group comprised an array of peculiar members who had witnessed numerous events across different worlds, broadening their perspectives significantly. Some matters, though difficult to relinquish, were not entirely insurmountable. Whoosh! The straight arrow shot toward Inuyasha's feet. Inuyasha was taken aback and leaped to evade it. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a massive crater. Inuyasha landed safely, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, having just been resurrected, his limbs felt somewhat uncoordinated. Next time, he would surely hit the mark. A familiar voice reached him, causing Inuyasha to shudder. He looked up at Kikyo, just in time to see her drawing her bow once more. Inuyasha, panicking, exclaimed, Kikyo, do you truly wish to kill me? I have died once, Inuyasha. Do you not find it unfair that you still live? Kikyo, are you still Kikyo? Inuyasha's eyes widened. Had it been 50 years ago, Kikyo would never have uttered such words. Farewell, Inuyasha. As her fingertips released the arrow, a surge of potent spiritual energy accompanied it, hurtling toward Inuyasha's chest. This time, Kikyo could not miss. She would not miss. How infuriating. Sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy approaching, Inuyasha unsheathed Tetsusaiga, preparing to withstand the impending attack. Zizizizizi. The clash of Kikyo's overwhelming spiritual energy and Inuyasha's demonic power escalated into an intense struggle. Ultimately, however, Kikyo's spiritual energy, imbued within the arrow, proved superior. Tetsusaiga lost its transformed state amidst the confrontation. As the arrow, radiating pure spiritual energy, was about to strike Inuyasha, the fluctuations of its power suddenly diminished. What? Kikyo gasped in astonishment. Countless fragments of souls fled from her body, swiftly converging upon Kagome, who lay in the pool. Consequently, the arrow aimed at Inuyasha lost its potency entirely due to Kikyo's unstable energy. Kikyo cast a glance at the pool behind her. Her eyes clouded with contemplation before she staggered to her feet. She paid no further heed to Inuyasha and turned to walk into the distance. Wait, Kikyo. Inuyasha attempted to pursue Kikyo, but before he could take 2 steps, he found himself ensnared by golden energy constructs, immobilized. Kikyo. Kikyo halted, not glancing back. Inuyasha. Our relationship concluded 50 years ago. I cannot fully trust you, nor can you trust me. Let everything come to a close today. Treasure the girl beside you. Her name is Kagome, not Kikyo. After speaking, Kikyo took another step towards the distance. Gazing at the azure sky, she felt no inclination to linger behind. Chapter 60. Sosuke Aizen with immense effort, Inuyasha finally broke free from the bindings of the six-staff light prison. Kikyo, unable to detect Kikyo's scent, sniffed the air back and forth. Oh, Kagome! Inuyasha suddenly realized and hurried off to find Kagome. Upon hearing her name called, Kagome slowly opened her eyes, her face betraying an indescribable weariness. Wonderful, Kagome has awakened, Shippu exclaimed, bouncing with excitement at her revival. Kagome, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? He'd inquired, her voice laced with concern. No, I am fine, Kagome replied, struggling to sit up. She pressed her hand against her forehead and murmured, my mind is filled with so many memories. Are they memories of Sister Kikyo? He'd pressed further, based on the recent events. It seems Kagome's soul has returned to her body. Due to the cycle of reincarnation, she might have absorbed some memories from Kikyo's lingering resentment. There was no information directly related to her, merely an accumulation of various spells and methods of utilizing spiritual power. It felt as though someone had deliberately crammed these concepts into her mind. This unnamed individual remained unspoken, yet everyone could surmise the likely culprit, Kikyo. But why would Kikyo undertake such an act? Kagome's words left the others exchanging puzzled glances. After much deliberation, they found themselves devoid of answers and decided to depart for the time being. At this moment, Kikyo hovered high in the sky, enveloped by a faint barrier that concealed her presence. She gazed down with a distant expression. Only after Inuyasha and his companions had left did she finally exhale in relief, manipulating the barrier to descend to the ground. Upon landing, Kikyo stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. In the chat group, the live stream continued to unfold. Many members could discern Kikyo's frail condition. Yasaka, you truly are reckless. As a departed soul, connecting with the living spirits, especially with that girl named Kagome, who shares a reincarnated bond with you, aren't you afraid of having your own soul drained? Kikyo replied, I am merely doing what I feel is necessary. A farewell of sorts to 50 years passed. Leaning against a tree, Kikyo settled onto the ground, her breath becoming slightly heavier. In the world of the Spirit King, Yasaka stood upon the shoulder of the fire spirit, observing the chat group content with a gentle smile. Your stubborn nature bears a resemblance to Anna from the Fear Mountain. In the realm of the destruction god, Belice was also watching the live broadcast, paying closer attention than most. Kikyo's first arrow aimed at Inuyasha was a sacred arrow, specifically targeting his feet, clearly intending to limit his evasive maneuvers. The second arrow was a sealing arrow, which Inuyasha managed to block with Tetsusaiga. As for Kikyo's claim of missing the first shot, it was merely a ruse to deceive Inuyasha. She spoke of severing ties to the past while simultaneously entrusting her former techniques to Kagome through a fusion of souls. One must admit, such audacity is remarkable. As the King of Leaves stated, had Kikyo not promptly severed her connection with Kagome, it might not have resulted in mere injury, but rather the complete consumption of her soul by Kagome's. The souls of the living possess a greater capacity for absorption than those of the deceased. Moreover, the similarity in soul frequency between Kikyo and Kagome is, in many respects, closer than that of twins. Kikyo, it seems, is far too benevolent. At this moment, in the Soul Society, Aizen Sasuke stood outside the squad barracks, a pair of black-framed glasses perched on his nose, coupled with a broad captain's haori, presenting an image of the quintessential honest man. The scenes from the chat group played out before the eyes of this familiar captain, an intriguing soul, capable of releasing binding spells of level 60 or higher without incantation due to her half-spirited nature. One wonders what her abilities would reach should she completely abandon her frail body. It is indeed an exhilarating prospect. However, given the differences in worlds, it is unlikely that a Zanpakuto would exist. Weapons associated with souls might be more akin to the bows and arrows she wields so adeptly. Of course, it is also possible that nothing of the sort will manifest. Aizen, however, was unconcerned by such matters. After all, Kikyo's use of Kido would merely serve as an experiment under his observation. What Aizen was truly preoccupied with was Inuyasha and that peculiar demon blade. The demons of that world, in a certain sense, share similarities with the Hollows. It would be splendid to capture a few for examination, though one wonders whether such an opportunity will arise in the future. Aizen toyed with the H-Gyoku in his hand, his fingertips grazing its surface. Had he not wished to avoid being monitored by the Dragon Balls, he might have wished for the enhancement of the H-Gyoku. From the words of the group leader, Aizen was acutely aware that wishing upon the Dragon Balls likely involved the Shinron gathering laws from various worlds, thus to circumvent any uncertain variables. Despite having gathered the necessary points to utilize the Dragon Balls, Aizen had no immediate intention of employing them. Aizen Captain, a girl with a bun hairstyle, clad in Shinigami attire and wooden sandals, hurriedly approached. Aizen casually concealed the H-Gyoku within his garments. Is there something you need, Hinamori? He inquired, offering a warm smile. Captain, the 3rd Division Captain, Ikamaru Jin, requested to see you, though he did not specify the matter. She replied, breathless. Oh, I see, Aizen said, gently pressing down on Hinamori's bun of dark hair. What troubles you, Hinamori? Hinamori hesitated before speaking. The 3rd Division Captain gives off a rather unsettling aura, akin to that of a cold, venomous snake. You must be cautious in your meeting with him. Those such words were not appropriate to voice, especially for a vice captain. Hinamori chose to trust in her captain. Fear not, we are both captains. Ikamaru Jin is not as terrifying as you believe. Ah, how troublesome. I seem to have overheard some unpleasant remarks, a somewhat sharp voice interjected, the calm tone tinged with annoyance. At that moment, Ikamaru Jin, the captain of the 3rd Division, entered the barracks wearing his captain's haori. Captain Ikamaru, Hinamori stammered, why did you enter without waiting for an announcement? At that moment, Hinamori resembled a thief caught in the act. Aizen placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and stepped forward to shield her from view. Captain Ikamaru, is it not somewhat inappropriate to enter another division's barracks without permission? Aizen adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Oh, come now, I was merely in a hurry. Ikamaru replied nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Hinamori before shifting his gaze back to Aizen. Captain, you were to accompany me to the Central Spirit Academy to instruct the students today. Surely, you haven't forgotten? However, your vice-captain's casual slander against her captain is a grave offense, he added with a sly grin. Captain Ikamaru, that statement is rather unjust, as your demeanor hardly inspires confidence in your character, Aizen countered smoothly. Upon hearing Aizen's words, Ikamaru's expression momentarily froze. He was tempted to retort, and you think you appear virtuous? I may not, but you certainly do not, he thought, amused by the situation, particularly as he observed Hinamori, starry-eyed and sheltered behind Aizen. Ikamaru felt a tinge of pity for the girl, wondering if she would manage without Aizen's protection in the future. Aizen Captain, shall we proceed? It would be inconsiderate to keep the academy students waiting. Ikamaru forced a smile, trying to suppress the urge to draw his Zanpakuto and confront Aizen directly. Very well, but you must refrain from holding my vice-captain accountable for any of this, understood? Aizen added. At this, Ikamaru's eyes twitched in response. Of course, she is your beloved vice-captain. And I am not one to be petty. With that, Aizen Sasuke and Ikamaru Jin exited the barracks. Before departing, Aizen reassured Hinamori, instructing her not to worry, for he would protect her from any troubles that may arise. Once outside, Ikamaru cast a sidelong glance at Aizen. Aizen Captain, do you truly hold such affection for your vice-captain? What does it matter, Jin? I merely respond to the admiration of that child. After all, time is fleeting. Let her dream last a little longer. There is no need to shatter it just yet. Aizen gazed skyward, his response leisurely. Is that so? Then you truly are kind-hearted. Ikamaru remarked with a grin. Chapter 61. The Proposal of Kuratsuchi in the Realm of Destruction. Belice yawned as she crawled out of bed, rubbing her sleepy eyes. I'm utterly exhausted. The work of a destroyer is rather mundane. Dressing haphazardly, Belice stepped out of her room, only to find Kuratsuchi standing at the entrance. Good morning. Lady Belice, he greeted. What morning is there? We're not on a planet, Belice replied, yawning again. Kuratsuchi, how long have I slept? 2 weeks, he answered. Belice, it feels utterly devoid of sensation, as if time has slipped away in an instant. Perhaps you have acclimated to the role of the god of destruction. To maintain control over the destructive power within, it is customary for a god of destruction to stabilize this force through slumber, akin to the meditative practices on certain planets. In some universes, a god of destruction may slumber for hundreds of thousands of years. I recall that in Universe 14, there existed an exceedingly slothful god of destruction whose prolonged slumber inadvertently led to the demise of the Supreme Kai, resulting in a perplexing and obscure fate. Belice, however, you need not worry about such matters. Keisai, noticing the incredulous expression on Belice's face, elaborated, the Destroyer God and the Supreme Kai exist in a symbiotic relationship. Should the Supreme Kai perish, the Destroyer God would also meet their end. Upon hearing Keisai's explanation, Belice recalled her visit to the palace of the Omni King, where neither the Omni King nor the Grand Priest had mentioned this, not even in relation to her studies of the Supreme Kai's creative powers. It was as though they were utterly indifferent to the matter. Speaking of the Supreme Kai, I don't seem to recall the Grand Priest or the Omni King arranging anything for me regarding them. Belice pondered aloud, her brow furrowed in confusion. You are not aware? Keisai tilted her head, her voice laced with surprise. The Grand Priest provided you with that rune-etched note, which essentially means they have already sold me to you. Bellies, in simple terms, it pertains to the laws governing the entirety of the universe, except for the Supreme Being's intentional actions, such as erasing the universe. Any event that does not significantly lower the universal coefficient will not provoke interference from the Supreme Being in the 10th universe. In other words, the vast majority of laws established at the inception of the universe are no longer applicable to the current 10th universe. Even the Supreme Being and the High Priest, when attempting to measure the coefficient of the 10th universe, must derive it from the overall universal coefficient by subtracting the coefficients of the other universes. It may sound indistinguishable at first glance, yet it is indeed profoundly different. Chris continued, the contract established between us binds me entirely to you. Should your power surpass mine, my strength will also elevate accordingly, the extent of which is contingent upon the limits you can achieve. If, by any chance, Lady Bellies were to be slain, I too would meet my demise, akin to the relationship between the High Priest and the Supreme Being. Is that so? Bellies mused, reflecting on the unexpected closeness of the connection between the High Priest and the Supreme Being. However, Chris, is it truly wise to disclose such secrets regarding the High Priest and the Supreme Being to me? It matters not, Chris replied, shaking her head. The current High Priest is merely my father, who once imparted his teachings to us. Should we become adversaries, he would show no mercy. Bellies, Great Priest, aren't you concerned this teaching method might lead to future familial discord? Therefore, Lady Bellies, for the sake of our universe's future, please strive diligently. I have a question, Kusu. Since you're unaffected by the universal laws, does that mean you can intervene freely? Angels, even those not the strongest, can effortlessly overpower the destroyer gods of all 12 universes. With such power, what more could one desire? Please abandon such perilous thoughts. I am merely an angel unskilled in combat. From another perspective, angels are merely superior substitutes for Supreme Kais. The existence of Supreme Kais is to balance the destructive energy within destroyer gods, preventing rampages. As for angels, our role is to properly guide destroyer gods in wielding their destructive power. I was just entertaining the thought, Bellies chuckled awkwardly, and considering calling for backup if I ever lose a fight against other destroyer gods. You should focus on training diligently to avenge Lord Rumshire. You've been slacking off lately. The angel staff tapped Bellies' forehead, to which she offered no resistance, merely sticking out her tongue. I don't want to, but I feel my strength has plateaued. What about transformations? Due to their contract, Kusa sensed an immense power dormant within Bellies. Didn't you insist on training in your base form? After a moment of silence, Bellies replied, to be honest, I can't control that state. It's not like an ordinary scion transformation, which merely affects temperament. Because of that state's emergence, Bellies feared that recklessly transforming into a super scion again might lead to dire consequences, especially after the unexpected new transformation during her pursuit of Zamasa following Rumshire's death. Though it lasted only an instant, had she not suppressed it upon sensing the imminent annihilation of her consciousness, the entire universe might have been obliterated. That was 5 years ago, right after Rumshire's death, before the divine mantle had fully settled upon her. Back then, without mastery over her destructive energy, Bellies' strength barely reached Super Saiyan 2 without it. Now, Kusu, I can't control that state. I fear disaster might strike. So, it was as though the destructive energy, creative energy, and the Scion's transformative bloodline had fused into a singular law. That transformation seemed equivalent to her current base form. Yet, that was precisely what made it terrifying. It was no ordinary Super Saiyan transformation. Once a Scion's base strength reaches a certain threshold, the effectiveness, or multiplier, of transformations begins to decline exponentially. Take Dragon Ball Super. An opponent barely manageable in base form remains roughly the same challenge even after transforming, with negligible improvement. A 50x multiplier? If that logic held, transforming should guarantee instant victory over such foes. Yet when has that ever happened? For instance, when Goku fought the trio of danger from Universe 9. The difference between his base and Super Saiyan forms was marginal. Aside from the significant leap to Super Saiyan 3, the other stages offered minimal gains. This was especially evident during the Tournament of Power against Kale of Universe 6. Another example? Take Broly. Vegeta's overwhelming power, after being repelled, allowed Goku to seize the moment and engage him, surprisingly managing to hold his ground for a while. This disparity cannot be deemed significant. It is merely incomprehensible. From the onset of Dragon Ball Super, the strength of the gods of destruction has been on an upward trajectory. During the Tournament of Power, could Goku's Ultra Instinct truly contend with an official god of destruction? Such a notion is utterly implausible. For instance, in the manga, Vegeta, on the verge of mastering the destructive power, is effortlessly dispatched by Beerus in just a few moves. Once he ascended to the position of an official god of destruction, Belmod realized the vast gulf between a true god of destruction and a mere candidate. The might of an official god, unleashed to its fullest extent, is far beyond what a candidate can fathom. It is akin to assimilating the laws of an entire universe within one's being, reaching an unimaginable zenith of vitality. Belmod, shall we venture into the void to test our mettle? Kess inquired after a moment of contemplation. Yet, Belmod remained somewhat apprehensive. Fear not, Belmod. My power has not been augmented, Kess clarified. In other words, even if you were to transform, you would still be unable to surpass me. Bellies' cheek twitched slightly. Nevertheless, it was not overly distressing. Chapter 62, The Battle in the Realm of Nothingness. The realm of nothingness exists as an isolated dimension, cut off from others. Access is typically granted only under the leadership of a high priest. However, as the eldest and most venerable of all angels, Bellies was able to enter the realm of nothingness directly, free from the constraints of the entire universe. At this moment, Bellies and the angel Kess hovered in the vicinity of the realm of nothingness. Shall we prepare the battlefield, my lady Bellies? Kess inquired. There is no need. This is sufficient, Bellies replied, shaking her head, adorned in the garb of the god of destruction. Very well, then we may begin, Kess said, her expression serene as she grasped her staff. Whoosh! The figure of Bellies vanished from Kex's sight, only to reappear behind him an instant later. A powerful aura emanated from her fist as it surged toward Kex with force. Kex firmly grasped the scepter in his hand, positioning it behind his back. And with the gem-studded tip, he prepared to block the incoming strike. As the angelic scepter resonated with a slight tremor, Kex utilized the recoil to retreat to a distance. Slowly, he turned around, still adorned in his purple angelic gown, with the angelic scepter firmly in hand. Your power has significantly increased, Lord Bellies, Kex murmured softly, yet it is still insufficient. You remain far from the prowess of Lord Ramusi. Now let us see this move. Bellies raised her palm, sending a colossal destructive orb hurtling towards Kess. As the enormous purple projectile approached, Kess lifted her angelic staff. In an instant, a pure white radiance emanated from the staff. The crimson-hued destructive orb diminished at a visible rate under the illumination, vanishing entirely within moments. The powers of the angel and the destroyer are nearly equal and opposite. Employing forces of identical magnitude can completely neutralize destruction. Kess continued to enlighten Bellies. I have learned much in these past years. In a flash, she reappeared behind Kess. However, as Kess turned around, Solar Fist. The preliminary motion was too pronounced, dear Bellies. Kess swiftly conjured a transparent mirror in front of her, capable of blocking light. A fist lunged from behind. A look of perplexity crossed Kess's face. Yet, utilizing her extraordinary innate skills, she retreated 2 steps and sidestepped the impending strike. Oh, have you developed a new skill? Observing 2 nearly identical Bellies standing together, Kess was somewhat astonished. Moreover, it appeared there were more than 2. She sensed 2 more identical presences behind her. Dividing her divine energy into 4 parts was an unwise course of action. No, Kess, I understand I cannot defeat you. But without doing so, I fear I cannot control that power. Oh? Kess paid little mind, gazing at the Bellies surrounding her. Due to the overwhelming energy, her body could not withstand it, necessitating the division of her power before transformation. As an experienced angel, Kess quickly grasped Bellies' intentions. For entities would undoubtedly impose a greater mental strain. I know that, compared to the immense potential of a transformation overwhelmed by power, this method of gradually adapting through mental exertion is more feasible. The 4 bodies fist, a technique utilized by Tenshinhan against Goku in the original series. Frankly, this technique is far more practical than Piccolo's doppelganger training, primarily serving as a training tool. Moreover, Bellies devoted considerable time to mastering this technique. Now let us begin. Since becoming a destroyer, Bellies had never employed this transformation. Although she had discerned how to transform after that fleeting moment, she lacked the assurance to proceed. Should her consciousness spiral out of control and obliterate the universe, perhaps even the Omni King would intervene to erase her. Over the years, she sought solutions to mitigate this peril. With the angels in slumber, she had no means to seek assistance. It was only after the recent awakening of the chat group and her journey to Teyvat that she gleaned some useful insights. In the Dragon Ball universe, the concept of training is exceedingly broad. Particularly in non-divine training, it primarily revolves around energy. Without it, the body could be easily vanquished. The essence, energy, and spirit can be categorized into three aspects within the Dragon Ball realm. Essence denotes the level of life. Energy signifies the breath of life, and spirit represents the soul. Even the so-called divine realms of Vegeta and Goku merely enhance energy to a divine level, offering scan improvement in terms of life and soul. Otherwise, Frieza, in the afterlife, would not have been subdued by King Yima. Athe, a pale aura surged skyward. For radiant lights illuminated the void, casting brilliance across the realm. Such formidable energy, Kes murmured, measuring the pale aura enveloping bellies. The explosive energy persisted for nearly half a minute. My assumption was correct. If dispersed, I can barely maintain control. Gazing at the four reflections surrounding Kes, she sensed an almost insurmountable, terrifying energy. This hair resembles that of a hedgehog, Super Saiyan 3? Nonsense. This is certainly not Super Saiyan 3. In her current state, even in her regular form, she could seize Majin Buu by the head and scrub his face along the equator of Earth. Kes, be cautious. Her gaze shifted to the composed angel Kes at the center of her four selves. I can manage. No sooner had she spoken than Kes felt an immense impact. Kes waved her staff, deflecting the incoming fist. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the two of them. But it's not over yet. A voice emerged from behind. And Kes simply leapt upward, causing Bellies to miss her target. Huh. Another Bellies charged at her, a flurry of fists so dense they were nearly invisible. Yet Kes effortlessly evaded without counterattacking. Above Kes, a figure suddenly emerged from the fourth Bellies. Supercharge cannon. The three Bellies restraining Kes' movement simultaneously utilized instant transmission, swiftly retreating before being struck by the energy wave above. Section 61. The terrifying energy wave traversed the void, creating a splendid galaxy in space. Kes too was engulfed by this formidable energy wave. However, following the energy surge, Bellies remained unwavering. Her gaze fixed upon the pristine barrier that materialized as the energy gradually dissipated. Keth, using her angelic staff as a fulcrum, conjured the barrier, encasing herself within its protective embrace. You have made significant progress compared to 5 years ago, Lady Bellies, Keth remarked with a hint of nostalgia, as the glass orb atop her staff emitted a barrier that began to wane and swiftly vanish. Is it time to cease? Following the recent skirmish, Keth could roughly gauge her deity's current level of power. Of course, this pertained to the strength of Bellies after the division of her essence among four, rather than the formidable might Keth had envisioned. Keth, what lies ahead is the true battle. You must exercise caution. Bellies fell silent for a moment. Having transformed into her current form, she sensed that if she were to retract her four energies, the Scion blood coursing through her veins would undoubtedly manifest an ancestral return. This return might not alter her appearance significantly. However, the unsettling sense of unpredictability filled her with profound unease. Chapter 63. The Conclusion of Battle. Bellies took a deep breath. Apart from her original self, the other three avatars became translucent and gradually faded away. As a result, the three avatars dispersed. The aura surrounding Bellies swelled geometrically once more. This energy, vastly more immense than before, rendered the usually composed Crix momentarily flabbergasted. Much like the hair of a Super Saiyan in its third transformation, a layer of white light gradually enveloped her strands. The previously tranquil energy now surged with ferocity. This magnitude of power rivaled that of Lord Ramses. In the realm of nothingness, a streak of white light darted across. A heavy shadow of a fist descended. The impact sent Crix reeling, unleashing a formidable energy field around her. She swiftly retreated, enveloped by the smoke of the explosion, gazing at the distant Bellies. A hint of seriousness flickered in her eyes. She was operating on an entirely different level now. Though as an angel, even without combat prowess, her overall strength surpassed that of a destroyer god. She possessed the ability to easily subdue even her own destroyer god in this form. However, Crix's objective was not to defeat Bellies, but to observe her growth and the enhancement of her abilities over the years. In order to devise a more effective training plan for the future, Crix could not instruct Bellies as she would with an ordinary destroyer god. From a different perspective, she had transformed into the leader of her former disciple, now a destroyer god. While the extent of Bellies' potential remained uncertain, Crix would offer assistance as long as she was able. Crix switched her staff to her left hand, gently massaging her slightly numb palm. The tumultuous energy bore no resemblance to the tranquil techniques she had mastered. It appeared more akin to the latent potential of her bloodline, an advancement fused with the power of a destroyer god. Crix fixated her gaze upon Bellies. At this moment, Bellies exuded an air of chilling intensity. Her once gentle white hair had sharpened into stark, snow-white spikes, cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Accompanied by an exceedingly pale aura, she emanated an atmosphere that deterred any intruder. Bellies vanished once more from Kay's sight. Was it a teleportation? No, that cannot be. There were no ripples in the fabric of space. In the fleeting moment Kay pondered, Bellies had already materialized before her. She unleashed a powerful punch directed at Kay. Was it merely the speed of her attack? Kay deftly evaded, her angelic staff gracefully lifting to deflect Bellies' fist away by targeting her wrist, transitioning the staff from her left to her right hand. The ferocious wind generated by Bellies' punch sliced through the air, barely missing Kay's ear, causing even her ethereal white hair to flutter slightly. This was the moment Kay evaded Bellies' strike. Bellies unleashed her punches once more. Countless fists transformed into mere phantoms, relentlessly striking at various parts of Chris's body. She dodged left and right, twisted and turned, leaping and spinning. Despite Bellies' terrifying strength, she gained no advantage against Chris's remarkable skill. A roar erupted, akin to the cry of a wild beast. A powerful shockwave surged forth, and Chris, caught off guard, was swept away by this explosive force. Had her consciousness been engulfed? A grave expression flickered in Chris's eyes. If that were the case, she had no choice but to incapacitate Lady Bellies. Chris, please grant me a moment. What? A voice suddenly echoed in her mind, causing Chris to furrow her brow. Lady Bellies? The tone was laced with uncertainty. I have devised a method to control this. Could you please momentarily restrain my body? I require some time. I will do my utmost, but be cautious regarding matters of the soul. Do you understand? Although Chris was unaware of Bellies' intentions, she nonetheless offered her caution. Very well. The voice in her mind faded, and she gazed at Bellies, whose pupils had completely lost focus. After a brief hesitation, Chris resolved to follow Bellies' lead. She swiftly charged towards Bellies. Bellies brought her palms together in front of her, and a tremendous wave of pure, white energy surged toward Kex. Sensing the impending attack, Kex swiftly evaded. Just as she sidestepped the energy wave, Bellies reappeared to Kex's left side and delivered a powerful kick. Kex defended herself with the tip of her staff, blocking the incoming strike from below, and then deftly retreated to evade further attacks. After the failed assault, Bellies opened her hands and relentlessly sent energy orbs hurtling towards Kex. The dense barrage of luminous spheres shot forth like a torrential downpour, shimmering with a blinding brilliance, filling the air with scarcely any gaps, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. Even for one skilled in the utmost mastery of evasion, Kex raised her staff and uttered a soft incantation. A barrier materialized rapidly, enveloping her. The energy orbs collided with the barrier without hesitation, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds and stirring up rippling clouds of dust. Seizing the moment when visibility was compromised by the smoke, Bellies moved with astonishing speed to position herself behind Kex. With her fingers intertwined, she struck downward with tremendous force. Unbelievable ripples coursed through the barrier as it quivered under the impact. Observing the purple destructive energy coiling around Bellies' hands, Kex swiftly dispelled the barrier. Without the obstruction, Bellies' fist descended heavily, causing her to lose her balance and nearly topple over. Kex seized the opportunity, gently tapping the back concealed by her white hair with her staff. Almost instantaneously, Bellies was sent hurtling backward. As the tumultuous energy began to stabilize, the ferocity of the battle diminished. Throughout the confrontation, Kex had become acutely aware of Bellies' energy fluctuations. Thus, she resolved to prolong the engagement a while longer. After an indeterminate passage of time within the realm of destruction, Kex returned from the void with Bellies in tow. Bellies' feet had just touched the ground with a soft thud. At the point where Bellies' foot landed, a terrifying crack instantaneously spread throughout the entire realm of destruction. I have exerted considerable caution in my control. Bellies' tearful eyes gazed towards Chris, who sighed and gently tapped the ground with the tip of her angelic staff. The fissures in the earth swiftly mended themselves. Lady Bellies, you shall maintain this state of cultivation until you become accustomed to it. Is it impossible to revert? Bellies inquired uncertainly. Your current energy exceeds the limits of your body and soul. It is merely due to the transformation and ancestral bloodline that the threshold has been forcibly elevated, allowing you to barely sustain it. While reverting to your normal state is not unfeasible, do you wish to sleep for several centuries to stabilize the energy within you completely? Chris discerned Bellies' thoughts, noting that although it may not be an excessively long duration, many destroyers would often sleep for millennia at a time. Perhaps not. Bellies replied with a slight twitch of her lips. Several centuries? How many of those foolish friends of mine would still be alive? How long would it take for me to transform back? Once you have straightened your hair, which has become spiky due to an excess of energy, and contain the rampant energy within your own being to a manageable level, you shall attain the necessary balance. However, by that time, you may find that transformation will no longer be required. This state will simply become your new norm. Most transformations occur when one cannot maintain the high energy load, resulting in what is referred to as a combat form. Very well, I shall do my utmost. Belly shrugged her lips, dismissing the thought of having slept through several centuries. Although the current circumstances were rather troublesome, they were not insurmountable for her to endure. Bellies cautiously made her way back to her bedroom. She no longer wished to ponder further. She simply hoped for a moment of respite, as long as she did not fall into a deep slumber. She could maintain her transformed state. With a crack, the bed suddenly broke. It split right down the middle. Bellies, I just encountered it. I haven't even fully laid down yet. The bed, you know, is such a tremendous blow to my tender heart. If one were unaware, they might think I was engaging in some vigorous exercise. Chapter 64, Spider Child, White Weave Spider Child. Woo, I haven't seen the group leader for many days. I miss her. Irina, Uchiha Madara. Does the old man Madara know where the group leader has gone? Ever since the last time the group leader mentioned something about a world mission to Sasuke, her avatar has been dim for quite some time. Uchiha Madara, I am merely a humble administrator. How would I know the affairs of the group leader? Besides, we are not from the same world. Uchiha Madara, Irina, do not call me old man. I may appear older due to my avatar, but in reality, I am younger than many. Jelf, their ages are several times mine. Uchiha Madara fell silent. Why does Irina calling not by her name, but his sister? And Jelf, not brother but teacher? Yet, when it comes to him, it escalates to being called grandfather. Surely, he must have contracted this from the rather simple-minded spider child. That Uchiha Madara, I am quite young, truly. Most of the time, I am in slumber. My actual age is not significant. Jelf, as the most powerful mage of the fairy tale world, he does not comprehend why Ing would concern herself with age when he is already several hundred years old. World's first princess. I seem to have spotted something intriguing. Someone has been elevated to a higher status. Uchiha Madara, the group leader often appears during discussions of perplexing matters. Upon seeing a familiar nickname on the public screen, Spider Child was ecstatic. Spider Child, group leader, I finally see you. I thought something had happened to you. World's first princess. What could possibly happen to me? I merely spend more time cultivating. World's first princess, Spider Child, have you ascended to divinity? Have I been offline for too long? Spider Child, ascended to divinity? What nonsense is this? You cannot be implying that I must become divine to revert to human form, right? The half-human, half-spider Spider Child, having experienced initial confusion, recalled a certain Chiu Lai, along with the malevolent deity D, leading to an absurd notion. World's first princess. Did I say something? I said nothing. Upon seeing Spider Child as human avatar, still with white hair and long eyelashes, Bellies could not help but be reminded of Spider Child as human form. Spider Child, woo-woo, the group leader bullies me. You clearly said that and are now deceiving me. World's first princess. Alright, I admit it. I did say that only by becoming divine can you fully take on a human appearance. Spider Child, So it is true. Spider Child looked dejected. Despite evolving to an immeasurable extent, she remained only half-human, half-spider, with no path to fully return to humanity. Thus, she continually lamented about the group leader. Aizen Sosuke, world's first princess, in Spider Child's world, is it true that only by becoming divine can other races assume human appearances? In Soul Society, Aizen Sosuke had a relatively profound understanding of the frequently active Spider Child in the group. Moreover, Spider Child often shared intimate photos with the Demon King in the group, making it difficult for others to remain unaware. World's first princess. Indeed, is there a problem? Aizen Sosuke, Spider Child's close friend, the Demon King Ariel, has not attained divinity? If she is inherently Spider Child, how does she maintain her human form? World's first princess. Being overly curious is not advisable. Aizen Sosuke. But it's fine to inform you, the Demon King Ariel is, in fact, human. Aizen Sosuke. I see. Ultimately, having undergone transformation with the H-Gyoku, Aizen Sosuke could easily deduce the origins of Demon King Ariel based on the group leader's response. However, the spider was left astounded, nearly dropping her jaw. Spider Child. Spider Child, is this true? World's first princess, more genuine than pearls. Spider Child. Have you seen Potamus? Spider Child, the leader of the elf race? I did have a skirmish with him before, but midway through, Demon King Ariel descended from the heavens and crushed Potamus with a single kick. However, the one crushed seemed to be a robot. Furthermore, Ariel's tone and actions towards Potamus were such that, were there no personal grievances, Spider-Child found it hard to believe. World's first princess. Spider-Child, what I am about to say is something the Demon King has not disclosed to you. You should best consider it unknown, understood? Spider-Child. Why? World's first princess. Ariel was originally human, while Potamus has always been the leader of the elf race, and from a certain perspective. Potamus is the father of Demon King Ariel. Spider-Child. Spider-Child stared in disbelief. An elven father? A human demon king? Ariel. Spider-Child. Group leader. You cannot be implying. World's first princess. It is precisely as you think. Spider-Child. Why would one commit such an act? In her mind, Spider-Child could only conceive a few words: transformation. The elven leader Potamus, having abducted Ariel from humanity, transformed her into the primordial spider. World's first princess. Although Potamus is not as powerful as the current Demon King, he is certainly capable of killing her, based on this premise. What do you surmise Potamus's motives might be? Spider-Child, to attain divinity? Spider-Child had an inkling of the answer, but was still uncertain. World's first princess, who knows? By the way, Little White, since you have evolved to the final stage of the system, according to my agreement with D, she will put you to the test. Spider-Child. World's first princess. As for the specifics of the test, I am uncertain. It may very well align with D's own wicked whims. Chapter 63. Upon hearing the group leader's words, Spider-Child was instantly terrified and trembled. Spider-Child, can I not go? World's first princess. Certainly. Spider-Child. That's wonderful. World's first princess. The malevolent deity D has grown weary of Chio Lai. If you cannot ascend to divinity and pass her test within a certain time frame, the planet may very well face destruction. Spider-Child, what do you mean? If she does not ascend to divinity, the planet is doomed? That sounds alarmist. It seems she is still the hope of the entire world. Chapter 65. Konoha. Obstructing peace in the ninja world. Spider-Child. What must I do to ascend to divinity? She did not wish to perish, after all her efforts to become half human, half spider. Dying would be utterly unworthy. World's first princess. I cannot disclose that to you. It is part of my agreement with D. However, if you follow the course of events, you will certainly have the opportunity. I can only tell you that your chance to attain divinity lies within a relic. The world's premier princess. Certainly. This is something you will accomplish in the future. As for whether there will be any changes after joining the chat group, I am uncertain. In any case, it holds little significance for me. Spider-Child. She is well aware that the group leader is a puzzler who enjoys toying with spiders. Bellies did not disclose the intricate details to Spider-Child. Sometimes, a vague description tends to be more plausible. Once clarity is achieved, unexpected complications are likely to arise. In the original tale, Spider-Child attaining divinity was indeed a most unforeseen event. In truth, it matters not whether Spider-Child becomes a deity. Such beings are of little consequence, and even D himself remains indifferent, merely finding Spider-Child intriguing and offering her a chance. Upon concluding the narrative of Spider-Child, Bellies recalled another matter within the chat group. She pondered how Uchiha Sasuke was deliberating. Naturally, whether he declined or agreed did not elicit any significant emotional response from Bellies. At most, it would complicate her endeavor to gather the rules of the Naruto world. Moreover, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke would undoubtedly utilize the Dragon Balls, making the collection of these rules not particularly arduous. As for how the two would employ the Dragon Balls, that was beyond her concern. World's foremost princess, Uchiha Sasuke. Are you present? Uchiha Sasuke. I am here, group leader. World's foremost princess. What are your thoughts? Will you consent? Feel free to express your own ideas. There is no need to worry about my displeasure. Uchiha Sasuke. This matter was previously discussed with Madara, but I am uncertain how to earn the genuine recognition of the majority within the shinobi world. World's foremost princess. Any approach is permissible. The system will autonomously assess the recognition level of the living individuals in the shinobi world. Once it exceeds 50%, your task will be deemed complete. World's foremost princess. To be candid, only when you surpass the 50% recognition threshold can I, through the chat group's rules, draw your planet into my governed universe. World's foremost princess. At that point, I will resurrect your kin as a reward for task completion. World's foremost princess. However, this is limited to that one occasion. Even I cannot arbitrarily contravene the principles of life and death within my jurisdiction, as it would have significant repercussions on the laws of my universe. Her final statements were somewhat misleading. However, it is prudent to avoid defying the boundaries of life and death whenever possible. Should those boundaries become excessively blurred, it could adversely affect the development of the universe. Uchiha Madara, world's foremost princess. What will I gain by assisting Uchiha Sasuke in completing his world task? World's foremost princess. How about the resurrection of you and your brother Izuna? Uchiha Madara. Very well, I accept. Uchiha Madara appeared to fear that the group leader might retract her offer. Points are a resource to be conserved. After all, he had no intention of employing infinite Tsukuyomi. The group leader, the world's foremost princess, announced a world task, the world of Naruto. Ding. Uchiha Sasuke accepts the task. Uchiha Madara accepts the task. At this moment, within the Naruto world, Uchiha Sasuke gazed at the task list in the chat group, lost in contemplation. 5 years. Neither too long nor too short. Yet, in 5 years, convincing at least half of the shinobi world to rally behind him was utterly implausible. Uchiha Sasuke was not a feudal lord or a leader of a great nation. Such influence was beyond his reach. Even a leader or a feudal lord would need to conquer at least half of the shinobi world to achieve such recognition. Uchiha Sasuke, world's foremost princess. Is the time constraint strictly 5 years? World's foremost princess. Yes, you may use Jinjutsu to control everyone, even eliminate those who oppose you, leaving only those who acknowledge you. All of that is permissible. World's foremost princess, as long as you meet the minimum requirements of the task. I will reward both you and Uchiha Madara according to the task's content. Irina, isn't that rather cruel? Irina, who had been preparing for a journey, felt a twinge of compassion. World's foremost princess. The reward of resurrecting so many individuals is, in itself, a trial I present to Uchiha Sasuke. If he fails to achieve this, I will simply declare the task a failure, without any punishment. World's foremost princess, however. If you are drawn into my governed universe and your past actions result in the planet's evaluation falling below the minimum standard of the entire universe, I will unhesitatingly destroy it after bestowing your rewards. World's foremost princess. Naturally, those destroyed will also include you, with no exceptions, even if you are group members. Uchiha Sasuke. Having been in the group for quite some time, I trust Uchiha Madara has informed you of my role. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke fell into a prolonged silence, offering no response. Uchiha Madara. So, you mean to say that indiscriminate slaughter is not allowed? What are the evaluation standards for your governed universe? How can we be assured that we won't be destroyed the moment we enter your jurisdiction? World's foremost princess. The specific evaluation criteria are determined by the cosmic coefficient, and I am merely the executor. What I can tell you is that the evaluation standards are broadly related to the planet's ecology, the strength of its life forms, mortality statistics, the planet's lifespan, and its prospects, among other factors. World's foremost princess. Your current shinobi world, although diminished in value due to the influence of chakra fruits, is still far from crossing that critical threshold, so there is no need for concern. Uchiha Sasuke, may I seek external assistance? Uchiha Madara? The Pure Land of Uchiha Madara was momentarily baffled. Am I not external assistance? Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, what do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke, if you wish to aid me, wait until you have kicked the coffin lid aside before speaking. Uchiha Madara, world's foremost princess. Who do you intend to seek? Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Sasuke, not him. I have no desire to involve that individual. I will prove him wrong. Konoha is an obstacle to peace in the shinobi world. World's foremost princess. Ah? It seems you have a plan. May I inquire as to whom you are referring? Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru. He has a keen interest in immortality, and I am confident I can persuade him. However, I am uncertain regarding his views on the chat group. Uchiha Sasuke's intention in mentioning this was to inquire about the group leader's opinion of Orochimaru, as individuals like him do not conform to common perceptions. In the realm of destruction, Belly smiled faintly. She then sent a message in the public chat. World's foremost princess. That is permissible. However, ensure your safety. If any accidents arise from revealing information about the chat group, I shall not take responsibility. Uchiha Sasuke. Thank you, esteemed group leader. With the group leader's approval, Uchiha Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. Seeking Orochimaru's assistance would not be difficult for him. Having resided with Orochimaru for 2 years, aside from his persistent desires, Orochimaru had treated him reasonably well. Chapter 66. Uchiha Sasuke and Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke returned to Orochimaru's chamber once more. As usual, Kabuto was tending to the ailing Orochimaru. Upon seeing Sasuke's arrival, Kabuto did not even glance up. "It has been some time since you last visited me, Sasuke-kun." Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a hint of amusement. "I have a request to make of you," Sasuke began. "Uchiha Sasuke, do not overstep your bounds." Yaoshiro suddenly lifted his head. The last time he organized the information for Uchiha Sasuke, he had worked tirelessly day and night, feeling utterly exhausted. Upon hearing that Sasuke had come to trouble Orochimaru again, Do could no longer contain himself. "Do, let Sasuke-kun finish speaking." Orochimaru coughed a few times and shook his head at Do. "Your health does not seem quite well, Orochimaru," Do observed, noting Orochimaru's even paler complexion compared to their last encounter. Sasuke replied coolly, "Compared to you, this body is truly nothing." Orochimaru did not conceal his desire for Sasuke's body. "Is it truly worthwhile to cling to life in such a manner? Even if I were to obtain you, how long could I endure?" Every 3 years, he would need to change bodies. This was not a fabrication of Uchiha Sasuke, but a reality Orochimaru had faced through several reincarnations. If the body is compatible, sustaining for a decade or so would not be a problem. By that time, I might have better methods of compensation, Orochimaru remarked. "Then you indeed have it tough," Sasuke acknowledged Orochimaru's explanation. "Sasuke-kun, you have changed significantly over these days. If I am not mistaken, you have awakened those eyes, haven't you?" The unhurried words of Orochimaru conveyed a revelation that caused Do's expression to shift abruptly. "The Mangekyou Sharingan." The words flashed through Do's mind. "If I were to say yes, what would you do?" Sasuke's pitch-black eyes transformed into the crimson three-tomo. "What can be done?" Orochimaru responded. "I am more curious about what event has rendered you so composed." Moreover, he paused. After reviewing the materials Do gathered, "What are your thoughts?" "I am referring to the Uchiha massacre." Boom. As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, a terrifying chakra enveloped the air. Sasuke's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, morphing into the six-pointed star of the Mangekyou. "The Mangekyou Sharingan," Do gasped in shock. Even though Orochimaru had stated it plainly, Do still found it hard to believe that Sasuke had awakened those eyes so soon. Sasuke exhaled a breath of stale air, and the chakra surrounding the room gradually receded, leaving behind only the shape of the Mangekyou in his eyes. Cough, cough. Orochimaru coughed several more times, seemingly a result of the chakra Sasuke had just unleashed. "Lord Orochimaru." Do hurriedly rushed to administer medicine. "I am fine, Do." Orochimaru smiled faintly after his coughing fit. "It is quite rare that you have not taken action against me. It seems your eyes have been open for quite some time." Orochimaru surpassed anyone in the study of the Sharingan. He had an inkling about the uniqueness required for the transformation of the Mangekyou Sharingan, but it was only upon seeing Sasuke's Mangekyou that he was fully convinced. In truth, Orochimaru had already sensed that the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan was Pain's Rinnegan. "Orochimaru, why did you attack the third Hokage? Was it for Konoha, or because he was your teacher?" Sasuke's purpose for coming here was to ascertain Orochimaru's intentions and then devise a plan. In the predetermined future he had witnessed, Orochimaru had mentioned that his goal in killing the third Hokage seemed to be to set the windmill in motion. The meaning of this term varied from person to person. "Ah, I see," Orochimaru rasped with a laugh. "Sasuke-kun, you, who seem to know the truth, ultimately stand on the opposing side. I hold no particular view of Konoha. Are you satisfied with this answer?" The Mangekyou Sharingan spun rapidly, and in an instant, Orochimaru sensed the scenery around him shifting. Illusion? However, Orochimaru was neither anxious nor angry. With the Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke indeed had little hope of victory, yet it was entirely impossible for him to kill Orochimaru. He had left several contingencies across the ninja world, with many ways to resurrect himself. Unfortunately, if Sasuke were to kill him, Do would likely perish as well. Such a capable and diligent subordinate would be a great loss if he were to vanish so easily. Yet, the anticipated agony did not manifest. Uchiha Sasuke merely gazed at him in silence. "Sasuke-kun, what do you intend to do?" Orochimaru inquired languidly. "I know I cannot kill you. My purpose in seeking you is to hope that you will join me." "Oh." Orochimaru neither agreed nor refused. "Then, what is it that Sasuke-kun wishes to accomplish? Since you are curious, then observe closely. I will reveal what you seek to know, or what I wish for you to know." The Mangekyou Sharingan spun once more, and the blood moon scene surrounding Sasuke and Orochimaru began to shift. Outside, witnessing Orochimaru caught in an illusion, Do was taken aback. "Lord Orochimaru." Do's face twisted in fury. That detestable Uchiha Sasuke. You just said you wouldn't act against Lord Orochimaru. What about that now? Do seized a medical kunai from the table, charging chakra into the blade, preparing to strike at Uchiha Sasuke to protect his esteemed Orochimaru. Cough, 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 ha ha ha. Orochimaru on the bed spat several mouthfuls of blood, his face displaying a ghastly pallor. Lord Orochimaru. Do dropped everything and hastily grabbed a bucket from beneath the bed to catch Orochimaru's vomit. No need, Do. Orochimaru disregarded his appearance, wiping the corner of his mouth with his hand. Sasuke-kun, you have presented me with an irresistible proposition, and your opportunities truly evoke envy. The Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Tsutsuki, Uchiha Madara, and that mysterious group leader. Heh. Orochimaru raised his head, a frenzied expression emerging on his sickly face. Sasuke-kun, since you are the reincarnation of Indra, are you not aware that you may be under the watch of the Sage of Six Paths? I am aware that the group leader has blocked that surveillance, Uchiha Sasuke replied. So, what do you say, Orochimaru? Will you agree? Sasuke-kun, it seems I cannot refuse. Can I? You have shown me a broader horizon. Orochimaru collected his thoughts, took a deep breath, and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Within 5 years, I will help you realize your wish and find Uchiha Madara's corpse. Since that Reaper of the ninja world is willing to assist, it would be a waste to leave him in the Pure Land. However, the specifics of the plan will have to wait until I regain my hands. How does that sound? That works. Sasuke nodded. Seeing the future unfold, it was only natural for Orochimaru to have his own ideas. In Boruto, Orochimaru was the only one who had not been diminished, but rather strengthened. Chapter 67, The Evil God D and Kurapika in the universe where Spider is located. In the underworld. Mingtian, that's enough. I want to go out and play. I can handle work later. Sitting at his workstation, Evil God D stretched his arms out across the table, wearing an expression of utter disinterest. You cannot, Lord D. You want to sneak out and leave the work to me. Who is the ruler of the underworld, you or I? A woman clad in a maid outfit, with shoulder-length hair, stood behind the malevolent deity D, incessantly tapping her fingers on the table, urging him to hasten his work. Speaking of which, had it not been for your aura, my Lord D, I would have been at a loss as to where to find you. By the way, are you enjoying yourself? You seem to have an abundance of leisure, not only as a student, but also allowing yourself to be bullied without retaliation, even assisting others in their reincarnations. The maid, named Mido, found herself at a loss for words regarding her superior. That was an accident, but that little spider named Baiji is quite fascinating. The malevolent deity D commented with interest. Humph, how can you say that? Summoning powerful beings from other universes could lead to complications if our universe's coordinates were exposed. Mido, I am serious this time. I intend to establish a connection with the deity named Bellies. If possible, I wish to take the next step. Upon hearing this, Mido fell silent for a moment before sighing. Oh dear. It's up to you, as you are the highest deity in this universe. Even if I wish to oppose you, I cannot stop you if you are resolute. Just as she could not compel D to return to work if he truly wished to escape. D leaned back in his chair, gazing at the maid Mido standing beside him. In my battle with that other universe's overseer, I realized I was no match for her. Most importantly, her life force felt remarkably youthful. Did you not say she was merely a projection? Indeed. D sighed, his tone grave, yet even with the entire universe's support, defeating her could leave me severely injured. A youthful universe overseer, a world of such formidable beings may prove perilous. Mido pondered this. Thus, I plan to join that chat group first to gain insight into her character before engaging in further discussions. Although my time conversing with her was brief, I can discern that she does not adhere to the Black Forest rule nor impose difficulties upon others. Like you, she likely believes in equivalent exchange. Most likely, given her assistance to that little spider, I can surmise as much. Hearing these words, the maid shrugged her hands. You need not share this with me. I am merely your subordinate. However, I hope you will consider your decisions with great caution. Very well, D nodded. Oh, D raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? I might need to step out. It's time to administer a trial for that little spider, D stated. Will she be joining? If so, please take me along. Mido said earnestly. Regardless of where D goes, having an ally in the presence of such a dangerous being is always preferable. No problem, D nodded. Then grasped a stack of documents from the table and placed them before the maid. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Do not fret. I shall not deduct from your salary, my dear Mido. Mido looked on with a blank expression as D opened a spatial portal and departed. as the spatial rift closed. Mito sighed, I hope my Lord D's decision is not misguided. In the chat group, after conversing with Uchiha Madara and the spider, a new member from the world of Hunter x Hunter, Kurapika, began to speak. Kurapika, group leader, what price must I pay to resurrect my kin? Like Uchiha Sasuke, Kurapika's clan had also been annihilated, though his situation was less dire, as the massacre had been committed by outsiders rather than kin. The world's first princess. That is impossible unless there are two individuals from your world present in the group to employ Sasuke's method. Kurapika, is that so? Are there no alternative methods? The world's first princess. You can only collect Dragon Balls. Each one can resurrect a single person. Kurapika felt a pang of reluctance. But reviving even one of his kin was better than none at all. The world's first princess. Kurapika, have you obtained your hunter license yet? Speaking of which, Bellies was unaware of how far the world of hunters had progressed, whether Kurapika was still before or after the hunter exam. Kurapika, not yet. I plan to participate in the hunter exam this year, with about 6 months until registration. The world's first princess. So, you have yet to learn Nin? Bellies was somewhat intrigued by the Nun system in Hunter x Hunter, as it appeared somewhat similar to the Ki in Dragon Ball, but it was far more versatile and could even be said to touch upon the laws of the universe. Of course, the specifics remained unclear to Bellies. Currently, Kurapika was just an ordinary person, having yet to encounter Nin. Moreover, Bellies' current state would not allow Kurapika to agree to her visiting his world. For one, she was capable of wreaking havoc in the realm of the destroyers, and even her mere presence could collapse structures. Kurapika would not dare to send her there. She intended to assist others while simultaneously grasping the laws for her own understanding, not to bring destruction. Kurapika, what is none? Kurapika felt a jolt of realization. He had previously learned that the so-called Dragon Ball wishes were, to some extent, related to the strength of the world, although not entirely correlated. It was certain that his world was not an ordinary one. After all, obtaining a Dragon Ball required 6,000 points, certainly not a trivial matter. The world's first princess. None is the energy of the body or life force. I cannot elaborate further as I am not from your world. The laws differ, and so do their manifestations. The world's first princess. In essence, you need only understand that it is something extraordinary. Kurapika, is it possible for me to learn Nun? The working Kurapika's voice trembled slightly. If he could master Nun, he might have a chance to seek vengeance upon the spiders. The world's first princess. In your world, the hunter exam requires Nun as a core subject. In other words, once you become a hunter, the Hunter Association will send someone to instruct you in the use of Nin. Bellies imparted certain fundamental knowledge about Nin in the hunter world to Kurapika. In this realm, Kurapika sought a tranquil spot to sit and meticulously analyze the content shared by the group leader. Although these notions were commonplace for hunters, they effectively opened a new gateway for him. Kurapika, world's first princess. I have heard from other group members that you possess the ability to discern every member's predetermined past and future through this chat group. May I inquire whether I will master Nun in the future, and what precisely is the nature of Nun? World's first princess. You are quite astute, Kurapika, in grasping the essence of my words. Your Nun ability is of the materialization type. Upon awakening your crimson eyes, it will transform into a rare trait type. However, I shall refrain from divulging the specifics of your Nun ability, as I cannot guarantee that you will adhere to the predetermined path of learning Nun in the future. Each individual develops their Nun differently, even if they share the same attribute. Who knows what kind of Nun ability Kurapika intends to cultivate after joining the group? Kurapika, I implore you to impart this knowledge, and I shall bear all consequences myself. After a prolonged silence, Bellies eventually divulged Kurapika's original Nun ability to him. It is worth mentioning that Bellies holds a profound fascination for Kurapika's absolute time, which emerges when his scarlet eyes are activated. This ability appears to pertain to the laws of nature. Logically, given Kurapika's current prowess, it should be beyond his reach. Is it due to the constraints and oaths he has undertaken? Bellies pondered for a moment before sending a message in the group chat. World S number 1 Princess. Kurapika, if you wish to learn Nun before the Hunter exam, I can teach you, though the process may be perilous. Chapter 68. Kurapika's desire to learn Nun. Kurapika gazed at the messages on the group chat, remaining silent for a considerable time. He envisioned a future where he would become a hunter and, with the assistance of the Hunter Association, master the art of Nun. However, that was contingent upon his ability to pass the hunter exam. The moment he joined the chat, his destiny had already shifted. Karapika could not guarantee that all his choices during the exam would align with the future he had once anticipated. Nor could he assure that he would indeed become a hunter. It was impossible for him to consult the group about every decision he faced, and it would be too embarrassing to inquire with the group leader. Taking a deep breath, Karapika redirected his focus to the chat. Karapika, world's #1 princess. I wish to learn. Regardless of the dangers involved, acquiring none is worth any risk. Karapika was acutely aware that having the group leader offer to teach him none was an immense privilege. No matter what the future held, he was merely an ordinary person at present. He had only accumulated 10 points from check-ins, insufficient to purchase anything from the group's trading platform. World's #1 princess. Then you should head to the Sky Arena. Levels above 200 are dominated by non-users battles. The leader sought a ticket for the Sky Arena that granted access to the upper tiers, intending to broadcast the events live in the group. I need to analyze the principles of none through observing the battles of these non-users. Karapika, world's #1 princess. Is there a problem? While my skills are decent, I cannot hope to comprehend none without having witnessed it firsthand, especially since it originates from a different world. Karapika, that seems reasonable. Sitting in his chair, Karapika felt a slight twitch in his cheek. The leader appeared somewhat unreliable. Would he risk his life while trying to learn none? World's #1 princess. Karapika, if you cannot obtain a ticket for level 200, try to find a youth named Yungu and a child named Shi in the Sky Arena. World's #1 princess. They are both non-users, and Yungu is a hunter from the Hunter Association. Karapika, a hunter? Are you suggesting I learn none from them? The mention of hunters reminded Karapika that hunters and none were intrinsically linked. World's #1 princess. That's unlikely. He won't teach you unless you possess a hunter's license. She referred to Yungu, who had initially deceived Gon and Killua, having no intention of teaching them. Of course, while he did eventually impart knowledge to them, teaching none was not his primary task. He was merely there to mentor his disciples in competitions. World's #1 princess. What I mean is, try to broadcast live while you watch Shi's match. I will attempt to analyze the composition of none across worlds. Karapika, that sounds rather unreliable. World's #1 princess. By the way, Karapika, you could also participate in the matches at the Sky Arena. Remember, it's best to compete in every match with your Scarlet Eyes activated. Get accustomed to turning them on and off at will, perhaps in that state. You will find it easier to awaken your nin. Karapika, while that is true, I am concerned. World's #1 princess. Why not wear colored contact lenses? Below level 200, no one will discern that you belong to the Scarlet Eye clan. Karapika, I belong to the Karuta clan. World's #1 princess. The name is a bit hard to remember, but it matters not. It's all the same to me. Karapika, after explaining everything to Karapika, Bellies withdrew her consciousness from the chat, as the angel Kex was seeking her out. Lady Bellies, regarding the 2 eyes of God, I have deciphered their mysteries. Kex held the eyes of God, and, upon seeing Bellies approach, bowed slightly. You seem quite pleased? Bellies inquired with surprise. A little, Kex replied bashfully. Then her expression turned serious as she continued. These 2 eyes of God can indeed enhance the laws of our universe and allow for experiments on certain planets to improve the cosmic rating coefficient. Please elaborate. In Bellies' mind, the essence of the vision from the world of Genshin Impact surfaced. Kess articulated, explaining that the primary function of the vision is to enhance a user's abilities in a specific aspect, manifesting as a manifestation of one's desires. This enhancement is typically tailored to the user, akin to forsaking holistic development in favor of honing a singular advantage, thereby facilitating a deeper understanding of the laws. Kess paused momentarily, continuing, when a user comprehends the laws, the constraints of the vision dissipate, allowing the will to resonate back upon the user. The laws, that power, even in its weakest form, cannot be easily grasped. Bellies murmured, contemplating the possibility of failure. In the world of Genshin, the vision acts as an external magical organ. Upon the user's demise, the vision dims until a new individual is recognized. In the game, only a handful can unlock the vision a second time. With only the likes of Ningguang from the Liyue Pavilion and the esteemed Yaorao, known as the Heavenly Emperor. Did you not foresee this, Lady Bellies? Kess remained silent for a moment before stating, upon the user's death, the power solidified into a wish is absorbed and stored by the vision, until a second user arises. It remains uncertain whether this new individual will inherit the previous user's aspirations. We lack sufficient experimental subjects. However, one certainty remains. the creation and manifestation of the vision, aside from collecting the power of solidified wishes, serves to assist the user in mastering the laws with greater ease. Is mass production feasible? Bellies inquired. It is possible, though. Due to my incomplete understanding of the laws governing the world of the vision, the manufactured items may differ significantly. Kest gently pointed the staff in her hand toward the vacant space before her, and particles of law began to converge. With a soft thud, a crimson-marked vision fell to the ground. Bellies gracefully picked up the eye of God from the ground. As her slender fingers brushed against the eye, it emitted a faint glow. Bellies even sensed a subtle constraint in her physical energy. The vibrant essence of the fire attribute? A surge of violet destructive power emanated from Bellies, and the constraining sensation that had enveloped her was instantly obliterated. With a resounding crash, the divine eye shattered into countless fragments, cascading through the gaps between her fingers and falling to the ground. Bellies found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, in her transformed state, she still struggled to harness her power effectively. Despite her careful attention, the divine eye had shattered in an instant. Chapter 69, The Gluttonous Spider. Devouring a bomb hole as the shards slipped through Bellies' fingers like grains of sand, Keck sighed and remarked, "You may have exerted yourself a tad too much. This object known as the divine eye is inherently not very formidable. It is merely intended for the training of weaker beings." How was I to know? Bellies shrugged. I thought you would craft something more resilient. Would you like another? If so, I can produce one for you, Kex offered, holding two divine eyes that she had brought back from the Teyvat continent. Forget it, Bellies waved her hand dismissively. There's no rush for these. If necessary in the future, I can easily create a few to toss onto various planets and observe the effects. She pondered, considering that perhaps when the world of Naruto was drawn over, she might throw a few of them up there for experimentation. The natural energies of the Naruto world bore notable similarities to the elemental power of the divine eye. As you wish, Kex nodded in agreement. Time passed. Bellies remained submerged in the group, and the chat was notably quiet, as everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. Ever since discovering that Kikyo could cultivate in a spiritual state, the fervent practitioner Uchiha Madara could not contain his enthusiasm. After all, if the world mission were completed, both he and his brother could be resurrected. Thus he was in no haste to utilize the Dragon Balls for resurrection. In order to assist Uchiha Sasuke, who bore a striking resemblance to his brother Izuna, Uchiha Madara entered into a state of training and procured methods to enhance his strength from the group. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility of the chat. Spider Child, help me, esteemed group leader. World's first princess? Spider Child, while I was heading to the Demon Clan's camp with the Demon King, we unexpectedly stumbled upon a peculiar ruin, and then we encountered Bottomus. Our party commenced the exploration of the ruins. World's first princess. Get to the point. Bottomas and Spider Child, along with the Demon King. Could it be that ruin? Bellies pondered thoughtfully. Spiderling. Indeed, at the depths of the ruins, we discovered a bomb capable of annihilating the continent, and it appears to be on the brink of detonation. A bomb designed to obliterate the continent? A man-made contraption? While secretly observing Kongan and Izuma, Abyss Princess took an interest in the message Spiderling posted in the chat group. Spiderling. Yes, I can't help but think it might be linked to Bottomus. But he currently has no control over the bomb, and it is set to explode in 3 minutes. The world's first princess, Spiderling. Do you wish to take on a human form? Spiderling. Woo-woo, esteemed group leader. Why mention that now? Little Spider just wants to survive. We can discuss humanity later. The world's first princess. If you swallow that bomb, you might ascend to divinity. Upon hearing Bellies' words, Spiderling, who was frantically navigating the ruins with the Demon Kings, was momentarily struck with confusion. Spiderling, group leader, don't deceive me. Consuming such an object could obliterate me entirely. How about you take a moment from your busy schedule to disarm this bomb? The world's first princess. That's not possible. I am currently in a state of training, and my powers have been somewhat erratic lately. If I were to come over, it might not just be a continent that faces destruction, but the entire planet could be at risk. Spiderling. Is it true that Spiderling can attain divinity, esteemed group leader? With a naive expression, thought it unlikely that the group leader would jest about such matters. This implies that in a predetermined future, Spiderling might very well ascend to become a deity of that world. The world's first princess. That is true, but that was in the past. Or perhaps in the actions undertaken by Spiderling before joining the chat group. The world's first princess. As for now, I cannot say. It could very well end with a bang, leaving nothing behind. Spiderling. Spiderling. Did I really just eat it? Staring at the chat messages, Spiderling was momentarily bewildered. Such a massive bomb, radiating a glow akin to infrared light. Can a mere mortal digest it? Spiderling's 8 legs trembled. And after a few coughs, he glanced at Bottomus. Hey, Bottomus, don't you have a way to stop the bomb? No, once the countdown begins, even I cannot intervene. Bottomus replied nonchalantly. After all, it's just a clone. Its demise matters not. Spiderling, what a despicable fellow. What should I do? What can I do? Spiderling, may I ask a question? If I swallow this thing, will I truly survive? And what are the odds? The world's first princess, 50%. Spiderling, is it really that high? Hearing the group leader's words filled me with confidence. Huiyuan AI. What the group leader means is that it's either success or failure, so prepare your mind accordingly. Spiderling, isn't that the same as saying nothing? Can one truly succeed and fail simultaneously? Gritting his teeth, Spiderling glanced at the bomb's countdown, with only 30 seconds remaining. Wow, I'll give it my all. For the sake of becoming human. With a mighty shout, Spiderling dashed towards the bomb. His speed was so remarkable that even the Demon King and Bottomus were caught off guard. Awoo. With his mouth agape, Spiderling swallowed the bomb whole. His audacious act left the Demon King Ariel and Bottomus in stunned silence. Hey, don't consume everything. The Demon King, feeling a chill down her spine, rushed to Spiderling's side. This energy bomb is not something even she, who devours anything, would dare to ingest. Is Spiderling courting death? In truth, the Demon King had another method to forcibly transcend the limits of her powers, using her immense strength to counteract the bomb's explosion. However, doing so would greatly deplete her lifespan, potentially leaving her with merely a month to live. In the original story, the Demon King Ariel defeated Bottomus' true form using this very method. There is no hope. Bottomus smirked. Shut up. The Demon King compressed and unleashed powerful energy, sending Bottomus crashing into the wall. Ariel paid no further attention to Bottomus, a mere clone, easily dispatched. Her concern was solely for Spiderling. Little White. Spiderling, grasping his body, rolled on the ground, his face twisted in agony, causing the Demon King's heart to ache. Why are you so foolish? I had a way. There was no need to swallow the bomb. Time ticked away. The Demon King Ariel could only stand by, watching helplessly as Spiderling's struggles grew weaker. How infuriating. She gritted her teeth. Section 67. It was not a mere coincidence encountering Bottomus. She and Spiderling could not have ventured this deep into the ruins or inadvertently activated a bomb capable of destroying the continent. Useless. That bomb's power is beyond what your spider friend can consume. Even you would likely be powerless. Bottomus extricated himself from the wall, still wearing a haughty smile. Go die. Ariel raised her hand, and her dark eyes radiated a chilling aura as formidable energy surged forth towards Bottomus. Boom. Bottomus exploded, scattering mechanical fragments across the ground. Humph. Even if Baiji were to perish, it's not for you to dictate. Ariel lowered her hand, taking a deep breath. She stepped back, her gaze still fixed on Spiderling. If I could absorb a portion of the bomb's energy, perhaps I could. Ariel contemplated her abilities. However, given Spiderling's current unstable state, any external interference could cause a catastrophic explosion. How infuriating. Must I simply watch? Ariel keenly observed the chaotic energy surrounding Spiderling beginning to stabilize. Furthermore, a cocoon was forming around him. This signifies that the energy is stabilizing, indicating that Little White has passed the most perilous moment. Is he evolving? Ariel pondered uncertainly. Nevertheless, her anxious heart relaxed slightly. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Spiderling. It's been a while since you've been active. The world's first princess. Perhaps she is currently evolving after swallowing the bomb, or she might have been blown to bits, waiting for us to feast. Group leader, you may be humorous, but please refrain from making such remarks. Chapter 70. The Divine Being, Orochimaru. Irina, group leader, it can't be true, can it? Spiderling, although she had not been in the group for long. Spiderling had always been the life of the party, and everyone had grown quite familiar with her. The thought of a member suddenly perishing filled Irina with melancholy. The world's first princess. Do not worry, Irina. Little White will be fine. Her avatar hasn't dimmed yet, has it? Irina, is that so? Irina instinctively glanced at the avatar of Spider's son, which still seemed to be illuminated. In the realm of destruction, Bellies observed the contents of the chat group. Having made an agreement with the malevolent deity D, she harbored no concerns for Spider's son. Even if Spider's son were to encounter any peril, the malevolent deity D would surely retrieve her. Unlike in the original narrative, where Dee treated Spider-Son with a sense of frivolity, the current circumstances, marked by their pact, suggested that even if Spider-Son ultimately failed to attain divinity, it would merely result in a lower evaluation. The malevolent deity Dee was not primarily concerned with Spider-Son herself, but rather with her connection to Bellies. Therefore, Spider-Son's existence only piqued Dee's interest during moments of leisure, and nothing more. This sentiment could indeed provoke a twinge of annoyance within Spider-Son. The world as foremost princess, Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing at this moment? Uchiha Sasuke, I am en route to the land of whirlpools with Orochimaru. He wishes to reclaim his hand sealed within the Shinigami and subsequently revive Uchiha Obito. The world as foremost princess, ISNT Uchiha Obito corpse in the possession of Black Zetsu? Are you confident? Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru assures me he has a plan. In the world of Naruto, led by Orochimaru, Sasuke and his companions arrived near Konoha, in a location reminiscent of the original tale. From a towering cliff, Sasuke gazed ahead. In the distance, Konoha glimmered with lights. It was indeed serene, yet it did not belong to him. Sasuke's gaze subtly shifted to a certain area at the edge of Konoha, the Uchiha clan's residence, relocated after the Ninetales incident. In the pitch-black night, it appeared devoid of life, starkly contrasting Konoha's vibrancy. Would he still feel sentiment upon seeing Konoha again? Orochimaru approached Sasuke's side. In the vision displayed by Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had stood in this very spot, similarly gazing at Konoha. Perhaps. But such thoughts were inconsequential now. Sasuke had little attachment left to Konoha. After a sigh, he cast a glance at his left arm, where Xiangling was incessantly rubbing against him. Sasuke, visibly exasperated, remarked, "Xiangling, enough already, let go of my arm." Sasuke-kun, upon hearing his serious words. Xiangling released her grip. Having watched the Naruto plot, Sasuke vaguely understood why Xiangling relied on him so heavily. Was it due to an unexpected rescue during the Chunin exams? He was neither Xiangling nor inclined to ponder such matters excessively. He would let things unfold naturally. His primary objective now was to fulfill the chat group's world mission, resurrect his parents and his clan. Sasuke, before considering the transplantation of Hashirama's Senju cells, I suggest you also consider integrating Xiangling's cells to some extent. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are distant relatives, and Xiangling possesses a remarkably pure Uzumaki bloodline. This might mitigate the risks associated with later transplanting Hashirama's cells. Absolutely, I can provide any cells you desire. Xiangling raised her hands in agreement, expressing her willingness to exchange cells with Sasuke. They would discuss this matter later. Sasuke remained silent for a moment before speaking. Orochimaru, didn't you mention reclaiming your hands? Shouldn't you expedite the process? Shortly after Sasuke's words, several figures vanished into the night sky from the cliff. The rustling sounds from the cliff echoed towards the jungle behind. At the Uzumaki clan's shrine, Orochimaru located the Shinigami's mask and began to release the Reaper Death Seal. Sasuke produced a scroll and casually tossed it to the ground. With a puff, the smoke dissipated, revealing 5 lifeless white Zetsu. As for the origin of the white Zetsu, it was simply that Uchiha Obito had not had the chance to disclose the location of his hidden white Zetsu stash before his demise, akin to a personal savings. Consequently, Sasuke, informed by the chat group, retrieved 5 dormant white Zetsu from Obito's concealed cache. As in the original narrative, Orochimaru, utilizing his exceptional skills, successfully exploited a glitch in the Shinigami's abilities. The Shinigami could only slowly fade away in a state of innocence and bewilderment. Truly, the resilience of the white Zetsu's body was remarkable. Orochimaru grinned, raising his hands in triumph. Sarutobi-sensei, I wonder what expression you'll wear upon witnessing me reclaim my hands. I am genuinely curious. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, then formed hand seals. With a forceful strike of his right hand against the ground, he performed the impure world reincarnation. A cacophony of ghostly wails erupted, summoning the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage before the eyes of the assembly. However, in the next moment, before the 4 Hokage could regain their awareness, coffins rose behind them, swiftly entombing all but the 3rd Hokage. I cannot afford to let the 1st Hokage roam freely. Orochimaru grinned. Once the coffins were secured, 3 of them were slowly buried underground. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, regained consciousness. Long time no see, Sarutobi-sensei. He cackled. The 3rd Hokage, still in a state of confusion, heard the voice he had longed for. Orochimaru. Indeed, it is I. Surprised? Orochimaru, not mocking, merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Sarutobi-sensei, the Shinigami technique you took pride in has been unraveled by me. In other words, your death was in vain. Orochimaru. You fiend. The third Hokage's face contorted with rage, seemingly prepared to strike Orochimaru. This will not do. Orochimaru formed a hand seal, interrupting the third Hokage's incantation. How infuriating. I cannot move. The third Hokage glared at Orochimaru. I truly regret not eliminating you sooner. Such a pity, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, his serpentine eyes narrowing. There are no remedies for regret available in this world. What do you intend to do to Konoha? The immobile third Hokage could only glare, his eyes ablaze with fury. Unable to take any action. It is not about what I intend to do to Konoha, but rather what my disciple, Uchiha Sasuke, believes Konoha should not exist. My disciple. Sasuke. The third Hokage's gaze followed Orochimaru's gesture, landing on the members of Team Hawk and Kabuto. At the forefront stood a young man. Unmistakably familiar to the third Hokage. Though considerably changed from before, the third Hokage could still recognize him. You are Sasuke? Chapter 71. The third Hokage and Sasuke's scheme. It had been nearly 3 years since they last met. The third Hokage, observing the elderly man, slightly stooped. With a face lined with wrinkles and clad in gray armor, Sasuke's expression was complex. Sasuke, have you betrayed Konoha? Why do you consort with someone like Orochimaru? The third Hokage's voice bore a hint of reproach. It was a struggle for Itachi to preserve the Uchiha bloodline. How could Sasuke betray Konoha? I cannot simply pretend I did not hear that. Sarutobi-sensei, came Orochimaru's mocking voice. Sasuke-kun sought me out himself. Is it true, Lord Third, that you believe there exists a better teacher for me within Konoha? Moreover, that this individual would willingly instruct Sasuke? Orochimaru's words rendered the third Hokage speechless. The matter concerning Sasuke is exceedingly intricate. In a certain sense, training Sasuke to grow stronger poses a potential threat to Konoha, as there are times when they worry he might uncover an unsettling truth. Furthermore, within the ninja world, few possess the prowess that Orochimaru does, whether as a teacher or in terms of innate talent. Sensei Sarutobi, after your demise, what fate awaits Sasuke? Must I elucidate? Orochimaru laughed nonchalantly. Surely you do not believe that Danzo will adhere to the pact you forged with Itachi Uchiha? Orochimaru had gleaned from Sasuke's memories, and soon enough. When Naruto seeks out Sasuke, there will be an assassination attempt orchestrated by Sai, with Danzo issuing the orders. If Sasuke remains in Konoha after the death of the third Hokage, will the roots, which prioritize the stability of Konoha, allow for such an unstable factor to persist? The threat posed by Itachi Uchiha? Nonsense. How long can his eyes endure? How long can they deplete Konoha? Besides, he is Itachi Uchiha, not Madara Uchiha. As for the notion of divulging secrets to other nations, that is utterly laughable. The Uchiha clan, always kept on guard, possessed very few secrets at the time of Itachi's defection. Over the years, everything has changed. Even the secret passage that once allowed entry into Konoha unobserved may have been under the third's watchful gaze, merely unobserved due to his death at that time. It is no wonder that in Boruto, when Sasuke returns to the past, he deems it essential to visit Orochimaru. It is not solely for learning. It is also a means of escaping Danzo, although at that time, Sasuke was oblivious to this fact. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage refrained from rebuttal, clearly contemplating the actions of his old friend, who might indeed contemplate doing something to Sasuke after his own passing. Sasuke, the third Hokage remarked, my presence here signifies that I am aware of all truths. Sasuke Uchiha's voice was remarkably calm. The third Hokage sighed, I apologize regarding Itachi. The tendency to eliminate the one who poses a question rather than resolving the issue has long been the modus operandi of Konoha as higher-ups, has it not? At this juncture, what purpose does it serve to reiterate such matters? Sasuke exhibited little emotional response at the mention of Itachi. Sasuke, I have always sought to prevent enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sasuke interjected, his eyes transforming into the Mangekyou Sharingan, eyes akin to Itachi's. Upon witnessing Sasuke surpassing the three-tomo Sharingan, the third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically. After the Ninetales incident, you drove the Uchiha to the brink. I refuse to believe you did not consider the consequences of such actions. The Uchiha endured for 8 years, and your higher-ups provided no explanation whatsoever. Continuous surveillance, yet no evidence was found. In light of this, why not clarify? How do you expect the rest of Konoha to perceive this? How do you expect the citizens to regard it? As Sasuke's voice softened, a thought occurred. And he chuckled. However, you have engaged in similar actions, have you not? For instance, Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki of the Ninetales is common knowledge. Yet the identity of the fourth Hokage's son remains undisclosed. The expression of the third Hokage gradually morphed into one of horror. How do you know of Naruto's identity? Ah, what a pity, Lord Third. The intelligence regarding Sasuke-kun has always been compiled by me. A white-haired figure adjusted his glasses and stepped forward to gaze at the third Hokage. You were the one known as Kabuto during that time? Kabuto's identity had been revealed to him by Kakashi during the Nin exams, but it had not been confirmed whether he was a spy for Orochimaru. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, dismissing all other matters, and turned his attention to Sasuke. Is there truly no room for negotiation? What do you intend to do regarding Konoha? Lord Third, you once stated that Itachi's actions were for the sake of peace, correct? Indeed, should the Uchiha engage in conflict with Konoha, the repercussions for Konoha could be dire. He began, but his words were interrupted. You expect a 13-year-old to annihilate his clan, while the combined age of UF4 exceeds 200? Should the Uchiha contemplate the repercussions of war with Konoha while you higher-ups do not have to consider the consequences of exterminating the Uchiha and the risk of invasion from other nations? No, you have indeed contemplated this, which is why you seek to obtain the greatest benefits at the least cost, evading culpability while claiming righteousness, even deterring other clans in the process. Truly, how magnificent is this wall of fire? Sasuke's tone grew increasingly frigid. Thus, if Konoha obstructs peace within the ninja world, may I eliminate this stumbling block? After all, for the sake of peace, Konoha ought not to exist. Sasuke, you are far too radical. I never consented to Danzo's actions. Indeed, you neither consented nor denied, did you? Sasuke responded coldly. From Konoha's perspective, extinguishing a hostile clan at minimal cost while reaping benefits poses no issue. I perceive no problem in that. However, the actions you have undertaken disgust me. Yet, there is little else to say. Your wife perished during the Nine-Tails incident at the hands of the masked man, and you attribute the blame to the Uchiha, thus seeking to eradicate them. This is entirely normal behavior. Given your personal sentiments, Lord Third, you must still harbor a desire to annihilate the Uchiha, do you not? You need not respond. The actions surrounding the Nine-Tails were not perpetrated by our Uchiha of Konoha. I have uncovered who was responsible. But there is no necessity to divulge that to you. Sasuke suddenly chuckled. Right and wrong have ceased to matter to me. I share this with you solely to accomplish one objective, to ensure that all executioners involved in the Uchiha massacre pay a price. Whether they belong to the Umbu or the Roots, those who caused the slaughter of the Uchiha clan shall all pay with their lives. As for the executioners, that responsibility shall fall upon you, the inheritor of the Will of Fire, and the second Hokage, who deemed the Uchiha inherently malevolent. Sasuke, you cannot do this. The third Hokage exclaimed in alarm. What? It is permissible for you to eradicate the Uchiha, yet I am forbidden from eliminating those wretches? I have already exercised considerable restraint by not allowing the Sarutobi and Shimura clans to be exterminated. My actions are in no way comparable to yours, which sought to incite the son of the Uchiha clan leader to annihilate his own kin. Perhaps I shall propose an alternative condition. Sasuke mused with a cold smirk. I could spare them, but how about you personally eradicate the Sarutobi clan? By the way, that includes your grandson, Konohamaru. Sasuke. What? You spared neither the young nor the old. Did you not compel Itachi to commit such acts against the Uchiha? Ignoring the third Hokage's anguished cries, Sasuke gestured subtly to Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded. Subsequently, a coffin emerged behind the third Hokage, slowly drawing him within. Once the reanimation of the fourth Hokage was completed, Orochimaru approached Sasuke's side. Sasuke-kun, do you truly intend to annihilate the Sarutobi clan? Sighing, Sasuke reflected on the situation. If left unimpeded, he would not need to concern himself with them. However, those who dared to strike against the Uchiha clan could not be forgiven. The third Hokage must possess a record of those who acted during that time. I see. No problem. I will have Orochimaru assist in compiling a list, he stated. But will the executions be carried out by the third Hokage and the second Hokage? Orochimaru inquired. Indeed, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. However, Orochimaru, take heed with the second Hokage. He has the ability to undo the impure world reincarnation, Sasuke cautioned. Rest assured, Sasuke-kun, I will not be as careless as Kabuto. Orochimaru replied, casting a knowing glance towards the bewildered Kabuto. After concluding their discussion, Sasuke immersed his consciousness into the chat group. On the public screen, a large full-body selfie appeared. It was a young girl, her pure white hair gently covered by a felt hat, her flawless skin glowing with a sacred radiance beneath her white robe. In the chat group, after posting her selfie, the tone of Spider-Girl turned slightly melancholic. Group leader. Please help me. Is there something wrong with my body? The humanoid spider girl looked utterly perplexed. Where are my skills? My magnificent health bar? My stats that rival a demon king? Everything is gone, reduced to a blank slate. How am I supposed to survive now? Am I destined to rely on the demon king Ariel for sustenance? She lamented. Do not fret, spider girl. Your life and soul levels have surpassed the limits imposed by the system, which means, in a certain sense, the system cannot affect you. The world's first princess reassured her. Please elaborate, group leader. I am so anxious. Spider girl pleaded. Congratulations, white weaving. You have shed your spider form and transcended into a divine being, reaching a level comparable to that of the dragon god Chiolai. Though you still have a long way to go before matching him, the world's first princess explained. What? A divine being? So she succeeded? But why does it feel like taking a potion in a game? Spider girl responded. Yet I cannot use any skills. What is the reason for this? I can hardly walk without gasping for breath. One might believe I have just recovered from a serious illness, she added. Before achieving divinity. The abilities you used were merely templates pre-prepared by the system. You were not truly skilled in them, the world's first princess clarified. Spider girl. You have attempted to upload your skills to the chat group, but it was not successful, correct? Yes, she admitted, recalling her failed attempts. Each time receiving feedback that her skills were incomplete and could not be uploaded. That's because the system's template skills are not considered your own. You merely access them through the system without mastering them, which is why you cannot upload them. Do you understand now? After the group leader's explanation, Spider Girl grasped the reason for her inability to wield magic. She had only known the surface of the matter without comprehending the underlying truth. I think I understand now. But, group leader, what is happening with my body? The simultaneous advancement of your life and soul levels requires an adaptation period. This is something you must navigate on your own, the world's first princess informed her. It will not take long, so there is no need for concern. That's a relief. Thank you, group leader, for clarifying my confusion. Spider Girl expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. Instead, focus on mastering your powers as I am unaware of when the evil god D might test you, the world's first princess advised. Spider Girl then remarked. About that evil god D, I feel like there is something off with my memories, as if something doesn't align. Observing the public screen, Bellies. From the god of destruction realm, realized something but remained uncertain. Once you fully grasp your powers, you will understand everything. There is no need to rush, white weaving. The world's first princess reassured her. Okay, Spider Girl replied, laden with questions, as she departed the ruins with the Demon King Ariel. Shortly after her departure, a black-haired girl appeared at the lower level of the ruins. Just a gentle nudge, and she hadn't anticipated that the little spider would consume that thing. Should one call it a stroke of luck for the foolish? Not only did Spider Girl consume the bomb, but she also managed to endure and break free from the system's constraints. In truth, she had envisioned a collaborative effort to defuse the bomb as power between herself and the Demon King. However, it mattered little. The silhouette of evil god D gradually faded, and subsequent trials would be discussed once she fully recovered. Her final opponent would not be trivial. He would aim to kill her in order to save his own planet. As the words faded, the ruins were devoid of any presence. Outside, Spider Girl and her companions made their way toward the Demon Clan's encampment. So, you have become a divine being, akin to Chiolai? The Demon King Ariel scrutinized Spider Girl, incredulous, reflecting on her own arduous journey to divinity. She had tried numerous methods, ultimately synthesizing the formidable bottomless, a powerhouse of the entire planet. Are you truly not deceiving me? Ariel asked again, concerned that she had misheard. That is what the group leader stated. I previously mentioned the one capable of arm wrestling with evil god D. White Weaving shrugged, her expression resigned. It will take time for me to fully regain my powers. Without the system's assistance, I fear I must relearn how to cast magic, which is quite bothersome. I can assist you with the magic issue. Although I have not transcended the system's limitations, I have lived long enough to understand these matters quite well. The Demon King Ariel offered. Thank you, Ariel. White Weaving expressed her gratitude. No need for thanks. I am more concerned about what you mentioned regarding wishes. Is it true? Ariel inquired, recalling White Weaving's earlier mention of the Dragon Balls that could grant any wish. Yes, it is true. But I must fully learn my skills before I can upload them to the chat group in exchange for points, White Weaving replied, puzzled by such a stipulation. Of course. More than the exchange rules, she was deeply curious about the points required for the Dragon Balls. How were they calculated? The exchange for the Dragon Balls was merely 5,000 points, which could not be deemed insignificant but was certainly perplexing. from the perspective of 5,000 points. Her world seemed comparable to that of Uchiha Madara and his compatriots. Excluding evil god D, did it merely pertain to the boundaries of this planet? White Weaving was uncertain but refrained from asking in the group. She wished to assist Ariel in rescuing her mother, the angel Shaliel, who was sealed at the lowest level, existing as the system spirit of the former goddess sect. As Spider-Girl contemplated how to accumulate points for the Dragon Balls on the other side. Within the realm of the 10th Universe's God of Destruction, the recent group members seemed unusually quiet, either preoccupied with tasks or simply reticent. Bellies yawned, feeling somewhat bemused. Ever since her transformation, her appetite had markedly increased, seemingly fully embracing the form of a scion. After attaining divinity, she had consumed very little, even managing to forego food entirely. So why, after this transformation, did she suddenly crave sustenance when it was no longer a necessity? She picked up a fruit from the tree of might nearby and placed it in her mouth. It had a slightly astringent taste, but it was tolerable as a snack. Speaking of food and science, her thoughts drifted to the 7th universe. She wondered about Vegeta and Nappa. Her curiosity was piqued. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding. The drawing girl has insisted on joining the chat group. Ding. The Prince of Science has joined the chat group. Chapter 73. Newcomers in the group. Plot twist. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Observing the newly added members in the chat, a question mark slowly formed on Bellies' forehead. The Prince of Science? Vegeta? No, I merely mentioned him. There is no need to summon him, is there? Bellies glanced at the brief introduction, first observing the information of another member. It is derived from the crossover anime Knights and Magic, which narrates the tale of a highly skilled programmer and avid mecha model enthusiast who, while crossing the street at night, is transported to a parallel world by a reckless truck determined to boost its performance. The protagonist, a gender-bending character named Elms the Echeverria, thrives in a fantastical realm abundant with magic and mechas. Through his programming prowess, he successfully develops a unique mecha, thus commencing the legendary saga of his ascendance. In simpler terms, it can be described as a mecha anime akin to the Gundam series. Bellies closed the profile of the group member who insisted that the female artist depicted a male. Her trembling fingers hovered over the avatar of the Scion Prince. This member, the Scion Prince, hailed from the same realm as the group leader. The bold characters on the screen left Bellies momentarily speechless. A headache ensued. How could it be Vegeta? She truly hoped that no one from the Dragon Ball universe would join the group, at least until she possessed the strength to contend with the Omni King. She wished to avoid such complications. The gods of destruction were forbidden from interfering with the workings of other universes or appropriating their resources. This was a consensus among all gods of destruction and angels. This was precisely why, during her last visit to the 7th universe, Bellies refrained from pilfering items like the Senza beans. Such actions were strictly prohibited, and the consequences of being discovered by an angel would be dire. Of course, if one managed to steal without being detected, it could be permissible. However, Bellies doubted her ability to act undetected under the scrutiny of an angel. Should she expel him? A peculiar idea suddenly crossed her mind. Currently, the 10th universe seemed to exist outside the jurisdiction of the Omni King, yet it remained nominally within his domain. If Vegeta were to join the group, it might inadvertently create a parallel universe. The Omni King or the Grand Priest would likely investigate, despite the original narrative portraying such occurrences as casual. The emergence of a parallel universe could provoke serious repercussions, potentially leading to the erasure of even a god of destruction if the two in the Omni King's palace took matters seriously. In reality, Bellies' quest to gather Dragon Balls in the 6th and 7th universes also fell under actions that could potentially create parallel worlds. However, at that time, she had the Grand Priest's consent and had given it little thought. Upon her return, she had specifically examined the box containing the time-space ring, a relic from the previous Supreme Kai gas. Finding no additional time-space rings, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. After staring at the Scion Prince's avatar for a while, Bellies ultimately decided against expelling Vegeta. What harm could there be in adding him? After all, she was no petty individual, one who would shun even those of close blood ties for trivial reasons. She immersed herself in the chat group. Uchiha Madara was currently educating the newcomers about the group's rules. Then, the Scion Prince chimed in. Chat group? What is this contraption? What nonsense are you insignificant beings babbling in my mind? The artist who insisted on depicting males responded, May I inquire which realm this esteemed individual hails from? As a transmigrated female protagonist and a programmer specializing in magic, Elle swiftly organized the pertinent information in her mind. Those who spoke with such arrogance typically possessed considerable abilities, or so she presumed. Uchiha Madara replied, Scion Prince, newcomer, please mind your language. There are many formidable beings from various worlds in this group. Do not offend others with your words. Aside from the earlier encounter with the deliberately provoked Makinuchi Yoko, it was Madara's first time encountering such an arrogant newcomer. A Scion Prince from the Dragon Ball universe? He seemed to be a pampered individual. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara was no longer the Navi individual he once was. He understood his responsibilities and would not easily lose his temper. Even with a scowl etched on his forehead, he would maintain a cordial demeanor, wishing well for everyone. The world's first princess declared, Scion Prince Vegeta, all information regarding the chat group has been transmitted to your mind. Please review it carefully. She continued. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me, for I am the group leader, Bellies. Additionally, refrain from provoking other group members casually. Such actions are exceedingly perilous. Vegeta, who was currently aboard a spaceship en route to Earth and still in a state of slumber, had been automatically added to the group due to his lack of response to the chat invitation. At that moment, his hazy consciousness gradually began to awaken from its slumber. Outside the window, the cosmos flowed past like a stream, indicating they had yet to reach their destination. Vegeta was beset by contemplation. A chat group? Could it truly transmit information into my memory without my awareness? Even Frieza, I dare say, would be incapable of such a feat. Could it be the advanced technology of some distant planet? Vegeta glanced once more at the chat group. At that moment, following his previous remark, a new message appeared. The group leader? Is this the figurehead of this chat group? By merely joining the chat, one could uncover my past and future. Could it truly be so miraculous? Am I being led astray? Vegeta swiftly scanned the information coursing through his mind. So, you are the leader of that group, the most formidable among them? Asked the Scion Prince. Well, I suppose I am slightly stronger than you, replied the world's premier princess. Do you even know who I am to claim superiority over me? I am the prince of the mightiest warrior race in the universe, retorted the Scion Prince. Ah, you mean the Scions, the ones nearly annihilated, leaving only a handful of cats, both large and small? The solitary prince, is it? Yes, I am aware, she replied. As the furious Vegeta continued to traverse the cosmos, he nearly lost control, threatening to obliterate his own spacecraft. You shall not insult the dignity of the Scions. But wait, what did you mean by annihilation? Vegeta suddenly realized. Wasn't his home planet, Planet Vegeta, destroyed by a meteorite? Frieza had informed him so. The world's foremost princess, quite literally, upon entering the chat group. I can glean some knowledge of your past and future, so it is hardly surprising that I am aware of the truth regarding the annihilation of the Scion race. Is it? Scion Prince, who is it? Who could it be? Vegeta, suppressing his fury, gritted his teeth, producing a sharp sound. I advise you to tread carefully. Within your detector lies Frieza's listening device. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Who do you think possesses the power to annihilate the Scion race? Upon observing the messages on the public screen of the chat group, Vegeta's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue. Subsequently, as if struck by a realization, he extended his hand to his eye socket and forcefully crushed the detector he wore, resulting in a faint explosion as the device shattered into fragments. Vegeta's face darkened with malevolence as he harshly remarked, For all these years, Frieza, you have treated me like a mere monkey, despite my unwavering dedication to assisting you in conquering planets. Chapter 74, Bellies' Contemplation in the 10th Universe, within the realm of the Destroyers. The inquiry arose, is there a possibility of parallel worlds emerging? Upon hearing Bellies' intent, Kess displayed a look of confusion. Indeed, Bellies affirmed with a nod. Kess, do you recall from which universe I hail? The 7th universe, Kess replied, struggling to fathom why Bellies brought this up. I wish to intervene in the 7th universe. Yet I harbor concerns regarding the potential emergence of parallel worlds. Bellies' words left Kess in contemplative silence for a moment. Are you certain? The interference of a god of destruction in other universes would pose significant ramifications for both the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Moreover, the laws of the god of destruction would be swiftly detected by the angels upon entering another universe. To be candid, Kess wished fervently that Bellies would abandon this notion. I have a relative in the 7th universe, hence I implore you to monitor the frequencies of the cosmos. Sighing, Kess acknowledged, indeed. Your tenure as a god of destruction is still relatively brief, and having family is entirely understandable. However, your intention to transfer planets to the 10th universe may prove unfeasible. I am well aware of the regulations. Without the strength to negotiate, I shall not engage in such reckless endeavors. Trading planets between different universes is strictly prohibited. This rule was established to prevent unfair competition within the realms governed by the Omni King. In the original narrative, The martial contest between the 6th and 7th universes attracted the attention of the Omni King, perhaps due to the planets being placed on a transactional scale. It remains uncertain whether Beerus and Compa comprehend that planets cannot serve as bargaining chips. They may have known once, but with the passage of time, such knowledge could have faded. After all, which god of destruction would concern themselves with the tradability of a planet? Any transgressions would be promptly curtailed by the accompanying angels. So why worry? Thus, the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes transpired. As for the angels of these universes, their failure to remind their respective gods of destruction could stem from personal reasons, perhaps waiting until after the competition to speak up. Or it might be that the Omni King communicated something to the angels during the match, leading to their reticence on the matter. In any case, acquiring planets from other universes necessitates the consent of the Omni King. Master Bellies, I truly ought not to say more, but concerning your family, I feel compelled to voice this. Kes stated, gazing at Bellies. After a prolonged silence, she continued, if possible, refrain from intervening, regardless of whether parallel universes may arise. For if your actions are discovered, the consequences could be dire. Although my influence might dissuade the angels of the 7th universe from pursuing the 10th universe's accountability, this matter will inevitably be reported to the god of destruction. Should such a scenario unfold, that planet, along with your relative, would likely face eradication at the hands of the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Upon hearing Kessa's explanation, Bellies fell silent, and after a considerable pause, she nodded. I understand. I will exercise caution. Kess exhaled in relief. Then, I shall take my leave. Should any signs of parallel universes emerge, I will inform you through our pact, and the decision to halt will rest with you at that time. I shall always stand by your side, Master Bellies. After Kess departed, Bellies pondered deeply on her next course of action. Vegeta certainly cannot be dismissed. As for whether to assist him, Beerus remains uncertain. Engaging in group chats might help avoid detection by the angels, yet if she were to step into the 7th universe, the aura of a destroyer, so out of place within that realm, would undoubtedly attract the attention of Whis. Beerus is unsure of the current timeline progression in the 7th universe, but it is highly probable that it aligns with either Vegeta's arrival on Earth or the Namek saga. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Vegeta is highly likely to meet his demise at the hands of Frieza, a prospect that Bellies cannot bear to witness, even if resurrection were a possibility thereafter. However, this remains a profoundly uncertain factor. What if he does not return? Given Vegeta's actions over the years, it is almost certain that he would have his memories erased in the afterlife. Once the memories of the soul are obliterated, even the Dragon Balls would be powerless to restore them. Thus, it is surmised that he may indeed take action on Namek. Bellies had specifically sought confirmation from Kess regarding certain matters. How troublesome. Due to her unsettled emotions, an unrestrained aura emanated around her. As a consequence, instability ensued. With a resounding crack, the very surface of the destruction realm fractured, splitting apart into two halves. The entirety of the destruction realm was suffused with immensely potent energy. Even if Frieza were to appear, he would be torn asunder by the tempestuous winds of energy in the next instant. As for Kess, the reason she remained unscathed and could converse casually with Bellies lies in her nature as an angel, an entity that even Bellies could not hope to defeat, even with her utmost efforts. A mere accidental release of energy would scarcely be sufficient to bend Kess's long, braided hair. Never mind. It would be prudent to first stabilize the aura surrounding her. Bellies arranged herself in a meditative posture. Time slipped away, moment by moment. 2 days later, the terrifying energy that had pervaded the realm of the destroyer had diminished to an almost imperceptible degree. Bellies rose to her feet, whispering, "It has taken quite some time." Maintaining her transformation for such an extended period, she was now barely able to control her own energy, yet it remained all too easy for her to lose control. Brushing off the dust from her attire, Bellies stood upright. She wondered how things were faring in the group. The current Vegeta was not one to remain docile. She hoped that no significant trouble had arisen. At that moment, within the chat group, Vegeta, Uchiha Madara, come out and face me. What skill is it to resort to underhanded tactics? Uchiha Madara, what matters is that I have emerged victorious. The process is of no concern to anyone. Only the outcome holds significance. Vegeta, damn it, you red-eyed sickness, come at me again. That last round doesn't count. Vegeta was truly infuriated, berating several individuals in the group over a mere mention of red-eye disease. Uchiha Madara remarked, I cannot hear you. Uchiha Sasuke, Kurapika, Vegeta, how infuriating. It is not due to my negligence. You insignificant insects cannot possibly defeat me. Even so, a score of 2-1 still signifies my victory. Uchiha Madara, I am only concerned with the final outcome. The earlier events? That was merely my strategy. Who could have anticipated your mental shortcomings? As for the incessant insults from you, the bare-skulled scion prince, I remain unfazed. What is there to fear? Can you truly traverse dimensions and confront me through this chat group? The world's supreme princess, has something transpired? You all seem quite lively. The group leader, who had silently logged in, observed the fervent quarrel within the chat group with considerable curiosity. Spider, esteemed group leader, you have missed an exhilarating scene. Spider recounted the events that had unfolded during this period to the group leader. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Belmont, gazing at the chat group's public screen, suddenly found the fruit of the spiritual tree in her hand to be rather unappealing. Vegeta, feeling ennui aboard his spaceship, sought out Uchiha Obito for a one-on-one duel in the arena. After Vegeta's triumphant victories, he erupted into a boisterous laughter, reveling in his own arrogance. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted Uchiha Madara's third challenge, only to be caught off guard and ultimately defeated by Madara's cunning. This turn of events was indeed astonishing. Bellies found herself at a loss for words. From the remarks made by Spider, Bellies was able to surmise the current timeline of the 7th universe. Vegeta and Nappa are en route to Earth. At this moment, Vegeta possesses a power level of 9,379,29266, far surpassing the mere 1800. The advantage lies with me. How could I possibly be countered? Do you not know how to play? Chapter 75, The Battle Between Bellies and Vegeta. In the novel The Nihilistic Station, the character by Vegeta reflects on the battle prowess of Uchiha Madara, which seems to be merely a few hundred. How could he possibly secure victory? Listening to the account narrated by Spider, Bellies begins to grasp the unfolding events. Vegeta, relying on his overwhelming strength, arrogantly declared he would fight Uchiha Madara with just one hand after his initial victory. Yet, Madara still failed to prevail. His majestic Susanoo and wooden constructs were utterly obliterated by Vegeta's devastating energy blast, leaving no trace behind. Growing even more audacious, Vegeta struck an iconic and supremely confident pose. Yes, that unmistakable or Super Vegeta stance. Before taunting, I want to even use both hands. If you can force me back 10 meters, I'll concede defeat. Thus began their third clash in the arena. Madara, utterly disregarding martial honor, dashed behind Vegeta at blinding speed. The overconfident Scion Prince didn't even bother to dodge. Why would he, against what he deemed a snail's pace? And so, tragedy struck. Madara, wielding the power of his Rinnegan, seized Vegeta's very soul. I may not overpower you, he mused, but extracting your spirit? That, I can do. Vegeta currently finds himself unable to sense ki, which, in essence, bears little relation to the soul. Without any inquiry, his soul is directly extracted by the realm of the living, stripped of his corporeal form. Vegeta's soul possesses no power to resist and is ultimately vanquished by Uchiha Obito's Black Rod technique. One might ponder the myriad coincidences that led to this outcome. Indeed, it is a testament to Uchiha Obito's ingenuity. In the realm of Dragon Ball, warriors often exhibit significant shortcomings. Their ki can be extraordinarily potent, yet their capacities at the levels of life and soul are woefully inadequate. Once corporeal form is lost, they are rendered even weaker than the most feeble of beings. For instance, consider the ultimate confrontation between Spopovich and Yamo. Were their strengths superior to that of the current Vegeta? Not in the slightest. The disparity was immense. However, during their battle, despite being reduced to particles, they could still regenerate and revive with vigor. Moreover, the likes of Aizen with his evolved H-Gyoku, Uchiha Obito in his Six Paths form, and the king of the spirit world, Asakario, all possess abilities akin to near immortality. This starkly contrasts with the Dragon Ball universe, where Goku and Vegeta seem to struggle solely within the confines of ki, akin to a herniated disc. Surprisingly, Super Saiyan Goku is even afflicted by a viral heart disease. One would think that removing the defective heart and allowing a new one to regenerate in its place would suffice, yet medication is still required. Under various coincidences, Obito's triumph over Vegeta is not entirely unfathomable. Presently, Vegeta cannot even perceive ki. Such an inability to sense impending danger can, at times, prove to be exceedingly fatal. To be candid, the strength Vegeta has exhibited has indeed astonished onlookers. His combat prowess, as depicted in the novel of existential despair, far exceeds that of any divine entity within the group. Yet, with Obito at the helm, numerous formidable adversaries have contemplated strategies to subdue Vegeta. In essence, Vegeta embodies high offensive capabilities but possesses low defenses, especially concerning the soul. Furthermore, without the protective essence of Ki, his physical resilience appears rather unimpressive. Vegeta, damn it. That was merely an accident. Vegeta continues to justify himself. He would be able to accept a straightforward defeat, but this method is entirely underhanded. A tactic he has never encountered before. It is reminiscent of the Ginyu Force, particularly that green-skinned entity with an absurd power level, capable of freezing time. Which is utterly repulsive. The world's greatest princess says, Vegeta, if you are feeling dissatisfied, how about a match with me? Vegeta, very well. I happen to be brimming with frustration. You are the group leader, correct? When the time comes, do not regret it if you find yourself embarrassed. Uchiha Madara. This mere administrator possesses strength that is rather mediocre. Even if the group leader is somewhat stronger, by Vegeta's estimation, it would only suffice to barely overpower Uchiha Madara with one hand. The combat power is considered quite high in the realm of existential novels. Had he not become complacent and allowed Uchiha Madara to close the distance and employ underhanded tactics, a single energy blast could easily resolve the matter. What divine power or Susanoo is this? It could all be dealt with in one move. As Belmod, the god of destruction, was wreaking havoc in the divine realm. She noticed Vegeta's remarks and twitched her lips. The world's foremost princess. Well then, let us look forward to it. But do not claim that I am bullying you when the time comes. Vegeta, what have you learned from Frieza? How did I instruct you in the past? Where has your discretion gone? Particularly in unfamiliar surroundings, when the situation remains unclear, one must maintain a low profile. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Ding. Vegeta invites you to enter the arena. Bellies, Vegeta, are you truly so submissive, so eager for the sting of love's whip? Ding. The group leader, the world's foremost princess, accepts the challenge. The arena event will be broadcast live, so do tune in. The news in the chat group has left many members astounded, particularly the formidable bosses. While several have pondered how to defeat Vegeta, none have actually attempted it, leaving their chances uncertain. They face an entity capable of obliterating them with ease, despite various flaws. He remains undeniably terrifying, does he not? Irina, I wonder if the battle between the group leader and Vegeta will be intense. Hawkeye, yes. Perhaps it will be akin to watching a grand cinematic spectacle. Vegeta effortlessly obliterated the colossal Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. A scene so astonishing that it indelibly etched itself into the minds of the spectators. Although ultimately Madara managed to regain some ground, there lingered a pervasive sentiment that his victory was unmerited. Moreover, there was a vague intuition among the onlookers that the conflict between the group leader and Vegeta was perhaps a way for the leader to assert dominance over their own administrator. Aside from the earnest members of the group, certain lurking antagonists remained silently observant, their eyes reflecting a keen interest in the unfolding duel. In the arena, Bellies and Vegeta found themselves on an unknown planet. I was expecting a formidable leader, but it turns out to be a mere sprout of a girl, Vegeta scoffed. Entering a mode of derision, Bellies appears to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, eliciting a rather disdainful expression from Vegeta. His forehead, partially obscured by strands of pristine white hair, reveals a slight arching of his brows. Goodness, Vegeta, are you employing the utmost sarcasm? Am I a nuisance to you? After all these years of sparing you, are you now prepared to unleash chaos? Spider Child. Oh? Leader, your hairstyle seems to have changed. Did you go out for a makeover? In the chat group, Spider Child always manages to notice the peculiarities surrounding him. Bellies has transformed her once long straight white hair into a snow-white hedgehog hairstyle that cascades down to her waist, characterized by sharply defined sections. Upon closer inspection, it appears that the group leader's avatar in the chat group has also undergone significant changes, particularly regarding her hairstyle. Uchiha Madara remarked on the drastic transformation, inquiring if this was a metamorphosis for the world's foremost princess. Prompted by Spider, Uchiha Madara recalled the time he was soundly defeated by the group leader, who sported golden hair in a similar pose. The world's foremost princess responded, indeed, it is somewhat akin to that. I am currently in training, and the alteration in my hairstyle is a result of my power becoming slightly uncontrollable. Before Bellies could finish her words, a thunderous sound erupted from the live broadcast, enveloping the entire screen in a golden light. Ding, Vegeta has perished. The group leader, the world's foremost princess, has secured victory in the arena. The world's foremost princess, Just like that, one careless move could obliterate the planet. Uchiha Madara, Spider Child, others. Moments later, messages reappeared in the chat group, originating from Vegeta. Vegeta, leader. You truly lack martial ethics. Who starts by destroying planets? The universe's first princess. I apologize. I did not anticipate your weakness. You could not even withstand the impact of a planet's explosion. Shall we try again? I shall be more cautious this time. Vegeta, gritting his teeth as he gazed at the still active live broadcast, pondered in disdain. Blowing up planets, who wouldn't he boast about it? Does he not find such conduct utterly shameful? Vegeta, let us have another match. The previous one doesn't count. Live on air. The energy from the planet's explosion has already dissipated. Belly stands silently in the cosmos, her attire and hair untouched by even the slightest speck of dust, let alone marred by any injury. Vegeta? Where is Vegeta now? Chapter 76. Vegeta fell, yet Vegeta rises again. The live broadcast momentarily ceased, and Belly's consciousness withdrew from the arena. The world's foremost princess remarked, "How about it, Vegeta? I could easily eliminate you in an instant, so don't be so arrogant." Vegeta, within the confines of the spaceship, a shadow of darkness enveloped Vegeta's visage. Though his words were lofty and grandiose, he was not oblivious to the truth. It was entirely due to the uncontrollable surge of energy that cascaded onto the planet beneath, culminating in its catastrophic explosion. Was it me who met my demise at your hands? No, I was merely a victim of the planet's explosion, caught in its devastating aftermath. Vegeta suppressed the fury that bubbled within him from being toyed with. After all, possessing the capability to obliterate a planet with sheer energy reflected a level of strength that surpassed the realms of the most profound existential novels, warranting his utmost regard. Vegeta, do not speak as though you have triumphed over me. Your victory lacks honor. Do you possess the courage to engage in a genuine battle? Ding. Vegeta once again challenges the group leader, Bellies, the world's foremost princess. Vegeta, do you still wish to fight? Could it be that you have a penchant for masochism? If you were to lose again, you would be left with neither dignity nor pride. Vegeta, as the illustrious prince of the Saiyans, I am not one to shy away from defeat. The world's foremost princess, I can't shake the feeling that I've heard such words before. Section 73. Uchiha Madara. Indeed. It was I who uttered those words in my youth, lacking understanding. Group leader, the world's foremost princess, accepts Vegeta's challenge. The arena duel will be broadcasted live in its entirety. Bellies and Vegeta once again appeared on an unknown planet. The two stood facing each other from a distance. At this moment, Vegeta dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of carelessness. To suffer defeat twice in succession, especially in such a swift manner, would be a tremendous embarrassment. Vegeta instantaneously elevated his energy to the utmost level, reaching an intensity akin to that found in existential novels. In a flash, his figure vanished, and with remarkable swiftness, he launched an assault on Bellies. Are you so fearful of my potential to obliterate the planet that you chose to strike first? Bellies took a step back, evading the oncoming assault from Vegeta. Vegeta's intense energy surged forth, erupting from his clenched fist. Behind Bellies, a towering rock formation, several dozen meters in height, shattered with a resounding crash. The relentless barrage of punches fell like a torrential downpour, each strike nearly continuous, unleashing hundreds, if not thousands, of blows within a mere second. Yet, Bellies remained steadfast, rooted in place. With one foot as the pivot, she effortlessly evaded the onslaught through nimble footwork. Infuriatingly, how could she not be struck? After nearly 5 minutes of relentless assault, Vegeta felt the strain overwhelming him. If that is the case. Vegeta halted his fist's motion, swiftly placing both hands before him. With a commanding shout, he unleashed the super energy cannon. His palms radiated a searing golden light, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated everything in its path. A straight wave of energy extended for hundreds of kilometers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. How do you like that? Vegeta gasped for breath, his gaze fixed upon the position occupied by Bellies. That spot had recently been the focus of the super energy cannon's devastating onslaught. A gentle breeze might have tousled his hair, but here he stood upon the scorched earth, a barren wasteland in its wake. Bellies, adorned in the garb of the destroyer, had her long hair cascading around her waist, gently stirred by a soft breeze. How could this be possible? Vegeta instinctively recoiled, his once cold demeanor now replaced by an expression of sheer disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. Infuriated, he leaped into the sky, conjuring an array of energy blasts with both hands, relentlessly hurling them towards the position where Beerus stood. Countless energy spheres descended with breathtaking velocity, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds as the earth trembled violently beneath them, reminiscent of a cataclysmic earthquake. This tumultuous spectacle persisted for over 10 minutes. In the chat group, the members watching the live broadcast perceived the scene with greater clarity than Vegeta himself. As the obscuring dust settled, they caught sight of Beerus's condition amid the swirling smoke. Aizen Sosuke remarked, "What an astonishing dimension this is." Yoko Makanuchi added, "Indeed, the actions of the group leader are beyond my imagination." Hyuga responded, "To withstand such power with merely one's body, without sustaining any harm, is on an entirely different level." Uchiha Madara, younger in both age and experience compared to the three esteemed figures, sensed something amiss but struggled to grasp the crux of the matter. Hyuga explained, in simple terms, "The disparity in life levels between the group leader and Vegeta is immense." Hyuga continued, "Even if the stronger party does nothing, the life aura emanating from the dimensional rift is sufficient to obliterate all forces beneath that dimension, rendering even the most insidious curses and viruses utterly ineffective. In other words, no attack could breach their defenses." Aizen Sosuke countered, "While that may be true, it's not entirely certain. Some beings with relatively low life levels can exhibit powers that far exceed their own, potentially compensating for such disparities and causing breaches." Yoko Makanuchi concurred. Aizen makes a valid point. "For instance, if I were to become the Spirit King in the future, my life level would surpass that of Vegeta's at present. Yet, he could still inflict harm upon me, even destroy my physical form." Kamozi interjected, "This is profoundly complex. I can hardly comprehend it." Hyuga reassured Kamozi, "Your life level already surpasses that of an ordinary human. If your strength were fully restored, you could effortlessly regenerate even if your body were destroyed." Kamozi queried, "If someone were to sever one of my spider legs and grill it, would it grow back by the next day?" Hyuga, almost unable to contain her amusement, struggled to find a response. Even after evolving, Kamozi's thought process remained distinctly unconventional. Hyuga remarked, "Stay tuned. There will undoubtedly be more surprises ahead." After a moment's pause, she returned her gaze to the live stream. Meanwhile, after a sustained barrage, Vegeta, panting heavily and with his arms hanging limply at his sides, appeared somewhat pale. Surely, he could not have emerged unscathed this time. He fixed his gaze upon the smoke-filled area, where a massive crater had been created by the explosions. "What do you mean by unscathed? Is this how I look now?" A voice echoed from the distance as the smoke from the crater was dispersed by a sudden gust of wind. "No, this cannot be." Vegeta's expression twisted in horror. Through the haze, he distinctly saw Beerus's face absorbing the energy blasts, and not just a few. How could this be possible without injury? It defied all logic. "Because you were simply too weak. Is it fair to say that?" Beerus's voice was calm and indifferent as he regarded Vegeta. Belly's remains adorned in the garb of a harbinger of destruction, with wisps of smoke faintly lingering in her hair from the explosions. Yet, despite the swirling mist, her immaculate white locks dance in the wind, appearing completely unblemished, devoid of any singe marks. The disparity in their life forces renders even Vegeta's energy blasts utterly ineffective. In fact, the dimensional essence contained within a single strand of her hair far surpasses the cumulative energy emitted by Vegeta's attacks. In other words, Vegeta's prowess is insufficient to even damage a single hair on her head. Uchiha Madara? Please, it is evident that such a notion is preposterous. The 2 strands of hair she relinquished were merely a gesture of respect towards Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, could he truly demand such a steep price for a mere skirmish given his hundreds of combat prowess? Chapter 77, An Intense Battle? As a proud warrior of the Scion race, the prince himself, how dare you suggest that I am weak? This is unforgivable, absolutely intolerable. Upholding the pride of the Scions is the sole commitment of this fallen royal. Not even Frisia has the right to tarnish the dignity of the Scion people. Vegeta, does your royal lineage truly hold such significance for you? How old are you this year, 25 or 26? Bellies pondered before remarking, with a hint of disdain for the notion that her combat power, akin to that of the novel's protagonist, would merely categorize her within the ranks of lowly minions under Frisia's command. "Dare you label me as such?" Vegeta plummeted from the skies to the ground, his eyes aflame with rage. "Is it not true? From a young age, possessing power that eclipsed that of King Vegeta. Just how much have you truly advanced over these past years?" Vegeta's expression hardened, stating, "What business is it of yours?" "Because I hold great faith in your potential." Bellies replied softly, "Perhaps, in the future, you may become a Super Saiyan." "Humph, a Super Saiyan? That is but a legend. Yet, should anyone attain that transformation, I would undoubtedly be the first." "Then do your best," Bellies remarked nonchalantly, casting a pointed glance at the artificial moon concealed behind Vegeta. "If you wish to transform, do so openly. I shall not impede you. Even if you become a Super Saiyan, you will still be unable to defeat me." Such bravado. One might choke on their own words. With his intentions unveiled, Vegeta boldly presented the artificial moon before him. Gazing at the moon's imminent formation, he smirked. You may revel in this moment, but even without the Super Saiyan form, my forthcoming transformation shall yield several times the power I possess now. Then hurry up. You are so slow. Bellies yawned. Humph, as you wish. Vegeta hurled the artificial moon into the sky. With the moon, a unique wavelength was emitted. Vegeta emitted a primal roar, his physique rapidly expanding and towering into the heavens. 10 meters, 100 meters, a colossal gorilla, several hundred meters tall, emerged onto the surface. With such an enormous form, even a single step sent tremors through the earth. Shizuka remarked, incredible. He can transform. The overwhelming aura radiating from him was palpable. Even through the screen. Aizen Sosuke observed, fascinating. In the Soul Society, the lenses on Aizen's nose glinted slightly. A scion, is it? An intriguing race. I yearn to delve deeper into their nature. From Aizen's perspective, this scion named Vegeta possessed a relatively low level of life force. Yet the energy he emanated was undeniably formidable. Earlier, Vegeta had boasted in a chat group that his full-powered strike could obliterate a planet. Aizen did not dismiss this as mere bravado. Given Vegeta's prideful disposition, he was unlikely to speak falsely. This indicated that the scion, Vegeta, indeed wielded the power to annihilate celestial bodies, a feat that far surpassed that of Captain Yamamoto. After all, even in his utmost strength, Captain Yamamoto could not hope to extinguish a planet. At this moment, in the live broadcast, the colossal appearance of Vegeta resembles that of a mighty gorilla. Perfectly defined. The resounding roars of the beast emit sound waves that resonate painfully against the eardrums. Indeed, a testament to the peak battle power of a scion. Bellies floated indifferently to a position level with Vegeta. Regretted. Let me, the prince of the scions, be reduced to this state. Gazing at Bellies, who could be effortlessly crushed with a single hand, the towering Vegeta opened his mouth and emitted a heavy sound. Truly arrogant. Over the years, Vegeta has been suppressed to such a degree that he must seek an outlet for his frustrations elsewhere. He incessantly boasts of being the prince of the scions, as if his pride were all that mattered. Perhaps his servitude under Frieza has stifled him excessively. In the past, the Vegeta she knew was undeniably endearing. Enough of this. It is best to conclude the battle swiftly. Prolonged suppression of my energy has become a considerable burden for my transformed self. As Aizen remarked, to step on an ant without crushing it requires remarkable skill. How is it? Are you at a loss for words, intimidated by my power? The mighty Vegeta proclaimed loudly. This strike shall utterly obliterate you. The colossal ape opened its mouth, revealing a gaping maw lined with jagged teeth, dripping with viscous saliva, presenting a terrifying visage. Subsequently, an energy wave, far more fearsome than before, surged forth. The horrifying beam illuminated the dim sky, transforming it into a blinding white. As the energy wave sliced through the heavens, it neared its target, Bellies. Bellies extended a finger, and at its tip, a colossal sphere of energy swiftly materialized. The energy wave emitted by Vegeta collided with the energy sphere, creating not even the slightest ripple, as it was immediately engulfed by the sphere. With a gentle flick of his finger, a colossal energy orb, comparable to a planet, was propelled towards Vegeta. Vegeta's expression suddenly shifted, and he attempted to maneuver his body for defense. However, amidst a visage of sheer terror, his form was completely engulfed by an energy blast. The energy enveloping Vegeta gradually descended toward the surface of the planet. Moments later, a resounding explosion erupted, accompanied by a cloud of smoke. As the entire planet disintegrated into dust, in the chat group, a notification appeared. Ding, Vegeta has perished. The group leader, the world's first princess, has emerged victorious. Upon hearing the notification, Bellies withdrew her consciousness from the arena. Lying on the grass in a starfish position, she gradually opened her eyes upon her return to consciousness. Vegeta, indeed, did not recognize me. Yet, upon reflection, it is not surprising. No one would anticipate that someone presumed dead would still be alive and thriving. Moreover, my current hairstyle bears little resemblance to what it once was. Aside from my eyebrows, I now resemble a Super Saiyan 3. Well, perhaps it is for the best that he did not recognize me. If Vegeta were to see through my disguise, I would be at a loss for how to interact with him, especially considering that, despite our blood relation, we have not seen each other for so many years. Vegeta's current disposition, to be frank, is not particularly favored by Bellies. Moreover, even if she were to recognize him, what difference would it make? She is incapable of drawing Vegeta into the 10th universe. Even if recognition were to occur, it would likely only serve to amplify her troubles, potentially increasing the peril Vegeta faces in the 7th universe. Once more, she directed her consciousness into the chat group. At that moment, The public screen of the chat group became exceedingly lively, predominantly filled with discussions about the battle scenes between the group leader Perilous and Vegeta. Perilous did not dwell on it and sent a message on the public screen. World's #1 princess, Vegeta, are you there? Or have you succumbed to silence after being defeated? After a moment of silence, Vegeta, yes, what is it? The world's first princess, huh? You spoke. I thought that the proud Saiyan prince was quietly shedding tears in the spaceship after inadvertently losing a fight, sobbing and wailing. How pitiable. Vegeta, losing is merely losing. It is not as if I cannot bear it. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta wore a grim expression. This group of individuals must surely be afflicted with some peculiar ailment. Not only do they share the same name, but their personalities also mirror that of her sister, who is equally insufferable. Chapter 78, The Arrival of the Saiyans on Earth, Sister. Vegeta's gaze shifted away from the chat group, his mind conjuring the somewhat blurred visage of a young girl. Instinctively, he placed his hand upon his neck, gently loosening the blue and white battle suit to reveal a pendant concealed within. It was a blue, transparent diamond-shaped ornament. Half a year before the destruction of planet Vegeta, his sister, Perilous, bestowed upon him a pendant. Proclaiming it to be a talisman she hoped he would wear at all times. She revealed that if the crystal pendant were to illuminate entirely, it would divulge a monumental secret. The combat power of the station in the world of nihilistic novels, designated as 9379-29266, could only cause the crystal to glow faintly. To fully awaken the crystal's radiance, one would require a combat power surpassing that of 9379-29266. Astonishingly, even the energy unleashed during the transformation into a great ape proved ineffective in brightening the pendant. And a full-force strike from the great ape could not shatter the resilient crystal. This was nothing short of remarkable. Over the years, Vegeta had harbored an inkling regarding his sister Perilous' strength. After all, she had once instructed him on how to control his energy and lower his pressure. However, Vegeta had merely learned the technique without ever applying it. Could it be that his sister's combat power exceeded that of 9379-29266 at merely 10 years of age? Contemplating the potential energy threshold of the pendant, Vegeta couldn't help but ponder the implications. If that were the case, it would explain his inability to prevail. Distinguished by her striking white hair, Perilous was unlike the other black-haired Saiyans. A legend once circulated on planet Vegeta, proclaiming that a Super Saiyan, appearing once in a millennium, was vastly different from ordinary Saiyans, possessing powers far beyond the typical. Even his father, King Vegeta, held this belief. From birth, Perilous had displayed naturally white hair. Yet she was deemed unremarkable, with a combat power of merely 5 at birth. In stark contrast, Vegeta, the Saiyan prince, was born with a combat power of 3,000. Surpassing the elite Saiyans of the station in the world of nihilistic novels at the tender age of 5. Thus, his sister appeared exceedingly ordinary in comparison. King Vegeta regarded Perilous as a lower-tier warrior, allowing her to drift through life, even contemplating sending her to a distant planet. Ultimately, he hesitated. Not out of familial affection, Saiyans are neither indifferent nor particularly warm towards kin, but rather to use Perilous as a contrast to enhance his own noble identity as a Saiyan prince. However, Vegeta suddenly broke into a wry smile. Upon careful reflection, it seemed that every time I emerged victorious against her, it was as though she had deliberately allowed it. Was my sister concealing something all along? A spaceship crashing in the cosmos? In the past, Vegeta might have dismissed such thoughts. After all, spacecraft falling through the universe was not an uncommon occurrence. Moreover, Saiyans were not like the frost demons, capable of surviving in the void of space. However, recalling the leader's words about Frieza annihilating planet Vegeta, it became increasingly likely that my sister's spacecraft's demise was far from accidental. Vegeta recalled an incident. On one occasion, while returning from a battlefield to Frieza's base, he heard the news that Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force was gravely injured and undergoing emergency treatment. Vegeta gazed at the pendant hanging before him. Perhaps, once I fully activate the pendant, I shall uncover the truth of it all. Yet, even if the mysteries are unraveled, will it hold any significance? Vegeta was oblivious. Had it not been for the sight of the group leader, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of her sister, he might have entirely forgotten about the protective talisman. Attention, please. In 10 minutes, the spacecraft will enter the atmosphere of the target planet. All warriors aboard are to prepare for battle. The mechanical voice echoed. Through the narrow window of the spacecraft, a vast, azure planet enveloped by oceans came into Vegeta's view. Earth. Sensing a formidable aura emanating from the sky, the Z warriors instinctively looked up. The expression on Piccolo's face turned a ghastly shade of green. beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he furrowed his brow. These two malevolent energies are astonishingly more potent than Raditz. Not only Piccolo, but even Tien and Krillin were taken aback by the terrifying power descending upon them. They had confidence, believing that they were no weaker than Raditz had been a year prior, and even in a one-on-one confrontation, they felt they had a considerable chance of victory. Yet, against the two energies manifesting in the sky, none held any assurance of triumph. Even in unison, the outcome remained uncertain. "I hope Goku returns soon," Krillin murmured, then resolutely pursued the direction from which the energy was falling. Just as the Z warriors converged from all directions towards Nappa and Vegeta, the spacecraft of Vegeta and Nappa has gracefully descended to the ground. The two spherical vessels, burdened by the force of gravity, have violently created a large crater upon impact. The duo opened the doors of their ship and emerged. Nappa, equipped with a power level detector, scanned the surrounding crowd and observed that none possessed a power level exceeding 10. Such feeble earthlings. With that thought, Nappa extended his finger, contemplating the annihilation of these insignificant onlookers, along with the grotesque city itself. Wait a moment. Vegeta seized Nappa's wrist, suppressing the energy that had yet to fully rise within him. There was no need to complicate matters. Our objective is Kakarot. Vegeta delicately flicked his left finger. As his energy spread, the two spaceships trapped in the large pit gradually floated before him, grasping Nappa in his right hand. Vegeta soared through the sky with the ease of carrying a chick. His left hand deftly maneuvered the two spaceships, directing them towards an area outside the city where human presence was sparse. The onlookers, captivated by the spectacle of Vegeta and Nappa, wore expressions of bewilderment. Who were those two? They appeared to be extraterrestrial beings. How could they fly? What were those spherical objects? The cacophony of whispers lingered in the city, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, Vegeta paid no heed to the commotion. He had already transported Nappa to a secluded spot and concealed the two spaceships. After accomplishing these tasks, Nappa could no longer contain his curiosity. "Vegeta, why did you stop me earlier?" Nappa inquired, perplexed. Given Vegeta's typical demeanor, it was unfathomable that he would take the time to find a place to store the spaceships. Usually, they would eliminate any bothersome individuals nearby and simply stash the ships wherever convenient. Hadn't they always done so in the past? However, it was Nappa who initiated the confrontation. "We merely came to borrow the Dragon Balls. There is no need to stir up trouble with Kakarot's associates." Moreover, based on the information relayed by Raditz, those opposing him might even be righteous allies. "We are civilized beings. Diplomacy precedes aggression." Vegeta managed to utter this profound statement after considerable deliberation. "And what about this planet? Did you not mention giving it to Frieza?" "We shall discuss that later. I will explain everything to Frieza upon my return." Although Vegeta was uncertain whether Nappa's scouter had any listening devices, he felt compelled to clarify. Nappa scrutinized Vegeta for a moment before remarking, "Vegeta, you seem different." Enough of that. Vegeta shot Nappa a dismissive glare. Did he think he desired such a transformation? It was solely for the sake of mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan and to avoid being ruthlessly expelled from the group by a certain leader that he acted against his own inclinations. Chapter 79. The arrival of the Z fighters and the classification of power levels. The world's first princess. Hey, Vegeta, are you live streaming? You've arrived on Earth, right? I want to see you getting thoroughly beaten. Vegeta, am I being beaten? As the proud prince of the Saiyans, how could I possibly be overwhelmed on a lowly planet? World's foremost princess, leader of the group, are you still in a daze? World's foremost princess. Is that so? Honestly, whether I sleep or not makes little difference to me. World's foremost princess. Vegeta, would you like to learn the transformation method of a Super Saiyan? Then let us broadcast it live. Vegeta, can't you rephrase that? Waiting for the Z fighters to arrive. Vegeta's expression darkened. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat you, I would certainly grind you into the ground. The world's greatest princess. The Super Saiyan form boasts a battle power 50 times greater than the norm. Vegeta, aren't you the least bit intrigued? Vegeta, I sense that you are toying with me, and I harbor considerable doubts. Even if transformation were possible, I fear I am incapable of it at this moment. The world's greatest princess, congratulations, you are correct. How astute of you. Vegeta, the world's premier princess, the transformation conditions for a Super Saiyan are not particularly difficult. Firstly, one must possess a tranquil and serene heart. In other words, Saiyans like Kakarot find it the easiest to transform. Vegeta, are you insinuating that I am inferior to a lowly warrior? The world's first princess. I never claimed such a thing. That was your own assertion. Section 76. Vegeta. Humph. So you wish to livestream? If you want to watch, then so be it. Ding. Vegeta initiates the livestream. Vegeta and the bald Nappa appeared on the livestream. Clad in form-fitting battle attire, they stood against a backdrop of dust-laden cliffs, awaiting the arrival of their adversaries. Vegeta. Someone is approaching, Nappa remarked, as the beeping of his ocular sensor resonated nearby. Spider Child. Vegeta. May I cautiously inquire about the large individual beside you? What is that peculiar device adorning his eyes? A moment of silence enveloped the chat group, as Vegeta remained reticent. The world's greatest princess. Vegeta, our group's social butterfly. Spider Child is addressing you. Could you exhibit a modicum of courtesy? Bella's words left Vegeta feeling exceedingly frustrated. However, for a certain purpose, he could disregard anyone. But the group leader was an exception who required a response. Thus, Vegeta sincerely composed a message to the chat group. Vegeta, the scouter used by Nappa is a device that assesses the combat power of opponents, capable of measuring their energy intensity. In my nihilistic novel, the combat power is also determined through this means. Additionally, Nappa's combat power is quantified at 4,000. Vegeta, I am unsure how you quantify strength in your world, but from my perspective, the level of Uchiha Madara equates to a mere few hundred in our realm. Uchiha Madara, just a few hundred? In the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara nearly faltered. Under normal circumstances, I would concede that I cannot surpass you, Vegeta. After all, that is indeed the truth. This is precisely why. After Madara secured a victory, he feigned ignorance to Vegeta's taunts, for such triumph is unlikely to be replicated. Yet, as a formidable warrior of the shinobi world, could I truly be as feeble as you suggest? In Madara's self-assessment, he believed himself to possess a power level in the thousands. Is your calculation truly scientific? Uchiha Madara, that group leader, the world's foremost princess, confirms Vegeta's assertion, your strength, when measured against the battle power metrics of the Dragon Ball universe, indeed does not exceed 1,000. Bellies finally ceased her concealment and directly confronted Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito remarked, how did I manage to pluck 2 of your hairs back then? Contemplating Vegeta's mention of a numerical disparity, Uchiha Obito found it increasingly incredulous. Especially since, despite Vegeta exerting his utmost effort, he failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon Bellies. Could it be that the group leader was merely experiencing a shedding phase, coincidentally losing hair? How absurd. She is not a cat, after all. The world's premier princess replied, well, I was actually concerned about your dignity, considering you are one of the initial members of this chat group. If I were overly aggressive, it would be rather inappropriate. So I just casually plucked a couple of strands. Uchiha Obito responded, I truly appreciate your consideration in granting me this courtesy. His lips twitched, grappling with the harsh reality. Hashirama, did you witness this? Even if you and I were to combine our strengths, we could not even graze each other's skin. Jelif inquired, Princess of the World. How is Vegeta's battle power quantified? Is there a specific standard for measurement? As the most formidable archmage in the fairy tale universe, he found himself perplexed by the group leader's statements. Based on prior comments from the leader, Vegeta's life tier seemed rather low. The world's premier princess explained, well, it varies from one realm to another. The manifestation of energy differs accordingly, but generally speaking, it is a form of energy emitted from the body that receives feedback from the external environment. She continued, as for a specific measurement standard, did you observe that green-skinned individual named Piccolo during the live broadcast? With the group leader's cue, everyone's attention shifted towards the vigilant Z-warrior. The world's premier princess concluded, Piccolo's battle power is over 1,000. However, this may not clearly illustrate the disparity you seek to comprehend. Bellies pondered for a moment before continuing to input information in the chat group. The world's foremost princess. Allow me to use planets as an example to broadly categorize combat power, though this classification may not be entirely precise. Feel free to take your own interpretations. The world's foremost princess. For those with combat power below 1,000, I shall refrain from elaborating on the earlier ranks. The latter can be divided into city-destroying and nation-destroying categories. We are all aware of Uchiha Madara's prowess, which is generally regarded as belonging to the nation-destroying tier. The world's foremost princess. Now, for combat power above 1,000, up to the threshold of the novel world weariness at 937929266, we can refer to this as the satellite level, with distinctions made according to the size of the satellites. The world's foremost princess. Recently, a being named Piccolo was able to obliterate a moon from a considerable distance. Thus, he is classified as satellite level, capable of delivering a full-force strike to destroy satellites in close proximity to a planet. The world's foremost princess. To put it succinctly, characters such as Aizen in his Gyoka state, the future spirit King Mugetsu Y, and Uchiha Madara as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, all fall within this category. The world's foremost princess. As for figures like Ing, I find it rather challenging to assess. Given the peculiar laws governing that particular realm, Veles paused for a moment, allowing everyone time to ponder before resuming her discourse. The world's foremost princess. The power level ranges between 11 billion to 1 trillion, typically referred to as planetary level. This signifies that, when exerted at full capacity, one could obliterate an entire planet. The magnitude of this value is also contingent upon the size of the planet itself. The world's foremost princess. A power level exceeding 1 billion yet under 100 billion is usually designated as stellar level. The term stellar level encompasses everything from a single star to the entirety of the regions a star may encompass. Thus, achieving this tier means one could potentially annihilate a star or the entire area it governs. For instance, Super Saiyan 2's Lightning Cell and Super Saiyan 3's Maiden View are quintessential examples of this stage. The world's foremost princess. As for higher classifications, I shall refrain from delving into them. You may speculate, galactic level and cosmic level, for instance. The specifics of power classification can be quite intricate, as the latter categories involve laws that do not solely depend on mere combat prowess. The world's foremost princess. The power levels I have just articulated merely signify destructive capability, not the essence of life itself. The world's foremost princess. In other words, beings with power levels exceeding 1 billion might only possess a lifespan of a mere century. If their souls dissipate with their physical forms and cannot transition to the afterlife, they will inevitably vanish. The world's foremost princess. Of course, the laws governing different worlds influence the duration of a soul's existence, which cannot be generalized. My previous remarks pertain to standard conditions devoid of cosmic laws. The world's foremost princess. To simplify, there exists a correlation between the level of life and the division of power, though disparities can also be substantial. The world's foremost princess. So, do you comprehend? Chapter 80, a transitional chapter in the chat group. A profound silence ensued. Spider Child, esteemed leader. After all that you've said, I still find myself somewhat perplexed. Spider Child, if a power level of 10,000 can annihilate a planet, why does a power level of 1 billion still suffice for planetary destruction? Shouldn't the disparity be considerable, especially concerning stellar levels? Could you elucidate this further? Spider Child's inquiry echoed the confusion of many group members who were encountering cosmic level power for the first time. Even Vegeta, who was in confrontation with the Z Warriors, found part of his thoughts lingering in the chat, quietly observing. The world's foremost princess. Since you have posed these questions, I shall illustrate with examples from the solar system many of you inhabit. The world's foremost princess. The primary distinction between stars and planets lies in their mass. Generally, a star must possess a minimum mass. If it is less than 0.08 times that of the Sun, it cannot initiate thermonuclear fusion, thus failing to qualify as a star. The world's foremost princess. Typically, stars are inherently more robust than planets, necessitating greater effort to obliterate them. The world's foremost princess. Hence, I utilize them as benchmarks for power classification. The world's foremost princess, Vegeta, with a power level of 18,000, could indeed destroy the planet beneath his feet during his live broadcast. However, if we compare it to Jupiter, which is 321 times larger than this planet, Vegeta's strength might prove inadequate. The world's foremost princess. Should we extend this comparison to the largest planet currently known to humanity, HD 9,3792966, which is 7 times the size of Jupiter and can accommodate 450,000 Earths, Vegeta's assault would merely amount to a trivial scratch on the surface of the planet. The world's foremost princess. Therefore, it is not surprising that such vast disparities exist when considering the classification of planets and power levels. After sharing these insights, Veles afforded several minutes for the group to absorb the information. She then organized her thoughts and continued typing in the chat. The world's foremost princess. Now, let us discuss stars further. As previously mentioned, stars possess significantly greater mass than planets and are also more resilient, making them more challenging to destroy. The world's foremost princess. Generally, the power level commences at 1 billion and concludes at 100 billion. The world's foremost princess. Stellar-level power does not pertain solely to the star itself, but also encompasses the luminous range emitted by the star, such as the entire solar system. The distinction between annihilating a sun and obliterating a solar system is a vastly different concept. The world's foremost princess. Stellar systems vary in size, resulting in a considerable range of power levels. The world's foremost princess. Taking our solar system as an example, the sun's mass is approximately 330,000 times that of Earth, its volume being equivalent to 1.3 million Earths, bounded by the extent of its radiation. The world's foremost princess. To achieve total annihilation, one would require tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions, of power. Naturally, when considering the star alone, the requisite power level would be significantly lower. In the original narrative, when Lightning Cell spoke of destroying the solar system, it likely referred merely to the destruction of the sun, Earth, and a few surrounding planets, rather than completely erasing the sun from existence. The world's foremost princess. Many stars that exceed the mass and volume of the sun exist throughout the universe, each with an even broader radiation range. The world's foremost princess. For instance, a star like Stephenson 2-18 can contain 10 billion suns or 130 trillion Earths. The world's foremost princess. To obliterate such a stellar system would demand an outlandish amount of energy. So, do you truly believe the power level range of 1 billion to 100 billion is substantial? Upon concluding her explanation, Bellies paused. In truth, categorizing power levels beyond 100 billion cannot be simply quantified by raw strength. Chi is merely a fragment of one's essence. Typically, those who attain such levels of power have mastered the laws as well. Regarding this matter, it is uniquely bewildering within the Dragon Ball universe, where Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was defeated by Earth's explosion or even succumbed to asphyxiation, an astonishing thought indeed. The chat group remained quiet for an extended duration. Eventually, the first to speak was, unsurprisingly, a certain Spider. Spider Child, how profound. I suddenly realize how insignificant I am, even though I have claimed to be a deity. Uchiha Madara. Indeed, the expanse is vast. Is there truly anyone who can attain the strength you describe, esteemed leader? The world's foremost princess. Oh yes, there are many. Within the universe I oversee, there exists a being with stellar-level power, not only in strength, but also in the realms of life and soul. With a commitment to diligence over the years, Bellies has witnessed a significant enhancement in the ratings of the 10th universe. The most notable improvement in strength has been achieved by Wopuni, who has now approached the prowess of Super Saiyan 3. Not only has his chi advanced, but so too have his levels of life and soul. Bellies contemplated the idea of appointing Wopuni as the king of hell for the 10th universe. However, for reasons unknown, he declined the offer. Vegeta. Humph. So it appears that Frieza is not as formidable as I presumed. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, his legs slightly apart, wearing an expression of unyielding pride. With a combat power of 530,000, Frieza was no different from him. Both possessed planetary-level strength. Thus, it could be deduced that Vegeta equaled Frieza. As for the title of the universe's emperor, such thoughts lingered in his mind, yet he dared not voice them. Who could tell if the scouter on Nappa was equipped with eavesdropping devices? The absence of a destruction device was merely a ploy to witness Kakarot's strength a year hence. The leader had the audacity to claim that he, an elite warrior, was inferior to a lowly soldier. Pray tell, Bald One, the green-skinned coward, when would Kakarot return to life? As Vegeta spoke, Nappa instinctively touched his bald head, which had lost all its hair. He couldn't shake the feeling that Vegeta was alluding to something. Goku will be here soon. Just wait a moment. Observing Vegeta's not-so-tall stature, Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming, far more terrifying than that of the imposing bald giant. Goku was still traversing the serpentine path in the afterlife. You all arrived too soon. We had agreed on 1 year, yet here you are in just half a year. Piccolo, known for his fearsome visage, was so enraged that his face turned a shade of green. He almost rolled up his sleeves to confront them, but upon realizing he might not stand a chance, he regained his composure. After all, once Son Goku arrived, their position would be somewhat fortified. Chapter 81, Vegeta's Game O. Are you blaming us for arriving too early? Nappa retorted coldly. Let us not forget that Raditz was slain by your hands. If memory serves, Raditz was Kakarot's brother. Kakarot truly is ruthless. No, we never thought that, Piccolo replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, hastily attempting to clarify. It was merely a miscalculation on our part. Humph, what can a lowly warrior do? even if he arrives? Nappa scoffed. Prince Vegeta, I find these earthlings rather distasteful. Nappa's disdain was palpable, and he truly could not fathom why Vegeta forbade him from engaging. There is no need, Nappa. Raditz brought this upon himself. It is not our concern if he cannot manage his own affairs. Green-skinned creature, you must be a Namekian, am I correct? Vegeta remarked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes twitched. Namekian? I do not comprehend what you are speaking of. Is that so? Vegeta's eyelids fluttered slightly. My sister once mentioned an object in the universe called the Dragon Balls. When 7 are gathered, they can summon a dragon capable of granting any wish. It seems to relate to something about Namek, and she said that if anything were to happen to her, I should seek the Dragon Balls to revive her. I always thought she was speaking nonsense. Seeing your expression and the mention of Dragon Balls on Earth certainly aligns with the traits of a Namekian. It is rumored that Namekians possess extraordinary powers. If I am not mistaken, that must be the Dragon Balls. Piccolo's countenance shifted to one of confusion. Could it be that he truly was not an Earthling? Yet, upon reflection, there were indeed significant differences between himself and the Earthlings. In Universe 10, in the realm of the Destroyer Gods, despite having altered the narrative, why does Vegeta still mention the Dragon Balls in Namek? Furthermore, before you speak of Namek, could you destroy that combat power scouter belonging to Nappa? Bellies is truly at a loss for words. Must there really be a Namek saga following the Earth arc? To speak frankly, it is not entirely unjustifiable for Vegeta to mention Namek. After all, 6 months before the destruction of planet Vegeta, when she entrusted the crystal pendant to him, she once brought up the Dragon Balls, hoping that he would resurrect her when the time came. Of course, this was a precautionary measure, as at that time, she had no inkling whether she would survive the annihilation of planet Vegeta, whether one deems her selfish or fearful. After becoming a Saiyan princess, she has committed no significant wrongdoing. She often engages in acts of kindness, such as aiding the elderly across the street. It is simply her way of ensuring a place in heaven after death. Having retained her memories and soul, there remains a glimmer of hope for redemption in the afterlife. A possibility of returning to the mortal realm, much like the original Son Goku. Conversely, should one indulge in malevolence and descend into hell, that would spell disaster. Over the decade on planet Vegeta, Bellies has meticulously contemplated every conceivable means of survival, arranging for both her life and afterlife with utmost clarity. Moreover, she must remain vigilant against Frieza, particularly since she bears the mark of a uniquely colored Saiyan. Yet, in the end, none of these plans came to fruition. Considering Vegeta's proud disposition, the idea of him contemplating the resurrection of his sister seems almost hopeless. The Namek saga, as she gazed at the live broadcast. Bellies murmured, the narrative has already shifted. There have been no unusual reports from Kess. In a sense, no news is indeed the best news. She harbors no desire for an additional parallel universe in the 7th universe, let alone an entire multiverse. She decides to observe further. If no parallel universe emerges, she might discreetly assist Vegeta, ensuring that in the potentially forthcoming Namek saga, he does not meet an untimely end. Vegeta, open your eyes. This is how a sister loves her brother. Unlike you, who for all these years has not even entertained the thought of resurrecting me. I truly wasted my affection on you. Bellies gave her head a gentle shake, casting aside the myriad of distracting thoughts that cluttered her mind. Her gaze returned once more to the live broadcast. At that moment, within the streaming room, Vegeta leaped from the towering cliff to the ground below. His indifferent gaze surveyed the Z-Fighters. In the distance, the Z-Fighters noticed Vegeta's sudden descent and instantly heightened their alertness. Fear not, I shall not take your lives. Vegeta remarked with a smirk. Since Kakarot has not arrived, I shall entertain myself with you. However, should you fail to amuse me, I cannot guarantee your survival. In the chat group, Vegeta assured the leader that he would refrain from taking lives, though he did not inquire why the leader requested such a promise, suspecting it might be related to future events. Yet, abstaining from murder did not preclude him from inflicting pain. Moreover, after having been soundly defeated by the leader, a little entertainment was in order, otherwise, he might very well burst from pent-up frustration. After all, he was currently live-streaming. What better opportunity to reshape the group's perception of him? Vegeta was no weakling. Must we truly fight? Krillin swallowed hard. Unlike the previous encounter with Raditz, Vegeta and his companion had not come to Earth with malice, nor had they taken any lives. At this juncture, Krillin was reluctant to engage in battle. Even if the adversary sought the Dragon Balls or wished to see Goku, he preferred to wait until Goku's return to address any matters. You may choose not to engage, but I assure you, I shall not hesitate to strike. Vegeta extended his 5 fingers, granting you 5 seconds to contemplate. After 5 seconds, I shall unleash my attack. 5, 4, 3, 2. Vegeta had not yet finished counting. Except for Gohan, the other Z fighters exchanged glances and, almost in unison, charged towards Vegeta. Since death was not a possibility, despite their uncertainty regarding the truth of his words, it was better to strike first than to be struck later. Thus, Chapter 78, Tea Time, Krillin, Piccolo, Chaozu, and Tien simultaneously launched their assaults. The 5 attacks, Magic Beam Cannon, Dodon Ray, Kamehameha Wave twice, rushed towards Vegeta from all directions. So it was, you indeed concealed your true power. Vegeta has seldom employed the technique of concealing his energy, yet he still recalls the specifics of its application. Many years ago, his unreliable sister imparted upon him a similar method. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, a white arc of electricity enveloping his body. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surrounded him, suppressing all energy waves with its immense presence. A resounding boom echoed through the air. A violent explosion erupted from the spot where Vegeta stood, followed by a billowing cloud of thick smoke. Remarkably, he did not evade the blast, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. Piccolo, the most formidable among them, furrowed his brow in disbelief. How absurd! Amidst the swirling smoke, the sound of Vegeta's derisive laughter resonated. Do you truly believe that I, an elite warrior of the Saiyan race, need to hide from such trivial techniques? Vegeta glanced back at Nappa and tossed the scouter in their direction. What? Nappa looked utterly perplexed. I said the scouter, throw it over to them. Vegeta clenched his fist, extending his right thumb towards himself, revealing the true might of the Saiyan prince. Nappa clearly understood this time. However, he thought to himself, damn it, Vegeta, you show off and still want my scouter? What about your own? Despite these thoughts, Nappa obediently tossed the scouter towards Gohan's position. Gohan trembled slightly, gazing up at Piccolo in the sky without uttering a word, then caught the scouter that Nappa had thrown. Kakarote's son, were that and witness with your own eyes the insurmountable gap in power between me, an elite warrior, and your deceased father, Kakarote, a lowly fighter. Chapter 82, The Rise of Vegeta. Vegeta clenched his fists, adopting a horse stance as he began to gather energy. Huh. Oh. His shouts grew increasingly louder, causing the ground around him to tremble. The fragments of earth vibrated with the intensity of the surfaces quaking, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. This formidable energy even struck fear into the hearts of the warriors in the sky. Such overwhelming power. A bead of sweat rolled down Piccolo's rugged face, tracing a path down to his chin. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly the Saiyan that Raditz spoke of, one more powerful than himself? Such terrifying energy. Could it really belong to a mere human? The entire earth quaked beneath them. Piccolo's gaze shifted slightly, noticing others, like himself, trembling in fear. Even as the Demon King Piccolo, he felt a twinge of trepidation. What of the others? Gohan. Piccolo recalled the scouter that had been tossed to him earlier, pondering Vegeta's astounding battle power. Gohan staggered backward, losing his footing and tumbling to the ground, desperately bracing himself with his hands to maintain balance. This is so frightening. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, do you hear me? Check Vegeta's battle power. Piccolo's voice resonated again in the sky, tinged with a hint of disappointment. After a year of training, is this all you can muster? Goku, is this your son? Gohan trembled, shouting as if to ensure Piccolo could hear him. What is Vegeta's battle power? His voice echoed in the ears of those present. This must be a joke, right? Krillin felt a chill wash over his limbs. Earlier at Bulma's, he had used the scouter, and now his own battle power registered just over 1,000. Others were likely within a similar range. Piccolo might be slightly stronger, perhaps hitting 2,000 or 3,000 at most. But over 10,000, Krillin could hardly fathom such a level of power. Vegeta surveyed the expressions of the crowd with satisfaction, chuckling as he declared, behold, this is the true power of the Prince of Saiyans. My power level stands at an astonishing 9,379,29266, a rarity exceeding 10,000 battle power throughout the universe. This very planet beneath your feet, should I desire it, I could obliterate in an instant. The chasm between us is akin to that of a grain of rice compared to the full moon. Even Kakarote, whom you hold in such high regard, would stand no chance against me. Indeed, this is the expression I expected. The glint of fear in your eyes, tinged with disbelief, particularly as I spoke of my capacity to annihilate celestial bodies, caused you indigenous folk to tremble involuntarily. This scene encapsulates the reaction one should have upon encountering the Saiyan Prince. As for the group chat, what manner of fools populate it? Especially one named Uchiha Madara. who boasts of being impervious to death in the arena, yet harbors the audacity to contemplate avenging himself with a mere battle power of a few hundred. It is an affront to my dignity as a Scion Prince. In the chat, Uchiha Madara remarked, that fellow named Vegeta is all bravado. Is he not akin to me? Dispatched by the group leader with a single strike? What is there to be so proud of? His demeanor as the chat administrator had become notably more jovial, perhaps influenced by a certain socialite named Spider. In any case, while one may lose in combat, one must never falter in verbal sparring. Spider interjected, exactly. Earlier, when I attempted to converse with him, he was utterly dismissive, acting as if he were the supreme being, and we mere mortals. One might think he was the group leader, if not for the fact that he is not. Spider continued. Characters like him are typically the ones who get their comeuppance in television dramas. Ing added, that may be so, but Vegeta's strength is undeniably formidable. If we disregard any tactical advantage, can anyone in our group, excluding the leader, truly claim victory over Vegeta? Meanwhile, Ing, who was stealthily following her brother in Inazuma, had discovered a troubling issue. Her brother had been misled by a young lady named Kamisato Ayaka, embroiled in a matter he should have avoided, one that might even involve divine entities. Frankly, Ing often thought her brother had a knack for attracting trouble. With Mondstadt under pursuit and Liyue in a similar predicament, was he intent on becoming a fugitive in Inazuma as well? Or perhaps, even engaging in confrontations with the Raiden Shogun? Surely he had not forgotten his current standing. Mikazuki Ye reflected, I cannot defeat Vegeta. Perhaps through curses, there might be a chance, but in a direct confrontation, I would undoubtedly be vanquished. Contemplating Ying's words, Mikazuki Ye assessed his odds against Vegeta, realizing the possibility of victory was slim at best. Aizen Sosuke mused, luck, after all, can be a form of strength. I am curious about the concept known as Ki in Vegeta's world. Mikazuki Ye replied, Aizen Sosuke, setting Vegeta aside, why not share more about your own world? You have been here for some time, yet you have not introduced us to your realm. Though Mikazuki Ye could not read minds within the chat, he gleaned from Aizen's words that he did not seem particularly benevolent, certainly not akin to the pure-hearted Kikyo. Aizen Sosuke stated, I am merely an ordinary captain in my world, essentially a wage earner. Mikazuki Ye retorted, an ordinary captain, a wage earner? One capable of annihilating satellites? He had never ceased to observe this fellow member who had joined at the same time as him, scrutinizing his actions and words. Notably, he had taken note of the unusual skills Aizen had shared, which suggested a deeper understanding, likely born from genuine experimentation. Coupled with the leader's earlier mention of Aizen's satellite-level power when in his Bankai state, it was clear that Aizen's situation was far more complex than he let on. Akin to a formidable boss character, Aizen Sosuke responded, Mikazuki Ye, we belong to different worlds. Observing me bears no advantage for you, especially since the leader has yet to speak. The world's first princess interjected, Aizen Sosuke, please refrain from involving me. I have no desire to meddle in your affairs. As long as you do not disrupt the group, I shall not target you. Aizen Sosuke replied, naturally, in comparison to you, I still have much to learn. The world's first princess concluded, let us hope that is indeed the case. She then queried, Aizen Sosuke, may I ask you a question? Has Ichigo Kurosaki entered the Soul Society? Bellies was somewhat curious about how far the plot of the Bleach world had progressed, since Aizen still referred to himself as a captain. Sick Aizen, not long ago. The captain of the 6th Division captured Rukia Kachiki for unlawfully transferring her powers to a human. World's first princess. I see. So you haven't faked your death yet. Sook Aizen, it seems you are indeed well informed about the events of my world. Although many members have mentioned that the group leader possesses knowledge of our pasts and futures, having my own future laid bare before me, even for someone like me, is slightly unsettling. World's first princess, there's no need to test me. If I wish to kill you, I could do so at any moment. Even if you reached the limits of the age Gyoku, it would mean nothing. World's first princess, just conduct yourself appropriately in the group. As long as you don't earn the disdain of most members, I want to remove you. As Aizen explained some kid techniques to Kaiki, his overly benevolent manner of speaking irritated Bellies. Though not a significant issue, she simply disliked individuals of his nature. A warning was necessary, lest he grow too presumptuous. Aizen seemed to grasp the underlying message in the group leader's words. Sook Aizen, thank you for your guidance. I understand what must be done. Chapter 83. Vegeta's moment of glory. Did he truly understand? In the realm of the god of destruction, Bellies paid little heed to Aizen's response. As long as he didn't disrupt the group's order, she had no reason to intervene. The primary purpose of the chat group was to enhance her own strength, particularly in the mastery of divine laws. The rest, whether benefits for the members or their attempts to alter fate, were merely secondary. As for notions of good and evil, they were often dictated by perspective. Besides, she herself was a god of destruction, hardly a paragon of virtue. So long as certain formidable figures within the group didn't provoke widespread disdain, Bellies had no intention of meddling in their affairs. Bellies once again directed her gaze towards the live broadcast. After Vegeta erupted in fury, he wore a countenance of supreme confidence. He extended a single finger, declaring that in just a fleeting moment, he could render you all prostrate. Then come and prove it, came the challenge. As a martial artist, Tien Shinhan found Vegeta's provocation quite intolerable. Humph, let us start with you, three-eyed freak. What audacity to dare to retort. Vegeta left a fleeting shadow in his wake. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending Tien soaring through the air. Before Din could fully grasp the situation, he too was sent flying by a swift kick from Vegeta. This marked the second. A cold smirk graced Vegeta's lips as he vanished once more. Almost in the very next instant, Krillin plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground, coinciding with the descent of Yamcha. The third, the fourth. Vegeta employed his old tactics once more, launching a surprise attack on Piccolo. With a resounding impact, Piccolo crossed his arms to absorb Vegeta's powerful blow, his body recoiling slightly. Such a formidable fist. Cold sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead. Quite impressive, Namekian. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, striking Piccolo squarely on the forehead. The tremendous impact caused Piccolo's head to jolt, his eyes rolling back in disbelief. Dazed and disoriented, Piccolo plummeted to the ground at a sharp angle, creating a sizable crater of approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter upon impact. Uncle Piccolo. A startled cry resonated, prompting Vegeta to instinctively glance downward. Gohan unleashed waves of energy from his hands. Special beam cannon. Vegeta smirked disdainfully, flicking his wrist with a casual motion. The energy wave that had just approached was effortlessly deflected by him, soaring straight into the sky. Subsequently, Vegeta descended with remarkable swiftness, materializing behind Gohan before he could react. You little brat, since you've chosen to fight, you may as well lie down. A swift chop struck Gohan's neck, eliciting a sound akin to a hiccup as he crumpled to the ground. After executing this maneuver, Vegeta cast a glance at Gohan, simultaneously shattering the power-level scouter with his aura. He then ascended into the sky, returning leisurely to Nappa's side. Dusting off his attire, Vegeta sat cross-legged, propping his chin on one hand, and let out a derisive laugh. I expected something formidable, but this is all there is. Nappa. Why not deliver the final blow to these few? He inquired, observing the fallen Z fighters. It's inconsequential. It's not a major issue. Even if they joined forces with Kakarot, they would pose no threat to me. Such confidence. Truly befitting of a prince. But aren't you concerned about a potential mishap? Nappa felt an inkling that Vegeta was concealing something, yet as his subordinate, he refrained from pressing further. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily. Don't make such jokes. From their displayed strength, they have indeed improved slightly compared to what Raditz claimed, but it is still nothing remarkable. When Raditz arrived on Earth, that one named Piccolo was comparable to Kakarot. Even if Kakarot were to appear now, Piccolo's power might only exceed Kakarot's by a couple of thousand. Such strength holds no significance for me. Having spoken these words, Vegeta fell silent for a moment, then continued at a measured pace. Nappa. I intend to remain on Earth for a while. I plan to wish for immortality using the Dragon Balls. What? Nappa's expression changed dramatically as he scrutinized Vegeta. May I ask why? Our planet was not destroyed by meteors. It was Frisia's doing. Nappa's pupils dilated in shock. Regarding his subordinate, Vegeta did not hold back. I aim to find a way to defeat Frisia on Earth. Defeat Frisia? Nappa furrowed his brow. Could it be the Dragon Balls? Indeed. With immortality, coupled with the Scion trait of increasing power upon recovery from injuries, as long as we achieve immortality, surpassing Frisia's 530,000 power level is merely a matter of time. This is also why I have refrained from exterminating the Earthlings, for Frisia may very well be redirecting his course towards Earth. What? Nappa gasped in alarm. Not just Nappa, even the Supreme Kai, far away in the Kai's realm, was nearly rendered speechless upon overhearing Vegeta and Nappa's conversation through his connection with Piccolo. The dreadful power level of Frisia made the Supreme Kai worry for the fate of Earth. Vegeta cast a glance at the still unconscious Z fighters and said to Nappa, "The scouter I wore contained Frisia's listening device, which is why I destroyed it." Listening device? Frisia has been monitoring us? Nappa exclaimed in surprise. Precisely, Vegeta nodded. Do you know why I mentioned Namek? Because those words were meant for Frisia's ears. Given his character, if he learns that Namek is the origin of the Dragon Balls, he will likely seek them there, and Frisia's ultimate wish, if all goes as expected, would be to attain eternal life. Of course, if your scouter lacks a listening device. Frisia is probably en route to Earth right now. Observing the concern etched on Nappa's face, Vegeta chuckled. There is no need to fret. We still have ample time. During our journey in the spaceship, I kept track of Frisia's movements. At his current location, if he were to detour to Namek before returning to Earth, we would have over 2 years, possibly 3. If Frisia heads directly to Earth, we still have nearly 2 years, provided we attain immortality. That duration is sufficient for us to surpass Frisia. However, if Frisia goes to Namek, the Dragon Balls there might be even more powerful than those on Earth. Nappa expressed his concerns. Frisia does not believe anyone can kill him, so even if he wishes upon the Dragon Balls, he would likely wish for longevity rather than true immortality. Therefore, as long as we achieve immortality, when our power surpasses his, we will still be able to eliminate him. After defeating Frisia, we can then contemplate matters of eternal life. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, Nappa applauded, as expected of His Highness the Prince. Truly foresight, I cannot compare. Chapter 84, Goku arrives. Is Kakarot capable of turning the tables on Frisia? In the live broadcast, Bellies was somewhat taken aback by the content of Vegeta and Nappa's conversation. Theoretically, it was not impossible. She instinctively pondered Vegeta's actions. However, Frisia's power level would need to be precisely 530,000 for that to hold true. In reality, Frisia's true power level was 120 million. Relying solely on Kakarot's abilities to defeat Frisia seemed rather far-fetched. Once the power level reached the threshold of Super Saiyan, with a base power of 3 million, Kakarot's incremental boosts became negligible. She would need to inform Vegeta that the Dragon Balls could not be utilized in such a manner. The Earth's Supreme Kai, having only half-heartedly wished for immortality, would likely have to sacrifice potential in exchange. Much like in the Dragon Ball Super manga, where Gas and Granola wished to become the strongest in the universe, only to find that the Dragon Balls lacked such capability, leading to an equivalent exchange that resulted in the sacrifice of their lifespan to gain strength. Of course, this form of strength was limited, except for the Super Dragon Balls. Any wishes related to the Dragon Balls connected to the Dragon God would fall below the level of a Destroyer God. This conclusion was only reached by Bellies after comprehending the power of the dragon. In other words, the so-called strongest in the universe, Granola and Gas, possessed power that was merely below that of a fully powered Destroyer God. Moreover, regarding Goku's power level, she needed to clarify with Vegeta that he should not appear as ineffectual as in the original story. Vegeta sat cross-legged on the ground, conserving his energy as he awaited the arrival of Kakarot. Humph, my fated rival and friend? Vegeta scoffed, exclaiming, how could I, Vegeta, possibly possess such a thing? Suddenly, the meditative Vegeta opened his eyes. At that moment, all the Z warriors awoke, staggering in small groups to take refuge to the side. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at the individuals before him, then raised his gaze towards the distant sky. Is this what my sister referred to as the perception of energy? In his skirmishes with the Z warriors, if one could even deem it a battle, Vegeta swiftly grasped this technique. After all, his sister Bellies had imparted similar teachings, though at the time, he had not devoted himself to learning them earnestly, nor had he found occasion to apply them. An impressive power indeed, Kakarot. Judging by the energy, it likely surpasses 5,000, and as for his explosive potential, perhaps around 8,000? Vegeta rose to his feet and addressed Nappa, saying, hold on. You need not intervene or concern yourself, simply observe in silence. Nappa, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? Vegeta scoffed, Kakarot has arrived, and his battle power is likely above 5,000. Nappa gasped, what? A mere low-class warrior possesses 5,000 power. Do not underestimate him, Vegeta warned. In such a brief span from Raditz to now, his strength has surged remarkably. He must have undergone extraordinary experiences. Vegeta spoke softly, projecting an air of superiority. However, in reality, the group leader had just mentioned that Kakarot possessed a skill capable of doubling his combat power, typically achieving a twofold increase. With the cost being a tripling of effort, and under dire circumstances, he might even attain a fourfold boost. Although Vegeta was reluctant to accept this for reasons unknown, he found himself surprisingly inclined to believe the words of the group leader, even bewildered by his own conviction. Could it be due to the leader's power surpassing that of Frisia? Regardless, Vegeta was determined not to underestimate his opponent this time. After some time of waiting, Son Goku finally arrived. Upon seeing that everyone was safe, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exchanged greetings with Piccolo before approaching the friendly group. After gathering information from the Z warriors, Goku pondered. So that's it? They wish to use the Dragon Balls? However, since Vegeta and Nappa had not committed murder, Goku felt no significant resistance to their desire to utilize the Dragon Balls. Krillin cautioned, Goku, be careful. That little guy is Vegeta. He possesses a combat power of 9,379,29266, as stated in the Novel of Despair, and he claims he can obliterate the earth with a single blow. Goku, can you achieve such a feat? If you can, perhaps there is still hope for us to win. If not, then, I don't know. Maybe if you use a double Kaioken, you might be able to try. Are you implying that you also have the ability to destroy the earth? Piccolo had approached without Goku noticing, while Gohan stood beside him, leading one to mistakenly think that Piccolo was Gohan's biological father and Goku his stepfather. Well, somewhat, Goku replied, nodding at Piccolo before turning to Gohan. Gohan, you've grown stronger. Gohan lowered his head, displaying a bashful expression. Don't get it twisted. I'm merely assisting your son in dealing with the Saions. I haven't abandoned my ambition to conquer the world, Piccolo retorted. Indeed, as expected of Piccolo, Goku acknowledged with a nod. In any case, thank you. Enough of that. What are you going to do about those two Saions? Piccolo inquired. To be honest, I can't defeat either of them. Even if we all teamed up, we could barely hold our ground against that large one. Capturing them is virtually impossible. With a combat power nearing 4,000, Piccolo could sense Nappa's energy quite clearly. Should he unleash his full power, it was likely that his strength would further escalate. They wish to use the Dragon Balls. What are your thoughts? Goku asked. I'm not a deity, nor do I concern myself with the Dragon Balls. Whether you choose to give them or not is your business, Piccolo replied. Well then, let us have a match first. That fellow named Vegeta seems to have been waiting for quite some time, Goku said with a smile. You are indeed optimistic. Piccolo remarked coldly. Don't say that. I've learned some impressive techniques from King Kai, and I'm eager to test them out. With that, Goku stepped away from the group, positioning himself at a distance facing Vegeta. Are you the Saions that Raditz spoke of? I am Son Goku. Just as Nappa was about to respond, Vegeta raised a hand to stop him. He stepped forward, leaping down from the cliff to stand opposite Goku. Kakarot. That is the name your father Bardock bestowed upon you, Vegeta declared. My father? Goku was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Vegeta continued. Many years ago, when Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, your father Bardock sent you to Earth upon learning of this catastrophe. With so few Saions left in the universe, we had Raditz come to retrieve you. But we never anticipated Raditz would perish here. Raditz's mission was not simply to bring you back, but to eradicate all of humanity. Goku scrutinized Vegeta. That is typical. Such is the way of us Saions, or rather, what Frieza compelled us to do. Our race has long been engaged in the conquest and sale of planets for Frieza. Yet he perceived us as a threat and exterminated our kind. I have only recently confirmed that Frieza was indeed the one responsible for the destruction of planet Vegeta. Vegeta remarked, do you not find it cruel? I am not referring to the annihilation of the Saiyan race, but rather your actions of slaughtering entire planets. Goku responded, you truly are as Raditz described, having damaged your mind long ago. Vegeta, unperturbed, replied, the appetite of a Saiyan is immense. When you consume chicken, duck, fish, or meat, do you feel a sense of cruelty? Goku fell silent, seemingly unable to counter this point. Vegeta continued, stating, I shall refrain from discussing grand principles. This is merely the nature of the universe, a reality embraced by numerous formidable races. Furthermore, having grasped the truth, both Nappa and I have no intention of continuing our service to Frieza. Vegeta remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Goku. You, who have never ventured beyond the confines of this universe, may find my previous words to be rather sinister. Indeed, that is the case. My benevolent sister once advised me to refrain from excessive bloodshed, lest I face the torments of hell after death. Your sister? Goku pondered aloud. It is true that hell operates under such principles. His thoughts drifted to his experiences in the underworld, recalling how those who committed malevolent acts were condemned to hell, stripped of their memories, and reincarnated. In contrast, virtuous souls retained their physical forms and ascended to paradise. Is that so? It appears to be true. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Given my sister's nature, always traversing other planets, concealing her Saiyan identity while performing good deeds, she seems at odds with our race. Is it likely that her actions would lead her to heaven after death? This implies the possibility of resurrection. Did she, perhaps, contemplate such matters in her time? Though his mind raced with these thoughts, Vegeta's expression remained largely unchanged. Kakarot, without further ado, I came to Earth to utilize the Dragon Balls, which is why I refrained from inflicting severe harm on your friends. I am grateful for that, Goku replied. Individuals like Krillin and Yamcha, who have perished once, cannot be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. Regardless of Vegeta's intentions, his actions do not emanate malice, standing in stark contrast to Raditz. May I inquire about your purpose for the Dragon Balls? Goku asked. Vengeance, Vegeta stated, casting a penetrating gaze upon Goku. The destruction of planet Vegeta demands an explanation from Frieza. The dragon cannot defeat an opponent of that caliber. Even if one were to wish for the death of you and Nappa, it remains impossible, as the wishes cannot surpass the capabilities of the Dragon Ball's creator. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta's expression darkened. Remarkable. Earthlings lack martial ethics, daring to consider using the dragon to eliminate me and Nappa. I wish for immortality. I wonder if that is even feasible? Never mind. The thought of betrayal loomed over him, yet he felt no qualms about confiding in Kakarot. I hope the dragon is not merely a useless entity. Immortality, is it truly unachievable? Goku was perplexed by Vegeta's contemplations. Vegeta nodded affirmatively. Indeed, every time a Saiyan recovers from severe injury, their strength is enhanced to a certain degree. If one possessed immortality, it would not take long for me to surpass Frieza's power. Kakarot, you must have experienced this yourself. Every time you are injured, your strength increases. It is no wonder that Goku recalled the instances when his power surged after sustaining injuries. Vegeta, let us engage in battle, regardless of the outcome. I shall assist you in requesting the Dragon Balls from the Supreme Kai, Goku proclaimed. Do you still dare to challenge me, knowing I am your superior warrior? Vegeta chuckled. I, too, wish to ascertain the extent of the disparity between myself and a superior warrior, Goku replied earnestly, preparing for combat. Very well, Vegeta consented. Vegeta is not one to indulge in theatrics. I shall take the lead, but do remain cautious, Vegeta. Goku's voice thundered as a crimson radiance enveloped him. The Kaioken times 2. Witnessing the formidable aura emanating from Goku, Vegeta was taken aback. What manner of Kaioken is this? Is it the special technique that the leader spoke of, capable of doubling one's strength? Vegeta's expression regained its composure as he beckoned with a wave of his hand, inviting. Goku, enveloped in a fiery crimson aura, charged towards Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta extended his palm, deflecting Goku's punch. A terrifying aura erupted violently from the point where their hands met, radiating outward in a fierce explosion. The energy, centered around the two, sent shards of stone flying in all directions. Goku, undeterred by Vegeta's grasp on his fist, extended his other hand, clenching it into a fist and striking forcefully at Vegeta. Vegeta leaped with great force, evading Goku's range of attack. His total energy had doubled compared to before, yet he could only exert about 80 to 90% of it. Was it due to the excessive strain on his body? Vegeta gazed downwards, contemplating. If his calculations were correct, and the leader had not deceived him, Kakarot, at any cost, could unleash a fourfold state, resulting in a staggering battle power of 8,000. With Kakarot's battle power reaching an astonishing 32,000, it was utterly terrifying. Even if he could not fully harness his abilities, it still far surpassed that of this elite warrior. Damn it, what kind of skill could unleash such formidable strength? As Vegeta pondered, a beam of crimson light surged towards him once more. It turned out to be Goku, who had now appeared before Vegeta, swinging his fist to launch another assault. Do not underestimate me, Kakarot. At this moment, Vegeta no longer harbors any contempt, unlike in the original narrative. He now regards Goku as an equal, even refusing to grant him the opportunity to employ the triple or quadruple Kaioken. Vegeta extended both hands, seizing Goku's incoming fist, then executed a shoulder throw, hurling him away. A thunderous sound echoed from the distant boulder as it shattered into countless fragments, with Goku being forcefully embedded within the rubble. The threefold Kaioken. From within the debris, an even more terrifying aura emerged. Vegeta's expression suddenly shifted. Goku, moving with a speed even greater than before, surged out from the pile of rubble and launched a punch directly at Vegeta's chest. How infuriating. In a critical moment, Vegeta managed to block Goku's fist. Astonished by the substantial increase in power, the collision produced a tremendous sound that reverberated throughout the sky. Instantly, Vegeta was sent flying backward. Feeling a sharp, numbing pain in his hands, Vegeta's demeanor grew serious. 20,000. Kakarot's combat power must be at least 20,000. With the threefold Kaioken, Could it be that Kakarote's energy has reached 24,000 now? Vegeta and Son Goku engaged in a fierce clash once more. The disparity of 1 or 2,000 in strength was hardly perceptible, especially since Vegeta remained vigilant. In an instant, the two transformed into equals. Meanwhile, in the chat group, Spider, how impressive. Vegeta possesses such formidable strength. That fellow named Son Goku is equally terrifying. Little Spider trembles at the thought. It feels as though even a mere ripple of energy could obliterate her. How curious that when Vegeta battled the group leader, she found him lacking in prowess. If only we could harness this energy, referred to as ki, and integrate it into a Gundam, the results might be extraordinary. As a veteran of machines, Al still believed that close combat paled in comparison to the grandeur of mecha battles. World's greatest princess, Vegeta is on the verge of defeat. Son Goku still has strength to spare. Uchiha Madara. Oh, that arrogant fellow is about to be vanquished? How delightful. World's greatest princess, is it truly so delightful, Uchiha Madara? After all, you are a group member. There is no need to view matters through a biased lens. I certainly do not wish for Vegeta to fall. Uchiha Madara. No, not at all. I merely feel a twinge of sentimentality. Although I am uncertain why the group leader expressed such sentiments, having been a group administrator for so long. Uchiha Madara understood the importance of reading the room. The group leader was displeased. Uchiha Sasuke, adapting to the winds. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke. Do not presume that just because I assisted you in completing your world task, you can speak freely about me. I am a demon of the ninja realm. Uchiha Sasuke. I said nothing. It was merely a slip of the fingers. Uchiha Madara. Ever since Uchiha Sasuke discovered his tenuous connection to the annihilation of our clan, his respect for his elder has waned. Upon my resurrection, I shall impart a lesson in love to Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 86. The third party intervened. Son Goku delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's face. Vegeta, in pain, spat onto the ground and swiftly swung his right foot. With a resounding thud, Son Goku's side was struck with tremendous force. Gasping, Son Goku coughed up blood, his body trembling slightly, and then with a fierce roar, he shouted, "Ha!" His palm unleashed a wave of energy aimed directly at Vegeta's abdomen. However, Vegeta was quicker, redirecting the incoming energy blast into the sky. Utilizing the blast recoil, he distanced himself from Son Goku. Vegeta gasped for breath, wiping the saliva and blood from the corner of his mouth. I never expected you, Kakarote, a mere lower-class warrior, to push me to this extent. Goku, with one hand pressed against the spot on his right rib where Vegeta had kicked him and the other hand wiping away the blood from his lips, replied with a smile, "You astonish me, Vegeta. Despite my relentless training, I still cannot surpass you." Had it not been for his death at the hands of Raditz and his subsequent training with King Kai, he would have remained at a level akin to Piccolo, barely capable of holding his own against Nappa. Goku felt his energy waning. The burden of the threefold Kaioken was overwhelming for him at this moment. Although he assessed that he could briefly elevate to the fourfold Kaioken, he questioned its necessity. Vegeta, you have won this battle. Humph. Vegeta scoffed lightly. You still possess some strength, Kakarote. That Kaioken of yours is merely threefold. If I am not mistaken, you should still be able to reach fourfold, correct? Indeed. Goku acknowledged after a moment of silence, uncertain of Vegeta's intentions. Such an increase might lead to the collapse of his body the instant he activated it. Since you are not here to annihilate Earth, there is no need for me to take it to that extent. King Kai had warned Goku that his current physical strength had already reached its limit with the threefold Kaioken. The fourfold would be an exhaustive strain on his body. So, had Nappa and I aimed to destroy Earth from the outset, you would have unleashed the fourfold Kaioken against me? What are you planning? Goku exclaimed in surprise. Fear not. My intentions remain unchanged. I do not seek to obliterate Earth. Vegeta spoke as a white energy sphere materialized in his right hand. What is this? Sensing the peculiar energy fluctuations within, Goku was taken aback. It certainly did not resemble a ki blast. Kakarote, even if you were to unleash the quadruple Kaioken, you would still be no match for me. Vegeta cradled the energy sphere before him and cast a fleeting glance at Goku. Have you ever transformed into a Grade 8? Grade 8? Goku paused, bewildered. What is that? Vegeta was taken aback, recognizing that Goku's gaze was devoid of deceit. Consequently, he felt compelled to enlighten Kakarote. After the explanation, the notion of a tenfold increase in basic combat power was indeed terrifying. Goku couldn't help but reflect. In that case, he was truly outmatched. At that moment, Goku also recalled a poignant truth: the death of his grandfather, Son Gohan, was likely intertwined with his own actions. It's good that you understand. As a superior warrior, I am not so easily surpassed. Observing the dissipating red and white aura surrounding Goku, Vegeta refrained from attacking him. Instead, he immersed a portion of his consciousness into the chat group. Vegeta, is the group leader Bellies present? The world's first princess. I am here, Vegeta. Vegeta, did you see that? I have triumphed. Your assessment was flawed. I have not been defeated. Bellies, in the realm of destruction. Observing Vegeta's arrogant demeanor in the chat group, Bellies was momentarily speechless. Yes, you have triumphed. I misjudged the situation, all right? It was indeed my teachings on the mastery of energy perception that enabled you to execute your attacks and evasions, barely managing to withstand the diminishing power of Sun Wukong's King Kai Fist. After all, sensing adversaries through energy is far swifter than relying solely on sight, which is one reason why Vegeta is more formidable than in the original narrative. However, what is with your boastful demeanor? The world's foremost princess remarked, congratulations, indeed. From the past to the future, after all these years, you finally bested Sun Wukong, albeit merely in words. Vegeta, what victory can be claimed through mere words? With a combat power of 32,000 utilizing my fourfold Kaioken, and after transforming, I possess no less than 130,000. How could I possibly lose? Even without transformation. In this state, Kakarot would inevitably succumb to my superiority if we were to continue fighting, correct? I, Vegeta, am not some mere woodpecker to rely on verbal prowess. This is a tangible comparison of strength. I, Vegeta, am undeniably superior to Kakarot, and not by a trivial margin. Sensing the wrath emanating from Vegeta in the chat group, Bellies continued to engage in the conversation. The world's greatest princess, Vegeta, your transformation requires a setup, while Son Goku needs none. Vegeta, so what? The artificial moon has been completed, transforming at a mere blink of an eye. The world's first princess. Well, let it be, I shall not contest with you. Having triumphed in the debate, Vegeta nearly had his tail elevated in triumph. Yet, upon glancing at the chat group's content, a sudden thought struck him. Vegeta, wait a moment. Leader, what do you mean by saying that I have never defeated Kakarot in both the past and the future? World's first princess, it means precisely what it states. In other words, in the predetermined future, you and Nappa were utterly vanquished by Son Goku upon your arrival on Earth. Vegeta, this is inconceivable. I am a proud elite warrior. Before Vegeta could utter a word, a sudden voice interrupted him. It was not the sound of a chat group, but rather a furious roar that echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a mighty beast's growl. He swiftly turned his head to look behind him. Vegeta, be careful. Goku's exclamation brought Vegeta back to his senses. Double Kaioken. Vegeta was taken aback as he suddenly saw Kakarot darting in front of him, unleashing a technique against the energy wave hurtling towards him. How could this be possible? Vegeta's gaze transcended Goku, settling upon the colossal ape that unleashed its ferocious assault. Damn it, Nappa, have you lost your mind? You cannot fully control your transformation. What are you staring at the moon for? Is it not possible to avert your eyes elsewhere? Vegeta could only exclaim in disbelief. Was Nappa truly contemplating a rebellion by unleashing such a colossal wave of energy aimed directly at him? How infuriating. He witnessed the energy wave released by Goku being gradually subdued by the opposing force. Vegeta did not ponder for long, instinctively tightening his grip. He shattered the newly formed artificial moon. I do not require a lower-class warrior to rescue me. Vegeta instantly materialized to the right of Goku, placing both hands before him as he began to gather energy for his devastating attack. Final flash. The ultimate technique unleashed by Vegeta converges with Goku's Kamehameha, resulting in an energy wave directed towards the opponent that becomes significantly more robust and formidable. Vegeta and Son Goku exerted their utmost strength, decisively repelling the terrifying assault unleashed from the mouth of the great ape. With a resounding boom, a cloud of explosive smoke erupted from the great ape's form. Vegeta and Goku were both panting heavily. Not bad, Vegeta, Goku said, giving Vegeta a thumbs up. I don't need your help. Even if I were alone, I would not be defeated, Vegeta replied coldly. Chapter 87. The two join forces to battle Gohan. The mighty giant ape, with its tough skin and thick flesh, endured the combined assault of Goku and Vegeta, yet remained largely unscathed, only growing more enraged. With a fierce roar, its crimson eyes glared at Goku and Vegeta, as if poised to devour them whole. It fixated particularly on Vegeta, as if recognizing an old adversary. Calm down, Nappa. It's me, Vegeta. Vegeta shouted. Section 83. Lower-tier warriors are troublesome. Their consciousness remains uncontrollable after transformation, rendering them akin to wild beasts. Unlike him, a higher-tier warrior, who can easily negate the effects of an artificial moon simply by willing it, caught between the choice of transforming or remaining in their original state. I am here. Prince Vegeta, a loyal male voice echoed. Vegeta was taken aback, swiftly turning his gaze towards the source of the sound. Nappa? Nappa was several hundred meters away. Waving at him, Vegeta stood in bewilderment. If Nappa was unharmed, then who was this colossal gorilla before him? Was it Gohan? Goku, too, gazed into the distance at Nappa. Given the information Vegeta had just provided, the only one who could transform and possess the tail was none other than his own son, Gohan. Is that your little brat? Upon hearing Goku's uncertain tone, Vegeta's lips twitched. He finally grasped what was amiss. Nappa had transformed into a great ape, and with a battle power commencing at over 19,000, it was inconceivable that Kakarot could easily counter it, let alone that he and Kakarot had managed to push back the energy of the great ape. At that moment, he hadn't thought much of it, but upon reflection, it was evident that the great ape's battle power appeared to be over 20,000, perhaps not even reaching 30,000. Kakarot, did you not teach your son that if he cannot control the great ape transformation, he should avoid looking at the moon? How did you manage it in the past? Vegeta scrutinized Goku from head to toe, only now realizing that Kakarot's tail seemed to be absent. It was no wonder he appeared unaffected by the artificial moon. Vegeta had assumed Kakarot was like himself, a higher-class warrior capable of controlling his transformations. After all, he had been referred to as Vegeta's ally and even rival by the leader. Was this truly all there was to it? It turned out he had overthought the matter. Our family tends to retire early, so we haven't paid much attention to the moon. I removed my tail long ago. And I only just learned from you that Scions can transform into great apes. Vegeta, is it possible for both hearts to be this large? Kakarot, are you not the least bit concerned that your son might trample you in his transformed state during the night? Hey, Scion, what was that ball all about? Piccolo, arriving from the other side, shouted at Vegeta. How is it possible for Gohan to transform when there is no moon? Piccolo looked at Goku in astonishment. Has he witnessed Gohan's transformation into a great ape? Vegeta, answer my question. Piccolo was truly angry. If he could match Vegeta's strength, he might have rolled up his sleeves and confronted him directly. That is Gohan we are talking about. Gohan, the disciple of the Demon King Piccolo, is not just any ordinary being. Kakarot's son, and you are not even anxious. Why should you, a Namekian, be so concerned? Vegeta remained unfazed. His expression one of genuine surprise. Look at Kakarot, and then look at yourself. Are you certain that Gohan is a Scion and not a mutant Namekian? Kakarot is his father, not the other way around. Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. It seemed that he was, in fact, somewhat overshadowed by Piccolo, Gohan's master. Vegeta, how can Gohan revert to his original form? Since it is a transformation, there surely exists a method to return to normal, Goku inquired of Vegeta. Vegeta cast a glance at Goku and then at Piccolo, unable to decipher the nature of their relationship. Nevertheless, he proceeded to elucidate. The artificial moon possesses a certain degree of resilience compared to a natural one. In other words, even if the artificial moon were to be destroyed after transformation, the state could still be sustained for half an hour. This technique was originally devised for the conquest of planets, and although its effects may not match those of a genuine moon, it does not suffer from the flaw of losing the ability to transform upon the moon's destruction. Half an hour? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Piccolo's face turned an alarming shade of green. Particularly concerning was Gohan's aura after his transformation into a great ape, which surpassed that of both Goku and Vegeta. Furthermore, given that both of them had recently engaged in battle, their energies had diminished significantly. Would they be able to endure this half hour? If the great ape were to go on a rampage, obliterating the earth with a single strike, would that not spell disaster? Yet, solutions were not entirely absent. As Vegeta spoke, the colossal ape charged towards the trio. The earth trembled violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar reminiscent of an earthquake. A single punch from the giant ape struck the ground, sending plumes of dust soaring dozens of meters high and causing fissures to emerge across the land, stretching for kilometers. The three took refuge at a distance. Compared to the overwhelming power of Vegeta and Goku, who had activated the Kaioken, Piccolo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This Gohan was far more terrifying than during his last transformation. Hey, speak up. What should we do? No need to panic, Namekian. Although consolidating the power of two moons requires a certain cooldown period, with his and Kakarot's immense combat strength, can they not handle a mere giant ape spawned by Goku? As long as someone diverts the giant ape's attention, we can find a way to sever its tail from behind. Wasn't that how you two dealt with Raditz? Is it really that simple? What did you expect? Vegeta said, Kakarot, we shall draw the attention of the great apes. Nappa, you and these fellows devise a plan to sever their tails from behind. Is that agreeable? Vegeta's gaze shifted towards Nappa in the distance. No problem, Vegeta, Nappa nodded. Though uncertain of the prince's true intentions, just moments ago, they were adversaries. Could it be that he shared a mutual understanding with Kakarot? Nevertheless, as a subordinate, Nappa adhered to a degree of professionalism, questions best left unasked and actions best left unperformed. What about you, Kakarot? Vegeta turned his head to look at Goku. As for the other Z fighters, he regarded them with disdain. As a superior warrior, only Piccolo managed to merit a modicum of respect, merely for his ability to withstand one of Vegeta's attacks. I'll follow your lead, Goku replied, not overthinking the matter. He concurred with Vegeta's assessment, believing that only he and Vegeta could divert Gohan's attention while ensuring their own safety. Then let's proceed, Vegeta declared, emanating an aura of determination as he soared into the sky. Piccolo, follow Vegeta's lead. I believe he can be trusted. TCH, just this once, don't command me. I merely wish to ensure my pupil does not jeopardize the planet he intends to rule, Piccolo retorted. Indeed, you truly care for Gohan, Goku remarked, astonished. Get moving. Do you want that scion named Vegeta to be vanquished by Gohan? Piccolo shot Goku a fierce glare before darting towards the Z fighters. You're Nappa, right? No issues as Vegeta mentioned? Kakarot, you need not worry. I shall not defy the prince's orders, Nappa affirmed with a nod. Although Kakarot was a lower-tier warrior, his ability to engage with Vegeta on equal footing, even gaining the upper hand at times, made Nappa wary of displaying arrogance, especially after Vegeta's recent instructions. With that, Nappa too soared towards the Z fighters. Once the others departed, Kakarot headed towards the great ape. In the chaos of the rampaging beast, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage. Observing this, Goku quickly unleashed a Kamehameha wave upon the great ape, diverting Gohan's attention. Chapter 88, The battle comes to an end, Vegeta unconscious. Goku evaded the great ape's fist and swiftly approached Vegeta's side. Are you alright, Vegeta? Mind your own business, Vegeta coldly replied, not even glancing at Goku. Don't be so aloof. Goku fired another energy blast at the oncoming great ape, thwarting its assault. Vegeta and Son Goku narrowly evaded the colossal fist of the great ape. Kakarot, swiftly resolve the situation here and then seek out the Dragon Balls, Vegeta thought, perplexed by Kakarot's incessant chatter. Indeed, it was baffling. Vegeta broached the matter at hand, prompting Goku to adopt a more serious demeanor. In this pivotal moment, it became evident that regardless of future considerations, the immediate priority was to resolve Gohan's transformation. Gohan. It's Goku. Can you hear me? Goku shouted at the towering great ape Gohan, only to be met with a colossal fist that darkened the sky. Both Goku and Vegeta swiftly evaded the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, the fist struck the ground, sending shockwaves that violently shook the earth. Seizing the opportunity while the great ape was momentarily immobilized, Vegeta accelerated towards his adversary, delivering a powerful blow to the beast's side. The great ape shuddered slightly, but in the next instant, its arm swung menacingly toward Vegeta. Vegeta, taken aback, sought to evade the impending blow. However, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Left with no alternative, he crossed his arms before him in a futile attempt to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, a tempest arose, scattering debris in all directions as the colossal ape's arm descended forcefully upon Vegeta. Vegeta was hurled away like a cannonball, creating a deep crater several meters wide upon impact with the ground. Vegeta suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed in shock, as he saw the great ape preparing to stomp down where Vegeta had fallen. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a threefold Kaioken. A burst of crimson light surged from beneath the great ape's foot, rescuing Vegeta just before the massive foot descended. A few dozen meters away, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow and set Vegeta down on the ground. I don't need your help, Kakarot, Vegeta protested, pushing aside Goku's arm and struggling to stand. Don't be stubborn, Vegeta, Goku urged. Given Gohan's current state, unless you transform into that great ape you mentioned, none of us stand a chance against him. Humph. Vegeta turned his head away dismissively. Shall we devise a plan? What kind of plan? Goku inquired. We need to find a way to make Gohan lean forward. That way, his tail will be exposed and easy to sever. Goku shared his strategy with Vegeta. Fine, let's do it your way, Vegeta replied without hesitation. Having noticed that the great ape seemed unable to locate them and was preparing to attack Nappa and the others. After all, Nappa was his subordinate, and it would be unfortunate for him to fall so easily, especially with the live broadcast ongoing. If Nappa were to perish, he, the proud Prince Vegeta, would become the laughingstock of the group, left with nothing but a few insignificant scraps. Thus, Goku and Vegeta, having conferred, charged once more at the great ape. Their target was no longer the beast's massive body, but instead its legs. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. They dodged and attacked relentlessly. The enormous great ape, towering hundreds of meters high, could only bend down, swinging its colossal arms in an attempt to strike the agile Vegeta and Goku. As the great ape bent down, its tail inadvertently lifted. A perfect opportunity. The Z-Fighters and Nappa, who had been searching for a chance to strike, finally found their moment. Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb, Kamehameha Wave. Ki Blast. Energy surged from various directions, aiming at the great ape's enormous tail that swayed through the air. A thunderous explosion erupted from the great ape's rear, sending debris and dust flying, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Did we succeed? Piccolo, anxious about Gohan, could no longer contain himself. After the explosion, a tail remained suspended in the air, now enveloped in a faint milky aura. What is happening? He gasped in disbelief. It's the energy surrounding him. How could this be? Nappa, equally astonished, noted that instinctively, the energy had adhered to the tail, reducing the damage it sustained. Without conscious thought, relying solely on primal instincts, the great ape had instinctively protected its tail. Damn it! With Nappa's observation, the others noticed the thin layer of energy coating the great ape's tail. Though it was minimal, it was not something their mere thousands of battle power could overcome. Stand back. Let me try. Hearing the voice in the accompanying sonic boom, everyone turned to see Krillin raising his right hand above his head, cradling a golden disc formed from condensed energy. Krillin, what is that? Yamcha asked, astonished at Krillin's new technique, as it appeared he had been the only one not to attack moments ago. Heh, this is my new move. Though it's a bit hard to control, Krillin replied, as the Z-Fighters stepped back. Despite their doubts about the effectiveness of Krillin's technique with his battle power of over 1,000, they kept their thoughts to themselves for the moment, especially given his confident demeanor. Energy Blade. As he hurled the disc, it sped toward the great ape's tail at an astonishing velocity. The energy blade, resembling a golden flying saucer, created a fierce friction in the air. The great ape, driven by its animal instincts, seemed to sense the attack. It forcefully stomped its feet on the ground and leapt into the air. The massive creature's body moved with surprising agility. The energy blade zipped past the great ape's feet, carving a terrifying line across the ground for over a kilometer. Was that ineffective? Krillin gasped, panting heavily, as controlling the move had been quite challenging with his battle power barely reaching 2,000. No, it was effective. Piccolo spoke up, his keen senses allowing him to notice the faint marks left on the great ape's tail after the energy blade had passed through. If the great ape hadn't jumped to evade, it would have likely severed its tail. Krillin, can you perform that technique again? Piccolo addressed Krillin, acknowledging the power of his attack for once. Perhaps not. Doing it twice in a row is pushing it for me, Krillin replied, catching his breath. Very well. It seems we must find another way. Meanwhile, the great ape, enraged after dodging the attack, sought to retaliate against those who had ambushed it. But both Vegeta and Goku continually thwarted its attempts. In a classic display of taunting, the great ape had no choice but to redirect its fury towards the 2 nimble fighters before it, who moved about like monkeys. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled the golden disc that had whizzed past moments ago. With his experience, he quickly recognized it as an exceptionally proficient skill. As images of the energy blade flooded his mind, he analyzed its construction. In a moment of distraction, Vegeta barely avoided being struck by the great ape's attack, quickly releasing a ki blast to propel himself out of the creature's reach. Kakarot, hold him off for a moment. I will handle Gohan. Hey, Vegeta. Before Goku could ponder further, Vegeta had vanished from sight, already distancing himself from the great ape. Vegeta extended his right hand, flexing it a few times as if acclimating to something. What is Vegeta up to? In the distance, the Z-Fighters observed as Vegeta left Goku to contend with the giant ape while he appeared to be in a frenzy, leaving them somewhat perplexed. In truth, Vegeta had only been absent from the battlefield for a mere 10 seconds. He charged once more towards the giant ape, his palm open wide. Suddenly, a golden disc manifested in the palm of his hand. Was that the energy blade? From afar, Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that one glance was sufficient to replicate such a technique? Observing the execution, it seemed even more fluid than his original version. In Krillin's gaze, Vegeta held the energy blade, drawing ever closer to the giant ape. After narrowly evading one of the giant ape's attacks, he continued forward. Vegeta aimed for the tail of the great ape, and with a swift strike of golden energy, it was severed in an instant. The source of its formidable power was now disrupted, and as the tail was cut, the great ape emitted a furious roar, its massive form rapidly diminishing. Behind the retreating figure of the great ape, Vegeta prepared to evade, only to realize that his strength had been significantly depleted. Oh no! The colossal body of the great ape crashed down upon him. Despite Gohan's shrinking form, Vegeta was too close. The overwhelming weight bore down upon him, forcing him to the ground. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Ding! Vegeta has fallen unconscious. The live stream is temporarily interrupted. A voice emerged in the chat group. Chapter 89, Kurapika, Mastering Nin Abilities? The remaining members, engrossed in the live stream, reacted. Spider, what is happening? Why has it stopped? Uchiha Madara, that one called Vegeta, he has been crushed to death. Has he? Perilous, Vegeta is not dead. He merely lost consciousness due to excessive strain. The live stream will be interrupted when a member loses awareness, which can be seen as a measure to protect their privacy. Hybrid AI, is that really considered privacy? Shouldn't the broadcast continue until the end? The world's foremost princess, Vegeta, is currently in a coma, alone on Earth. And it seems they were previously seeking trouble. Hybrid AI, what if the Earthlings end up harming him? The world's foremost princess, do not worry, he will be fine. Regardless of Vegeta's shortcomings, he remains the brother of Perilous. In Vegeta, Perilous has retained a certain degree of contingency to prevent detection by certain individuals from the 7th universe. This contingency is not substantial. However, to claim Vegeta's life, one must at least surpass the level of Frieza. Leader. You seem to hold a significant concern for that scion named Vegeta. The leader has never shown any particular regard for Vegeta in words or actions. Yet has an inexplicable feeling that Vegeta holds considerable importance in the leader's heart. The world's greatest princess, is that so? Your perception is akin to that regarding Spider. Have I not assisted her as well? Spider, Woo-woo, esteemed leader, since you mentioned this, could you assist me in passing the test of the evil god D? The world's greatest princess, Spider, do not forget that you have ascended to divinity. Handle your own affairs. Additionally, that was my agreement with D. One that was established in advance. Spider, very well, but after watching the live stream of that individual named Vegeta, I feel even more uncertain. I have no knowledge of what D's test entails, and it leaves me in a state of anxiety. Vegeta is indeed formidable, and the combat prowess within the realm of nihilistic novels is quite remarkable. The recent live broadcast resembled a grand Hollywood production. What of the Dark God D? While it is likely that his strength does not surpass that of the group leader, the previous exchanges between them suggest that Dark God D is far from being an ordinary character. The trials he presents, though seemingly effortless for himself, could pose insurmountable challenges for others, akin to a hellish ordeal. Belly seemed to perceive the agitation of Spider, for after all, the malevolent deity D possessed a penchant for mischief. The world's foremost princess addressed Spider. You should have an inkling about the trials set forth by the malevolent deity. They are not insurmountable. The princess continued, D will certainly not intervene personally. The trials are intrinsically linked to this planet of yours. As for the specifics, how would I know? Even if I did, I wouldn't divulge it. Spider lamented, it feels as if you've said much while revealing nothing. Oh, how pitiful, small, and helpless I am, this little Spider. The princess remarked, such is the nature of Spider, even Bellies has grown immune to it. The princess then inquired, is Kurapika present? Kurapika replied, I am here, leader. I have arrived at the arena. The princess asked, have you secured the tickets we discussed earlier? Kurapika responded, I regret to inform you that I lack the connections. To reach the 200th floor necessitates a certain standing. The princess mused, I see. What are the others? At that moment, a notification chimed as Kurapika sent a video recording. Within the realm of destruction, Bellies observed a newly added video in the group chat. Bellis activated the video. The footage was straightforward, depicting a young boy engaged in combat with a robust man. The boy emitted a peculiar aura, faint yet imbued with remarkable resilience. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the giant sprawling out of the arena, thus claiming victory. This so-called thought bore a resemblance to the concept of energy. Bellies pondered with her eyes closed, leaning more towards the aspect of life's essence. In contrast to the tumultuous and straightforward nature of Chi, there existed a myriad of peculiar characteristics. It resembled the enhancement of both Chi and spirit, cleverly grasping certain principles through this augmentation. Well, let me give it a try. Bellies gently closed her eyes, practicing the intricate technique of the binding of the absolute. With the perspective of a god of destruction, she swiftly comprehended the method of releasing her thoughts. In an instant, she enveloped the entire realm of destruction with her energy. Bellies took a deep breath and rose from her seated position. The chaotic energy that once enveloped her began to coalesce. To her surprise, the modest level of her technique allowed her transformed energy to be more easily controlled. With the memories of a seasoned hunter, she quickly simulated the general method of manipulating Nin as she observed the flow of it within her body in the video. To be honest, her overall strength did not significantly increase. However, she gained a deeper familiarity with her own power, which she considered a worthwhile achievement. Her energy was now nearly under her control. As long as her emotions remained stable, she would no longer experience uncontrolled outbursts. Regarding the principles encompassed within Nin, Bellies did not delve too deeply. She could comprehend them, yet she chose not to explore them extensively, as the peculiar abilities of hunters were not particularly sophisticated. Her own level of existence rendered her completely immune to such trivialities. Bellies shifted her gaze back to the chat group. Within the group, discussions about Noun were underway. However, most participants lacked a thorough understanding of the topic. This was partly due to the complexities of the world's laws, and although they were curious, they had yet to grasp its intricacies. They vaguely sensed that the Nin of the Hunter world bore significant resemblance to the Chi of the Dragon Ball universe. The world's foremost princess, Kurapika, entered the arena, declaring, "I have a way to teach you, Nin." Having just triumphed in a fierce battle and ascended to the 150th level of the Sky Arena, Kurapika's expression lit up with excitement. "Really? Is that true?" "Indeed. There's a 70 to 80% chance, but it does entail certain risks," replied the princess. "I am prepared," Kurapika asserted. The princess and Kurapika proceeded into the arena. Kurapika, a young man clad in blue with golden hair, possessed black eyes that conveyed the aura of a friendly neighbor. Master of the group, Kurapika's voice trembled slightly. Even though Bellies stood at a distance, she emanated an overwhelming presence. "Simply call me Bellies. There is no need for such formality. I mean you no harm." "Yes, Lady Bellies," Kurapika responded, his voice still quivering but noticeably less anxious. "Before I assist you in unlocking Nin, there are a few important points to convey," Bellies began. Gaining access to Nin in the arena does not equate to having mastered it. After familiarizing yourself with the methods here, you must return to your own world to independently unlock your Nin abilities. In essence, your time in the arena merely provides you with experience in activating and controlling Nin. Do you understand? "So, I haven't truly learned Nin?" "Correct. How far have you progressed in the Sky Arena?" Bellies continued her inquiry. "I just reached the 150th level. And although it's a bit challenging, I'm confident I can ascend to the 200th level." "Is that so?" "That is sufficient. There is no need to reach the 200th level." After contemplating for a moment and assessing Kurapika, Bellies added, "I must clarify that this method is likely exclusive to you. An ordinary person, even if acquainted with the process, cannot rely solely on experience to unlock Nin abilities." "Are you implying that I am not an ordinary person? Do you believe your eyes suggest otherwise?" Bellies retorted. "That seems to be the case," Kurapika conceded, beginning to understand why Bellies asserted that he was not an ordinary individual. "It is time to commence." Bellies raised her palm, a formidable energy enveloping Kurapika. In an instant, Kurapika's physical condition was laid bare within Bellies' perception. The next moment, Kurapika sensed a mysterious life force surging forth from every part of his being. Just as Kurapika found himself at a loss, the voice of Bellies resonated. With fiery red eyes, he focused his mind and closed the pores, thus enabling him to master the art of breathing. Under Bellies' guidance, Kurapika began to concentrate. The aura that had been emanating from him gradually subsiding. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Bellies and Kurapika have both withdrawn from the arena, and the live broadcast within the group has consequently come to a halt. The world's foremost princess, Kurapika, remarked that while his fiery red eyes could indeed pierce through the barriers surrounding him, it would pose a significant risk, given the absence of a mentor on his side. Kurapika responded, expressing his gratitude to Lady Bellies for her gifts and teachings, assuring her that he would exercise caution. As Kurapika's consciousness returned to his chamber, he inhaled deeply, affirming to himself that he would undoubtedly master the art of Nin. Furthermore, during his time in the arena, the group leader had provided him with a general understanding of the learning and application of Nin. Although the concepts were not entirely clear to him, he felt he had at least gained a sense of direction. Regarding the matter of oaths, the group leader, lacking familiarity with the hunter world, could only offer a vague explanation and advise him to tread carefully, as the depths of the oaths are profound. Thus, Kurapika's Nin abilities were awakened, and his consciousness shifted back to the realm of the destroyer god. Bellies pondered for a moment and decided to leave a message for the unconscious Vegeta, advising him that upon awakening, he should refrain from making any wishes upon the Dragon Balls and instead contact her first, as the consequences could be dire. Chapter 90, Concerning Parallel Worlds. A familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Chris? Bellies was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring, Indeed, my lady Bellies. The matter you wish to investigate is rather intricate. Kess's voice paused for a moment, as if contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. Have parallel universes emerged? A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Bellies' mind. It can be considered so, yet it may also be argued otherwise. Bellies, what does it mean? I shall return now, and I will elaborate on the specifics once I am back in the realm of destruction. Very well. Not wishing to pry further into the matter, Bellies refrained from questioning Crix any further. The voice in her mind fell silent as she pondered the information Crix had just revealed. Is it true or not? Furrowing her brow, Bellies awaited the return of the angel Crix. At this moment, her mind was far from the chat group. The passage of time while waiting always seemed interminable. Half an hour later, Crix, wielding a kaleidoscopic cube, returned to the realm of destruction. What on earth had transpired? Bellies spoke directly, expressing that the parallel worlds you were concerned about do not exist, at least not in the entirety of our universe. What you just mentioned is not our universe. Bellies shook her head, indicating that it pertains to another universe, the precise reasons of which remain unclear to me. The divergence of the universe I observed occurred several decades ago. What does that mean? Bellies inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is akin to the branching of a tree. Our branch does not give rise to new universes, yet there was a bifurcation many years ago. In other words, at that time, a universe similar to ours emerged. Kess explained, noting that this universe appears exceedingly unstable and continues to generate parallel worlds. Will the Omni King be concerned about this? Bellies pondered and asked. No. As long as the worlds that continue to emerge are not centered around our current universe, they bear no relation to me. Kess, perceiving Bellies' unease, responded. Although the reasons remain unknown, based on my observations, our current universe has not produced any parallel worlds since the emergence of that parallel universe years ago. When exactly did it come into being? Bellies queried. Approximately 20 to 25 years ago. My abilities do not allow for an accurate determination, Kess speculated with uncertainty. If you wish to know the exact time, I could inquire with the Omni King and the High Priest. No, that won't be necessary. The mere mention of the High Priest unsettled Bellies. Kess, do you have any certainty regarding the cause of the divergence of that other universe? If it is likened to a tree branching, then there must be differences. Well, I have not ventured there. Angels are prohibited from entering parallel universes. Kess remained silent for a moment before explaining, however, from the visuals I observed. Your presence was absent in that world within the realm of the destroyer god of the 10th universe. Furthermore, the flow of time in that universe seems to be somewhat swifter than ours. Is the destroyer god of the 10th universe still Lord Ramses? Bellies fell into silence. Could it be that my ascension to the role of destroyer god led to the emergence of parallel universes? No, this is unrelated to you. Sensing the emotions in Bellies' eyes, Kess shook her head and clarified that the emergence of that world occurred prior to your arrival in the realm of the destroyer god. If there were indeed a connection, perhaps Kess chose not to elaborate further. You wish to imply that my existence is absent in that world? I cannot confirm this. I have not entered the 7th universe, nor have I visited planet Vegeta. Kess sighed. Even without entering, one could still make some deductions, couldn't one? Lady Bellies. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Kess remained silent for a moment before stating that every universe possesses differences and will not be entirely identical. As you are now, you are unique. Kess continued, although the reasons remain elusive, our current universe will no longer give rise to parallel worlds. I see, Bellies sighed. With Kess's words reaching this point, Bellies began to form vague speculations. The absence of new worlds, being one of a kind? Is it a consequence of the chat group's abilities? Frankly speaking, Bellies found the limitations of the chat group increasingly astonishing, even in her transformed state. She could still not ascertain the boundaries of the chat group's arena, though this was somewhat expected. Moreover, Bellies felt that the reason why the Omni King and the High Priest had not taken action against her might also be related to the chat group. Of course, this remains merely Bellies' conjecture. It would be foolish to approach the Omni King and the High Priest to validate this. What if the validation failed? That would spell disaster. Since the universe will no longer give rise to parallel worlds, this matter concludes here. He did not wish to further discuss matters concerning parallel universes. While Bellies was considerably preoccupied with them, primarily due to the influence of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Chris, observe the aura that envelopes me. A subtle radiance emanated from her, yet the manner in which this energy flowed left Chris quite astonished, particularly after witnessing Bellies' demonstration of her newly developed technique. My lady Bellies, is this a newly invented move? No, it was merely an accidental discovery. Bellies offered no further elaboration. What do you think? The operation of this energy was indeed peculiar, seemingly divergent from the conventional methods of cultivation found throughout the cosmos. Chris, being the eldest of the angels, despite her somewhat charming appearance, possessed considerable experience. This method of cultivation bears similarities to energy, but can it be propagated throughout the universe? Bellies inquired. Well, in theory, it is feasible. However, the cultivation process is significantly more challenging than merely harnessing energy. Chris did not contest this notion, acknowledging that it surpassed the general applicability of the divine eye. Your requirement pertains to those with combat prowess exceeding 10,000. Bellies remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Naturally, a method that intertwines both the levels of life and energy cultivation is inherently more complex than simple energy training, yet the average potential is considerably elevated. Just consider the warriors of the 7th universe. Aside from the Z warriors, how many possess combat abilities beyond 1,000? Moreover, in a match with equivalent strength, those who cultivate energy alongside their combat prowess would undoubtedly have a significantly higher chance of victory compared to those who solely focus on energy training. And what is your perspective on this? Chris refrained from rebuttal. In the presence of angels, the distinction between 10,000 and 100 billion in combat strength is negligible. Furthermore, this cultivation method allows exceptionally talented individuals to encounter the laws of the universe at an earlier stage. What about its dissemination on planets with combat powers below 1,000? Proceed as you suggest, yet it would be prudent to conduct a trial period first. For even I cannot ascertain whether this method of cultivation is suitable for everyone in our universe. Chris articulated. After all, the comprehension of deities vastly differs from that of mortals, given their disparate dimensions. For gods, learning and mastery come easily, yet the experience is entirely different for humans. Chapter 91. The journey of Irina. Having concluded her discussion with Chris, Bellies instructed her to seek out planets in the universe for pilot testing. Bellies once again directed her gaze towards the chat group. Oh, is Irina live streaming? Bellies, filled with curiosity, clicked in. The Grey Witch, Elena, riding her magical broom, quietly hovered in the sky, surveying the flower fields below. The endless expanse of blossoms, under the night sky's enchantment, appeared remarkably eerie. Particularly unsettling were the figures slowly advancing toward the heart of the flower field, thousands of them. They swayed unsteadily, their rigid bodies moving with an array of smiles plastered on their faces, as they murmured incessantly. Most terrifying of all, green vines and flowers coiled around their forms. As they drew nearer to the center, their appearances began to meld with the flora. Spider, what is this? How frightening. Are they man-eating plants? Maka ray, capable of absorbing life force, truly bizarre. Jelf, the enchanted plants seem to awaken the desires of living beings. Elena, for your safety, it would be wise to depart swiftly. Through the screen, Jelf could not discern Elena's current prowess, but from their prior lessons, he understood that while her potential was commendable, the magic of that realm appeared rather feeble. Elena, teacher Jelf, I am currently flying quite high. I should be safe. Jelf, do you feel confident in managing this sea of flowers? Having lived for centuries, Jelf could perceive Elena's intentions through her expression. Elena, yes. But those people below are likely already parasitized by the flowers. Unless their life force is replenished, they cannot be saved for long. Elena, indeed. Uchiha Madara, I see. Are you intending to grant them a final moment of beauty? From the mirrored image, it was evident that those consumed by the flower sea were caught in a profoundly hallucinatory state as life slipped away. Aizen Sosuke, Elena, from my perspective, I advise against prolonging your wait. Given the flower sea's ability to siphon life, absorbing so many life forces would surely enhance its strength, placing you in imminent danger. Though Aizen often engaged in similarly perilous endeavors, nurturing Ichigo and keeping Jin close, he recognized the distinction between himself and Elena. World's first princess, Elena, I concur with Aizen. I recall that in certain stories, magical girls often find themselves in perilous situations akin to yours, leading to bizarre fates. Elena, stories? What do you mean by bizarre? Elena, being a witch, was somewhat oblivious to the nuances of other worlds, let alone their myriad terminologies. Hybrid AI, it's not something pleasant. I suggest you remain unaware, lest you find yourself fearful of your identity as a witch. Huiying, world's first princess, is it all right if I share some images? World's first princess? Huiying, here they are. Image. JPG, image. JPG. World's first princess, How dare you, Hueying? You actually took screenshots while I was streaming. The images were simple. Previously, when Belly sought the core of the enchanted plants, she inadvertently fell into their grasp. The two images captured by Hueying rather provocatively displayed Bellies ensnared by the plants. Elena, what? I may not understand, but I am deeply shocked. As a witch, Elena had been taught many things by her mother, Nicole, before embarking on her journey. Seeing the group leader Bellies entangled by the enchanted plants quickly conjured ominous thoughts. Elena, may I ask, is the group leader all right in the end? World's first princess. Ahem. I merely needed to touch the plants to investigate their core. There is no need for wild speculation. Elena, is that so? World's first princess. Indeed. Hueying. Has your brother gone to the rebels yet? Hueying. Not yet, but he should be on his way soon. World's first princess. Hueying. You previously inquired about the scent of the heather flower. Was it delicious? Hueying. The flowers and the clear heart are quite similar, but the taste is hard to describe. No. Group leader, why are you asking this? Hueying, momentarily distracted by thoughts of her brother, inadvertently responded to the chat, leading to unexpected revelations. Oh no. Group leader. You're being devious. I only posted 2 screenshots. Is that really necessary? World's first princess. TSK, Hueying, it seems you harbor such peculiar tastes. Hueying, no. Please don't listen to the group leader. I've never eaten that flower, truly. I'm not lying. Teyvat doesn't have such things. Hybrid AI. Elena, what is this heather flower, and why is Hueying reacting so strongly? The naive witch Elena was filled with curiosity. Hueying, being the abyss princess. What flower could possibly frighten her more than the enchanted plants surrounding me? I recall that flower, but perhaps it's best I say nothing. As a seasoned programmer, L's gender remained ambiguous, yet he was privy to certain knowledge, having lived many years without losing his hair. Elena, why is everyone speaking in riddles? Elena puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Spider, Elena, dear child, it's not wise to delve into such forbidden knowledge. Hueying, exactly. Group leader, do not corrupt Elena. She is not as worldly as you. World's first princess. I have said nothing. It is you, Hueying, who is being defensive. Abyss princess Hueying, how amusing. Hueying, stop it. Please, don't say any more. This is social death. Hueying clutched her golden hair, frantically ruffling it until it was in disarray. World's first princess, all right. I shall remain silent. Hueying, be more cautious when teasing me in the future, you youthful and radiant beauty. Hueying, upon hearing the phrase youthful and radiant beauty, several words flashed in Hueying's mind. 500 years of age. Indeed, the group leader possessed a sharp tongue. The scene shifted back to Elena's world. Observing the individuals moving toward the heart of the flowers, Elena's expression grew solemn. She drew forth her wand, raising it high above her head. A massive fireball began to coalesce at the tip of her wand, its searing crimson light illuminating the night sky. Moments later, the fireball plummeted from the heavens. With a thunderous explosion and terrifying heat, the entire flower field emitted a piercing shriek. After several seconds, the once resplendent sea of flowers was reduced to a charred wasteland. Chapter 88. After ensuring that nothing was amiss, Elena swiftly maneuvered her broom to depart from the site. At that moment, within the chat group, Hybrid AI, has Elena's strength truly grown so formidable? She felt somewhat helpless, realizing that she was merely an ordinary individual with limited means to become stronger. During her last training session with Jerf, her abilities were not particularly formidable. Yet she had somehow managed to incinerate an entire sea of flowers in an instant. Irene, compared to the formidable figures in our group, I do not consider myself strong. I nearly exhausted my power just now, which is why I hurriedly departed. Irene was acutely aware of her own limitations. Sincerely speaking, her current level was rather modest. Jerf, there is no need for humility, Irene. In our world, you are already approaching the status of an S-rank mage. Irene, oh, really? Previously, your assessment was only C-rank. Have I truly grown that powerful? Although she had yet to defeat her current self, she sensed a significant increase in her strength compared to before, albeit lacking a definitive benchmark. At this moment, Irene finally comprehended that she had indeed attained the rank of A-rank mage. Joy and elation enveloped her. As their conversation drew to a close, the chat room gradually fell into silence, with group members attending to their respective tasks. After an indeterminate period, a message shattered the stillness of the chat. Hua, are you interested in watching a live stream? Hua, my brother has a knack for causing trouble. I might have to engage in a battle with the Raiden Shogun shortly. Chapter 92. In the blossoms, shadows towards the mountain. The dry lake bed. The final location of the sacred Sakura purification task. Had her brother been sleeping for too long, causing his mind to become muddled? Why meddle in the affairs of the Inazuma elite? Hua found herself at a loss for words. From the abyss. News indicated that the Raiden Shogun was collecting the 100th vision. Subsequently, the household servant Toma had foolishly become the last sacrificial offering. Well, that was of little importance. What truly mattered was the inference drawn from the abyss. It appeared that the traveler intended to hijack the Raiden Shogun's execution ground. Do you not possess any awareness of your current strength? Neither Kamisato Ayaka nor Kamisato Ayado, the influential figures of the Kamisato clan, had made an appearance. Why the urgency? There was still time, no need for undue concern. Clutching her 6-star exclusive weapon, Hua remained vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. The massive roots of the sacred Sakura twisted with tainted energy, surging rapidly toward a specific location. There stood a shrine maiden adorned in a white robe and red skirt. Her face concealed by a fox mask. Hanamizuki, or perhaps the term in the blossoms would be more fitting. She had inherited parts of Hanamizuki's memories and persona, birthed through the convergence of ley lines and the calamities of the abyss. As the roots absorbed the taint, the oppressive and repugnant aura within the vicinity began to dissipate. The roots of the sacred Sakura, a symbol of faith in Inazuma, exuded a delightful fragrance, radiating a sacred luminescence. Hanamizuki, still masked, approached Hua and bowed respectfully. "Thank you ever so much for your assistance, Your Highness." "Your Highness?" Hua narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Hanamizuki for a moment. "Do you glean any information regarding me from the sacred Sakura?" "Indeed, I am the princess of the Abyss Order." "Then, are you now Hanamizuki, or Hanamizuki's spirit?" Hua continued her inquiry. "The mission of Hanamizuki has concluded. I am now Hanamizuki, but I humbly request your permission to bid farewell to my friends in Inazuma. Afterward, I shall dedicate myself entirely to your service." Observing Hanamizuki's respectful bow, Hua remained silent for a moment before responding, "Very well, I shall be heading to Inazuma City shortly. You may accompany me." "Yes, Your Highness. Thank you for your understanding." Meanwhile, outside Inazuma City, what on earth is going on? Why hasn't the princess arrived yet? Yuan, disguised as an Inazuma merchant, paced anxiously, his foot tapping restlessly. Could she be off indulging in romantic escapades? According to unreliable rumors within the order, 500 years ago, the princess traveled across 7 nations, captivating individuals of all ages, from elderly men to infants, gaining widespread admiration. Am I to rescue the princess's kin all by myself? Yuan shuddered at the thought. What a ludicrous notion. I, a mere weak scribe, cannot possibly contend with the 7 shoguns. Even though I had received augmentations from that great entity, they merely concealed my identity, allowing me to blend in without drawing attention, and provided only a slight enhancement in strength. Rescue someone? Extracting a person from the jaws of the Raiden Shogun is no trivial matter. The remnants of the Abyss's power still linger on some distant island. The Raiden Shogun is not to be trifled with. Unlike the drunken fools of Mondstadt or the street urchins of Liyue, a single misstep could lead to drawn blades. Suddenly, sensing the aura of the Abyss, Yuan swiftly turned to glance behind him. As the Abyss portal opened, 2 figures emerged. Among them was the princess he had been longing for, accompanied by her paramour? No, that line of thought must be avoided. Your Highness, the final collection ritual for the vision is about to commence. I know. We must proceed to Inazuma City, Hua replied after a moment's contemplation. We can arrange the details later. Near the Tenryuta Commission's headquarters, Hua and Hanamizuki and Yuan found a vantage point from which to observe the scene unfolding before the entrance of the Tenryuta Commission. Toma was being escorted to the entrance, bound and gagged by 2 guards. At that moment, Hua began her live broadcast, though she paid little attention to its contents. Yuan, without revealing your identity, do your utmost to prevent my brother from entering. You may use any excuse you deem fit. Do you mean? Yuan hesitated, perplexed. There are no members of the Kamisato clan nearby. What a splendid plan. Even if something goes awry, we won't be caught red-handed. Toma is but a pawn. And so is the traveler. If we succeed in rescuing them, splendid. Perhaps we can even manipulate the aftermath to our advantage. The Kamisato clan and the rebels are intertwined. Just as anticipated, they may even be recommended to the rebels. If we fail, it would have no bearing on the Kamisato family. One household servant and an unidentified traveler, should they perish, so be it. Besides, the Raiden Shogun has already collected 100 visions. It would be a joyous occasion for all. Understood. I shall proceed. Yuan, possessing a wealth of knowledge, quickly grasped the underlying motives and departed from Hua's side. To be honest, Hua was increasingly bewildered by the thought processes of the traveler. Is it truly so simple to meet the Raiden Shogun? Return to Mondstadt or Liyue. Seek out the Anemo or Geo Archon and secure a letter of endorsement, with a swift flight back. The entire endeavor could be accomplished in no more than half an hour. Then, entering the Tenrita Commission, who would dare obstruct you? Even if you resorted to seeking diplomatic credentials from Mondstadt and Liyue's officials, it may prove challenging for others, but for you, it is a trivial matter. Must you always be a subordinate? All for the sake of a few precious stones? I wish to convey that I have asked Yuan Shang to depart from the horse and fetch you several boxes. The sound of lightness in the air pulled Ying back from her contemplation. Meanwhile, within the chat group, members witnessed the visage of the Raiden Shogun through the live broadcast. Clad in a purple kimono adorned with patterns of delphinium flowers, she bore black and gold shoulder armor on her left shoulder. A single purple braid cascaded down her back, her deep purple eyes revealing a hint of profundity, with a tear mole gracing the outer corner of her right eye. Uchiha Madara remarked, "Is this woman truly the Raiden Shogun of Inazuma? She indeed emanates a formidable aura. I wonder how she compares to Morix of Liyue." The moment the Raiden Shogun stepped out of the Tenchikaku, the previously clear sky dimmed. From the live stream, it was evident that all of Inazuma, and even the broader regions beyond Inazuma City, were enveloped in ominous clouds. Within the clouds, flashes of lightning intermittently flickered, evoking a sense of trepidation. The world's first princess commented, "In terms of overall strength, she does not match Morix. If we only consider martial prowess, it is difficult to ascertain. What you are witnessing is not the true Raiden Shogun, but merely a doll fashioned by her divine essence. Unlike Morix, who mingles freely, Raiden Ei has secluded herself, oh no. She has been in seclusion for 500 years, truly believing she was merely indulging in light novels and consuming dumplings." Spider Child inquired, "A doll? What does that signify? Is she not a real person?" The world's first princess replied, "If it is referred to as a doll, then it is certainly not a real person. The true Raiden Shogun conceals her soul within this body, engaging in cultivation, which amounts to a separation of body and spirit." Bellies explained to the group the relationship between Raiden Makoto and Raiden Shogun. In Chapter 93, outside Inazuma City, Ing and Raiden Makoto discussed an intriguing technique that allows one to transform their body into a new form of life. This genius idea piqued Raiden Makoto's curiosity regarding the technology. The newly created puppets displayed strength that was only slightly inferior to that of the Raiden Shogun. Furthermore, Raiden Makoto learned from Bellies that the Raiden Shogun had also created a puppet with an independent personality, albeit not as powerful as the current Raiden Shogun. Was this not far more fascinating than Urahara Kisuke's technology? Ing replied, "Raiden Makoto, please do not be curious. I do not possess this technology. Nor do I wish to provoke the deities of other nations. The incident in Liyue was due to Ozer, which was related to a plan that could shake the islands of the sky. As for Inazuma, if it were not for the numerous manipulations of the Empty One, she would not have bothered at all." Raiden Makoto responded, "Is that so? What a pity," since Ing had stated it. Raiden Makoto had no choice but to accept this reality. Unless he could traverse to Teyvat, he would remain merely envious. Moreover, prying secrets from a deity to acquire technology was an endeavor of exponential difficulty. In a live broadcast, the Raiden Shogun slowly extended her palm towards Tama. A bluish-purple electric arc materialized in her palm. In the next moment, the fire element vision that was wrapped around Tama's waist fell effortlessly into the Raiden Shogun's hand. There were no twists or unexpected events, and it was achieved so simply and effortlessly. The Raiden Shogun had gathered her 100th vision. She ordered the soldiers beside Tama to take him away and imprison him, preparing to embed the vision into the statue of the deity. As she raised her hand, it suddenly paused before she casually tossed the vision to a nearby guard. "You will handle the embedding," she instructed. Then, her violet gaze turned cold. Exceptions are the eternal enemies. With that, she transformed into a bolt of purple lightning and soared towards the heart of Inazuma. At this moment, the traveler, Ether, was intercepted by the merchant, Weshiba, who had transformed into an Inazuma trader. "You say you have information about my sister?" Ether felt something was amiss with this person. "Ah. Indeed, if you wish to know where Lumen is, then follow me." "You are lying. There is indeed a trace of Lumen on you, but what you say conceals something." Ether thought for a moment. His priority was to rescue Tama. Having seen Lumen's weapon earlier, he deduced that she had mostly regained her strength, even becoming stronger. There was no need for him to worry about her. If she wanted to find him, she could come directly. She had her own difficulties. Suddenly, Weshiba's expression changed. The aura of Raiden. Weshiba immediately grasped Ether's shoulder, intending to pull him out of Inazuma. Although Ether had lost most of his strength, his body instinctively reacted. He swiftly drew his blade and blocked Weshiba's reaching hand. "What do you intend to do?" Quickly leave Inazuma, or it will be too late. What? Before Ether could respond, Ueshiba's merchant form began to vanish, replaced by a towering figure that exuded a suffocating presence. The abyss. Ether and Paimon's pupils constricted. Be sure to protect yourself. Black mist rose before Ueshiba, and almost in the next instant, purple lightning descended from the heavens. The violent electric light surged from Inazuma City, extending beyond its borders. The ground seemed to burn under the onslaught of lightning. A thunderous clash erupted as the purple lightning collided with the black mist of the abyss. Trees around them withered rapidly. Ueshiba, panting heavily with his hands on the ground, shielded the travelers, Ether, and Paimon. The Raiden Shogun stood not far in front of Ueshiba, her weapon shimmering with electric light. Her tone was cold and laced with killing intent. The abyss, having stepped into Inazuma, must die. Ueshiba laughed heartily, trembling with glee. Indeed. You are one of the 7 archons of this world, Raiden. If I were not in Inazuma, I might not withstand your attack. The opposing force was cautious of battling within Inazuma, knowing that the unleashed power of the abyss could lead to the city's destruction. Thus he was forced to retreat outside the city. Otherwise, given his current abilities, he would not have been able to withstand the Archon S strike so easily, nor protect Ether and Paimon safely behind him. However, as someone not skilled in combat, being able to withstand a blow from the Raiden Shogun without injury was enough to boast about to his peers. Exceptions are the eternal enemies. The abyss is especially an enemy of Inazuma, the Raiden Shogun reiterated, though her voice lacked the mechanical quality it had possessed before. Your eternity is meaningless, Raiden Shogun. No. Ball. Golden light descended from the heavens, suddenly manifesting an oppressive force in the air that shocked Raiden Makoto. Which deity is this? Raiden Makoto noticed that the lightning elements she controlled were being restricted within a certain range, unable to extend towards the traveler. On the other side, upon hearing a familiar voice, Ether's expression turned incredulous. Lumen appeared, her petite golden-haired figure radiating an overwhelming presence, causing Ether's body to tremble instinctively. Lumen did not answer Ether's question, nor did she speak to him. Who are you? Raiden Makoto was enveloped in purple electric light. The aura emanating from this girl felt formidable, rivaling even that of Morix. Indeed, it seems only the Anemo and Geo Archons are special, Lumen murmured. As a traveler who had journeyed through 7 nations, Lumen had encountered Raiden Makoto before. Nevertheless, what significance did the memories of the 7 Archons hold if they had been altered by the World Tree? Hana, accompanied by Tama, used an abyss portal to encounter the 2 leaders of the Shokan, Kamisato Ayaka and Kamisato Ayado. Shokan, you have gone too far. Casually discarding Tama and his vision to the side, Hana's masked presence exuded an immense pressure that weighed heavily on the 2 Shokan leaders. Hana had absorbed the accumulated filth of the sacred Sakura tree over hundreds of years, and the shadowy energy was far beyond what the 2 vision bearers could withstand. Who are you? Kamisato Ayaka stammered, even neglecting to check on the unconscious Tama who had been thrown to the ground, using the traveler to test the Archon. You Shokan have orchestrated quite the grand scheme. Regardless of victory or defeat, you can extricate yourselves and avoid the wrath of the Raiden Shogun. Moreover, Toma is a citizen of Inazuma. The Raiden Shogun is unlikely to kill him. Even if he is stripped of his vision, there may still be a chance of redemption. But the Traveler's fate is uncertain. Perhaps they would be struck down instantly. I do not comprehend your words. We only just learned that Tama was captured. Kamisato Ayado desperately attempted to maintain his composure. Perhaps, or maybe you simply took advantage of the situation once you learned of the events. But what does that have to do with me? Amidst the gentle whispers of flowers, she absorbed the calamities of the abyss, her words tinged with an air of indifference. Yet, having fully assimilated the disasters, she possessed much of the memories of the Fox Shrine, and was well acquainted with the family's customary strategies, which only fueled her ire. Her voice turned slightly colder as she remarked, "Do you not understand that if something were to befall the traveler in Inazuma, the entire region would suffer alongside them?" Thanks to the assistance of Ing, she was able to safely absorb the abyss's calamities. However, this also allowed her to glimpse fragments of Ying's memories through the peculiarities of the sacred cherry tree, the abyss princess Ing, and a certain leader capable of effortlessly slaying Morix. Neither was a foe to be trifled with, especially the latter, for she lacked even the courage to perceive their visage. A thunderous sound erupted from the distant sky, as thunder and a darker energy cleaved the heavens asunder. This is bad. Her expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Shade Walker and His Highness were at odds? She realized she must intervene and swiftly reached to open a portal to the abyss. Take heed, Shokan, she cautioned, not waiting for the Kamisato siblings to react. Before vanishing from sight. Chapter 94, Battle in the Fox Shrine. How terrifying. Paimon trembled, hiding behind the empty figure of Kay, clutching his shoulders and peeking out, her body quivering uncontrollably. "Traveler, your sister is truly formidable," managing to hold her own against the Raiden Shogun. During the Ozer incident, Paimon had witnessed Ying's prowess firsthand, even seeing her effortlessly sever Ozer's head. Yet, that was merely a fraction of Ozer's power, not the true might of a god. And certainly, one should not forget who Ying's sister is. Kay also focused on the aerial battle, having harnessed 3 elemental forces. He was no match for a mere dad-duck. "But compared to your sister, you seem quite weak, traveler." "I am strong. You know." The emergency foods retort left Kay speechless. "If only Paimon could accompany your sister. She is so strong that I wouldn't have to endure such hardships. Perhaps every meal would be a feast of delicacies, with someone to serve her as well." As she spoke, drool dripped from Paimon's mouth. "Paimon, you are being unreasonable. You are the one who eats the best and the most." Kay replied, his expression darkening. "You consume 200,000 more a month and still complain about your hardships. If you ate less, we could live more comfortably. And I am not weak, okay? My strength has simply not been restored yet." In the sky, the tumultuous energies clashed, and Kay was indeed taken aback. Though his strength may have waned, his perception remained intact. Ying's current combat prowess vastly exceeded her abilities during her confrontation with the sustainer of heavenly principles. Indeed, it would not be an insurmountable task for her to take down Inazuma's Raiden Shogun if she so desired. Furthermore, Kay caught a glimpse of the abyssal creature, known as the Abyss Singer, that shielded him and Paimon with a barrier. Its strength should not be underestimated. "Princess Ing, have you joined the Abyss?" Kay inquired tentatively, but received the cryptic response that he should ask the princess herself for clarity. He could neither speak nor dare to make presumptions. Thus, Kay found himself at a loss. He looked up at the eerily distorted sky, shrouded in abyssal darkness and lightning. High above, the Raiden Shogun, wielding the Naginata of the Rice Light, faced off against Ing, who held her 6-star exclusive weapon. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, the Raiden Shogun found herself at a disadvantage, her expression grave compared to Ying's poised demeanor. "Barbados. Is this your version of eternity, so close to the heavenly principles?" Ing remarked coolly, "To me, it seems as precarious as your management of Inazuma. On the verge of collapse." In an instant, Ing vanished from her position, reappearing before the Raiden Shogun, weapon raised to strike. The weapon, imbued with abyssal power, shimmered with an elemental radiance. The Raiden Shogun reacted with surprise, swinging her Naginata in defense. The clash of their weapons erupted with a fierce elemental surge, enveloping the area for dozens of kilometers in elemental waves. In an instant, the Raiden Shogun was sent flying, her eyes still reflecting shock. How is this possible? 7 elemental forces. With a swift motion, she halted in midair. Though her grip on the weapon trembled, it could not conceal her astonishment. Without a vision, seemingly not a deity, you command 7 elemental forces and wield the power of the abyss. Who exactly are you? Though reluctant to admit it, the Raiden Shogun realized, after but a brief exchange, that she might not be able to defeat her opponent. This sense of helplessness had only surfaced once before. 5 centuries ago, when she learned of the true death of her sister and faced the heavenly principles. Though the feeling was not as intense now. It was undeniable that the power of the golden-haired maiden before her far surpassed her own. "Who I am is of little consequence," Ing replied, and after a long silence, the Raiden Shogun managed to utter 2 words through clenched teeth: "The Abyss." 5 centuries ago, apart from the Dendro Archon, the remaining 7 gods answered the call of the heavenly principles to annihilate Kinria. That was the inception of all calamities. The original Raiden Shogun, her sister, perished during the war against Kinria. Kinria retaliated with devastating vengeance against the 7 nations, and the abyssal darkness engulfed them all. Apart from her sister, the Raiden Shogun also lost friends, including the likes of the Fox Shrine. She found herself unable to judge whether the destruction of Kinria was justified, yet after that event, she lost nearly everything. In her grief, she sought accountability from the heavenly principles, but it was all in vain. To preserve her sister's final legacy, and to prevent Inazuma from being obliterated by the heavenly principles, she chose eternity. For only eternity could bring her closer to the heavenly principles. Is 5 centuries not enough? What more do you want from Inazuma? A murderous intent flickered in the Raiden Shogun's eyes. Inazuma was the last legacy of her sister, and no one was permitted to destroy it, not even the heavenly principles. Once a shadow warrior, she had undergone many changes. Ing refrained from attacking the Raiden Shogun, speaking calmly, in comparison to the calamities suffered by the 7 nations. Is Kinria not in a more tragic state? Countless subjects bore the unending curse, transforming into monsters like the Hilichurls. The pain of the 7 nations paled in comparison to the suffering of Kinria's people. Are you of Kinrya? The Raiden Shogun scrutinized Ing, recognizing her connection to the abyss. Yet she bore no resemblance to the people of Kinrya, who were known for their distinctive eyes. What I am is not important, Ing remarked. That boy named Kong is my elder brother. If anything were to happen to him in Inazuma, then Inazuma would no longer be necessary. Are you threatening me? As one of the 7 Archons, this is the first time I have been threatened. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky swelled with terrifying thunder and lightning, as if they were about to pour down at any moment. You think so? Then so be it. Your pursuit of eternity is meaningless. As long as I wish. Even if you try to stop me, I can destroy Inazuma whenever I choose. Ing paused, her voice momentarily faltering as she cast a sidelong glance behind her. Addressing Raiden Shogun, do you see this Abyss Herald? I have at least 800 of these Abyss creatures at my disposal. How much do you think you stand to win? Hearing Ying's words, Raiden Shogun fell silent. The Abyss Heralds are immensely powerful, nearing the strength of lesser gods. If they unleash their full power, it is not impossible to combat a lesser deity due to the unique nature of abyssal power. 800 or 1,000. If the opponent truly possesses such formidable abyssal apostles, then not only Inazuma but even Li Yue and Mondstadt could easily be flattened by the abyss. You just need to ensure that this boy does not meet with misfortune in Inazuma, right? Raiden Shogun did not dare gamble on what would happen to Inazuma should this boy be killed. Indeed, as long as it is not you gods, or those associated with the gods, his life or death is inconsequential, and it has nothing to do with you, even if he were to be slain outside. Left to rot in the wilderness, it would merely be due to his own inadequacy, and I would not hold you accountable. In the distance, upon hearing his sister's words, Kong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean being killed outside, left to rot? Is that what you think I deserve? Ing, are you truly my sister? How has your temperament become so dreadful after a mere few hundred years? Chapter 95, Brother, until we meet again at the journey's end. Have you arrived? Ing casually tucked her weapon away. In the distance, Raiden Shogun noticed and furrowed her brow but said nothing, also sheathing her weapon. At that moment, an abyss portal appeared near the abyss. A girl dressed in a red and white shrine maiden outfit, wearing a fox mask, stepped out. Noticing the shrine maiden who had emerged from the portal, Raiden Shogun could not help but take a second glance. A shrine maiden from the Narukami shrine? There was an uncanny familiarity about her. Fortunately, nothing seemed amiss. The girl, Hanakazari, upon seeing the sky filled with Ing and Raiden Shogun, let out a sigh of relief. Neither of them being injured was something she was keen to witness. That voice, it was a tone that felt quite familiar, though it belonged to someone from centuries past. Long time no see, Shadow. Hanakazari removed her mask, revealing a resemblance to the long-lost Kazan Shokan. Kazan Shokan? Raiden Shogun's violet eyes widened, her voice trembling. Although her hair and color had changed, the contours of her cheeks made it evident that the shrine maiden before her was indeed Kazan Shokan. Consumed by disaster 500 years ago, not only in appearance but even in aura and speech, she bore an uncanny resemblance. If this could all be a deception. You are still alive? Raiden Shogun's voice quavered. In truth, it was Princess who saved me. Hanakazari first bowed to Ing before turning her gaze towards Raiden Shogun. I have been beneath the sacred cherry tree. The sacred cherry tree? Raiden Shogun pondered briefly, questioning why she did not return or seek the divine child. I cannot stray too far. You know the reason. I merely possess Kazan Shokan's memories and a fragment of her soul. As for whether I can truly be considered Kazan Shokan, I am uncertain. Hanakazari extended her palm, revealing a crimson abyssal energy shimmering within. Abyssal disaster, I see. Upon witnessing the abyssal energy in Hanakazari's hand, Raiden Shogun understood. 500 years ago, Kazan Shokan had been devoured by the abyssal disaster, which had since been stored beneath the roots of the sacred cherry tree, where Ye Miko had performed purification. Could you refrain from fighting? I acknowledge that I may not have the right to voice such a request, Hanakazari inquired of Ing and Raiden Shogun. Ing nodded. Since Ing deemed it unnecessary to continue the conflict, Raiden Shogun naturally sought an exit. After all, she had always been at a disadvantage in battle. The three descended together to the ground. Alongside them were the traveler and Paimon, who had also landed safely, shielded by the abyss. Hanakazari. You may come to find me once you've concluded your affairs. There is no need to rush. Ing remarked, casually opening an abyss portal. Entering with the abyss and her brother. Thank you, Your Highness. Hanakazari bowed once more to Ing as she vanished into the portal. Watching Hanakazari bow to Ing, Raiden Shogun felt a twinge of jealousy. Shadow, it has been quite some time since we last met. Perhaps I should not say this, given that this is our first encounter. Hanakazari smiled gently. No, you are Kazan Shokan. I shall not forget your essence, Shadow gritted her teeth. seemingly terrified that the shrine maiden before her was not the familiar figure she once knew. Observing Shadow's reaction, Hanakazari refrained from arguing, casting a sidelong glance to the side. Addressing the hidden presence, divine child, since you are here, why hide? Eh? A soft voice echoed around the corner of the stone pillar as the pink-haired fox, Yemiko, stepped forward. I had a vague sense of your presence. I thought it was merely my imagination. I did not expect you to still be alive, Kazan Shokan. I merely inherit Kazan Shokan's memories and a portion of her persona. I am a being birthed from the abyss in the earth's veins. Even I do not know who I truly am. You may call me Hanakazari. Shadow and Ye Miko exchanged glances, yet neither insisted on using the name Kazan Shokan. Meanwhile, Shadow approached the nearby mountain. Ing, accompanied by the abyss and Kong, along with a certain emergency food, emerged from the abyss portal. Hanakazari has already rescued Toma. You need not worry. After a prolonged silence, Ing broke the heavy atmosphere. Brother, you must be cautious in your endeavors. The Kamisato clan is exploiting you. I know. Kong replied, seemingly unsurprised. I was merely repaying a favor to Toma. Arriving in Inazuma as a stranger, I would have been at a loss had I not encountered Toma. Rescuing someone? Is that what you call it? You are courting death, Ing exclaimed, exasperated as she slapped her forehead. You are fully aware you'd still gamble on the odds of success. How could you have changed so much in just 500 years? I ask you, brother. If you wish to meet the Raiden Shogun, cannot you conceive of a simpler method? Whether it be the Anemo Archon, Geo Archon, or the official channels of Mondstadt and Liyue, you could easily secure an audience with the Raiden Shogun. Why choose a path fraught with manipulation and thorns? You cannot genuinely wish to be the dog of Kamisato Ayaka, can you? Never mind. Noticing Kong's lack of immediate response, Ing pondered for a moment without pressing further. In any case, brother, take care of yourself when I am not around. Ing, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Moreover, Abyss Dainsleaf, shall I enlighten you? Lumen scoffed. Brother, after traversing so many worlds, are you truly unaware? Justice and evil, barring a few exceptions, predominantly stem from differing perspectives. Behind Lumen, the Abyss portal reappeared. Brother, this time I am genuinely departing. Perhaps we shall meet again at the journey's end. Please leave your mark on Teyvat. And once you have explored the 7 nations, we shall reunite. At that moment, I shall eagerly await your choice, whether to join forces against foes or... Lumen's voice trailed off as her form, along with that of the Abyss, vanished into the portal. Your sister has departed, Paimon noted, gazing at the void and then at the vanishing portal. Are you not going to pursue her? Ether shook his head. Knowing Lumen is safe is sufficient. The rest shall await our reunion at the journey's conclusion.